Chapter 759, The Forbidden Technique, Part 2, The Demon Sorrow Sword. Suddenly, Haochen summoned the Demon Sorrow Sword, unleashing a tremendous sword aura that surged directly toward the Soul Demon Ape. With a roar, the Demon Sorrow Sword transformed into a dragon of darkness. Clashing in midair with the Soul Demon Ape, their roars echoing and explosions resounding. Boom! The collision of two formidable forces produced a deafening sound, sending countless gusts of wind swirling in all directions and raising clouds of dust. Amidst the haze, two figures swiftly intertwined, casting spells and unleashing innate abilities, their fierce battle resonating through the heavens. The demon-slaying hand exuded dark energy, delivering powerful strikes. The demon-exploding fist relentlessly pummeled the Soul Demon Ape's chest. The Demon Sorrow Sword, resembling a demonic dragon, roared and bit fiercely. Haochen exerted every ounce of his strength to contend with the Soul Demon Ape. The Soul Demon Ape shifted its form, moving like a mysterious wind, evading Haochen's assaults. In a flash, it unleashed a potent mental attack, forcing Haochen to defend himself with all his might, dodging the onslaught. Dragon Transformation Palm. Haochen let out a furious roar, his aura surging, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The overwhelming might coalesced into a colossal primordial demon dragon, charging toward the Soul Demon Ape. Unwilling to back down, the Soul Demon Ape's eyes flashed with brilliance, concentrating its mental force into a Soul Demon blade. This blade, capable of rending the heavens and the earth, aimed to cleave the primordial demon dragon in twain. Boom! The clash of powerful attacks left both parties reeling. Haochen staggered back a step, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Soul Demon Ape's form flickered, its black body adorned with mysterious runes, shimmering as it deflected Haochen's terrifying dragon transformation palm. The Soul Demon Ape's gaze fixed intently on Haochen, suddenly forming seals with its hands before launching forward in a violent rush. In an instant, it appeared before Haochen, raising its right palm to strike down fiercely. Haochen immediately lifted the Demon Sorrow Sword to meet the oncoming attack. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the Demon Sorrow Sword blocked the Soul Demon Ape's powerful strike. Upon realizing its attack had been thwarted, the Soul Demon Ape displayed a moment of human-like confusion. The demonic paw, formed from concentrated mental energy, was entirely under its control, capable of striking without physical contact. Yet, it was still repelled by the Demon Sorrow Sword. Furthermore, the murderous aura emanating from the sword affected its mental prowess. The Soul Demon Ape lifted its other paw, launching yet another assault on Haochen. Ruthless Five Swords. With a flick of his wrist, Haochen conjured dozens of sword lights from the Demon Sorrow Sword, engaging in fierce combat with the Soul Demon Ape. The Ancestor Yuyang deployed illusions, solidifying the Soul Demon Ape, whose combat prowess rivaled that of the Tribulation Realm. Due to its immensely powerful mental force, imbued with formidable abilities, Haochen had to approach with utmost caution. Even so, despite the Soul Demon Ape's overwhelming might and brutal tactics, Haochen remained unperturbed, allowing his body to endure the strikes, feeling as though he were merely being pricked by a mosquito, hardly flinching. The Ancestor Yuyang exerted all his efforts to control the Soul Demon Ape. After a brief skirmish with Haochen, its form began to dim. At this moment, the Soul Demon Ape's aura was waning, teetering on the brink of oblivion. At this very moment, despite his disheveled appearance and numerous injuries, Haochen was filled with an exhilarating combat spirit, particularly as he engaged in fierce battle with the Soul Demon Ape, his mental prowess continuously on the rise. His battle fervor reached a boiling point. Haha, it has been ages since I've enjoyed such a thrilling fight. What a delight. Master Yuyang, I am grateful to you for allowing me to experience the exhilarating sensation of dominating the world. Thus, you may now meet your end. Master Yuyang, behold my spell and witness how I shall obliterate your illusions. Haochen exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he laughed maniacally, his laughter resonating through the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, he raised his hand, striking a pose that seemed to touch both the sky and the ground, mirroring a similar stance. At that moment, he sensed the blood-poisoned spirit he had tamed stirring restlessly. With a thought, an ethereal image of a fifth-tier blood-poisoned spirit materialized before Master Yuyang. On the opposing side, Master Yuyang was utterly astonished by Haochen's display of power. He hastily began to chant incantations and form hand seals, laboriously summoning another Soul Demon Ape. The youth had not even opened his mouth or moved a finger, yet effortlessly summoned a fifth-tier Soul Demon Beast. And it was an imperial-grade soul beast at that. Master Yuyang's jaw dropped in disbelief as he gazed at his opponent as if he were a celestial being. Unable to fathom how a practitioner of late-stage essence Dan could summon an imperial-grade soul demon beast. How is this possible? He gasped in horror. Simultaneously, an inexplicable fear began to take root in his heart. As he beheld his opponent's magnificent presence standing tall against the heavens, a glimmer of trepidation flickered in his eyes. While he was consumed by confusion and dread, he noticed that the soul beast Haochen had summoned had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into wisps of blood-poisoned spirit, merging into the body of the Soul Demon Ape. At this moment, Haochen fixed his gaze upon Master Yuyang, revealing a cold, sardonic smile. Your illusions are indeed formidable, a power that could easily dominate a realm. However, regrettably for you, old man, today you have crossed paths with me. It is destined to be your day of demise. Go down and explore the underworld with that bear's apprentice. Farewell. As his words hung in the air, Master Yuyang suddenly felt a searing pain in his consciousness. The illusion shattered, and in an instant, the Soul Demon Ape dissipated into nothingness. Master Yuyang was astounded to see his own techniques dismantled so swiftly. As he felt the blood-poisoned spirit infiltrate his body, its potency remained overwhelmingly powerful, instilling in him a profound fear. Instantly, the arrogance that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by sheer panic. With a look of utter shock, he turned to flee. However, the blood-poisoned spirit that had recently entered his body, combined with the one Haochen had previously infused, began to converge within him. The ferocious blood-poisoned spirit swiftly devoured Master Yuyang's formidable mental prowess. At that moment, a look of triumph illuminated Haochen's face. He then rifled through Master Yuyang's storage ring, discovering the forbidden technique of the dark illusion of the Qianyuan realm, and with a surge of power from his palm, reduced it to ashes. As the ancient Ancestor Yuyang was retracted, he gazed toward the direction of Luoyu Peak, with the battle intent of Haochen still surging fervently. Having annihilated 3 cunning ancestors from the demonic sect, it seems an appropriate time to confront others from the dark forces. Regardless of who they may be, in this battle, I, Haochen, shall make you aware of my formidable prowess. His voice was deep and chilling, imbued with an ominous resonance. Before his words faded, Haochen abruptly surged upward, radiating a brilliant light as he sped towards the direction of Yunhai Peak within the Yunhai sect, racing forward with relentless fervor. Cloaked in a murderous aura, he remained heedless of the bloodshed adorning his form. With a fearsome visage, he charged unflinchingly towards Yunhai Peak. Boom! At the foot of Yunhai Peak, the sounds of fierce combat resounded, shaking the very heavens. The clash of magical forces erupted like a tempest from the depths of the sea, escalating in intensity with each wave. Chapter 760, United Against External Humiliation, Part 1, at the entrance of Yunhai Peak. Every corner was infused with the chaos of battle. Disciples of the Yunhai sect clashed with those from the demonic sect, Huayang sect, and Huanyue sect, entangled in a deadly struggle at the base of Yunhai Peak, risking their lives in fierce combat. The scene of thousands engaged in battle was nothing short of cataclysmic, invoking awe and dread. At the foot of the mountain, mystical energies swirled, and magical artifacts flashed erratically. Beneath the brilliance lay an undercurrent of lethal intent. Once a place of serene vitality, it had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, permeated by a ghastly aura of bloodshed, casting a shadow over the entire sect's entrance. The ravages of war were evident throughout the mountainous base, with bodies strewn about and remnants of limbs scattered in disarray. The thick, sanguine miasma stained this sacred realm of cultivation a vivid crimson, an unsettling spectacle. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the battle raged fiercely and spectacularly. 7 ancestors of the Yunhai Peak, each at or above the nascent soul and transformation realms, united to repel the external invasion led by Yin Tianba and the coalition of sections. Among the coalition, only 7 formidable ancestors at the late nascent soul stage and above were present, besieging the Yunhai sect. The demonic sect's powerful ancestors included only Yin Tianba and the 3rd elder of the blood god sect, Su Nan. The envoy of the main sect, Chiu Hai, was slain by Haochen, while the Grand Elder of the Blood Shadow sect, Yuyang, and the 2nd Elder of the Divine Blood sect, Wei Bei, pursued Haochen and vanished without a trace. The leaders of the coalition, Yin Tianba of the Blood God sect, Lu Shutian of the Huanyue sect, and Xiao Faqing of the Huayang sect, did not participate in the fray. The Grand Elder of the Yunhai sect, Yun Xiao, and the sect master, Guyulan, also refrained from combat. They observed from a distance, commanding their subordinates and strategizing the battle. Elder Chu Hai of the Huayang sect was embroiled in combat, while the Huanyue sect was represented by elders Lu Chongfeng and Zhang Tengfei, who faced off against the rebellious Luo Yun, leading an assault on the entrance of Yunhai Peak. The deputy master of Yunhai Peak, Qi Yu, along with the third elder of the Blood God sect, Su Nan, were locked in a fierce struggle. The third elder of the Yunhai sect, Bu Yunpeng, battled against Lu Chongfeng of the Huanyue sect, while the fourth elder, Feng Xiaonan, confronted Zhang Tengfei of the Huanyue sect. Gu Ping, the master of the West Ridge Peak of the Yunhai sect, engaged in a fierce conflict with Chu Hai of the Huayang sect. Most astonishingly, at this moment, Wang Heng of Liu Peak was locked in a duel with the elder Zhu Wanbao of the Thousand Sorrows sect, contending fiercely in the void. At this moment, the deputy peak masters, Yun Yuetian of Beihing Peak and Fang Ping of Xian Peak, are engaged in a fierce battle against the traitor Luo Yun. Meanwhile, the master of Liyufeng, Yuan Yukuan, is not present on the battlefield. Instead, he oversees the protective formation of Yun Haifeng alongside several elders of the nascent soul realm. The intensity of the conflict is nothing short of earth-shattering and soul-wrenching. However, the disciples of Yun Haifeng find themselves in a precarious position. Both the disciples fighting on the ground and the elders battling in the skies are under immense pressure, relegated to mere defensive maneuvers against their formidable opponents. The situation for the Yun Haizong members becomes increasingly dire as they face relentless assaults from the invading coalition of sects, struggling to maintain their footing. Despite their exceptional skills, hope for victory seems distant, leaving them with no choice but to defend themselves passively. The disciples of Yun Haizong have been driven back to the rear mountains, with only a few thousand remaining, desperately clinging to a single peak in a valiant but futile stand. It is evident that, in this moment of crisis, the defeat of Yun Haizong, a sect ranked among the top 10 in the northern region, is merely a matter of time. Amidst this turmoil, the most anxious figure is undoubtedly Yun Xiao, the grand elder of the sect. Witnessing the breach of the mountain gate and the impending destruction of their millennia-old legacy, he is consumed by urgency and despair. Has there been any response from our venerable ancestor? Our sect is on the brink of annihilation. Will he not take action? Seizing a moment of respite, Yun Xiao turns to the sect master, Gu Yulan, seeking answers. I have already beseeched him, but he refuses to intervene. Gu Yulan responds with a weary shake of his head. Our venerable ancestor has declared that this is a great calamity for our sect, and we must devise our own means to overcome it. He is a seer of the heavenly path, and his involvement would be akin to inviting divine retribution, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. However, he did mention that we should wait, for a turning point may arise in an instant. What? A turning point in an instant? What does that even mean? What game is our ancestor playing? Yun Xiao feels overwhelmed, unable to make sense of the situation. At this moment, across from them stands Yan Tianba, exuding a sense of triumph. Casting a glance at the fierce battle, he observes the strongest forces of Yun Haizong reduced to mere defense, unable to retaliate, a cold smirk adorning his face. Truly, the heavens are assisting me. The doom of Yun Haizong is at hand. Originally, we could have relied on our ancestor, but now that he refuses to aid you, how could you mere few hope to survive against the united might of our coalition? Yun Xiao, you have led Yun Haizong to its inevitable demise. Esteemed elders, heed my command, launch a full-scale assault and grant our adversaries no respite, recognizing that their opponents are nearing their limits. Yan Tianba seeks to capitalize on this moment and eradicate Yun Haizong entirely. As his order is issued, the 7 nascent soul warriors under his command unleash their most formidable abilities, attacking their foes with relentless vigor. Thus, the members of the Yunhai sect found themselves compelled to retreat time and again, as the situation grew increasingly perilous. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, a streak of light surged up the mountain with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the mountain gate, standing defiantly upon the battlefield. When the brilliance of the light faded, it revealed a figure drenched in blood, bearing a fearsome countenance. This individual was none other than Haochen, the slayer of the demonic sect's ancestor of Weibei and Ancestor Yuyang. As Haochen descended upon the central battlefield, he failed to attract much attention amidst the chaos and clamor of the conflict. Despite his unparalleled presence and awe-inspiring aura, he appeared as a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean of turmoil, rendering him inconspicuous. At this moment, Haochen felt no dissatisfaction with the indifference of those around him. Upon soaring into the void, he immediately utilized his spiritual sense to search meticulously for the familiar aura he sought. It did not take long before he locked onto the one he was concerned about. With eyes sharp as lightning, he gazed toward her location, and there, reflected in his sight, was the figure of a girl. In his eyes, she remained ethereal in her flowing white garments, her beauty captivating. Even amidst the fray, surrounded by numerous adversaries, she bore not a trace of dust. Though her white attire had been stained crimson with blood, her celestial grace evoked admiration and longing. This girl was none other than Sister Yunluo, who had introduced Haochen to the Yunhai sect for cultivation. Upon seeing her, Haochen's gaze softened. In his moment of reverie, tenderness welled up within him, igniting unfamiliar emotions at the mere sight of her. Although surrounded by various beautiful companions, she was the one who lingered in his thoughts. The mutual affection between Haochen and Yunluo had long since blossomed, and in his heart, he had already claimed her as his own. Witnessing Yunluo besieged and in peril filled Haochen with anguish, prompting a profound sense of protectiveness toward her. Simultaneously, his hatred for those attacking her surged to the utmost. In an instant, his murderous intent erupted. Without hesitation, he descended from the void to the ground. Haochen approached Sister Yunluo with remarkable speed, resembling an imposing mountain that had suddenly descended from the heavens. Upon landing, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, suppressing the spirits of all the disciples from the allied sects. Instantly, those who beheld Haochen's formidable presence were struck dumb, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment and fear. Who is this? Such powerful magical prowess. I've never seen anyone like him. Could he be an elder of the Yunhai sect? Why have I never encountered him before? What does his sudden appearance signify? Is he friend or foe? At the moment when Haochen appeared, drenched in blood and adorned with a disguise, neither friend nor foe could recognize him. Even Yunluo failed to identify him amidst the astonishment that ensued. As they were enveloped in shock and uncertainty regarding his allegiance and origins, Haochen made his move, wiping his face to reveal his true visage. The instant he unveiled himself, gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. It was indeed him, Haochen. My heavens! How had he suddenly become so formidable? In their state of astonishment, the disciples of the allied sects were struck with terror at Haochen's overwhelming strength, while the members of Yunhai sect erupted in joy. Recognizing him as Haochen and witnessing his return to power was akin to a timely gift of warmth amidst a blizzard. A most fortuitous event for all within Yunhai sect, especially for Yunluo, who, upon seeing Haochen descend from the heavens in her moment of peril, found herself momentarily unable to grasp the reality of it. Tears flowed from her enchanting eyes, for the one she had longed for had come to her aid in her hour of need, a sentiment that would profoundly touch any heart. In that fleeting moment, her frustrations regarding Haochen's abrupt departure were entirely forgotten, leaving only an overwhelming affection and deep yearning. Were it not for Haochen's imposing presence, his formidable aura binding her in place, she would have gladly leaped into his embrace to express her profound love. Gradually, as she gazed at Haochen, she found herself entranced. At this time, while the onlookers remained stunned, Haochen, having discarded his disguise to reveal his gallant form, surveyed the attackers who had previously besieged Yunluo with his piercing gaze. A chilling malice flickered in his eyes, filled with a murderous intent that hinted at brutality. A cold expression settled on his face as he spoke in a voice laced with frost. How dare you lay a hand on my senior sister? You truly seek death. Since you have chosen to court your demise, I shall reluctantly escort you on your final journey. With a voice devoid of any warmth, he continued, let those who sow chaos find their souls scattered, accompanying the disciples who died defending our sect. Without further ado, he leapt into action, unleashing a tempestuous strike. With the speed of lightning, he executed the dragon transformation palm, causing the very air to tremble and distort around him. The members of the allied sects, having gathered to obliterate Haochen, despite their considerable numbers and strength, found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding his oppressive presence, let alone mounting a counterattack. Under the force of his palm, they were rendered as powerless as ants. As the resounding impact of countless palm strikes descended, a deafening roar echoed, followed by the ground being violently excavated, forming an enormous and unfathomable pit. All disciples of the sect alliance within the reach of his palm force were utterly obliterated. Witnessing the terrifying power of the individual before them, the Sect Alliance disciples dared not show their ferocity any longer. They retreated hastily, fearing to approach within 100 zhang of Haochen, and thus, the siege collapsed under the overwhelming might of a single person. The disciples who had been encircled immediately transformed their peril into safety. Haochen, instead of seizing the opportunity to continue his slaughter, withdrew his divine and magical energies, gracefully descending from the void to stand beside Yunluo. Observing his long-lost senior sister, who had grown thinner and more delicate over the years, her countenance slightly haggard. A pang of anguish gripped Haochen's heart. His expression softened with compassion as he gazed at her tear-streaked face. After a brief moment, he uttered, "I am sorry for arriving late and allowing you to suffer." His heartfelt apology was infused with tenderness, prompting Yunluo's tears to flow even more freely. She bit her lip, gazing affectionately at Haochen, and then weakly shook her head. Initially intending to rush into her beloved's embrace to express her feelings, she found herself shy at this moment. Just as she was about to reveal her emotions, a thunderous commotion erupted. Other practitioners from the Sect Alliance vigorously wielded their magical artifacts, unleashing a torrent of sword lights and blade shadows that ruthlessly battered the protective formation of the peak. The vibrant brilliance of their true essence illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. The resounding echoes of the clashes reverberated through the mountains, deafening to the ears. The violent and rampant shockwaves spread like layers of colorful ripples in all directions. Everything below was reduced to ruins by the impact, revealing vast stretches of barren land. The cataclysmic battle had commenced. Chapter 762, United Against External Humiliation, Part 3, as the Sect Alliance and the formidable warriors of Yunhai Sect engaged in an intense struggle. Suddenly, a squad of elite troops from the Sect Alliance burst forth from the depths of the dense forest. At the moment when the prominent fighters from both sides were entangled, this unexpected force brazenly joined the assault on the protective formation of Yunhai Peak. The disciples who had retreated into the protective formation of Yunhai Peak were desperately channeling their true essence into the array, striving to withstand the Sect Alliance's onslaught. Initially, the strength of the Sect Alliance to breach the formation was evenly matched with the defensive power of Yunhai Peak. However, this elite force disrupted that balance, placing the protective formation in a precarious state. Employing a formidable combined assault strategy, the elite troops unleashed a relentless barrage of blade lights and sword shadows stretching 100 zhang, striking fiercely at the protective formation of Yunhai Peak. With each successive impact, the protective formation began to crack, developing a web of fissures. Within the mountain gates, Yuan Yukuan and several team leaders at the early Yuanying stage, alongside 100 Yuandan realm guards and numerous foundational disciples, were exerting their utmost efforts to inject magical energy into the protective formation, striving to fend off the Sect Alliance's ferocious attack. However, the strength of the allied sects was overwhelming. 1,000 cultivators from the coalition, in conjunction with numerous elders and supervisors, unleashed a barrage of attacks from all directions, their combined might rivaling that of 3 mighty beings. A thunderous roar echoed as the protective mountain array was finally shattered into pieces. Witnessing this scene, the leading figure among the allied sects, the third elder of the Thousand Sorrows sect, Feng Yi, displayed a look of exhilaration and immediately bellowed orders with fervor. Storm into the Cloud Sea Peak. Leave no one alive. The commanding leaders of the demonic sect, Huayang sect, and Illusory Moon sect erupted into wild laughter, leading their throngs of disciples through the crumbling array and into the mountain gate. Kill, charge, annihilate the scoundrels of the Cloud Sea sect. Thousands of cultivators surged towards Cloud Sea Peak, their murderous intent palpable as they brandished their magical artifacts and engaged in brutal combat. Feng Yi, alongside the cultivators of the demonic sect, spearheaded the assault, swiftly sending a dozen disciples of the Cloud Sea sect flying. The unfortunate defenders, bloodied and battered, fell to the ground, unable to rise again. The numbers of the allied sects far exceeded those of the Cloud Sea sect's defenders. In an instant, the coalition encircled the disciples of Cloud Sea Peak, unleashing a merciless and bloody onslaught. A dozen stewards of the Cloud Sea sect stood resolutely at the forefront, fighting valiantly against the tide. Yet, the might of Feng Yi and several captains was too formidable, forcing the Cloud Sea sect's stewards to retreat step by step. The defenders could not withstand the assault of the allied sects, and were compelled to fall back towards the summit. Elder Yun Shao of the Cloud Sea sect, Witnessing the collapse of the protective array and the horrific slaughter of his disciples, felt his heart shatter with rage. The beasts of the allied sects shall perish. Elder Yun Shao roared as he descended into the fray among the invading coalition. At that moment, Elder Yun Shao was a tempest of true essence, exuding an aura of a peerless warrior. As he plunged into the throng, he wielded his sword with ferocity, unleashing a 3-meter-long sword aura that swept across the crowd. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as over 20 allied cultivators were engulfed by the sword light, instantly reduced to a rain of blood. The surrounding members of the coalition were struck with terror at the might of Elder Yun Shao, their faces pale with fear. Regaining their composure, several leaders of the allied sects shouted in fury, charging at Elder Yun Shao with their swords as they initiated a siege. Many powerful cultivators from the allied sects joined the fray, casting a deluge of magical artifacts that obscured Elder Yun Shao's figure. With a swoosh, at least 100 artifacts descended like a rain of arrows, enveloping Elder Yun Shao. Yet, he remained unfazed, dismissing their attempts to harm him. Countless beams of sword light aimed at him, only to be deflected by his protective armor and the ethereal silk, leaving him unscathed. Elder Yun Shao wielded his sword with all his might, cleaving through the enemies in a radius of several meters. Boom! Any allied cultivator struck by the sword light was sent flying, screaming in agony as they fell, showering the ground in blood. Even the commanders of the allied forces were forced to retreat repeatedly under the onslaught of sword light. The Grand Elder, Yun Shao, charged through the crowd, swinging his sword with a frenzy that was nothing short of unstoppable. The cultivators of the allied forces, despite their desperate assaults, could not inflict any harm upon Yun Shao. In contrast, the fierce sword radiance unleashed by Yun Shao mowed down the allied cultivators in waves, akin to slicing through vegetables. However, amidst this blood-soaked slaughter, Yun Shao suddenly sensed an ominous turn of events. The third elder of the Thousand Sorrow sect, Feng Yi, along with several commanders from various sects, had breached the second line of defense nestled within the peaks of Yunhai. They charged furiously towards the gathering place of the outer disciples of Yunhai's sect, who, though numerous, possessed the weakest combat capabilities, consisting mainly of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. Feng Yi and the other commanders, being powerful figures above the Yuandan realm, posed a grave threat. Should they gain entry into the gathering of outer disciples and unleash their carnage, the consequences would be dire. No longer able to engage in battle with the allied cultivators, the Grand Elder Yun Shao immediately leaped from the fray, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued Feng Yi and his companions. At this moment, Haochen was hastening with several disciples from various sects, moving as swiftly as the wind to provide reinforcement. Upon witnessing the breach of the protective formation around Yunhai Peak, Haochen felt an impending crisis, leading him and Yunluo to enter the inner sanctum of Yunhai's sect. As Feng Yi and the other commanders arrived at the gathering place of the outer disciples, their eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and they lunged towards the disciples. Upon seeing Feng Yi and his cohorts charging, the senior disciple, Su Fei, immediately rallied the defending disciples to engage in combat. A resounding thud echoed as Su Fei and several disciples were sent flying by the sword light, blood spewing from their mouths as they fell to the edge of the square. Li Yu and Lu Su, among others, were also grievously injured, sent reeling back, their bodies marred and drenched in blood. The few surviving disciples bore severe wounds, and Su Fei lay prostrate among the bushes, having lost an arm and in a state of utter devastation. At that moment, Haochen arrived with Yunluo and the others, and upon witnessing the scene before him, an inferno of rage erupted within him, his eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty intent. "Vile wretches, prepare to meet your doom," Haochen bellowed, his voice hoarse, as he unleashed his demon-slaughtering palm towards Feng Yi, the third elder of the Thousand Sorrow sect. Just as Feng Yi prepared to strike at Li Yu and Lu Su, he sensed the impending force of the palm and quickly turned to defend himself. A thunderous crash resonated, overwhelming the presence of the mid-stage transformation god realm elder, Feng Yi. Though he had devoted centuries to cultivation, his formidable power was no match for the wrath-infused strike from Haochen, reducing him to a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. The commanders from the various sects nearby were left utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief at witnessing a mid-stage transformation god elder being obliterated into a shower of blood. "Die!" Haochen roared once more, raising his hand to strike at the remaining commanders from the allied sections. No. As the demon-slaughtering palm manifested multiple imprints and flew towards them, the commanders were gripped by terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies as they emitted a terrified roar. Yet, the palm, imbued with the essence of death, descended upon them. In an instant, they were reduced to mere fragments, scattered across the ground. With a thunderous clap, Haochen soared into the void, his demon-slaying hand flashing with ferocity, producing a resounding boom as hundreds of cultivators from the allied sects were obliterated. The leaders of the sect coalition met their demise without exception at the hands of the demon-slaying hand, while the remaining cultivators, pale and terrified, retreated in panic. In that moment, Haochen resembled a fearsome deity of death. With his solitary strength, he intimidated all present, having decimated the majority of the hidden foes within the sect alliance. Yun Luo stared in astonishment at Haochen's display of power, while Li Yu and Lu Su were equally dumbfounded. Su Fei and the other disciples were utterly shocked by Haochen's ruthless methods. The Grand Elder, Yin Xiao, was likewise taken aback by the bloody tactics employed. With the immediate crisis averted, Yin Xiao made no delay, leaping into the void to confront Yin Tianba from a distance. After the Grand Elder's departure, Haochen unceremoniously gathered Yun Luo, Li Yu, Lu Su, Su Fei, and others into the demon suppression tower. As Yin Tianba conversed with Luo Yun, they suddenly noticed the absence of Yun Zhao's figure from the Yunhai sect. Just as they were about to search for him, they found that Yun Xiao had instantaneously returned to his original position. Yun Xiao and Gu Yulin continued to survey the four peaks, monitoring the battles and prepared to provide assistance at any moment. Chapter 763. Unexpected Developments. Upon Yun Zhao's return, a figure suddenly flew into the air above the outer sect plaza. This individual, clad in a blue robe and possessing a slender frame, was none other than Luo Yun. Grasping a black treasure sword and wearing a grim expression, he hovered ominously in the sky. The protective formation of Yunhai Peak had been breached. Yet Luo Yun did not immediately enter. Instead, he approached Yin Tianba, ingratiatingly detailing the internal affairs of the Yunhai sect while observing the battle alongside him. However, upon Haochen's arrival, he swiftly dispatched the third elder of the Qianshang sect, Feng Yi. When Luo Yun caught sight of Haochen, a mix of shock and furious rage surged within him. "You wretched little beast. Prepare to pay with your life," he bellowed, glaring down at Haochen with murderous intent. Instinctively, Haochen looked up into the void. Upon seeing Luo Yun, his eyes ignited with a fierce blaze of anger. "Luo Yun, you old cur, your timing is impeccable," he roared, his figure flashing as he ascended into the skies. In the vast expanse, Haochen confronted Luo Yun from 100 zhang away, standing defiantly in midair. "I have endured for decades, scheming for years, vowing to annihilate the Yunhai sect and take its place. You, little wretch, have repeatedly thwarted my plans. The blood debt for my fallen kin must be repaid." Luo Yun shouted hoarsely. "You should not exist in this world. You will regret your decisions. But I shall grant you no opportunity for repentance." Haochen retorted coldly. "You dare to speak so boldly, you little beast? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Luo Yun sneered contemptuously. "Old fool, you may now meet your end." With that, Haochen suddenly unleashed a palm strike. Roar! The dragon transformation palm morphed into a dragon silhouette, descending with the force of 10,000 Jun. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yun's expression instantly shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying a deep sense of apprehension, and he could not help but let out a low growl. How could this wretch possibly possess such formidable strength? As Luo Yun roared in fury, he summoned all his might, unleashing a colossal black hand. Boom! The two terrifyingly powerful hands collided with a thunderous crash, producing a sound that reverberated through the heavens, while a violent shockwave spread forth like a myriad of colorful ripples, conjuring a tempest in the high skies. The force slammed into the ground below, causing many disciples in the square to stagger, their faces pale and blood streaming from their orifices. The black hand shattered under the impact, obliterated by the dragon transformation palm in a spectacular explosion. Bang! With a resounding crash, Luo Yun was sent hurtling backward, tumbling through the air, plummeting into the distance. Haochen did not directly slay Luo Yun, he merely rendered him powerless. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Luo Yun, imprisoning him within the demon suppression tower. Just as Haochen secured Luo Yun, the earth suddenly trembled violently. A deep, resounding roar emanated from beneath the ground. The buildings atop the mountain shook violently, fissures splitting open, and countless bricks and stones fell. The ground cracked open, and the entire mountain forest swayed erratically. Such a cataclysmic spectacle resembled a monumental earthquake. Haochen's countenance changed instantly as he turned to survey the sky around him. He beheld tendrils of crimson demonic mist surging forth, enveloping the world in an ominous shroud. The air was thick with a chilling aura of death and a ferocious scent of slaughter. At the location of Falling Feather Peak, a suffocating wave of bloodthirsty energy surged forth, as if a blood cloud loomed ominously overhead. Falling Feather Peak swayed violently, as though a colossal beast from the depths of the earth were about to erupt, causing the entire mountain to teeter precariously. With a booming sound, the mountain began to crumble, large sections collapsing in on themselves. All eyes were fixed upon Falling Feather Peak, faces etched with terror as they beheld the unfolding chaos. What was happening? Was there truly a surge of crimson demonic mist? No, that is not merely bloodthirsty energy. It is indeed demonic mist. How could this be? Could the demonic sect have allied with the blood demons? It must be the demonic sect colluding with the blood demons, the surviving disciples of the Cloud Sea sect, along with the allied forces of various sects, whispered in panic. The overwhelming crimson mist instilled fear in everyone present. Not only the cultivators of the Cloud Sea sect, but also the allied forces halted their battle, gazing skyward. The members of the Cloud Sea sect were filled with inexplicable dread, while the allied cultivators were equally unsettled, unsure of the unfolding events. Originally, the allied forces had held a distinct advantage, having breached the defensive formation of the Cloud Sea sect on Cloud Sea Peak, forcing its members into retreat. Many powerful figures and disciples from the allied forces had already invaded the Cloud Sea sect, engaging in a bloody slaughter. Yet now, all combatants ceased their fighting, casting uncertain glances toward Falling Feather Peak. All present displayed expressions of profound bewilderment, as discussions and speculations arose among the crowd. The blood-red clouds in the sky surged with increasing intensity, coalescing into a colossal vortex that enveloped the peak of Liu. Within this maelstrom, an unfathomable force was unleashed, mercilessly bearing down upon the mountain. The collapse of Liu Peak accelerated, disintegrating within mere moments into an endless cascade of soil and rock, tumbling down in every direction. The grand hall atop the mountain also succumbed to ruin, its remnants mingling with the debris scattered throughout the valley. A thunderous roar echoed among the mountains, reverberating persistently. Members of various sects stood dumbfounded, their hearts gripped by shock and awe. Suddenly, from within the shrouded Liu Peak, a chilling laugh pierced the air. At last, I have returned to the light. The arrogant voice resonated like rolling thunder, penetrating the minds of all within a vast radius. Imbued with a formidable soul-capturing power that left many disoriented and gasping for breath, collapsing to the ground. Weaker cultivators were even struck to the point of bleeding from their orifices, writhing in agony. Yunxiao, the grand elder of the Yunhai sect, hovered in the void, witnessing the disintegration of Liu Peak. Upon observing the immense vortex of blood-red mist, he recognized the perilous situation. As a former leader of the Yunhai sect, Yunxiao was privy to many sect secrets. Being a member of the Yun family, he understood the family's profound heritage and the reasons behind their control over the Yunhai sect. Upon hearing that penetrating voice, his expression drastically changed, eyes filled with urgency and gravity. It is over. The Winged Blood Emperor has broken free. The destruction of Liu Peak signifies the release of the unparalleled Winged Blood Emperor. Yunxiao was acutely aware of the ferocity of the Winged Blood Emperor. Sealed away a millennium ago, a being of unspeakable terror capable of annihilating the innocent. He understood that once the Winged Blood Emperor emerged, the end for the Yunhai sect was nigh. Not only for the Yunhai sect, but the entire Qianyuan realm would face cataclysmic upheaval, suffering unimaginable devastation. With this thought, Yunxiao's eyes brimmed with profound sorrow and murderous intent. Rage ignited within him, manifesting as crimson flames, his gaze fixated on Yin Tianba in the void ahead, where the leaders and elders of various sects had congregated. Yin Tianba, momentarily forgetting his orders to attack, wore a face of shock and confusion. He had witnessed the collapse of Liu Peak and the surging blood mist. Upon hearing that resounding voice, he too was momentarily paralyzed. What is happening? How could a powerful blood demon emerge within the Yunhai sect? Clearly, Yin Tianba and others were oblivious to the malevolent entity, the winged blood emperor, suppressed beneath Liu Peak. Consumed by rage, Yunxiao exuded an overwhelming aura of vengeance, his long hair whipping wildly in the wind. Xiao Faching, you wretched beast, worse than a pig or dog. With the winged blood emperor's return, the Tianyuan continent is on the brink of devastation. Your collusion with the demonic sect renders you a timeless traitor deserving of a fate worse than death. I shall tear you to shreds. After a furious roar, the Grand Elder Yunxiao suddenly charged towards the leader of the Huayang sect, Xiao Faching. The demon-suppressing sword, infused with Yunxiao's wrath, unleashed an unprecedented power. Capable of cleaving a towering mountain in two with a single strike, the sword locked onto the aura of Xiao Faching, its speed reaching an extreme that left him no avenue for escape. A thunderous crash echoed. In a moment of shock, Xiao Faching caught sight of the incoming sword chi but had no time to evade, and was instantly severed by the demon-suppressing sword. Reduced to countless fragments of flesh and blood scattered across the sky, Xiao Faching met his demise beneath the wrathful blade of Yunxiao. In the void of Yunhai sect, the ancestral figure Yun Zhendong finally emerged from his secluded meditation, having just slain the leader of the illusory moon sect, Lu Shutian. However, the death of Lu Shutian did not alleviate his mood or demeanor. Turning to gaze at the ruins of Liu Peak, he witnessed the swirling demonic clouds in the sky, and his expression twisted with profound rage, an overwhelming killing intent surging within him. Those damned bastards! All who conspired against Yunhai sect deserve death. The winged blood emperor, sealed for a millennium, was on the verge of breaking free, heralding a cataclysm of bloodshed across the Tianyuan continent, leading to the suffering of countless lives. Unrestrained fury and helplessness caused Yun Zhendong to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes reddening with blood. The members of the illusory moon sect were equally stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Only a few elders of Yunhai sect grasped the grim reality. The end of Yunhai sect was nigh. No, not merely Yunhai sect, but the end of the entire Qianyuan realm. Once the winged blood emperor broke free from his seal, he would surely slaughter all living beings in the Qianyuan realm, unleashing a massacre. Curiously, the illusory moon sect and Huayang sect remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. They were oblivious to the fact that beneath Liu Peak of Yunhai sect lay sealed a legendary figure from a millennium ago, the winged blood emperor. This was a tale from 1,000 years past, a history that these sects, with only 300 to 500 years of existence, could not possibly fathom. Moreover, it was Yunhai sect's greatest secret, one that could never be revealed. Not only were the leaders of various sects unaware, but even allies like the Danyu sect and Yunheng sect were in the dark. As the air thickened with dread and uncertainty, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 764, An Unexpected Turn, Part 2. A resounding boom emanated from Yunhai sect's Liu Peak, followed by an onslaught of restless spirits emerging in throngs. Reminiscent of the scene at the Cold Moon Valley of Cold Moon Ridge, these restless spirits were fragments of souls gathered by the winged blood emperor before his sealing, capable of controlling humans and turning them into instruments of murder, thereby allowing the winged blood emperor to brazenly consume human blood for cultivation. Had it not been for the copious amounts of blood seeping into the sealing site, providing the winged blood emperor with the vital energy needed to recover, he would never have broken free. Such a shocking and terrifying scene left the disciples of the major sects paralyzed with fear, their spirits shattered. At last, the elders of the various sects regained their composure. They screamed hysterically, issuing commands with fervent urgency. Retreat now. All disciples, obey orders. Cease the attack immediately and withdraw. Steady yourselves, do not panic. Everyone, hasten to leave the Yunhai sect. Our plans have utterly failed. Preserve your strength and remain calm. Numerous elders and stewards shielded the sect's disciples as they retreated from the Yunhai sect. At this juncture, the coalition's plan to annihilate the Yunhai sect lay in ruins, and they could no longer afford to contemplate its destruction. The onslaught of vengeful spirits rendered them as helpless as clay figurines, preoccupied with their own survival. Regrettably, the sheer number of disciples from various sects made a swift evacuation impossible. Thousands of vengeful spirits swiftly encircled the peaks, leaving the coalition with no avenue of escape. They could only retreat further up the mountains, desperately defending against the encroachment of the spirits into their consciousness. Anyone whose mind was invaded by these spirits became a puppet, transformed into a vengeful spirit themselves, and began to indiscriminately slaughter those around them. Sorcerers summoning powerful spirits found themselves uncontrollably ensnared in the chaos. In this moment, the coalition's cultivators were as deranged as those sorcerers who had lost their sanity. Those controlled by the vengeful spirits instantly morphed into mindless fiends, behaving like lunatics. Yet, despite the valiant resistance of the strong from various sects, their efforts proved futile as the number of disciples succumbing to madness escalated rapidly. A thunderous clash of blades and weapons erupted, reverberating with a deep resonance. One after another, mangled corpses fell into pools of blood, shattered by the frenzied onslaught. The lunatics, now under the spirit's influence, engaged in a brutal bloodbath among themselves. The coalition's members trembled with fear, their hearts filled with sorrow and despair amidst the massacre perpetrated by the vengeful spirits. Not long before, the disciples surrounding the Yunhai sect were brimming with confidence, zealously attacking the sect. In that moment, witnessing the terror and despair in the eyes of Yunhai sect's disciples had brought them a sense of satisfaction and pride. Now, however, they were consumed by fear 100-fold and despair 1,000-fold compared to those they once hunted. This was retribution, as the vengeful spirits rampaged over 1,000 surviving disciples. Guardians and stewards of the Yunhai sect congregated in the inner courtyard. Amidst the chaos, the two factions ceased their fighting. Yin Tianba and Yun Xiao no longer faced each other from afar. At this moment, Yun Xiao and the sect leader Gu Yulin had returned to the Yunhai peak. Upon meeting with the venerable ancestor Yun Zhendong, the three of them, alongside the elders and stewards of the Yunhai sect, united their efforts to establish a formidable protective barrier, safeguarding the 1,000 disciples within the sect. Huddled behind the barrier, they temporarily withstood the onslaught of the vengeful spirits. The elders and numerous stewards collaborated to sustain the defensive formation, continuously channeling their energy to maintain its operation. Meanwhile, the other disciples and guardians, each sustaining varying degrees of injury, were recuperating and tending to their wounds. Beyond the barrier, there were at least 1,000 restless spirits, manipulated by specters, fiercely assaulting the defensive formation. The clash of blades resonated with thunderous echoes as they struck against the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Although the defensive barrier was robust and would not be breached in the short term, the practitioners within it could not help but feel a sense of dread and terror as they witnessed its quaking and the overwhelming tide of frenzied spirits outside. At that moment, Haochen did not meet with the leader of the Yunhai sect or other formidable figures. Instead, he waved his hand to establish a barrier, encompassing the over 1,000 outer sect disciples and summoning Yun Luo to manage them. With Haochen's unparalleled expertise in formations, none in the Qianyuan realm could rival him. After securely arranging the outer sect disciples, he unleashed a relentless onslaught against the malevolent spirits in the outer sect square. Thanks to Haochen's presence, the area where the outer sect disciples resided suffered minimal losses. Each time he rescued a batch of Yunhai sect disciples, he promptly sent them into the barrier. Under Haochen's protection, this place could be deemed the safest sanctuary within the Yunhai sect. Yet, he did not let his guard down, discreetly leaving the spirit beasts Xiao Hong and Xiao Chui within the barrier as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Hong, now at the pinnacle of the second stage of transformation, was akin to a human at the peak of the spirit separation stage. As Haochen's contracted beast, she was in sync with his mind, capable of relaying the situation back to him at any moment. Xiao Chui, a divine beast, had not formed a contract with Haochen and could not elevate her power in tandem with him, previously indulging in play rather than cultivation. She now felt compelled to train diligently upon witnessing the formidable beasts Haochen had tamed, each possessing extraordinary prowess. Xiao Chui had reached the mid-stage of the fourth transformation, comparable to a human at the mid-stage of the tribulation crossing. With the two of them safeguarding the barrier, the outer sect disciples were exceptionally secure. Meanwhile, the number of practitioners in the sect coalition surged. Though their strength was not particularly formidable, they compensated with sheer numbers. Haochen's figure flickered amidst the tumultuous spirits, and with each swing of the demon morning sword, he unleashed torrents of sword light that felled dozens. The over 100 spirits surrounding him, fierce and menacing, could not even graze his garment. In the span of a mere 100 breaths, Haochen had slaughtered over 1,000 spirits. Even those strong practitioners trapped among the spirits, desperately resisting, were obliterated by his might. The surviving members of the sect coalition, witnessing this harbinger of death, who spared no one, were instantly struck with terror and fled the square. While over 100 practitioners from the coalition fled in fear, the mindless spirits continued their relentless assault on Haochen. After a brief skirmish, Haochen sensed something amiss. Those spirits he had shattered began to reconstitute themselves, rising once more to rejoin the fray. Were these spirits truly immortal? Was someone controlling them? Haochen's brow furrowed, and his consciousness swept around, his expression darkening and his eyes flashing with a chilling intent to kill. He lifted his gaze to the sky and beheld the lofty heavens, where Grandfather Wang Hung was engaged in a fierce battle with a zombie-like entity. Their clash tumultuous and unyielding. Grandfather Wang traversed the celestial expanse, skillfully maneuvering against the undead adversary. With his left palm, he cradled a purple copper fish drum, unleashing a dark golden shield to deflect the relentless assaults of the zombie. In his right hand, he wielded a short sword, emanating brilliant sword flashes that compelled the zombie to retreat continuously. The zombie retaliated with fiery blasts of death, coalescing into blades of light and phantoms, fiercely contending with Grandfather Wang. Furthermore, it unleashed a malevolent aura of death upon countless shattered souls, which, upon disintegration, swiftly reformed and fearlessly re-entered the fray. It became evident to Haochen that the only way to prevent the resurrection of these tormented souls was to vanquish the zombie. Observing this dire situation, Haochen contemplated deeply. Resolute, he suddenly teleported, soaring like a streak of light through the void towards the zombie. The creature, already beleaguered by Grandfather Wang's ferocious onslaught, while simultaneously commanding the army of shattered souls, was on the brink of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen silently approached from behind the zombie and unleashed a devastating strike. The Blood Shadow Palm. In a bid for a decisive blow, he secretly harnessed the energy of the Blood Shadow Pearl, forming a formidable Blood Shadow Palm that struck with ferocity against the zombie. This ultimate technique, imbued with unparalleled ferocity and terrifying power, was a dark art mastered by cultists, and Haochen was resolved to utilize it against this very foe. With a resounding clap, the blood-red palm imprint tore through the sky, traversing dozens of yards before crashing into the zombie-esque form. Just as the creature sensed impending doom and attempted to evade, it was struck squarely by the blood-red imprint. Chapter 765, The Emergence of the Blood Emperor, Part 1. With no flourish, the palm strike resounded in the void, sending a heart-pounding shockwave of crimson light that rippled across the sky. Wang Hung, positioned nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the terrifying power of Haochen's attack. Hastily retreating 1,000 yards away, as the sanguine light dissipated, the zombie's silhouette became visible, having been forcefully propelled 1,000 yards away, landing in the dust, yet miraculously surviving. However, it was grievously wounded, a gaping blood hole the size of a basin puncturing its chest. Despite its severe injuries, the zombie struggled to rise. "Huh. Zombie, your end is nigh," Wang Hung remarked with a cold smile, witnessing the creature in such a pitiful state. "Well done," he added, casting an approving glance towards Haochen, who had been instrumental in this success. "If it weren't for your diversion, this would not have gone so smoothly." Haochen, wearing a faint smile, responded with a teasing tone. At this moment, Wang Hung failed to recognize Haochen, as he had adopted a new guise after their meeting with Yunluo and his subsequent incorporation into the Demon Suppression Tower. "Little beast, do not take pride in your success. Soon, I shall ensure your demise here, allowing your shattered soul to be my puppet, tortured at my whim." The zombie man cursed vehemently before attempting to transform into a wisp of deathly energy to flee. However, Haochen was already prepared, with a swift teleportation. He intercepted the creature. "Monster, you think you can leave after coming here?" Haochen sneered coldly, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, he waved his hand, unleashing an energy pressure imbued with lightning, striking with great force. The zombie man was immediately halted, forced to stop and unleash a flame of death from his palm to counter Haochen's onslaught. A resounding crash echoed as the flame was shattered to pieces. The zombie man cried out in agony as Haochen's lightning-infused strike inflicted further grievous wounds upon him. At that moment, Elder Wang Hung arrived nearby, flanking the zombie man alongside Haochen, effectively surrounding him. As the zombie man struggled to rise from the ground, both warriors unleashed their palm strikes simultaneously against him. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated through the air, and the zombie man, caught off guard and unable to evade, was obliterated on the spot. The swirling death aura surrounding him was thoroughly incinerated by the lightning strike. Though the zombie man possessed various devious abilities, he was merely a formidable being of the transformation realm. There was no chance for him to survive in a disembodied state under Haochen's might. The zombie man's body was reduced to ash, and even his spirit could not escape, perishing in the process. Following the demise of the zombie man, the lingering spirits of the battlefield became frenzied and chaotic. Devoid of wisdom and sentience, these spirits lost control, charging recklessly until they were obliterated by the skilled practitioners of various sections. Once vanquished, they turned to scattered bones, unable to reconstitute without the zombie man's arcane methods. As a result, the number of lingering spirits began to dwindle, significantly alleviating the pressure on the sections. Just as Haochen was reveling in this turn of events, a sudden explosion erupted from the peak of Falling Feather. Boom! The earth trembled as the deafening sound resonated throughout the entire Yunhai sect. A colossal blood-red mushroom cloud surged skyward from Falling Feather. Haha, this emperor has finally emerged. Those wretched humans who have imprisoned me for so long. I am free at last. Amid this chaos, a boisterous, arrogant laughter emanated from the heart of the blood-red cloud. After venting its manic glee, a heavy panting sound echoed within the sanguine mist. It appeared that escaping was not a trivial matter for this entity, as a grotesque humanoid figure with wings gradually materialized, scanning its surroundings. Oh, are these humans merely offerings for me? Excellent, excellent. The blood of cultivators is the most delectable. The disciples of the allied sects were instantly gripped by terror at this proclamation. The manifestation of this figure unequivocally heralded the return of the Winged Blood Sovereign. A millennium ago, the Winged Blood Sovereign had been suppressed and sealed away, and now it was unleashed upon the world. The overwhelming blood mist spread across a vast area, engulfing the Falling Feather Peak and half of Yunhai Peak in its sinister embrace. In the blink of an eye, thousands of cultivators, who had surrounded the Yunhai sect, found themselves ensnared in the boundless bloodthirsty aura, their faces etched with horror and despair. Once again, the disciples of various sects were overwhelmed by waves of sonic energy, their consciousness thrown into disarray, their souls trembling in fear, causing them to scream in terror. Even the elders and stewards from several prominent sects turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, everyone was engulfed in profound dread, paralyzed by the imposing presence of the Winged Blood Sovereign looming in the sky. Only Yun Jindong and Yun Xiao'er, undaunted, soared into the void, confronting the monstrous visage. The two radiated an indomitable spirit of battle and a fierce aura, enveloped in blazing flames. O Winged Blood Sovereign, you infamous fiend, what does it matter if you break free from your seal? You have been confined for a millennium, and now barely possess a fraction of your former strength. Today, the disciples of Yunhai sect, even if they perish here, shall eradicate you completely. A voice of authority echoed from the summit of Yunhai Peak, resolute and unwavering. As the echo faded, Yun Jindong stood at the peak, his expression icy, his gaze indifferent as he scanned the three mountains, Suifeng to the south, Shilin Peak to the west, and Beiheng Peak to the north. He addressed the formidable figures from the various sects, his tone somber and grave. Huayang sect, Huanyu sect, Huiyuan gate, Ziyang sect. Your actions today will leave you with a stench of infamy for all eternity, bearing eternal disgrace. A millennium ago, this unparalleled Winged Blood Sovereign wrought unspeakable carnage upon Tianyuan continent, sealed away by transcendent beings. Our Yun family has been tasked for generations with guarding and suppressing this blood demon. Yet, you besiege Yunhai sect, allowing the Winged Blood Sovereign to break free from its seal and re-emerge into the world. At this juncture, Yun Jindong's voice turned icy and commanding. Should my Yun family be annihilated, Yunhai sect shall undoubtedly face destruction, but you shall also meet your end here. The entire Tianyuan continent will be drenched in bloodshed by the hand of the Winged Blood Sovereign. His furious proclamation reverberated across 1,000 miles. The members of various sects suddenly awakened to the truth of the situation. Regret washed over them. They had sought personal gain, aiming to overthrow Yunhai sect for greater power, resources, and status. Yet, they had allied with a demon whose enmity with humanity ran deep, a deadly foe. Supporting the demonic sects in their assault on Yunhai sect was tantamount to complicity in their tyranny, becoming the very culprits responsible for the impending devastation on Tianyuan continent. Such individuals deserve to be branded with shame, marked as eternal villains. Before his words could fully settle, Yun Jindong unleashed the might of a mid-stage spirit separation expert, fearlessly confronting the winged blood sovereign. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated the ancestral power of Yunhai sect to be so formidable. In that moment, the coalition of sects stood dumbfounded, especially the stronger members, who silently mused, "How could an ant shake a tree?" Chapter 766. The Blood Sovereign Appears, Part 2. Though Yun Jindong faced the winged blood sovereign, given his cultivation, he could only hold it at bay temporarily. At this moment, the sects participating in the ambush against Yunhai sect, upon witnessing such depth of strength, were filled with remorse. Had they been aware of the formidable power residing within the Cloud Sea sect, alongside the emergence of the winged blood emperor and the onslaught of the vengeful souls, how could they have ever been swayed by the treachery of the rebel Luo Yun? How could they have dared to ally with the three factions of the demon cult to besiege the Cloud Sea sect, especially the members of the Qinyu sect, Huiyuan sect, and Ziyang sect, who now found themselves steeped in regret? Misled by the Huayang sect and the Illusory Moon sect, they had intended to join forces with these two sects to eliminate the Cloud Sea sect, hoping to alter the balance of power in the northeast region for their own gain. Yet now, they found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts, having lost hundreds of elite disciples, numerous stewards, and elders, all destined to perish within the Cloud Sea sect. This was, indeed, a catastrophic blow. The sect leader of Huayang, Xiao Faqing, was slain in fury by Yun Xiao. The sect leader of the Illusory Moon was also eradicated by Yun Jindong. Aside from the three factions of the demon cult, the remaining small sects and minor factions only sought to escape with the few surviving elite disciples. However, they were besieged by thousands of vengeful spirits. While the area within dozens of miles was enveloped by a blood-red mist, sealing off their escape routes completely. At this moment, any thought of fleeing was rendered impossible. The winged blood emperor had already manifested. It was too late for escape. To preserve their lives, they must unite their efforts to vanquish the winged blood emperor and eliminate this threat once and for all. Only by slaying the winged blood emperor could they hope to atone for their sins. Witnessing the desperation of the fleeing masses, the Grand Elder of the Cloud Sea sect, Yun Xiao, bellowed with fury. Did the more than 2,000 surviving cultivators from the three factions of the demon cult and various sects not comprehend this truth? Yet, they refused to heed Yun Xiao's command, silently fending off the assault of the vengeful spirits while covertly seeking opportunities to escape the Cloud Sea sect. Meanwhile, Yun Jindong continued to clash with the phantom of the winged blood emperor, yet he could not hinder the emperor's relentless consumption of human blood. Unperturbed by Yun Jindong's interference, the winged blood emperor unleashed a torrent of blood-red mist, forcing him to retreat momentarily to tend to his blood-poisoned body. Regrettably, in the face of such overwhelming might, any struggle or resistance proved futile. All would become the emperor's sumptuous feast. None would be spared. As the words hung in the air, the phantom of the winged blood emperor disregarded Yun Jindong and targeted new prey. This time, the winged blood emperor opened its gaping maw and unleashed a deluge of blood-red mist upon the hundreds of disciples of the Qinyu sect. In an instant, the all-consuming mist enveloped the disciples, drowning over 100 of them. Panic-stricken cries erupted as they fought desperately against their fate. Yet, their flesh and blood were corroded in the blink of an eye, devoured by the blood-red mist. Within mere moments, the bodies of over 100 disciples were reduced to nothing but skeletal remains scattered across the ground. Most of these disciples were cultivators of foundational realms, with 4 of them holding the status of stewards, possessing mid-stage Yuan Dan strength. Nevertheless, they stood powerless against the corrosive onslaught of the winged blood emperor's mist. Upon witnessing this scene, the hundreds of onlookers were overtaken by sheer terror, their souls seemingly detached from their bodies. Even the formidable beings of the Yuan Dan realm could not withstand the crimson mists unleashed by the winged blood emperor. Just how fearsome was the power of the winged blood emperor? Instantly, the hearts of the crowd were filled with shock and despair, prompting them to scream and scatter in all directions. Over 100 souls coalesced into streams of crimson light, ascending towards the sky and pouring into the mouth of the winged blood emperor's ethereal form. As the winged blood emperor consumed the crimson streams, its apparition gradually solidified, its form rapidly restoring, and its countenance becoming increasingly bloodthirsty and savage. Suddenly, the winged blood emperor expelled a deluge of blood-colored fog, inundating the crowd of the Huiyuan sect. In an instant, The hundreds of individuals from Huiyuan sect were gripped by fear, desperately fleeing and emitting cries of terror. More than 100 were unable to escape in time, instantly engulfed by the overwhelming blood-colored mists. Within mere moments, these individuals were corroded into skeletons, their flesh and soul transformed into crimson light, soaring towards the mouth of the Winged Blood Emperor's apparition. The power of the Winged Blood Emperor continued to magnify, and its ethereal form in the sky became increasingly solid. The blood-colored fog barrier enveloping the land for dozens of miles grew ever more indomitable. Atop Cloudsea Peak, within the inner sect plaza, the protective formation of the sect, which had already sheltered over 1,000 individuals, was now home to hundreds more survivors from the other 4 peaks, all under the protection of several deacons as they sought refuge at Cloudsea Peak. Within the confines of the defensive formation, they temporarily evaded the onslaught of the vengeful spirits. The 8 elders of the Cloudsea sect, along with over 20 peak masters and deacons, joined forces to sustain the defensive formation, ensuring its energy would not deplete or be breached in the short term. After all, the array techniques of Yun Zhendong and Yun Xiao were remarkably profound, rendering the defensive formation exceptionally robust. Members of various sects hastily emulated the Cloudsea sect's approach, collaborating to establish their own defensive formations. They too sought to utilize these arrays to fend off the assault of the vengeful spirits and resist the blood-colored mists released by the Winged Blood Emperor. However, the leaders of Huiyang sect and Huanyue sect had perished, and the surviving elders and deacons were incapable of conjuring formidable formations. Utterly unable to withstand the corrosion and devouring nature of the blood-colored mists. With each wave of blood-colored fog unleashed by the Winged Blood Emperor, the members of Huiyang sect and Huanyue sect were progressively corroded into white bones, their numbers dwindling drastically. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, 90% of the cultivators from the 2 major sects fell victim to the Winged Blood Emperor, reduced to mere skeletal remains. The remaining 100 or so were in disarray, fleeing in sheer panic. Not long after, these individuals too succumbed to becoming vengeful spirits, turning upon one another in deadly conflict. The forces of Huiyang sect and Huanyue sect faced near-total annihilation. In stark contrast, the Qinyu sect, Huiyuan sect, and Ziyang sect found themselves in a somewhat more fortunate predicament. The 3 sect leaders hastily convened their disciples, and with the aid of several elders and deacons, swiftly endeavored to set up defensive formations. However, before their formations could be successfully established, the Winged Blood Emperor had already set its sights upon them. Waves of blood-colored mists cascaded down, targeting the hundreds of disciples from the 3 sections. Thus, waves of disciples struggled amidst the crimson mist, their anguished cries echoing as they transformed into mere bones. The 3 sect leaders and the elders were compelled to unite against the onslaught of the Winged Blood Emperor, striving to safeguard the surviving disciples. Their defiance and retaliation provoked the wrath of the Winged Blood Emperor. "You wretched insects," he sneered, "it is your honor to become my offerings, to contribute to my revival. To dare oppose my will is to invite unspeakable cruelty upon yourselves. Let your souls endure endless torment." Enraged, the Winged Blood Emperor unleashed a chilling laugh, conjuring a multitude of blood arrows from the enveloping crimson fog, launching them mercilessly at the members of the 3 sections. The impact was devastating. Countless casualties ensued, limbs and remnants scattering in chaos. The 3 leaders sustained severe injuries, forced to retreat under relentless pressure. Chapter 767, The Battle for Sect Protection, Part 1. After ensuring the safety of the Yunhai sect members, Yun Xiao ascended into the heavens, joining forces with Yun Zhendong to vanquish the Winged Blood Emperor. At this moment, Yun Zhendong had already engaged the Winged Blood Emperor in a fierce battle for thousands of exchanges. Yet he could not impede the Emperor's insatiable hunger for humanity. Having consumed a copious amount of blood, the Winged Blood Emperor's form had solidified, regaining a third of his magical power. "You insignificant ant, continually thwarting my plans. After being sealed, you relentlessly infused power into the sealing place, exhausting my chance to break free and nearly depleting my essence. Today, I shall consume you and quell my millennia of hatred." The Winged Blood Emperor's roar reverberated through the sky, prompting the remaining survivors on the battlefield to gaze upwards. Before them loomed the now solidified Winged Blood Emperor, a towering figure of 3 zhong, unfurling his wings and lunging towards Yun Zhendong. The immense power emanating from his being suggested a force capable of annihilating worlds. Meanwhile, in the outer sect, Haochen, engaged in cleansing lingering souls and specters, lifted his gaze to discern the appearance of the winged blood emperor, his countenance shifting dramatically, his pupils constricting. The visage of the winged blood emperor struck a familiar chord within him. It resembled the blood demon emperor he had slain in the Lanluo secret realm, save for the presence of wings. The difference was merely the absence of wings in one and their presence in the other. After a moment of contemplation, Haochen grasped the underlying truth. The heritage of Xiaohao had provided descriptions of the blood demon lineage, revealing that, unlike humans, their evolution was not as complete. Some races retained wings, others tails, while some bore human-like forms yet possessed distinct bodies and heads, straddling the line between humanity and monstrosity. At this juncture, the members of Huayang sect and Huanyu sect had already been thoroughly consumed by the winged blood emperor. The demonic practitioners of the three gates were similarly devoured, with the lesser sects suffering an overwhelming assimilation by the lingering specters. Aside from mutual slaughter, the majority of those transformed into lingering souls were dispatched by Haochen alone. He had also consumed and refined a considerable number of lingering specters. Those refined within the demon suppression tower were completely devoured by the women of the sect. Inhaling the remnants of the spirits within the demon suppression tower, they had long lost their malevolent essence and could merely be regarded as lingering souls. Yet, these remnants served as the finest cultivation resources for the practice of the soul refining and divine cultivation technique. You, blood-winged sovereign, devour your flesh and blood. I shall absorb my spectral remnants, each to our own pursuits. With unwavering determination, Haochen relentlessly struck down the lingering souls, while the tower activated its devouring function. Concurrently, Haochen adeptly opened several temporary spaces within the demon suppression tower to store the spectral remnants. At that moment, he reveled in his slaughter, savoring the thrill of his consumption. Ignoring the blood-winged sovereign, Haochen awaited his opportunity. At that instant, the blood-winged sovereign had vacated the sealed area. Seizing the moment, Haochen acted swiftly, entering the subterranean cave that sealed the blood-winged sovereign just as the blood demon was incited to leave the confines of the seal. Upon breaking the seal and forming a corporeal body, the blood-winged sovereign was incessantly disturbed by Yun Zhendong, infuriating him to the brink of rage. Thus, this anger-fueled creature departed the sealed domain. Should the demon sovereign annihilate everyone within the Yunhai sect and restore his former power, no one would stand against the blood-winged sovereign, leading to the inevitable downfall of Yunhai sect and calamity across the Tianyuan continent. Little ant, meet your demise, roared the blood-winged sovereign with a thunderous growl. Standing at an imposing height of 10 meters, he swung his solid arms and two wings, unleashing 4 beams of crimson light toward Yun Zhendong and Yun Xiao. The 4 blood-red beams streaked across the sky, carrying the power of annihilation, aimed directly at the two. Instantly, both Yun Zhendong and Yun Xiao's expressions shifted, revealing their profound trepidation. Long before the blood beams reached them, an intangible and terrifying pressure bore down upon them, rendering them immobile. In this dire moment, Yun Zhendong unleashed a torrent of formidable late-stage divine power, fervently channeling it into a golden pagoda, summoning all his energy to activate this artifact. Stand. The pagoda erupted in dazzling golden light, forming a colossal array of radiant brilliance above Yun Zhendong. The tower spun with the swiftness of lightning, releasing a formidable defensive barrier that shielded both Yun Zhendong and Yun Xiao. In the next instant, the blood-red beams collided violently against the tower's luminescent surface, engulfing their figures. Boom! The tower was struck by the crimson beams, sending Yun Zhendong and Yun Xiao plummeting to the ground, crashing deep into the earth. The already ravaged terrain, riddled with cracks, was instantly transformed, creating immense pits several meters wide. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens, the earth trembled violently, shaking the surroundings as fissures radiated outward from the pit. Nearby mountains quaked, teetering on the brink of collapse, fracturing into countless crevices. An endless cloud of dust and debris soared into the sky, propelled by the surging crimson demonic mist, spreading in all directions. The landscape within 100 miles turned blood-red, rendering visibility nearly impossible. In the depths of the 10-meter pit, Yun Zhendong and Yun Xiao lay prone at the bottom. The pagoda that Yun Zhendong had wielded lay beside him, now dimmed and diminished in power by more than half. Damn it. Sealed for a millennium. This being possesses such terrifying power? Yun Jindong struggled for a moment before rising, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of horror as he cursed. At that moment, Yun Xiao also stood up, shaking off the dust and debris that clung to him. Seeing that Yun Xiao was unharmed, albeit pale and sweating profusely, Yun Jindong felt a sense of relief. The Winged Blood Emperor must have regained about 30% of its strength, and its power was rapidly returning. Yun Jindong gazed up at the Winged Blood Emperor in the sky, weighing his thoughts gravely. Now that it had just broken free from its seal, it was at its weakest. We must destroy its true form swiftly. Otherwise, once it fully recovers, we will all perish. Yun Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed. We cannot allow the Winged Blood Emperor to regain its full strength. We must devise a plan to shatter its true form. With that, the two soared out of the vast pit and ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, the Winged Blood Emperor, with its crimson eyes fixated on them, revealed an even colder gaze. You two insignificant ants are still alive? The Winged Blood Emperor's voice boomed like thunder, laced with astonishment and disbelief. It was evident that it could not fathom how Yun Jindong and Yun Xiao, with their meager prowess, could withstand its assault. At that moment, Haochen had finished gathering treasures from within the sealed cavern. Upon leaving the Winged Blood Emperor's prison, he suddenly waved his hand, tossing 2 blood-poisoned demon bombs into the sealed chamber. Boom! With the sound of the explosion, a dense crimson mist enveloped the interior of the cavern. Chapter 768. The Battle to Protect the Sect, Part 2. Oh no. Upon hearing the explosion from the sealed area, the Winged Blood Emperor felt a jolt of alarm. It abruptly abandoned Yun Jindong and Yun Xiao, racing back to the sealed cavern. Inside the cave lay the Winged Blood Emperor's lifebound treasure, the blood-shadowed divine pearl, along with the Demon King's crystals collected a millennium ago, and a vast quantity of celestial essence stones. Not to mention the Demon King's crystals, merely the celestial essence stones had been amassed over thousands of years, totaling more than 3,000 pieces. Those were the resources for its ascension to the demon realm. Once there, it could exchange celestial essence stones for demon essence stones for cultivation. Celestial essence stones and demon essence stones, akin to primal stones, serve not only as resources for cultivation, but also as currency for trade. Moreover, the lifebound treasure, the blood-shadowed divine pearl, remained within the cavern. The Winged Blood Emperor, lacking a solid form, could not create a storage space for its illusory body, necessitating the storage of its treasures within the cave. Roar! Upon arriving at the cave, the Winged Blood Emperor beheld a scene of utter devastation. Before it lay a chasm 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet deep, completely devoid of its treasures. Who did this? Who? I shall flay your skin and refine your soul. The Winged Blood Emperor went mad. In the blink of an eye, everything had vanished. How could it not go insane? Disciple Haochen, paying respects to the ancestor, greetings to the Grand Elder. Just then, Haochen flew before Yun Jindong and Yun Xiao. What? You are Haochen? The Grand Elder Yun Xiao inquired with confusion as he saw the young man approach. Yes, I am Haochen. I have returned. Haochen replied with deep emotion. It is you, Haochen. I have encountered you in the martial soul forest of the Tianwu continent during your tribulation. Upon seeing Haotian's figure, the venerable ancestor of Yun Jindong spoke. When Haotian entered the territory of Yunheizong and engaged in battle with Lu Hai, it became evident that he had returned. Not long ago, Ancestor Xingxiao visited Yunheizong to assess the situation of the sealed area. It was during this discussion that he learned of the extraordinary prowess of his sect's disciples, which had reached an insurmountable realm. Haotian, Yun Jindong, and Yun Xiao paid no heed to the frenzied Blood Emperor of Wings, who was leaping in the void. Suddenly, the Blood Emperor turned to Haotian and scrutinized him for a moment, sensing a familiar aura. Why does this boy emanate such a familiar presence? The Blood Emperor mused, delving into the depths of his memory. The bloodline of Xiaohao? At last, the Blood Emperor recalled the reason for his recognition of the young man's aura. A surge of wrath and ferocity coursed through the Blood Emperor as his crimson eyes glinted with profound hatred and an overwhelming desire for vengeance. The bloodline of Xiaohao. So it is, that accursed Xiaohao, the despicable old wretch. He has sealed me for a millennium. Such a deep-seated enmity that even 1,000 deaths would not quench my thirst for revenge. The Blood Emperor bellowed in fury, his voice echoing like thunder. You little beast. How dare you possess the bloodline of Xiaohao? This is splendid. The Blood Emperor fixed his gaze intently on Haotian, his tone a mix of excitement and bloodlust. I shall completely devour you, leaving not even a fragment of bone. Your Xiaohao bloodline is the perfect offering I have long coveted. Once I consume your bloodline, I shall swiftly regain my vitality. A millennium prior, the Blood Emperor rampaged through the Qinyuan realm, unstoppable until Ancestor Xiaohao intervened and suppressed him for 1,000 years. After enduring relentless torment and suffering, the Blood Emperor's rage and resentment had reached their zenith. His most loathed adversary was Ancestor Xiaohao, whom he wished to obliterate repeatedly. Thus, upon encountering Haochen, who bore the bloodline of Xiaohao, the Blood Emperor was filled with exhilaration and a cruel thirst for blood. Oh, I shall claim a portion of the bloodline of Xiaohao as interest first. As he spoke, the Blood Emperor swung his enormous arms and wings, stirring the blood-colored demonic mist, coalescing into 4 blinding beams of crimson light. You insignificant insect, you may perish. Your flesh and essence, even your skeletal remains, shall be devoted to me. The Blood Emperor roared, unleashing the 4 beams of blood light towards Haochen, Yunzhendong, and Yunshao. With a whoosh, the 4 beams descended from the heavens, radiating a cataclysmic power that illuminated the sky with a blood-red glow. The world within 100 miles transformed into an endless ocean of blood, a sight as terrifying as purgatory itself. A crushing pressure, akin to that of a mountain, enveloped the heavens and the earth, mercilessly bearing down upon Haochen, Yunzhendong, and Yunshao. A vacuum surrounded the trio, devoid of even a wisp of air, rendering them unable to breathe. The terrifying force of suppression was akin to an invisible quagmire, ensnaring the 3 individuals within its depths, rendering them powerless to escape despite their desperate struggles. Demonic Cloud Palm. This time, the winged Blood Emperor unleashed his full strength, conjuring a colossal crimson mist hand, far more formidable than his previous incantations. The expressions of Yunzhendong and Yunshao immediately turned grave, their nerves taut with tension. Slayer of Immortals. Haochen's voice thundered with indignation as he unleashed his might, wielding the Slayer of Immortals sword. Winged Blood Emperor, your sins are countless. Death is imminent. Simultaneously, Haochen's voice resonated like a great bell, filled with righteous fury. With a swift motion, the Slayer of Immortals' sword expanded, transforming into a 100-foot-long blade. The sword, enveloped in blazing golden flames, soared skyward with a speed surpassing that of the aurora, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the winged Blood Emperor's colossal hand. Boom! The clash between the demonic Cloud Palm and the Slayer of Immortals' sword produced a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. The once mighty palm was pierced, leaving a gaping hole, leading to its complete collapse and explosion. A tempest of violent energy erupted, carrying an infinite expanse of blood clouds that spread outward. Instantly, the 2 nearest peaks trembled under the force of the shockwave. How is this possible? The winged Blood Emperor gazed at the pierced palm with astonishment, his massive eyes reflecting a fierce confusion. You are but an ant of the Yuan Dan realm. How can you withstand my lethal strike? Could it be that the bloodline of Xiaohao possesses such extraordinary power? Haochen feigned ignorance, and the winged Blood Emperor failed to discern any flaws. Only Yunzhendong understood the truth. Hiss! Both Yunzhendong and Yunshao gasped in disbelief at Haochen's ability to shatter the Blood Shadow Palm with his singular strength. To be candid, even the combined might of Yunzhendong and Yunshao would have faltered against such a strike. Senior elders, swiftly depart from this place. Ancestor, you should guard the barrier at the sect's location. Esteemed elder, please protect the outer disciples. I shall establish a barrier there. While the 2 were still in shock, Haochen disregarded their statuses and promptly commanded them. With their awareness of Haochen's prowess, they wasted no time. As his words fell, they fled the scene. At that moment, the winged Blood Emperor had already set up a barrier of void within the crimson mist. Chapter 769. Confronting the Blood Emperor, Part 1. The more extraordinary Haochen's performance became, the deeper the winged Blood Emperor's hatred grew, his teeth grinding in fury. Suddenly, the winged Blood Emperor's body surged upwards, growing over a foot taller, transforming into a blood demon towering 4 feet, exuding an imposing presence. However, what incited its wrath further was the fact that after the Slayer of Immortals' sword shattered the demonic Cloud Palm, it continued its ascent, fearlessly charging towards the winged Blood Emperor. The blood mist released by the winged Blood Emperor formed a barrier, devoid of any spiritual energy. Yet, the barrier he erected could not hinder Haochen. Suddenly, Haochen unleashed the Windwing spell, flapping his golden wings and soaring into the sky. He wielded the slaughtering immortal sword, unleashing an even more formidable power as he aimed a fierce thrust at the Winged Blood Emperor's true form. Whoosh! Despite the Winged Blood Emperor creating a domain composed of endless blood clouds, as solid as substance and exceptionally resilient, the slaughtering immortal sword still sliced through the crimson mist. Boom! In a deafening roar, the slaughtering immortal sword struck the Winged Blood Emperor's head with tremendous force. Instantly, the Emperor's visage contorted violently, transforming into a grotesque horror. The slaughtering immortal sword had pierced a gaping hole in the Winged Blood Emperor's head. The Emperor incessantly released blood clouds in an effort to mend the wound. However, the slaughtering immortal sword spun rapidly, unleashing a piercing might that tore the hole wider. Not only that, but the sword sought to penetrate through the Emperor's head to annihilate his true self. Enraged, the Winged Blood Emperor roared furiously, "You little insect! How dare you? A wretched and hideous creature! Lay your hands upon me. You seek your own demise." With a voice like thunder, the Emperor swung his massive arms, unleashing a deluge of bloodlight to strike at the slaughtering immortal sword. He aimed to shatter the sword into oblivion and subsequently obliterate Haochen, leaving not a trace behind. Boom! The overwhelming bloodlight shadows crashed down upon the slaughtering immortal sword. The sword was sent hurtling backward, its golden glow flickering erratically as its power waned significantly. Haochen, suspended in the sky, suddenly changed countenance, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. The slaughtering immortal sword, now attuned to his very spirit, had been injured, and he too suffered a grievous blow. Observing the blood clouds surging within the gaping hole in the Emperor's head, swiftly mending the injury, Haochen disregarded the blood at the corner of his mouth and hastily sheathed the slaughtering immortal sword, drawing forth the demon woe sword instead. Whoosh! The demon woe sword transformed into a 7-jonglong giant, imbued with dark, ominous energy, and charged once more at the Winged Blood Emperor. "Break!" Haochen's voice was hoarse as he bellowed, pouring all his strength into maneuvering the ebony demon woe sword, which erupted with an unstoppable, ferocious might. Boom! The demon woe sword crashed into the still unhealed wound, tearing it open even further. The Winged Blood Emperor contorted his body once again, unleashing an endless torrent of blood clouds. Surging tumultuously, "Ah, you wretched creature, you shall pay dearly." The Emperor was consumed by fury, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. He summoned a powerful surge of magic, causing the wound to constrict rapidly, shrinking in an instant. As the opening diminished, his body became increasingly solidified, amplifying his defensive capabilities several-fold. With a thought, Haochen commanded the demon woe sword to begin devouring the crimson mist emanating from the Emperor's head. The sword plunged into the Emperor's cranium, emitting a joyous ringing, while the Winged Blood Emperor's form trembled violently. A standoff ensued in the sky, their struggle escalating. As the blood hole in the Emperor's head gradually shrank, while the demon woe sword began to emit mournful cries, the gaping wound on the head of the Winged Blood Emperor gradually expanded, and the demon mourning sword sang joyously. This was merely a preliminary offering from Haochen to the Winged Blood Emperor. Suddenly, disregarding the demon mourning sword, which continued to play its own game, Haochen swiftly drew the demon dragon spear and charged directly at the Winged Blood Emperor. The spear tip, akin to a bolt of thunder and fire, lunged toward the head of the Winged Blood Emperor. With a resounding thud, the Winged Blood Emperor raised both hands and wings, seemingly enveloped in layers of defense. One of his palms met the spear tip, forcefully repelling the strike, while the Winged Blood Emperor merely paused momentarily. Haochen assessed the situation in his mind, concluding that the opponent's strength surpassed his own by approximately 30%. As the two engaged rapidly, the demon mourning sword instinctively withdrew from the wound and returned to Haochen's side. Meanwhile, the demon dragon spear danced with agility, striking and defending without a trace of vulnerability, while the Winged Blood Emperor unleashed relentless assaults with his 2 arms and wings. Truly, the Winged Blood Emperor was a natural-born slayer. Despite not having reached the level of Blood Emperor, his techniques were executed with exquisite precision. His 2-clawed arms were adept at grappling, slicing like blades, and hooking onto the opponent's spear shaft. Coordinated attacks from his 4 limbs posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, Haochen's spear, imbued with powerful rotation, evaded being ensnared. After exchanging dozens of attacks, the Winged Blood Emperor sensed that his opponent, despite being at a lower cultivation level, was somehow instilling a sense of unease within him. Such a feeling was foreign to him. He had never felt intimidated by a cultivator of lesser rank. The audacity of the individual before him was truly infuriating. A flicker of rage flashed in the winged Blood Emperor's eyes, yet he had to concede that Haochen posed a grave threat. To prevent any unforeseen complications, the winged Blood Emperor resolved to eliminate this vexatious youth at once. Suddenly, two more arms emerged from beneath his wings. The two figures, Haochen and the winged Blood Emperor, moved rapidly, producing a cacophony of collisions. Each impact resonated with fervent resistance, instilling fear and trepidation. Haochen's techniques shifted seamlessly, managing to hold his ground against the winged Blood Emperor's forearms, yet he felt the pressure mounting. The winged Blood Emperor, equally astonished, did not anticipate Haochen's formidable prowess. Despite utilizing all four arms to their fullest, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. After countless exchanges, both combatants remained evenly matched. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, "You possess considerable skill, little beast. However, I am aware that even that old fool Xiaohao has yet to master such an array of spells. Where did you acquire such a legacy?" The winged Blood Emperor questioned coldly, his expression darkening. Haochen, his body brimming with vitality, felt his injuries mending swiftly. "Winged Blood Emperor, unleash all your remaining techniques. Even if you were to sprout four arms and resemble an octopus, I would not fear you," Haochen replied with a chilling smile. Bloodfiend palm. With a thunderous roar, the winged Blood Sovereign unleashed a torrent of blood-red demonic mist, transforming into a figure even more sinister and terrifying. The aura of bloodshed intertwined with the golden-red bloodline, creating an especially peculiar spectacle. The Blood God bloodline. A glimmer of amusement flickered across Haochen's face. It seemed the lineage of the winged Blood Sovereign held profound significance for the Blood Demon. Otherwise, the latter would not dare to claim the title of demon. The blood energy and demonic essence entwined with one another, coiling around the Blood Demon, rendering it increasingly dreadful. "This is my true form," the winged Blood Sovereign bellowed. A frenzied demonic energy radiating from him, his countenance twisted in malice. "Since it is the Blood God bloodline, then it shall be dealt with. I shall slay the demons and seize your noble blood magic for my own use." Haochen, undaunted, consumed a healing elixir and laughed boldly. Chapter 770. Confrontation with the Blood Sovereign. Part 2. The Demon Suppression Tower. With a flick of his hand, Haochen summoned the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower materialized in the void, exuding an imposing aura, its formidable power sending shivers down the spine. "What?" The once arrogant winged Blood Sovereign's expression shifted drastically upon sighting the tower. He sensed an extraordinarily perilous presence. "Who exactly are you?" For the first time, fear washed over the winged Blood Sovereign. This aura was terrifying, imbued with a power that seemed to suppress all. The Demon Suppression Tower, being a divine artifact, could subdue all malevolent forces, and as a demon, the winged Blood Sovereign was inherently intertwined with such darkness. Thus, the emergence of the tower rendered the Blood Demon's face particularly grim, feeling an overwhelming suppression of his very being. Blood Demon's palm. The winged Blood Sovereign let out an enraged howl as a torrent of blood energy surged forth. His hands transformed as he delivered a ferocious strike. The two forces collided violently, resulting in the Blood Demon being sent sprawling backward, his complexion turning ashen. "Have you heard of the Demon Suppression Tower's renown?" Haochen gasped for breath, his voice icy. Since the winged Blood Sovereign claimed that the Ancestor Xiaohao had sealed him here, it was certain that within the legacy of Ancestor Xiaohao, relevant information could be unearthed. Thus, as he battled the winged Blood Sovereign, Haochen sought the teachings of Ancestor Xiaohao. He discovered that Ancestor Xiaohao had employed the might of the Demon Suppression Tower to suppress and seal the winged Blood Sovereign, while also uncovering the methods of utilizing the tower. Although Haochen had encountered some obstacles in refining the Demon Suppression Tower, he realized that during Ancestor Xiaohao's era, no one had managed to unlock the secrets of this divine artifact that had fallen to the mortal realm. Even Ancestor Xiaohao, dedicating his life to the endeavor, had only regarded the tower as a dual-purpose treasure for offense and defense. It was only after Haochen acquired it that the true potential of the Demon Suppression Tower began to be revealed. A millennium of cycles had unexpectedly led to the resurrection of the Demon Suppression Tower's deadly legacy. The Demon Suppression Tower. The Blood Demon gasped, understanding at last why he felt his power so severely constrained. It was indeed the artifact of Ancestor Xiao from a millennium ago. This treasure, even within the annals of history, had left a formidable reputation. Consequently, the winged Blood Sovereign's expression shifted, an ominous premonition stirring within him. You wretched brat. I never expected you to have obtained the demon suppression tower. Thus, your fate is sealed. The blood-winged sovereign's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and a blood-colored mist surged forth, emanating an eerie aura. The wheel of heaven and earth turns, sparing none. It is easy to deceive mortals, but challenging to deceive the heavens. The virtuous may be wronged by men, yet the wicked fear not the heavens. Humanity acts under the watchful gaze of the divine, for deities reside just above one's head. Devil's fury. The blood-winged sovereign bellowed, as he unleashed his four arms, his blood-red hair dancing wildly. An overwhelming tide of blood mist billowing forth, revealing his demonic nature, his face twisted in madness. No matter how brutally you thrash, you are ultimately a demon. Haochen coldly regarded the blood-winged sovereign and declared, Today, I shall witness whether your spells are mightier or the demon suppression tower in my grasp. The blood-winged sovereign roared in fury, 1,000 demon hands. His four arms swiftly transformed into 4 colossal handprints, a torrent of blood mist cascading forth. For formidable entities, heavenly demon, earthly demon, human demon, and blood demon, each laden with terrifying power, surged towards Haochen. The 1,000 demon hands were the culmination of the blood demon's years of comprehension of the demonic path. Haochen furrowed his brow. A single technique yielding 4 forms was indeed frightful, amalgamating 4 distinct demonic essences. Had he not acquired the inheritance of Xiaohao, he would have found himself in dire straits. Demon suppression. However, now that Haochen's strength had surged, he could summon an even more powerful method of suppression. Once again invoking the demon suppression tower. Boom. An aura of unparalleled sanctity erupted from within Haochen, a majestic divine power sweeping forth. As the demon suppression tower collided with the 1,000 demon hands in the void. Puff. Despite the blood-winged sovereign unleashing 4 palms in rapid succession, he could not withstand the might of the demon suppression tower. He coughed up 4 mouthfuls of blood, retreating repeatedly. His earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by shock. The blood-winged sovereign never anticipated that Haochen had grasped the essence of the demon suppression tower. Cough. The blood-winged sovereign knelt on one knee, struggling to rise. His body battered and bruised, a gaping wound on his head expanding, blood streaming forth. Haochen's strike had forced both old and new injuries to manifest, leaving him in such a disheveled state. Even after a millennium had passed, the wounds left by the ancient ancestor Xiaohao remained unhealed, leaving behind many hidden ailments. A testament to the ancestor's terrifying prowess. Fury of the winged dragon. The blood-winged sovereign's eyes blazed a furious red, a torrent of blood essence roiling forth. His expression darkening as he coldly uttered his words. As his voice faded, a tremendous aura erupted, the blood essence igniting, and a powerful wave of energy rolled over him. Roar. A colossal phantom gradually materialized, its emergence unleashing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Blood dragon. Haochen exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was the bloodline of the blood dragon. The blood-winged sovereign's face twisted into a grimace, gritting his teeth as his powers surged once more. The blood dragon. A legendary fiend from the depths of hell, known for its bloodlust and penchant for slaughter, was a rare terror of the world, and it had unexpectedly manifested here. Though merely the lineage of the blood dragon, it is nonetheless a source of chilling terror. This is my innate bloodline. To evoke it is a commendable feat in itself. Yet let it be known that this is where it ends. The bloodline of the Winged Blood Emperor has been forced out by Haochen, indicating that the Winged Blood Emperor has been driven to the brink, now revealing its true capabilities. As the blood dragon's essence manifested, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the area. The Winged Blood Emperor's form solidified, achieving the might of a blood emperor. The colossal apparition of the blood dragon, exuding unparalleled authority, surged towards Haochen. Boom. Haochen summoned the demon suppression tower to confront the Winged Blood Emperor. However, under the impact of the blood dragon, Haochen's expression shifted, his body retreating in a series of violent jolts, his visage paling. The forceful collision with the blood dragon sent him careening backwards, crashing to the ground, where he felt a heart-wrenching agony. To his astonishment, even with the demon suppression tower summoned, he was still sent flying by the blood dragon. The prowess of the Winged Blood Emperor is certainly not to be underestimated. Even after a millennium, though the Winged Blood Emperor may not possess the might of yore, the friliest of camels outweighs the mightiest horse. The remnants of the Winged Blood Emperor's strength still posed a formidable challenge to Haochen. Damn little ant. You now recognize my might. Witnessing Haochen rendered utterly defenseless, the Winged Blood Emperor laughed with self-satisfaction. Chapter 771, Slaying the Monster. Now, seizing the moment while the Winged Blood Emperor reveled in its triumph, Haochen suddenly unleashed a fire-based spell, striking the Winged Blood Emperor's form in an instant. In the Ice Fire Dragon space, Haochen had exchanged the Dan-burning cultivation techniques with Mu Huinan. Of course, this was a 2-for-1 trade, as he utilized the Dan Flame and Dan Blaze techniques to acquire Mu Huinan's Dan Burning technique. By obtaining a trace of Dan Burning fire from within Mu Huinan, he merged the Dan Flame, Dan Blaze, and Dan Burning fires into one, restoring the primordial essence of the Doshui fire. Bang! The Winged Blood Emperor's body stiffened, momentarily lost in thought, as the raging Doshui fire breached its form. Not good. The Winged Blood Emperor screamed, its expression betraying shock. The Doshui fire, renowned for its ability to incinerate all in existence, was not to be underestimated, even by the Winged Blood Emperor. The Winged Blood Emperor cried out repeatedly, its once-formed body now gravely damaged, leaving only wings and a head intact. The frenzied crimson mist gradually dissipated, and if it did not employ some means forthwith, it would likely be consumed by the Doshui fire. Break! A strange black force erupted, and the Winged Blood Emperor's aura shifted. The Doshui fire was immediately extinguished. The color of the Winged Blood Emperor's face transformed from crimson to a deep black. Its reformed body now bore a sanguine hue, with black head and legs and crimson wings. The peculiar Winged Blood Emperor's countenance darkened ominously. Is it a mere ant like you that can annihilate my indomitable blood? The unyielding blood, a lineage of the blood demon, is precisely why human cultivators have chosen to seal it rather than extinguish it. Due to the blood demon's indestructible essence, slaying the blood demon causes blood to spill forth, making it nearly impossible to eradicate every drop. The blood demon, endowed with indomitable blood, can resurrect even from a mere droplet of its insignificant essence within the embrace of nature. Thus, rather than attempting to slay the blood demon, it is more prudent to seal it entirely. Deprived of the vital energies of nature, its bodily functions will gradually fade away with the passage of time. As one who bears this invincible blood, I stand as an unparalleled entity. The Winged Blood Emperor displayed a derisive grin, descending with a flourish. The Winged Blood Emperor engaged in a fierce struggle with Haochen on the ground. Haochen could not help but reflect. It is time to activate the formation. In this moment, while battling and retreating, Haochen successfully lured the Winged Blood Emperor into the illusory killing formation. Activate. Suddenly, the formation set by Haochen and the women unfolded. At the foot of Yunhafeng Mountain, the illusory killing formation along with its subsidiary formations emerged, encasing the crimson mist beyond its confines. What is this place? The scenery of heaven and earth transformed abruptly, prompting the Winged Blood Emperor to exclaim in disbelief. Haochen let out a cold chuckle, revealing himself in the space occupied by the Winged Blood Emperor. This is my realm, entirely my own. Here, you shall have no further opportunities. You may meet your demise. Haochen unleashed an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a martial emperor in the late stage of the Great Ascension. With a sudden flourish of his right hand, the Ice Fire Dragon and the Blood Poison Spirit, responding to Haochen's mental command, surged toward the Winged Blood Emperor. Within this realm that Haochen had meticulously crafted, the potency of the techniques unleashed by him and his contracted beasts would be magnified infinitely. The oppressive force emanating from Haochen, combined with the domain of the late Great Ascension, served as an ominous harbinger for the Winged Blood Emperor. The Winged Blood Emperor felt the seeping corruption of the blood poison spirit infiltrating its being, filling its body with excruciating agony. Initially, the Winged Blood Emperor mistook this for mere sensation, but as it realized the blood poison began to erupt from its limbs, the truth of the dire situation became apparent. At this juncture, Haochen was finally able to relax. Despite suppressing his cultivation to engage the Winged Blood Emperor in combat, it was all a prelude to this moment, allowing the Emperor to believe it possessed the strength to vanquish its foe. Haochen meticulously laid his plans, revealing his trump cards. Recognizing the difficulty of annihilating the Winged Blood Emperor, Haochen devised a strategy to engage in battle while gradually closing the distance, desperately seeking an opportunity. He awaited the moment the blood demon lowered its guard, and when he was finally close enough to the Winged Blood Emperor, he decisively activated the illusory killing formation and the Qiankuan furnace. At this point, The winged blood emperor was akin to meat on a chopping block, entirely ensnared in Haochen's scheme. Within the world of the Qian Kuan furnace, Haochen was the absolute sovereign, akin to a deity. Therefore, what once seemed an improbable task of exterminating the winged blood emperor became significantly more attainable. Realizing something was amiss, the winged blood emperor felt the weight of its oversight, destined to bear an everlasting regret. No, it cried out in terror. Yet, how could news escape from the world of the Qian Kuan furnace? As the blood-poisoned spirit consumed the winged blood emperor's consciousness, the moment it withdrew from the emperor's body, the ice fire dragon seized the opportunity to unleash a dual-colored flame of ice and fire. Whoosh! Meanwhile, with a mere wave of his hand, Haochen unleashed the flames of Dao Shui, which surged forth with a fierce intensity, engulfing the body of the winged blood sovereign. In its current state, the winged blood sovereign found even the slightest movement a Herculean task, forced to watch helplessly as the flames consumed it. The blood-poisoned spirit and the ice-fire flood dragon retreated back into the confines of the demon suppression tower. Haochen, having stored away the tower, stood within the Qinkuan furnace, observing the winged blood sovereign being refined to ashes. The brutal and severe conflict had decimated a significant portion of the Cloud Sea sect. The falling Feather Peak was utterly annihilated, while North Horizontal Peak, Emerald Cloud Peak, and West Ridge Peak were also left in ruins. Such devastating losses dealt a staggering blow to the Cloud Sea sect, which would require at least a decade of recuperation to gradually regain its vitality. Although the area within several dozen miles of the sect remained a desolate expanse of craters and fissures, the ominous shadow of battle had dissipated, and the winged blood sovereign had been reduced to mere dust. Fortunately, many elders and deacons suffered minimal losses, and most of the outer disciples, under Haochen's protection, had survived. As long as these embers of hope remained, the vast Cloud Sea sect could endure and navigate through this trying period. Presently, the survivors of the Cloud Sea sect were temporarily residing at Cloud Sea Peak and North Horizontal Peak, as well as Emerald Cloud Peak. At this moment, dawn broke, and the elders were convening in the conference hall. The Grand Elder, Yun Xiao, and the Sect Master, Gu Yulin, occupied the foremost seats in the Grand Hall, presiding over the sect's assembly. The elders and deacons sat solemnly on either side, their expressions and aura imbued with a weighty seriousness. Grand Elder Yun Xiao, with a grave countenance, inquired, "Qi Yu, what is the status of the battlefield cleanup and aftermath?" The head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Qi Yu, rose and respectfully reported, "Esteemed Grand Elder, I have compiled the casualty statistics from this battle." He met the Grand Elder's gaze before continuing in a somber tone, "In this conflict, our sect suffered a total of 521 fatalities. Among them, 210 were outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples. Thanks to Haochen's timely arrival and the establishment of a robust barrier, these individuals were safeguarded, resulting in fewer outer disciple casualties, with over 2,100 surviving. However, the inner disciples, who participated in the battle, faced heavier losses, with 256 perishing, leaving only over 1,000 survivors. Additionally, 34 elite disciples met their demise, along with 19 deacons, and both the 7th and 8th elders have also fallen. As Qi Yu recounted the grim figures, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. After Qi Yu concluded his report, Grand Elder Yun Xiao nodded slightly. The sect had indeed suffered grievous losses, marking one of the most catastrophic disasters in its history. Yet, the survival of the majority of the disciples offered a glimmer of hope. As long as we have life, there is hope. We must rebuild the sect and gradually restore our strength. Chapter 772, Silent Dedication. What is the casualty situation among the demonic sect and several other sects? Grand Elder Yun Xiao inquired further, addressing a matter of concern for all present, who leaned in attentively to listen. Those beasts from the other sects have truly brought ruin upon themselves. A cold smile crept across Qi Yu's face as he spoke with fervent hatred. The members of Huayang's sect, including the sect leader Xiao Faqing, Elder Chu Hai, and dozens of stewards, guards, and disciples, had all perished in battle, with no one spared. The individuals from Huanyua's sect, encompassing the sect leader Luxucian, elders Lu Chongfeng and Zhang Tingfei, met the same grim fate. Xinyu Gate, Huiyuan Gate, and Ziyang's sect suffered near total annihilation from the sect master to the elders, stewards, and disciples. In the aftermath of the conflict, only a handful of survivors remained, and upon discovering their whereabouts, orders were given for their execution. These wretches deserved 1,000 torturous deaths. As for the three factions of the demonic cult, apart from Yin Tianba and a few who managed to escape, the rest perished amidst the chaos. The remnants of the spectral souls were mostly eradicated by Haochen, with the remaining few eliminated by the sect's powerful members. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with hatred. They expressed their support for the actions of Qi Yu, the head of the law enforcement hall, and held Haochen in high esteem. Those who participated in the slaughter of the sect were the true culprits deserving of death. Had it not been for the timely return of our disciple Haochen, who vanquished the Winged Blood Emperor, the northern three domains, and even the Tianyuan continent would have descended into misery. Huanyue sect and Huayang sect are eternal sinners, while Haochen has achieved monumental merit. Following this battle, the elite forces of Huayang sect and Huanyue sect were all but decimated, rendering them virtually extinct. I have heard that internal strife has erupted within Huayang sect, leading to rampant chaos and a mass exodus of disciples. The same holds true for Huanyue sect, where struggles for power have escalated into brutal conflicts. Have the two sect masters of Qinyu Gate and Huiyuan Gate also fallen? After the elders concluded their discussion, Yinshao inquired again. While my subordinates did not locate their bodies, based on the tattered garments and artifacts they once wielded, it is presumed they have perished. Qi Yu affirmed with certainty. No matter, we need not concern ourselves with them for now. Once our sect is rebuilt, should they miraculously survive, I shall personally seek them out and send them to meet the King of Hell. Yinshao contemplated for a moment, then stated ominously, Very well. Now let us all exert ourselves in the arduous task of reconstructing the sect. On the back mountain of Yunhai Peak, in the cultivation chamber of Yunsendong, Haochen was conversing over tea with the ancestral figure of the Yun family, Yunsendong, and Elder Wang Hong. After vanquishing the Winged Blood Emperor, Haochen entrusted the rebel Luo Yun to the Grand Elder Yunshao before making his way to the back mountain. Haochen refrained from eliminating Luo Yun, as their enmity had transcended mere personal grievances. Since departing from Yunhai sect, Haochen had not only left behind numerous precious resources for cultivation, but had also provided Wang Hong with invaluable elixirs and millennium spirit liquids. After consuming the revitalizing purple pill, Wang Hong not only healed the chronic ailments accumulated over the years, but also began to restore his physical form. Under the watchful eye of ancestral master Yunsendong, Wang Hong swiftly regained his cultivation and ascended to the late stage of the transformation god realm, becoming a hidden trump card for Yunhai sect. Haochen had initially intended to return to Yunhai sect and take a group for training in the fourth heaven. However, given the recent tragic events within the sect, he found himself compelled to abandon that thought. When summoning Yun Luo and Su Fei, only the cousin Li Yu and the couple Lu Su were left within the confines of the demon suppression tower. Upon hearing that Hao Chun had established a realm in the fourth heaven, the ancestral figures of the Yun family, Yun Jindong and Grandpa Wang Hong, were filled with immense joy. Hao Chun elaborated to the two elders about the outer starry skies and the circumstances surrounding the demon-locked city in the fourth heaven. It was not that Hao Chun was tempting the elders. He understood that only by venturing forth to higher planes could one attain eternal life. Both elders were filled with longing, particularly Yun Jindong, who had lived for centuries yet found his cultivation stagnating at the spirit division realm. With the mission of guarding the Yun family and suppressing the Winged Blood Emperor now completed, the ancestral figure of the Yun family yearned to explore the world beyond. Shall we see who has come to visit? Let's go outside, Haochen suddenly proposed as the three engaged in conversation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yunhai sect, they were met with several streaks of light rushing towards them. Yi Ling Xiao and the star-smiling ancestor approached in unison. The most troublesome sealed location in the Qianyuan realm was indeed the Winged Blood Emperor within the Yunhai sect. Were it not for the formidable strength of the Winged Blood Emperor, reputed for its immortal bloodline, the ancestral figure of the Yun family would not have been tasked with defending this position. Resolving the issue of the Winged Blood Emperor would eliminate a significant threat to the Qianyuan realm and alleviate the concerns of Yi Ling Xiao and the star-smiling ancestor. Simultaneously, the ancestral figure of the Hao family, Hao Tianbei, along with his inner disciple Yi Qianshan, swiftly made their way to the Yunhai sect. Upon learning that the Yunhai sect was established specifically to suppress the Winged Blood Emperor, a lineage committed to guarding it for millennia, all present felt deep admiration. Various sects from the northern three regions, upon hearing the news, dispatched representatives to participate in the restoration and construction of the Yunhai sect. At this juncture, Yi Qianshan had already become a formidable presence in the late nascent soul stage. Under the joint efforts of Yi Qianshan and Yuan Wenwan, the Feiyu Pavilion had risen to prominence as the preeminent sect in Feather City. With more than a dozen elders at the nascent soul realm and no less than 100 Yuan Dan cultivators scattered across towns in the northern three regions, they focused primarily on commerce while also gathering intelligence. Ancestral figure Hao Tianbei was a prodigy adept in both martial and mystical arts, having restored his cultivation. He had advanced into the martial saint realm, also possessing the capability of spirit division in cultivation. However, the Hao family had a common trait of feigning humility, as Hao Tianbei's outward appearance only suggested he was at the mid-martial honor stage. Upon hearing that a secret realm had been discovered in the ocean, controlled by the forces of the evil sect and poised to create a second Hanyu Ridge, both Yiling Xiao and the star-smiling ancestor were filled with indignation due to the century-old sacrificial events of the evil sect. They felt immense relief upon learning that Haochen had entered the Blue Drop secret realm in the ocean and vanquished the Guanqiu demon emperor. When they discovered that this secret realm could assist in tribulation crossing and the cultivation of martial emperors, Yiling Xiao and the star-smiling ancestor were eager to depart from the Yunhai sect without delay. They hastily returned to the Qian Yuan sect and the martial hall to organize powerful cultivators to enter the secret realm. The ancestral figures of the Yun family, Yun Zhendong and Grandpa Wang Hong, were constrained by the presence of Hao Chun and could not leave. However, Hao Chun was unperturbed and suggested that the two take along several cultivators above the nascent soul stage to broaden their horizons. After the crowd departed, Hao Chun examined the situation at Featherfall Peak, summoning the women and several transformed beast spirits to meticulously investigate the battleground surrounding the Bloodwing Emperor. No one could guarantee whether the Bloodwing Emperor had left any hidden contingencies, as even a single drop of its blood could potentially revive it. In the void, Haochen and Yunluo lingered above Featherfall Peak, scrutinizing every blade of grass and every tree below. For the past 2 days, Yunluo had been inseparable from Haochen. Not wishing to lose her beloved again, Haochen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, contentedly observing the diligent efforts of the women as they examined the remnants of the Bloodwing Emperor's blood. Meanwhile, Yunluo felt a twinge of jealousy towards the women, yet also envied their dedication. During these 2 days, Haochen not only roamed around Featherfall Peak, but also crafted several magical artifacts necessary for setting up formations. He intended to establish an illusionary killing formation and a sealing array at the site of the Bloodwing Emperor's seal. Therefore, he needed to consider the surrounding environment of Featherfall Peak, integrating it into the formation to render it more natural and less susceptible to discovery and destruction. Chapter 773, Silent Dedication, Part 2. According to Haochen's original plan, after setting up the illusionary killing formation and sealing array, he would depart from the Cloudsea sect and return to East Star Town to take his family away from the Qianyuan realm. However, unexpected news arrived before he could reach East Star Town. Yi Yuntian from Moonshadow Valley sent a plea for help to the Cloudsea sect. Following the fall of the Moonshadow sect's leader Lu Shutian and 2 elders, who had perished at the hands of the residual soul specters while attempting to ambush the disciples of the Cloudsea sect, the sect fell into internal strife and disarray. A faction of disciples, incited by Zhang Tengfei's top disciple Wu Chong, left the Moonshadow sect under the influence of 4th Elder Zhu Wan, 6th Elder Feng Yong, and outer sect steward Wu Wei, gradually gathering around Moonshadow Valley. Wu Chong, a genius of the mid-Yuan infant stage, prided himself as a formidable figure among the youth of the northern 3 domains. Achieving such a level at the age of 33 was unparalleled, yet he had forgotten that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. If Yi Qianshan had not conducted himself with humility, Wu Chong would have had no platform to boast. The elevation of his cultivation had also fostered an inflated desire for power and profit. Upon hearing of these events, Haochen temporarily refrained from leaving the Cloudsea sect. He needed to complete the sealing array before departing. Thus, he conferred with sect leader Gu Yulin, dispatching the Firebird Xiaohong and the Snow Eagle to accompany the Cloudsea sect's personnel for reconnaissance, instructing them not to harm anyone. Both humans and beast spirits at a certain level of cultivation should avoid unnecessary bloodshed against the innocent. It was certain that Wu Chong and his group were merely gathering near Moonshadow Valley and had not intruded into it. Accompanied by the Grand Elder Yin Xiao, sect leader Gu Yulin, and Featherfall Peak's master Yuan Yukuan, Haochen, Yi Qianshan, and Hao Tian proceeded to Featherfall Peak to assist Haochen in setting up the sealing array. Witnessing a powerful figure at the Great Ascension stage establishing formations was a rare spectacle. Haochen revisited the site of the Bloodwing Emperor's seal, extracting the highly toxic soil using his divine power. He then established several layers of prohibitive boundaries in the deep pit before refilling it with the toxic earth. Meanwhile, the soil collected by several women from various locations, suspected to contain the blood of the winged blood sovereign, was poured into a deep pit. With a wave of the hand, a simple barrier was established, followed by the casting of a blood poison magic bomb. Boom. After a muffled sound, the cave, where the sealing took place, erupted with underground soil once more, the venomous essence staining the earth a vivid green. Only then did I feel assured enough to set up the killing formation. The winged blood sovereign, once imprisoned here, possessed undying blood. As long as a single drop remained, it would soon regain consciousness. Should it escape, it would inevitably revive within a few years. For safety's sake, another cleansing and timely sealing was the most prudent course of action. This is the principle by which I operate, regardless of the circumstances. One must always proceed with caution and never be negligent. Although Hao Yin offered guidance to Yi Qianshan, the others nodded in agreement. As they circled the sealing site, Hao Yin explained the principles behind the choice of formation points and the core of the array, allowing everyone to observe from above and study from the ground. Behold, the Millennium Sealing Formation. The elemental stones Hao Yin produced were of the highest quality. Hiss. While these exquisite elemental stones were trivial in Hao Yin's hands, those present could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was a grand endeavor. Not only did it annihilate the winged blood sovereign for the Yunhai sect, but it also established a millennium sealing formation without requiring a single elemental stone from the sect. Even if the Yunhai sect were to provide such high-quality stones, there would likely be very few available. As Hao Yin slowed his array formation techniques, everyone was wholly engrossed in observing every detail. Go. At Hao Yin's command, one exquisite elemental stone after another sank into the ground. A wave of energy emanated from the vicinity of the sealing site, flickering momentarily like a fleeting light. If one were not fully attentive to the formation, they would hardly perceive this surge of elemental energy, as dozens of exquisite elemental stones were buried underground. Only one remained in hand. Hao Yin produced a refined magical artifact to serve as the foundation of the array, with the final elemental stone disappearing into the earth. He finally relaxed after completing the task. At that moment, to the eyes of the onlookers, there was no visible change in the surroundings. The only anomaly was that the deep pit at the foot of Lufeng, the sealing site, had vanished entirely. Hao Yin had established a millennium sealing formation here, concealing the existence of this sealing site. He then summoned a massive stone, resembling a mountain, from elsewhere with unparalleled magical prowess to cover it, suppressing the area. Upon this stone, Hao Yin imposed the pressure of the ninefold realm of divine power. This double insurance ensured that even if the winged blood sovereign regained its true form, it would be powerless to break through the pressure. Simultaneously, a circular alert formation was laid around the area, capable of sensing any cultivator approaching the vicinity of the sealing formation. The principle of this formation utilized the energy field fluctuations released by the elemental stones, interacting with the surrounding environment to generate subtle waves. Such formations are typically employed by sects when establishing their grand arrays. After a brief respite, Haochen promptly entrusted the intricate diagram of the millennia-old sealing formation, along with an equivalent quantity of replacement energy stones, to the Grand Elder Yunxiao for safekeeping. Once the energy of the stones was exhausted, they would be replaced according to the markings on the diagram. Henceforth, this place would transform into a forbidden zone. The sealing formation set by Haochen could operate for a millennium without interruption. Upon activation, it unleashed a formidable barrier, encapsulating the essence of heaven and earth, thereby isolating the sealed area within. It emanated an aura reminiscent of a martial emperor and the might of a transcendent being. Recognizing Haochen's exceptional cultivation, those present could not help but be awed. The Grand Elder Yunxiao, along with the others, scrutinized the power radiating from the formation, their hearts seized with astonishment, swallowing hard. Haochen, have you perhaps entered the transcendent stage? Yunxiao stammered in disbelief. During his travels through the outer starry skies and the Qiyuan realm, Haochen had experienced certain fortuitous encounters that led him to inadvertently attain this realm upon returning to the Qianyuan realm, specifically on an island in the southern seas. However, He refrained from disclosing the specifics of his adventures in the blood pool. Fortuitous? Yun Xiao, well aware of Haochen's character, found it hard to believe that it was mere luck. Now witnessing Haochen's ascension to the transcendent stage, the initial ease among the crowd dissipated. Initially, he believed himself to be on par with Haochen, conversing with a sense of freedom and without reservations. Yet, upon realizing Haochen's newfound strength, his perspective shifted dramatically. Grand Elder, Sect Master, esteemed elders. You will always be my seniors in my eyes, regardless of my cultivation level. You may continue to call me Haochen, and I shall forever hold you in the highest regard without the need for formality, Haochen remarked, observing the unease among the crowd with a calm smile. This eased Yun Xiao's tension, as he had long suspected that Haochen had surpassed him. After all, during their confrontation with the Winged Blood Emperor, both Yun Xiao and the Ancestor had found themselves powerless, relying solely on Haochen to vanquish the foe. It is hard to fathom. When I first met you, you had yet to reach the foundation establishment level. Now, in the blink of an eye, you have surpassed me, Yun Xiao exclaimed with deep emotion. Pausing for a moment before continuing, it seems your return from abroad must have a purpose. Setting aside his astonishment, Haochen cheerfully inquired about the reason for his return. To be candid, I have returned to select some talented individuals to send to the fourth heaven for training, Haochen replied, inspired by the evident weakness of their sect. Upon hearing this, the others began to mentally calculate, eager to send their own disciples to the fourth heaven for cultivation. They understood that the Qianyuan realm held only a moderate concentration of essence among the realms of the third heaven, while even the ordinary areas of the fourth heaven boasted a higher concentration than the blessed lands of the third heaven. My cousin Li Yu, my cousin-in-law Lu Su, and I shall journey to the fourth heaven together. If senior sister Yun Luo is willing, she may also accompany us to the demon-locking city of the fourth heaven. Haochen promptly informed the sect master. As for how to select disciples from the sect and family, that was their concern. Now, matters here have reached a temporary conclusion. I shall first return home with my esteemed ancestor to pay a visit, and in a few days, when the ancestor of the Yun family returns, I shall come back. By the way, esteemed elder, please select a suitable location for the construction of a teleportation array. When I return, we shall establish one within the sect. Subsequently, I will travel south to select a corresponding site to construct another teleportation array, facilitating travel between the north and south. The great battle has only recently concluded, and Feng Xiaonan and the others are in seclusion, healing their wounds. After leaving behind a substantial sum of cultivation resources for the sect, Haochen departed with his ancestor Hao Yinbei and his inner disciple Yi Qianshan from the Yunhai sect. With Haochen's cultivation level, he could reach Dongxing town in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, yet he chose not to return home directly. Instead, he took a detour to accompany his ancestor Hao Yinbei and inner disciple Yi Qianshan to the Moonsoul Valley. At Moonsoul Valley, the furious roars of monstrous birds echoed thunderously. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from two monstrous avians, transforming into dazzling hues, carrying a cataclysmic force that swept wildly in all directions. It is known that the battle prowess of the firebird Xiaohong and the snow eagle is exceedingly formidable. Even practitioners of the divine transformation realm, and perhaps even those of the spirit-severing realm, may not stand as equals to these two transformed beasts. At this moment, both Firebird Xiaohong and Snow Eagle had reverted to their true forms as monstrous avians. Moreover, among their companions, the strongest was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The Firebird Xiaohong and Snow Eagle, having accompanied the Yu family to seek aid from Yunhai sect, felt disheartened upon seeing that only two young girls had been sent to assess the situation. Although the sect had just emerged from a fierce protective battle, it seemed beneath them to dispatch merely two girls for such a critical matter. When the Firebird Xiaohong and Snow Eagle arrived at Moonsoul Valley alongside the practitioners sent for assistance, the battle was already raging fiercely. Upon seeing that the reinforcements consisted solely of two young girls, Yu Yuntian felt a chill of despair. The heavens do not favor the Yu family, he lamented in anguish. Hey, uncle, what are you wailing about? Snow Eagle remarked, recognizing Yu Yuntian's skepticism regarding their abilities. Do you look down upon us simply because we are two young girls? Xiaohong retorted indignantly, her gaze fixed upon Yu Yuntian. Feeling belittled was a grave affront. The two young girls suddenly soared into the air, charging towards the disciples of the illusory moon sect. The flames conjured by Xiaohong and the feathered arrows unleashed by Snow Eagle transformed the valley entrance into a scene of blazing fire and icy projectiles raining down like a plague of locusts. Only when the two young girls engaged in combat with the illusory moon sect did Yuntian realize the extent of their terrifying prowess. Gradually, the disciples of the illusory moon sect began to falter. Despite their array formations, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught from Firebird Xiaohong and Snow Eagle. These little pests are rather troublesome. Watch how I dispose of you. Initially believing victory would come easily, the two young girls became exasperated after failing to break through. In a moment of desperation, Snow Eagle transformed into her true form, unleashing a force akin to a mountain, pressuring all in every direction. The earth-shattering roar reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the heavens, as the fierce energy of ice arrows surged forth like a swarm of locusts, crashing with explosive force. This torrent of energy relentlessly struck the defensive formation set by the practitioners of the illusory moon sect. The resounding impact echoed like a terrifying thunderclap, reverberating throughout the cosmos. As the ferocious energy shattered the defensive array with brute force, the terrifying might remained undiminished, as these violent energies sent the practitioners flying in all directions. Cries of anguish erupted as the disciples of the illusory moon sect were sent spiraling through the air. A piercing cry rang out. The furious roar of a demonic bird resounded once more. Noticing the Snow Eagle reveling in the chaos, the Firebird, Xiaohong, instantly transformed into its true fiery form and charged fiercely towards the practitioners of the illusory moon sect. Faced with such terrifying creatures, one white and one red, the practitioners were paralyzed with fear, their courage dissipating as they attempted to flee, including Wu Chang, who wished to escape immediately. Whoever dares to flee shall perish. A deep voice suddenly resonated, heavy as a mountain, spreading through the air. Xiao Chui and Xiao Qiao executed their teleportation technique, appearing before Wu Chang and the others in the blink of an eye. Since these individuals had disregarded their agreement, there was no need for them to show any courtesy. Capture the leader first. Just as Wu Chang and his companions sought to escape, two figures appeared abruptly, followed by another two, surrounding them completely. Kill. Xiao Chui's icy command fell, and with it, a flash of cold light, like a bolt of chilling lightning, darted past Wu Chang's throat. He had no time to defend himself before being swiftly slain. A young genius of the northern domain had fallen. In that instant, a dark claw descended upon the chest of the fourth elder, Zhu Wen, from the illusory moon sect. The heavy sound of impact, accompanied by the crack of shattering bones, echoed as Zhu Wen was sent flying by Xiao Qiao's claw, lifeless in the air. The remaining sixth elder, Feng Yong, and the outer sect steward, Wu Wei, were not spared either, swiftly dispatched by the Firebird Xiaohong and the Snow Eagle. As the remaining practitioners witnessed their sect's powerful members fall, they scattered in panic. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Moon Soul Valley, a ferocious torrent of energy, radiant with golden light, surged forward like a colossal, moving mountain, shaking the ground as it advanced. It was Xiao Chui's winged tiger, positioned at the valley's entrance. Roaring, the winged tiger stood guard at the gate. Towering 3 zhang in height, its imposing presence fixed upon the fleeing practitioners. With its massive jaws agape, it unleashed a blast of icy energy towards the warriors. Those at the forefront were sent flying by the ferocious strike of the winged tiger. Waves of silver energy, glistening with frigid light, surged forth, blocking the escape of the practitioners with tendrils of misty fog. Xiao Chui's voice rang out once more, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. Anyone who dares to flee shall be mercilessly slaughtered. Upon hearing the frigid voice and witnessing the swirling mists along with the feathered winged tiger, the practitioners of the illusory moon sect finally comprehended that escape was futile. Their only recourse was to surrender. Instantly, they ceased their flight, rooted to the spot. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon the 4 little sorceresses. Haochen, along with the venerable ancestor Haochen Bei and his brother Yi Qianshan, concealed themselves within the shrouded mists, remaining unseen. Chapter 775. I have returned. Haochen chose not to visit the Yu family. After safely stowing away the 4 little sorceresses, he quietly departed from Moon Spirit Valley. Upon returning to Dongxing Town, back to the long-missed abode, Haochen could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed into his courtyard, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I am back." In his room, Hao Yunlong, pacing restlessly, initially thought he was imagining things. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seems I have heard my grandson's voice. Could it be another figment of my imagination? Grandfather! Grandfather! Haochen has returned. The delighted voice of Yuan soon followed. Hao Yunlong's heart raced with joy, and he swiftly exited his room, his eyes immediately landing on the approaching Haochen. Grandfather! I have returned. Haochen joyfully called out to his grandfather. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Yunlong rushed forward, enveloping Haochen in a warm embrace, scolding him playfully. You rascal! Are you intent on breaking your grandfather's heart? Hao Yunlong, though a practitioner, was also a loving grandfather, endlessly concerned over his grandson's well-being. Haochen gently patted his grandfather's back, choking back emotion as he apologized. Grandfather, I am truly sorry. I swear I will no longer cause you worry. Standing nearby, Hao Qianbei, Yi Qianshan, Yuan, Yi Mei, and Wang Shui were all moved by the touching scene between the grandfather and grandson, and their eyes glistened with tears. After a moment, Haochen gently nudged Hao Yunlong, reminding him, Grandfather, we have guests. We mustn't provide them with fodder for laughter. Who dares to laugh? Embracing my grandson is a matter of utmost propriety. Hao Yunlong replied with a bold spirit. Nevertheless, he reluctantly released Haochen, regaining his composure. He continued to scrutinize Haochen from head to toe, as if fearing there might be some injury upon him. Grandfather, don't worry. I am perfectly fine. Haochen reassured him. He then introduced, Grandfather, do you recognize this gentleman? Hao Qianbei stepped forward, exclaiming jovially. Ah, seeing my grandson has made you forget about your father. Ancestor, who is this uncle? Inquired Yi Mei's son, Tian'er, tugging at Hao Qianbei's sleeve. Ask your mother. She knows who this uncle is. Hao Qianbei glanced at Haochen, leaving the question for Yi Mei to address. Mother, do you know who this uncle is? Yuan's daughter, Hao Yu, turned to her mother with curiosity. Well, dear, can you guess who this uncle might be? Yuan replied with a playful sigh, casting a glance at Haochen. Is it father? Hao Yu questioned, looking from Yuan to Haochen with uncertainty. Is this uncle father? Tian'er ran to Yi Mei, seeking clarification. It is indeed father. Yi Mei replied, her voice thick with emotion. Father. Two children, a pair of siblings, rushed towards Haochen with open arms. Yi Mei, Yuan, and Wang Shui were weeping in choked sobs. Hao Qianbei and Hao Yunlong's eyes brimmed with tears, while Yi Qianshan's moist gaze beheld the poignant scene of family reunion. Hao Yin took a few swift steps, embracing his children, overwhelmed with tears. A man seldom weeps. Yet when deep emotions stir, they flow freely. Countless dreams had conjured the vision of family as he gazed through time and space. He had ventured far to escape calamity, honing his resolve for vengeance in foreign lands. This departure had spanned 3 long years before his return. At this moment, Hao Yin's thoughts were tumultuous as he tenderly held his children. Mom, help! Tian'er and Yuer exclaimed in unison from Hao Yin's embrace. The sudden outcry jolted him from his reverie, and in his emotional fervor, he grasped them too tightly. Forgive me, I held you too fervently. Hao Yin quickly relaxed his grip. Nevertheless, Tian'er and Yuer showed no desire to leave their father's embrace. Let us go to the living room, Hao Yunlong suggested. Settling in his home in Dongxing town, Hao Yin summoned Hao Ying, Hao Shan'er, and Lu Shuang'er. Hao Shan'er was the epitome of a young lady, belonging to the Hao Qianbei lineage. Shuang'er was the designated daughter-in-law, while Hao Ying had been sanctioned by Hao Qianbei as a suitable match. The 4 women, Yuan, Yi Mei, Shuang'er, and Hao Ying, were indeed Hao Yin's true companions, while Wang Shui remained despondent and lonely. Under the encouragement of the 4 women, Hao Yin seized the opportunity to resolve Wang Shui's unspoken concerns. In just over a month, Hao Yin toiled tirelessly, day and night. During this time, the cultivation of Hao Qianbei, Hao Yunlong, and Yi Qianshan advanced remarkably. Yi Qianshan was but a single opportunity away from reaching the transformation stage. Hao Yin instructed him to return to Yuqing to manage matters at Feiyu Pavilion, and to contemplate the path of heavenly transformation through travel. Feng Mei and Yi Qianshan had united, and the mother-daughter duo resided in Yuqing. The Yi family's enterprises had relocated to Yuqing for development, fostering a mutually beneficial partnership with the Hao family. With Hao Qianbei and Yi Qianshan's support, no one dared to provoke the Hao or Yi families, not even the royal family, which afforded them a measure of respect. Hao Qianbei was one of the few martial saints of the illusory Moon dynasty, and Yi Qianshan was a verifiable mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, instilling fear in all. Haochen entrusted Yi Qianshan with most of his possessions from Qiuhai, while also elucidating certain matters regarding the Tian Nen Assassin Hall. He cautioned Yi Qianshan to refrain from using the hall's treasures unless absolutely necessary. Under Haochen's guidance, Yi Qianshan refined 4 puppets of the nascent soul realm, separating a strand of his soul to control 1 puppet of the transformation stage. Simultaneously, Haochen provided him with a flying shuttle, appropriately equipped with the Lian treasure. In the cave of the back mountain, the 4 women observed the entire process, from refining puppets to mastering the humanoid puppet and debugging the flying vessel. After Yi Qianshan's departure, Haochen and Yuan journeyed to Yuehun Valley to pay a visit to Yu Yuntian. They equipped Yu Yuntian with treasures akin to those given to Yi Qianshan, ensuring parity in their provisions. The younger siblings of Yuan, still naive and inexperienced, prompted Haochen to arm Yu Yuntian to the teeth. This time, Haochen meticulously established a grand protective formation for the Yuehun Valley, capable of withstanding assaults from a martial emperor's might. 3 days later, he received a transmission from the ancestral patriarch of the Yun family, and Yuan accompanied Haochen back to the Yunhai sect. Knight Ling Xiao and the star-smiling patriarch each led 1,000 formidable warriors to cleanse the blue false secret realm, delivering a devastating blow to the forces of the demonic sect. They swept through the strongholds of the demonic sect in the sea region, rendering it utterly incapacitated. Simultaneously, the overseer Knight Ling Xiao's fury ignited upon discovering the demonic sect's breach of the seal, leading to a thorough purge of Qianyi City. Yun Zhendong and Wang Hong, accompanied by the powerful members of the Yunhai sect, actively participated in the eradication of the demonic sect's adherents. This time, Yun Zhendong and Wang Hong reaped substantial rewards, a deliberate gesture of compensation from Knight Ling Xiao and the star-smiling patriarch towards the Yunhai sect. Especially for Wang Hong, he even gained a granddaughter, whom he brought to the Yunhai sect. Chapter 776. The North-South Passage. When Haochen and Yuan arrived at Yunhai Peak of the Yunhai sect, at the cultivation cave of the ancestral patriarch Yun Zhendong, they were greeted by the 7th elder of the Qianji Pavilion, Fang Hai Rou, who stood in the clearing before the cave, beaming with joy. Wang Hong and Yun Zhendong merely leaned against the cave, observing the scene. "Is it you? What brings you to the Yunhai sect?" Haochen inquired in surprise upon seeing Fang Hai Rou. "I came here with Grandpa to find you," Fang Hai Rou mischievously replied. "Grandpa?" Haochen questioned, puzzled. "Hee, I have recognized Wang Hong as my grandpa. Is that not acceptable?" Fang Hai Rou candidly stated. Congratulations. Haochen internally mused. "If you call Wang Hong grandpa, then I must address you as Annie." Fang Hai Rou, upon realizing Haochen was indeed a disciple of the Yunhai sect, did not rush into his embrace, instead gazing at him with heartfelt affection, with Yuan by his side. After discovering that Fang Hai Rou was an undercover agent of the Qianji Pavilion, Haochen did not kill her nor surrender her to the pavilion, thereby granting her a chance for redemption. This comprehensive cleansing of the demonic sect within the Tianwu continent, Tianyuan continent, and the sea region was conducted under the direct supervision of the ruler of the Qianyuan realm. During the eradication of the blue false secret realm, Fang Hai Rou was identified as an undercover agent of the demonic sect. Unintentionally, she revealed that Haochen had forgiven her and that she no longer had ties to the demonic sect. Fortunately, it was Wang Hong who captured Fang Hai Rou, and through inquiry, he uncovered the specifics. Thus, Wang Hong brought her to meet Haochen at the Yunhai sect. After the 3 of them exchanged pleasantries and shared cultivation experiences, they proceeded to the conference hall of the Yunhai sect. Meanwhile, Yuan and Fang Hai Rou, in front of Yun Zhendong's cave, became inseparable sisters, sharing everything with one another. However, Fang Hai Rou refrained from mentioning the numerous beauties in Haochen's harem to Yuan and instead recounted her experiences of meeting Haochen in the Grand Assembly Hall. After meeting with the senior members of the Yunhai sect, including Yun Zhendong, Yun Xiao, Gu Yulin, and Yuan Yukuan, Haochen, at the behest of Sect Master Gu Yulin, discreetly performed the limb regeneration technique for Su Fei and several elder-level individuals. Following the fierce battle, the number of those with severed limbs was overwhelming. Thus, Haochen, unable to attend to each individual, left behind regeneration pills, enabling the members of the Yunhai sect to perform the limb regeneration technique themselves. Subsequently, accompanied by numerous high-ranking officials of the Yunhai sect, Haochen proceeded to the designated square where the teleportation array was to be arranged. He retrieved a pre-engraved teleportation array disc and began constructing the array in a corner of the square. After adjusting the array disk, Haochen activated the teleportation array, conducting a transmission test, and in the blink of an eye, he was transported into the Qingyun cave dwelling. Without delay, he communicated with star-smiling ancestor, his master Lung Yushuang, and the sect master of Qianyuan sect, Songhua. Upon their meeting, Sect Master Songhua arranged for the array masters of Qianyuan sect to assist Haochen in constructing the teleportation array. Under Sect Master Songhua's guidance, the teleportation array was set in a desolate region of an ancient teleportation site. In this abandoned ancient teleportation site, Haochen cleared a level area, took out a pre-polished array disk, and began inscribing the teleportation array's formation. Star-smiling ancestor, Master Lung Yushuang, and Sect Master Songhua, along with a dozen array masters, observed the entire process of Haochen inscribing the array disk. When Haochen commenced the polishing and embedding of the teleportation array disk into the concave surface, the others unleashed their magical powers to clear a vast square, measuring 100 zhang in width. This place would undoubtedly become a passage for north-south travel and a transit station between the Tianyuan continent and the Tianwu continent across the strait. Several hours later, the teleportation array between the northern Yunhai sect and the southern Qianyuan sect was finely tuned. In the presence of star-smiling ancestor, Master Lung Yushuang, Sect Master Gu Yulin, and a dozen array masters, Haochen utilized his spatial attributes and boundless magical powers to construct a north-south spatial passage. After filling it with essence stones, Haochen took the initiative to conduct a preliminary teleportation test, returning to the Yunhai sect. Following the successful transmission, at Sect Master Songhua's suggestion, Haochen was tasked with training personnel to operate the teleportation array, while the Yunhai sect selected a portion of disciples with innate talent for formations to travel through the array to Qianyuan sect. Haochen commenced a short-term training program concerning the teleportation array techniques for the array masters from both Yunhai and Qianyuan sects, not seeking to enable them to construct arrays, but rather to use and maintain them. Simultaneously, Haochen summoned the women from the spatial jade pendant for joint training. It must be noted that Haochen's theoretical approach was unique and well-founded. Only the path that suits oneself is truly the most fitting. For figures like Star-Smiling Ancestor and others, the opportunity to listen to Haochen's teachings was indeed rare. Haochen was undoubtedly a practitioner of both law and martial arts, possessing the strength of an emperor of martial arts and the cultivation of a great ascension expert. Although he spoke solely on the theory of the teleportation array concerning maintenance and usage, he also imparted the principles of constructing the array and the methods of establishing spatial passages. This effectively provided the array masters with a direction for their research. Haochen did not merely recite from texts, but shared his practical experiences with these individuals, taking this opportunity to exhibit his magical prowess. He publicly inscribed a pair of teleportation array discs to elucidate the principles of teleportation. He demonstrated the transition from short-range to long-range teleportation, culminating in the construction of a spatial passage. One disc was left at the site of the teleportation array, and upon his journey to the Tianwu continent, the other disc would be erected to establish a connection between the two continents. During the remaining time, Haochen sat quietly, listening to the discussions among the group. Gradually, he grew familiar with these individuals, and whenever they encountered perplexing issues, they turned to him for guidance. As a pinnacle expert of the Qianyuan realm, his teachings were invaluable, earning him the respect of the esteemed Xingxiao ancestor. Xingxiao, Lung Yushuang, and Songhua all reaped significant benefits from this interaction. In recent days, although the four little devils were often seen playing together, Xiao Cui appeared despondent, frequently retreating to a corner with Qing'er to whisper to one another. Through the telepathic communication from Xiaohong, Haochen learned that Xiao Cui was homesick. Indeed, Haochen had returned to his birthplace, surrounded by his wife and children, reveling in familial joy. Xiao Cui had ventured out from the southern region for what she considered a brief excursion, yet it had extended into 3 years, which she nostalgically referred to as 3 years, while the subsequent 5 years became 5 seasons. Time had indeed flown, and she longed for home. "Do you miss home, Xiao Cui?" Haochen inquired with genuine concern. Yes. I miss my mother," she replied, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Cui's yearning for home was a matter of great significance. From the time Haochen was still inexperienced, Xiao Cui had been his steadfast companion, enduring countless trials together, and now, as Haochen achieved success, she remained in search of her mother. Witnessing her sorrow caused Haotian's heart to ache. It was a negligence on his part, with Qing'er guiding the way. They should have visited the southern region's small world long ago. There was no time to lose. He must return to the south to find Xiao Cui's mother. Departing from the Qianyuan sect, Haotian made his way back to the northern region's Yunhai sect. He temporarily brought along Yun Luo, Xiao Yu, Liu, Lu Su, Lin Xiao, and Lu Wan into the demon suppression tower. Upon entering, they were met with astonishment and admiration. In the Dongxing town, aside from Feng Hua and the servants, the rest of the house were transported into the Jade Pendant space. Haotian directly relocated his family to a living area 100 miles away from the Lingcue Tower. His ancestors, Haotian Bei and grandfather, Haoyun Long, gazed in disbelief at the resplendent surroundings within the Jade Pendant space. Before embarking on his journey, Haotian made a visit to the Moon Soul Valley, bringing the little girl Yu Yao and the handsome youth Yu Feixing into the Haotian family's living area. Haotian's quest to find Xiao Cui's mother had indeed stirred up quite a commotion. Chapter 777. The Southern Region Small World. In addition to the Tianyuan continent and the Tianwu continent, there exists a Southern Small World and a Northern Small World. The Southern Small World and the Northern Small World are akin to the ancient Battle Alliance Small World, both being independent spaces established by formidable beings. Though they do not belong to the Qianyuan realm, the entrance to the Southern Small World is located in the southern part of the Tianyuan continent, while the entrance to the Northern Small World lies in the northern part of the Tianwu continent. It has become customary for people to refer to these two small worlds as the Southern Region and the Northern Region. The supreme forces governing the Southern Domain's miniature world are not the human race, but rather the formidable Qingtiao and Elf clans. Even colossal entities such as the Martial Hall and Qianyuan sect, along with the master of the Qianyuan realm, Yi Lingxiao, must temper their brilliance within this domain, as it is the territory of the Qingtiao and Elf races. The Qingtiao and Elf clans stand as two of the most significant races in the Southern Domain's small world. Although they may not possess the overwhelming power of the Qianyuan sect or Martial Hall, they are nonetheless among the top-tier forces. Most families in the Southern Domain are subservient to the Qingtiao, though the human race does have its presence among these factions. At this moment, Haochen has traversed through the spatial gateway and arrived in the Southern Domain's miniature world. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a formidable pressure of restraint, the manifestation of the Qingtiao's might. In this realm, flight is forbidden, yet birds are free to soar. Humans are only able to fly by harnessing their true energy. However, the true energy within a human's body is limited, and they will refrain from utilizing it for flight unless absolutely necessary. According to Qing'er, humans in the Southern Domain's miniature world are akin to wild chickens, with their flight being merely a brief ascent and descent, leaving them breathless. Haochen's destination is the Qingwan Palace on the Spirit Mountain, where his companion Xiao Cui resides. Upon arriving in the Southern Domain's miniature world, Haochen suppresses his cultivation to the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Although they have entered this new world, Qing'er and Xiao Cui show no interest in accompanying Haochen on foot. Covered in dust and sweat, it is only fitting that Haochen bears the burden of laborious tasks. While Xiao Cui enjoys playful moments with the four little demonesses, and Qing'er engages in lively conversations with the other girls. With a map in one hand, Haochen murmurs softly, studying the rough sketch of the world that Qing'er has drawn for him. The Southern Domain's miniature world is vast, stretching for thousands of miles, with Qingwan Mountain at its heart. The journey ahead is long, and traversing by foot is clearly insufficient. However, as a newcomer to this unfamiliar territory, Haochen prefers to maintain a low profile. He refrains from using interstellar spacecraft or shuttles, opting instead for the Windwing spell. To evade prying eyes, he navigates through the desolate mountains and wilderness of the Southern Domain's miniature world. Suddenly, a four-winged bird of the first transformation stage, gliding effortlessly through the air, spots an unusual prey, a human moving at great speed. As the four-winged bird approaches within 100 yards of the human, it is met with a whirling crossbow bolt. Boom! While the four-winged bird is still pondering the nature of this projectile, a resounding explosion occurs, obliterating the bird into fine powder that scatters with the wind. Having casually dispatched a four-winged bird, equivalent to a human at the transformation god stage, it was merely unfortunate for the bird to encounter Haochen. With the bloodthirsty divine crossbow in hand, Haochen continues his swift flight without a moment's pause, his body unyielding and his speed unrelenting. The wind attribute energy within him whirls at an accelerated pace, reaching the limits his body can endure. The route he chose does not venture deep into the forest, but rather schemes the lower altitudes along the forest's edge. Suddenly, a sight emerges ahead, a throng of over 1,000 four-winged birds. The four-winged birds, despite their inferiority, possess the strength equivalent to that of an 8th-level demon beast. Demon beasts are categorized from level 1 to 10, with 8th-level demon beasts bearing similarities to the early stages of a human's nascent soul. Those exceeding the 10th level are classified as shapeshifters, which range from 1st to 5th tier. A 1st-tier shapeshifter corresponds to the power of a human in the transformation stage, while a 5th-tier shapeshifter is on par with an emperor of martial arts, possessing immense prowess. At this moment, thousands of 8th-level or higher four-winged birds were soaring towards Haochen. Upon noticing these creatures, Haochen suddenly realized that he had just slain their leader. However, he feigned ignorance of their presence and continued his flight unabated. Leading the charge were several dozen 9th-level four-winged birds, which initiated an attack on Haochen, unleashing a barrage of fiery feathers upon him. Haochen allowed these dazzling assaults, reminiscent of fireworks, to strike him without any intention of halting his advance. In mere moments, the two forces clashed amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. A vast gap resembling a human-shaped chasm emerged within the flock of four-winged birds, with feathers, blood, and a multitude of swiftly plummeting bird corpses raining down from above. With a resounding boom, Haochen propelled himself through the midst of the bird swarm like a sharpened arrow, his body serving as the mightiest weapon. The four-winged birds, witnessing the fearsome figure of the swiftly retreating human, felt an overwhelming dread. Their once mighty avian legion had utterly lost its potency. Following the topographical map drawn by Qinger, Haochen continued his trajectory towards Qingwan Mountain. To evade encounters with aerial demon beasts, he opted to traverse the merchant routes by day and take to the skies by night. Day after day, week after week, he journeyed, engaging in battles and skirmishes as he went, utilizing the opportunity to fly within the southern domain's small world. Haochen tested the limits of his wind wings. After flying for 3 days and nights, he finally exhausted the true energy within him. With 3 nascent soul dantians, 1 thunder sea dantian, and 1 star body dantian, only Haochen could achieve such a remarkable feat. Should other formidable beings learn that Haochen could sustain uninterrupted flight for 3 consecutive days and nights, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Even amongst emperor-level warriors, the distance one could fly is limited. Others would pause to recuperate their expended true energy after covering a certain distance. Not to mention the emperor-level warriors. Even 5th-tier shapeshifting avians are incapable of continuous flight. Haochen's performance shattered the conventional understanding of limitations. Over the course of 3 months, Yunluo, Xiaoya, Liu, Luxian, and Lu Wan accompanied Haochen, exploring the sights of foreign lands. Gradually, only Liu, Luxian, and Lu Wan remained with him, but eventually, they too could not endure and returned to the Demon Suppression Tower's space for cultivation. Alas, the destination was finally within reach. Let us first rest within the city before continuing our journey. Haochen sighed deeply and made his way towards Bailwan City. At the foot of Ling Mountain stands the Qingwan Palace, with the 4 cities, Dongluan, Nanluan, Shilwan, and Bailwan, established around it. Bailwan City boasts towering walls reaching 7 zhang in height, encircled by a moat 10 zhang wide. At this moment, Haochen arrived at the northern gate of Bailwan City. Chapter 778. The city of Bailwan. Here lies the northern gate of Bailwan City. Dozens of armored city guards stand in formation on either side of the entrance, wielding long spears and swords that glimmer with a cold light. A toll station is established at the city gate. Those without identification must pay a silver coin to register and receive an identity card. This card contains a map of the city's districts and records the information of the bearer, while also leaving a trace at the registration desk. Gold coins serve as the universal currency within the southern domain, with an exchange rate of 10 silver coins for 1 gold coin, and 1 silver coin equating to 10 copper coins. At that moment, Haochen found himself without any silver coins, nor even gold coins, and thus sought assistance from those within the Demon Suppression Tower. Ultimately, he managed to exchange a gold coin from his sister-in-law, Yuyang, who was amusing herself with the coin while playing a guessing game. Haochen had procured this gold coin through his storage bracelet, yet Yuyang was reluctant to part with it. With the gold coin in hand, he felt emboldened and joined the throng entering the city. casually tossing a gold coin into the toll box before completing his registration and stepping into the city. Wait a moment, from where do you come? What is your purpose in Bailwan City? Several soldiers blocked Haotian's path, and a commander stepped forward behind them. A decree had been issued from the city lord's residence over a fortnight ago, declaring a state of alert for the entire city during the Nirvana festival, ensuring that no disturbances would be tolerated. The commander in charge of the city gates had found this year's regulations peculiar, as traditionally. This time marked the height of merriment in Bailwan City. Countless cultivators and merchants from various regions would flock here to experience the splendor of the Nirvana festival. Naturally, there were those seeking to profit from the occasion, for only Bailwan City within the region surrounding Qinghuan Mountain celebrated this festival. Given the festive atmosphere, even occasional troublemakers were often forgiven in light of the celebrations. This year, however, the customary practices had been altered, and it was later revealed that the third princess of Qinghuan Palace was to be engaged to the young lord of Donghuan City. At this moment, a group of envoys from Bailwan City, bound for Donghuan City to partake in the engagement festivities of the third princess, Qingxian, were gathering at a villa of the city lord. These individuals accompanied the city lord on the journey to Donghuan City for the celebration. Upon hearing the news of the princess's engagement, the commander at the northern gate felt a pang of bitterness. He had caught a distant glimpse of the third princess Qingxuan's exquisite visage, and that fleeting image had left an indelible mark upon his memory, lingering long after. Not only he, but even the young lord of Bailwan City, Beigong Feiyu, harbored feelings of discontent. The third princess Qingxian of Qinghuan Palace, along with the young lords of Donghuan City, Nanhuan City, and Shilhuan City, were not only childhood companions but also siblings in the arts, sharing their lineage as descendants of the venerable Qinghuan. With the surname bestowed by the Qinghuan ancestor, they all belonged to the same bloodline. By the time of the third princess Qingxian, she was also a distant cousin to the young lords of the four cities. Today is an exceedingly significant day, for the lord of the city, Beigong Xuanyu, is set to embark on his journey to Donghuan City. In a precautionary measure, he has confined Beigong Feiyu within the confines of his estate to prevent any potential disturbances during the engagement ceremony of the third princess, Qingxian. Consequently, the entire city of Bailuanqing is under strict vigilance, and the lord's residence is on high alert. Besides the lord's entourage, it is rumored that an envoy from the Elven clan is also en route to Donghuan City. Before dawn, the atmosphere in Bailuanqing is tense yet paradoxically relaxed. As a young man, disheveled in appearance, boldly presents a gold coin as an entry fee. Under normal circumstances, the commanding officer would permit such an individual entry without hesitation. But today is different. Haochen cast a scrutinizing glance at the officer, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the North Gate captain nearly breathless. He felt an unsettling conviction that any further obstruction could lead to dire consequences. This sensation was so intense that it momentarily robbed him of his ability to speak. Haochen continued his stride into the city, despite his tattered garments, exuding an air of dignity and distinction. The gate commander, left in a stupor, wondered about the source of such formidable pressure. The city is densely populated, home to practitioners from various races, including demons, elves, and humans, making the southern domain a place of enchanting diversity. As Haochen navigated through the bustling streets, he observed that this ordinary thoroughfare bore striking resemblance to that of Tianyuan continent. Every face reflected a semblance of busyness. The main roads were lively with activity. Thus, he decided to take refuge in the Nanyuan Inn, where lodging and dining are seamlessly integrated. Upon arriving in the hometown of Xiaocui and Qing'er, Haochen summoned the two. Qing'er adeptly handled the arrangements for their room and the procurement of food and drink, while Xiaocui, feeling nostalgic, wandered about the bustling inn's hall. Meanwhile, Haochen extended his consciousness in search of the peculiar wonders of the southern domain, his gaze never straying far from Xiaocui. Suddenly, the lively Xiaocui paused outside a private room. Haochen's awareness quietly penetrated the chamber, where the presence of three individuals piqued his interest. He discerned they were practitioners of demonic cultivation. Inside the room, the trio was engaged in hushed conversation. Ma Jinxing, what are you so busy with? Take your time. There are still exquisite dishes to be served. A disgruntled middle-aged man with a scruffy beard admonished the man clad in blue. Haha, the young master instructed me to relay a message to you both. Be at Donghuan City's outskirts by tomorrow at dawn to capture a bird in the misty forest. There must be no mistakes. I must hurry to convey messages elsewhere. Ma Jianxing replied nonchalantly. Capture a bird? Aren't there birds in Feiyu Forest outside by Luanxing? Inquired a short, stout man dressed in black, puzzled. No. The birds there are not beautiful. We are going to catch a splendid one, Ma Jianxing whispered conspiratorially. The three swiftly finished their meal and departed the private room, each going their separate ways. Seizing the moment, Haochen dispatched several yuan-devouring demonic flies to trail the trio clad in black, confident that their escape would be thwarted. How intriguing. What beautiful birds can be found in the misty jungle? Haochen inquired with great interest, turning to Qing'er. He then recounted the conversation he had overheard among the three cloaked figures. But there are no birds in the misty jungle. It is a paradise for demonic beasts. Qing'er pondered with a sense of confusion. She was well acquainted with the geography surrounding Qingwan Mountain, where the vast misty jungle lay, teeming with ferocious creatures and marked by its complex terrain. The only passage to the Spirit Mountain's Qingwan Palace from Dongwan City was a narrow plank road. And despite its name suggesting a misty environment, it was typically shrouded in fog only during the early mornings and evenings. However, during the nights of the new moon, the mist lingered throughout the day. In my view, the misty jungle is quite similar to the Qiyuan realm. Just as by Luanxing leads to the Spirit Mountain's Qingwan Palace through 1,000 miles of forested sea, which is also a habitat for birds, known as Faiyuan. Meanwhile, Shilwan City, on its way to the Spirit Mountain's Qingwan Palace, traverses through a desolate expanse of wasteland and marshes. The journey from Nanluan City to the Spirit Mountain's Qingwan Palace leads through 1,000 miles of rainforest. Faiyuan is truly a paradise for birds. Why venture into the misty jungle to catch them? Qing'er detailed the geographical conditions of the four cities under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Mountain's Qingwan Palace before posing her question. At that moment, Xiao Zui returned to Haochen and Qing'er's side. Brother, I overheard the three cloaked men talking about going to the misty jungle outside Dongwan City to catch beautiful birds. Shall we also go there to see if we can catch a few to keep in our space? Xiao Zui, animated by the mention of beautiful birds, eagerly implored Haochen to visit Dongwan City. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Once we have satisfied our hunger, we will follow those three individuals to the misty jungle outside Dongwan City to catch birds. Haochen readily agreed. He then instructed Qing'er to arrange for the same dishes to be prepared and to set a few tables for those in the Jade Pendant space and the Demon Suppressing Tower. Simultaneously, he summoned several little female demons to accompany Xiao Zui for a delightful feast. Chapter 779. The Five Little Lolas, Part 1. Haochen was aware that the abyssal devouring fly was monitoring the bearded man and his companions, ensuring they would not escape his sight. Upon entering the southern region's small world and arriving at Luanxing, he noted that the living essentials and cultivation resources here were markedly different from those in the Tianyuan continent. Some items that were considered quite cheap in this realm held great value in Tianyuan. Haochen's spiritual sense scanned Luanxing, and he discerned that aside from a few concealed powerful beings at the martial saint level, no higher-level experts existed. Thus, he summoned Yuan, Yimei, Wang Shui, and Yu Yao, introducing them to the four little demonesses and Qing'er. At the same time, he arranged for Shan'er and Shuang'er to accompany everyone on a leisurely stroll through the exotic Luanxing. Shopping without gold coins is impractical. Hence, Haochen instructed Qing'er to exchange for a significant amount of gold coins at the Yuan Stone Exchange, distributing them into storage bags for everyone to use. When the members of the Cloud Sea sect received their storage bags, they were touched to discover they contained many Yuan stones as well. Shopping is a delightful pastime for most women, a pursuit they never tire of. For women, the joy lies in the act of shopping, with an emphasis on the experience itself. Haochen accompanied the ladies as they explored the marketplace, occasionally purchasing items, while the spacious and comfortable shops, the dazzling array of small markets, and the eclectic wares at the street stalls all provided a feast for the senses. To merely gaze upon items is an indulgence in itself. One may encounter numerous unexpected delights. Perhaps one might stumble upon a humble yet charming tool tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, its novelty and utility capable of igniting a profound joy. It is also possible to unexpectedly discover a long-coveted item, previously deemed too costly, now within reach, truly a rewarding venture. Additionally, encountering newly stocked snacks and daring to be the first to sample them is a delightful experience in its own right. At this moment, Yu Yao and the four little witches have forged a close friendship, wandering away from the crowd in their own little world. Haochen, however, remains unconcerned for their safety, knowing that with Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, Shui Ying, and Xiao Qiu, for transformed little Lolas, by Yu Yao's side, they are well protected. Meanwhile, the boys, Liu Luan, and Lin Xiao, stay close to Haochen. For the safety of the remaining girls, Haochen summons the Ice Fire Dragon to provide protection. Upon entering a store dedicated to household goods, one steps into a realm designed for women, filled with fabric, clothing, shoes, hats, and cosmetics that enchant the female heart. Faced with a kaleidoscope of products, women can instantly identify their desires, visualizing the finished styles and effects in their minds and meticulously selecting their favorites. Women possess an innate talent for recognizing quality materials, ensuring that exquisite fabrics do not go unnoticed. Haochen encourages Yi Mei and her companions to indulge in shopping, allowing them to satisfy their material cravings while also remembering to procure essentials for the older generation. For Tian Er and Hao Yu, they spare no expense in acquiring everything from clothing to toys. Their shopping spree not only fills the coffers of the women's goods stores, but also enriches numerous toy shops. As they meander through the aisles, often returning to purchase even the smallest of buttons, their storage bags fill up, and their hands become laden with packages, reflecting their burgeoning spirits. Furthermore, an array of food items and delicacies beckons them. As long as the price is agreeable, they eagerly flock to it. Haochen chuckles quietly, recognizing that men may never truly grasp the treasure-hunting allure and joy that shopping holds for women. When the girls are thoroughly satisfied, Haochen seeks a secluded spot to gather them. Upon returning to the Nanyuan Inn and placing their purchases down, he yearns for a moment of rest. However, Xiao Chui and the others have yet to return. Extending his consciousness through the streets, he discovers that the 5 little witches are not shopping but, under Xiao Chui's guidance, are sampling the local delicacies of Bailwan City. Following their essence, he ventures toward them. By the time he locates the 5 girls, they have already changed locations and are now gathered around a barbecue table, indulging in food. Delicious, delicious, the 5 little Lolas exclaim as they gleefully devour the fragrant dishes, each taking their share with unreserved delight. Following Xiao Chui was undoubtedly the most astute decision of Yu Yao's life. If such words were uttered by Xiao Hong, Shui Ying, or Xiao Qiu, Xiao Chui would certainly perceive it as mere flattery. However, when spoken by Yu Yao, they carried no pretense and were heartfelt sentiments. The 5 little girls relished their barbecue with great delight. Yet, before they could finish, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. What smells so delicious? I'm starving. The newcomers, drawn by the alluring aroma of the grilled delicacies, approached with ravenous hunger. 6 figures clad in black, like ravenous wolves, rushed toward the 5 little girls. These weary travelers, famished and exhausted, nearly drooled at the sight of the piled-up roasted meat. Food. Roasted pig. At that moment, nothing was more enticing than the aroma of the roasted pig. Hey, bring us a roasted pig too. A middle-aged man in black bellowed. I'm sorry, esteemed guests, but the last roasted pig has been sold to these little patrons, the shopkeeper replied apologetically. Hey, hand over what you're eating, shouted a stout black-clad man, suddenly rising and confronting the 5 little witches gathered around the table. No way. I haven't finished yet, Xiao Hong protested, her cheeks stuffed and words muffled. Shuang, with her mouth full, could hardly speak, instinctively cradling half of a roasted pig protectively. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged black-clad man advanced and snatched the half-roasted pig right from Shui Ying's embrace. The 6 black-clad figures greedily devoured the half-roasted pig, but it was hardly enough. Each received only a few bites, leaving them still ravenously hungry. A young black-clad man, with a gleam in his eye, brandished his knife at Yu Yao. You brat. Still eating. He seized a large piece of roasted meat from Yu Yao's hand. Don't take my food. Yu Yao shivered, her trepidation only emboldening the 6 black-clad men. Shopkeeper, bring everything edible from the store. If I find even a hint of hoarding, I will chop off your fingers and dismantle your shop. The stout man barked menacingly. You lot, hand over whatever you have on you. Let me see if there's anything else to eat. I only have this. Xiao Chui then produced a roasted chicken, while others might shop for clothes. The 5 little witches prioritized food and drink, their magical storage brimming with delectable treats. The fragrant roasted chicken, glistening with golden oil, was incredibly appetizing. Take a bite first. The stout man was no fool. What if the chicken were poisoned? Thus, he insisted that Xiao Chui sample it first. All right. Xiao Chui, unabashed, tore off a piece of chicken leg, and took a hearty bite. Delicious. Watching Xiao Chui relish the chicken ignited the appetite of the 6 black-clad men entirely. The stout man lunged forward, snatching the roasted chicken from Xiao Chui, even taking the chicken leg from her grasp. Eat first. We'll figure things out afterward, the stout black-clad man declared. As he observed the 6 gluttons sharing the roasted chicken, Xiao Chui wiped her hands. Did they think her delicacies were so easily obtained? Heh. They could savor it slowly. 3, 2, 1. Xiao Chui silently counted in her heart. Before her words could fade into the air, she abruptly rose and delivered a resounding slap to the stout man beside her. How dare you eat my chicken drumstick? Return it to me. The struck individual, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, collapsed to the ground. What has happened to you, fatty? The young man in black was about to inquire when, without warning, a sword pierced through his back. I let you snatch my roasted pig. I let you. Yuyang muttered under her breath while fiercely wielding her sword. As the young man in black succumbed to the piercing blade, he fell softly, never grasping the reason for his demise. What's this? The middle-aged man in black, witnessing this unexpected scene, contemplated his next move when a sharp pain shot through him. He looked down to see an eagle's claw protruding from his chest. Dare to steal from me, humph. The snow eagle huffed, retracting its claw. A black-clad man, engrossed in devouring a chicken's rear, was suddenly met with Xiao Qiu, who swiftly twisted his neck. The man gnawing on a chicken head had already succumbed to poison, and Xiao Hong did not spare him either. You ate the chicken head, didn't you? She inquired as she swiftly sliced through his neck while he fell. Haochen, having witnessed the entire scene, hurried to the side of the 5 little sorceresses and struck at an unattended black-clad man. Simultaneously, he summoned the 5 little sorceresses into the demon's ceiling tower and quickly collected the corpses of the 6 black-clad men into the universe furnace. He tossed down 3 gold coins and vanished from the barbecue shop. When the shopkeeper, trembling, emerged with the food, he discovered that both the 5 little guests and the 6 black-clad men had departed. After waiting for a while with no sight of them, he finally pocketed the 3 gold coins and closed the shop for the day. In the afternoon at the Nanyuan Inn, Haochen inadvertently discovered 3 mysterious individuals in black. Driven by curiosity, he summoned the devouring magic fly to trail the 3. Among the 6 slain by the 5 little girls, the stout man was one of these mysterious figures. He had merely been gathering personnel in and around the city for the upcoming bird-catching operation in the misty forest. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard was currently following Ma Jianqing. It appeared that the key information required further observation of Ma Jianqing and the bearded man, as only by dealing with them could he uncover vital intelligence. Having discerned the unusual circumstances, Haochen resolved to ascertain the true intentions of these individuals. Perhaps through this bird-catching endeavor, he could unveil the real identities of the black-clad men and discover what sort of beautiful birds they intended to capture in the misty forest outside Dongguan City. At this moment, Haochen sensed the aura of the spiritual insects trailing Ma Jianqing and, under the cover of night, stealthily followed. To avoid attracting the attention of the black-clad men and the traces of unusual energy fluctuations that could jeopardize his reconnaissance efforts, he maintained a safe distance, diligently tracking them without yielding any fruitless results. 2 figures clad in black traveled in silence, hastening towards the eastern direction of Bailwan City. Following closely behind them was Haochen, who slowed his pace as he approached the duo to avoid detection, discreetly tracking their movements. The black-clad individuals maintained a steady, albeit not excessively rapid pace, and upon taking a brief respite, Haochen too came to a halt. Aware that drawing nearer could result in his discovery, he positioned himself strategically to overhear their conversation. As he lingered in this suitable spot, he awaited the return of the others. They should be arriving shortly, inquired the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. I believe they will soon catch up with us without delay, replied Ma Jianqing calmly. After a short break, the 2 figures resumed their journey, continuing their swift march eastward. Haochen trailed behind, curious to uncover the nature of the pursuit that warranted such fervent effort from the black-clad individuals. As Haochen continued his pursuit, the night began to wane. The horizon gradually illuminated with the first light of dawn, heralding the sun's imminent ascent. He had tracked them throughout the night, from dusk until the break of day. As time progressed, the sun fully emerged above the horizon. It was at this moment that Haochen detected an additional voice in the mix. As he shadowed the 2 black-clad figures, a third party suddenly interjected, initiating a conversation. Ah, Brother Wang Qian, It has been quite some time, Ma Jianxing greeted warmly. Indeed. Thanks to you, responded a raspy voice belonging to an elderly man. You two have been dispatched to Dongguan City, I presume? Inquired Ma Jianxing. Well, one might say so. The elder replied. Let us be off. The leader has been awaiting your arrival for quite a while. Concerned by your delay, I was sent to escort you, the representatives from Bailwan City, to the assembly point. Wait, why are only the two of you here? Where are the others? Were you not instructed to bring 8 from your faction? I am unsure myself. When I departed, Fatty Lu and 5 others went to a snack shop, claiming they would follow shortly. Ma Jianxing too was at a loss regarding the situation. After a brief wait, without any sign of the others, they decided to leave a marker and hastened away. The 3 did not enter Dongguan City, but instead made their way directly towards the misty forest. Approximately 10 miles from Dongguan City, they located a barrier point and slipped inside. From the mysterious movements of these black-clad figures, it was evident that the creature they were pursuing was anything but ordinary. Could it be a divine beast? Haochen resolved to act without hesitation, leaping from his concealed position to dart through the same point. As the brilliance of light enveloped him, Haochen found himself within a dense grove. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their verdant foliage thriving abundantly. The forest concealed an array of formidable presences. As he gazed upward, the sky appeared shrouded in a gray haze, as if an impenetrable veil of clouds loomed over the horizon. Gazing quietly at the misty expanse before him, Haochen could not help but display a hint of astonishment. This must be the homeland of Xiao Chui. The atmosphere here seems entirely distinct from that of the outside world. Could this place perhaps be another extraordinary realm? Haochen furrowed his brow in contemplation, filled with uncertainty, and summoned Qing to inquire further. In truth, this region was originally one with the outside world, merely separated by formidable practitioners of the demon clan who utilized their immense magical prowess to isolate it through a powerful formation. As this locale was a gathering place for myriad beasts, the entire space was suffused with demonic energy. Within the mist-laden forest, both demons and humans could soar freely. Over time, a peculiar magnetic field had formed, resulting in the current state of this space. Upon hearing Qing account, an instinctive alertness surged within Haochen. He had not anticipated that their presence would be detected so soon after entering the Qingwan mountain range. Judging by the aura, it suggested that they were being tracked by at least a mid-stage transformation realm expert. Haochen exclaimed, "This pursuit by the cloaked figure into the misty forest to capture birds is fraught with peril. One can only speculate what may unfold. We must conserve our strength and avoid confrontation if possible." Upon hearing that a powerful being had set their sights on them, Qing could not help but show a trace of concern. Chapter 781. Ambush on the Road, Part 1. Evade him? What a jest! Is he not merely a mid-stage transformation realm demon cultivator? Haochen thought wryly. If he had been discovered by such a formidable expert, eluding them would undoubtedly prove exceedingly difficult. Why should I retreat from him? Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Haochen's thoughts. He was entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances of this place. Perhaps this individual was connected to the birdcatcher and could provide him with valuable information. Moreover, it was imperative that he did not allow this person to depart. Should they manage to escape, the black-clad figure would certainly become aware of their pursuit. At that juncture, not only would seizing the birds become impossible, but their very lives might be at stake. Qing, upon hearing Haochen's reasoning, began to see the merit in his words. She ceased her objections and stood calmly beside him, awaiting the arrival of the demon cultivator. How dare these vermin spy on our sacred sect's affairs? The cloaked figure suddenly descended from afar, landing before Haochen and his companion, a mere 10 paces away. A radiant light illuminated the ground, gradually revealing the figure of a demon cultivator at the transformation realm. The individual was of average stature, radiating an aura of formidable demonic power. To arrive in the misty forest and await your presence, should I feel honored? Haochen remarked, observing the mid-sized cloaked figure with calm composure and a faint smile. Humph, you audacious wretch, daring to trail the movements of our sacred sect. Speak, what is your intention? Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. The mid-sized demon cultivator demanded ominously. I merely wish to inquire about the best locations to capture exquisite divine birds. Haochen replied, might you be able to enlighten me? I would be immensely grateful. Haochen gazed calmly as the medium-statured demon cultivator spoke. You seek death. I, a formidable warrior of the southern domain, am not someone you can mock. Since you dare to spy on our affairs, you shall pay with your life." A furious roar emanated from the black-clad figure, who erupted with a surge of dark, demonic energy, casting an even deeper shadow over the space as a demonic dragon coalesced and lunged towards Haochen. Unperturbed by the impending attack, Haochen unleashed his demon-slaying hand, striking the menacing dragon with a decisive blow. The collision of their opposing forces produced a cacophony of fierce friction and a series of explosive sounds. "Not bad, young one. You have managed to withstand my attack," the medium-statured demon cultivator exclaimed, slightly taken aback. "Come again," he growled menacingly. Suddenly, 5 shadowy figures of demon cultivators emerged around them, a manifestation of the doppelganger technique. "Oh, using shadow clones to deceive?" Before he could finish his sentence, Haochen looked up to see Qing'er hovering in midair, wearing an enigmatic smile. With a clear and melodious chime, Haochen acted, condensing his celestial essence into the form of the demon-slaying hand. Following the delightful sound, he struck downwards, sending one of the clones crashing to the ground with a thud. The plump demon cultivator felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before collapsing. Qing'er descended swiftly, brandishing her sword, and with a fierce stroke, severed the demon's head, which rolled away a considerable distance. Next, with the tip of her sword, she pierced through the demon's dantian, stirring the energy within it violently. After removing the storage ring, she extracted 6 storage bags from his waist. Then, employing the innate divine ability of the Qing Niao clan, she ignited flames to incinerate the demon's remains. As the demon's soul attempted to flee, Haochen seized the moment, capturing and restraining it. Through soul searching, he discovered that the black-clad figure had laid a trap in the misty forest to capture a beautiful bird, specifically the 3rd princess of the Qingwan Palace. Haochen relayed this critical information to Qing'er. "Ah, the 3rd princess, Qing Xian, is the sister of Xiao Cui," she exclaimed in astonishment. "What should we do?" With the soul search yielding the desired information, they learned about the demon cultivator's identity, Wanzhongwan, a steward of the southern domain responsible for affairs in Dongguan City. This mission, led by the southern domain's 2nd elder, Lian Weichong, and the 3rd elder, Lu Wuyi, aimed to ambush the 3rd princess of Qingwan Palace, framing Beiluan City's young lord, Bei Gongfeiyu, to incite conflict between Beiluan City and Dongguan City and weaken the Qingwan Palace's power. Since both Bei Gongfeiyu and Dong Gongping held affections for Qing Xian, but the Qingwan Palace was set on marrying her to Dong Gongping, the demonic faction sought to create chaos by abducting the princess and orchestrating a hero's rescue scenario. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen wished to behold the beauty of Qing Xian, the elder sister of Xiao Cui. Under Qing'er's watchful eye, he utilized the art of transformation to assume the appearance of Zhongwen. Modifying appearances and sculpting physiques until Qing'er is satisfied, he harnessed dark mystical powers, ensuring no discrepancies were evident before finally concealing Qing'er. Haochen swiftly returned to the node leading into the misty forest, which likely served as the passage for the demonic sect. The energy at this node could be breached by any practitioner of the demon core realm utilizing demonic powers, rendering it ineffective against those trained in other disciplines. Haochen sealed this specially treated node, obstructing the retreat of the demonic sect members. In Haochen's estimation, no individual below the martial emperor level would be able to breach this node. Disguised as Zhongwan, the steward of the Southern Domain Hall, he exuded an aura characteristic of a mid-stage transformation realm practitioner. With a cautious gait, he stealthily approached the ambush site of the demonic sect. As he traversed the area, he observed his surroundings, though he lost track of time. After an hour, he finally arrived at the base of a small hill. The hill was modest, reaching no more than 100 zhang in height, resembling more of an expansive slope than a true mountain. Directly ahead lay a 10-zhang-wide passage extending upward towards the mountain. This was the route from Dongguan City to Qingwan Mountain and the Qingwan Palace. Haochen's consciousness swept across the area, realizing that this location was 3,000 miles from the entrance of Dongguan City and approximately 7,000 miles from Qingwan Mountain. "You've returned. All went smoothly?" inquired a figure clad in black, at the initial stage of the transformation realm, upon seeing Haochen's return. Haochen merely nodded, refraining from elaborating further to avoid revealing any discrepancies in his voice. Between the vast expanse of the passage, patrols occasionally passed by. "It seems the guard is particularly stringent today," whispered the black-clad figure beside him. "Shoo!" Haochen raised his right index finger, signaling for silence. It was only at this moment that Haochen gleaned the entirety of the demonic sect's operational plans. This was a meticulously orchestrated scheme aimed at abducting the third princess, Qingxian, to incite discord and undermine the Qinghuan Palace's dominion. Time flowed like the wind, silently slipping away. As dawn broke, Nangong Feng, the steward of Qinghuan Palace, arrived at the assembly hall of the Qinghuan Palace. Within the hall, alongside Qingxian's elder brother Qingfeng and younger brother Qingyu, were several formidable practitioners at the mid to late stages of the transformation realm, as well as 2 elders at the mid-stage of the spirit-severing realm. In the current Qinghuan Palace, including the 4 cities under its jurisdiction, there were scarcely a handful of spirit-severing realm practitioners. These elders served as the protective shield of Qinghuan Palace. Without them, the 4 cities would have long been plundered and divided. Had it not been for the upcoming engagement ceremony of the third princess, it is unlikely that the 2 spirit-severing realm elders would have been mobilized. Upon entering the hall, all eyes turned to Nangong Feng. Steward, the engagement ceremony for the third princess has been scheduled for today at the hour of the dog, to be held at the Lord's residence in Dongguan City. It is time for us to depart. Do you require any further preparations? Qingfeng inquired courteously as he rose to greet Nangong Feng. I am ready to depart at any moment, he replied. In the early stages of his cultivation, Nangong Feng recently engaged in combat with a mysterious figure cloaked in black while infiltrating the Qinghuan Palace, sustaining injuries that have now nearly healed, requiring no further rest. Very well, let us depart, Qingfeng proclaimed, taking the lead as they exited the conference hall. This expedition to Dongguan City saw the Qinghuan Palace dispatch a formidable escort of 300 individuals, comprising 15 at the Yuandan level, 7 at the Yuaning level, 5 at the transformation stage, 3 mid-stage separation elders, and 1 initial stage integration supervisor. Such a force should not be underestimated, wielding the capability to sweep away weaker factions with ease. Before long, the mist within the forest began to dissipate, and the third princess and her entourage approached within 500 miles of Dongguan City. It was already the hour of the snake. Wait a moment. At this juncture, Nangong Feng, the supervisor of Qinghuan Palace, felt a slight shift in his demeanor. Having attained the initial stage of integration, his perceptive abilities were exceptionally keen. He sensed a menacing presence lurking within the dense forest ahead. Based on Nangong Feng's assessment, these concealed threats could pose a danger even to cultivators of the integration realm. What is it? Noticing the unusual tone in Nangong Feng's voice, Qingfeng promptly halted and inquired. There is an ambush ahead. It seems someone intends to attack us. Nangong Feng extended his spiritual sense, probing the surroundings. Although he had yet to detect any visible cultivators, his intuition strongly suggested the presence of hidden foes within the fog-laden foliage on either side of the path. An ambush? Surely not. Who would dare provoke trouble at the foot of the spirit mountain? How did I not notice? Qingfeng attempted to probe with his own spiritual sense, yet found nothing amiss. The 2 elders at the separation realm also wore expressions of surprise, for even they had detected no anomalies. Whoosh! Growing impatient with idle chatter, Nangong Feng flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of mana that hurtled into the forest ahead. With a resounding explosion, the previously tranquil misty woods erupted into a swirling darkness, revealing a profound magical array that enveloped a vast radius. This is the demonic fog enchantment set by the followers of the demon cult. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the dark fog array, Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. The emergence of such an array undeniably indicated that the demon cult's minions were lying in wait in the shadows. What audacity! Do they intend to abduct the princess? Nangong Feng's expression turned grave. Over the years, he had encountered the followers of the demon cult numerous times and had gained insight into the might of the Southern Domain Hall. With the passage of time, the strength of the Southern Domain Hall had grown to rival that of the Qinghuan Palace. How could they possibly know the exact timing of our journey to Dongguan City? One of the elders at the separation realm discreetly surveyed the others, aware that their route had been meticulously concealed to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. In truth, only a select few, no more than a dozen individuals present in the Qinghuan Palace's conference hall at that moment, were privy to the precise timing of their expedition. Truly worthy of the former lord of Dongguan City to have discerned our trap. A sinister laughter echoed through the air, rippling the very fabric of the void. A multitude of figures emerged, numbering over 100, all of whom possessed cultivation at the Yuandan level or higher. Among them, The 5 leaders were formidable beings of the spirit division and fusion stage. Where did the demonic sect acquire such a plethora of powerful individuals? Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Even the Qingyuan Palace could not summon 100 cultivators above the Yuandan realm. The foundation of the southern domain hall of the demonic sect was not markedly inferior to that of their Qingyuan Palace. Halt. At this moment, Nangong Feng took a deep breath and waved his hand. Nevertheless, Qingfeng's countenance was far from pleasant, as it was evident that their visitors harbored ill intentions. Each of the 100 black-clad figures exuded a profound aura, rivaling that of the Qingyuan Palace members. Moreover, several among them possessed a strength comparable to his own, while the 2 leading figures in black cloaks emanated an unfathomable power. Heh, Nangong Feng, why do you not extend a warm welcome to an old friend? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present. Stepping forth from the ranks of black-clad figures was a plump, white-haired elder with a shadowy visage. This man was Lien Weiqiang, the second elder of the southern domain hall of the demonic sect, at the initial stage of the fusion realm. How unexpected to find you here. I did not anticipate that you would dare to take action after leaving the Qingyuan Palace unscathed. Nangong Feng addressed the leading figure in the black robe. Nangong Feng, you are well aware that you cannot contend with us. My objective today is simple. Hand over the 3rd princess willingly, and I shall take my leave without further ado. Otherwise, do not blame me for my mercilessness. As his words fell, Lien Weiqiang soared into the air. Haha, so you are the black-clad figure who infiltrated the Qingyuan Palace? At this moment, Nangong Feng finally discerned Lien Weiqiang's true appearance and questioned him. Indeed, it is I, Lien Weiqiang, the second elder of the Southern Domain Hall, he replied without reservation. Do you take me for a mere child? If you desire the 3rd princess, you shall have to step over my corpse first. Nangong Feng's gaze turned icy at Lien Weiqiang's disingenuous demeanor. In that case, I shall not hold back. Apart from the 3rd princess, all others shall be regarded as targets. The demonic energy surged around Lien Weiqiang as he charged toward Nangong Feng. Kill. An elder in black, possessing initial stage spirit division cultivation, flashed a bloodthirsty smile. He was Lu Wui, the 3rd elder of the Southern Domain Hall. With a sweep of his hand, he commanded all members of the demonic sect to attack the Qingyuan Palace. Brothers, for the sake of the Qingyuan Palace, let us fight, Qingfeng of the Qingyuan Palace shouted, drawing his long blade imbued with terrifying spiritual power and charging toward Lu Wui. At that moment, Haochen summoned Qing'er once more to accompany him, introducing her to the circumstances of the Qingyuan Palace. Haochen refrained from engaging directly, instead shifting identities and moving aside with Qing'er. He awaited the opportunity to rescue the 3rd princess, Qingxian, and assist the Qingyuan Palace. Chapter 783, Ambush on the Road, Part 3. Heh. The 3rd elder at the initial stage of spirit division will serve as an excellent practice for me. Qingfeng, at the late stage of transformation, scoffed disdainfully, leaping into the air to confront Lu Wui. The 3rd elder of the Southern Domain Hall, Lu Wui, with hands as desiccated as bone, transformed them into sharp claws, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura as they lunged towards Qingfeng's chest. Should that claw seize him, Qingfeng would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, spilling his entrails in a heartbeat. Haochen, quickly, assist Qingfeng. Qing'er urged in alarm, witnessing her second brother's peril. Understood. Haochen responded, his gaze sharpening. He inhaled sharply, causing a jagged stone to fall upon his fingertip, and began to channel his celestial energy, slowly coalescing it between his fingers. With a whoosh, an almost imperceptible sound of air being torn asunder echoed, as the stone shot forth at lightning speed, spinning towards the 3rd elder's body. In the midst of the chaos, none would have anticipated such a stealthy attack at that moment. Lu Wui, the 3rd elder, could never have fathomed that just as he was about to shatter Qingfeng's long blade and deliver a fatal blow, a stone, originating from an unknown source, struck his back with terrifying force. Ah, I shall fight you to the end. Qingfeng, already spitting blood, roared as he swung the remaining portion of his long blade downwards. To the astonishment of onlookers, the once formidable Lu Wui stood frozen, showing no inclination to evade the descending blade. With a resounding crack, his head split in two, his face forever etched with a sinister grin, the very expression he wore when he intended to tear Qingfeng apart. 3rd elder. In the void above, both Zhuwaking and Nangong Feng, having just exchanged a powerful palm strike, suddenly turned crimson with rage, their eyes fixated on the lifeless body of Lu Wui below. Who was responsible for this? Such a bizarre scene sent chills through the hearts of all present, leaving them bewildered and ignorant of the unfolding events. Should it truly be Qing Feng who had slain the third elder, none would believe it. After all, the disparity between a late-stage transformation and an early-stage separation cultivator is monumental. As the crowd stood in astonishment, Haochen remained impassive amidst them, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil surrounding him. Yet within, he too felt a wave of surprise, astonished by the sheer strength of his casual strike. While the element of surprise played a role, the stone had not only shattered the third elder's protective energy, but had also effectively crushed his heart. In truth, by the time Qing Feng cleaved through the third elder's skull, the elder had already met his demise. Second brother, what transpired? How did you become so formidable? Qing Yu queried, mouth agape in disbelief. I cannot say. Had he not been stunned, I would surely be a corpse by now, Qing Feng replied, bewilderment crossing his features. He lifted the remaining piece of his long blade, glancing at it with a lingering sense of dread, realizing he had danced precariously close to death. Never mind, death would be preferable. It would serve our interests, Qing Yu grumbled, resolutely seeking out another target to strike. At this moment, the elite members of the Qinghuan Palace were outnumbered by less than half of their adversaries. With the demise of a formidable spirit transformation stage powerhouse from the opposing side, they felt a slight alleviation of their burden. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng chose not to dwell on the incredulous circumstances. Instead, he unsheathed a long blade and sought out another formidable figure from the demon sect, who was also at the late stage of spirit transformation, to engage in combat. However, while Qing Feng harbored noble intentions of a fair duel, his opponent had no such inclinations. For Qing Feng was a warrior capable of slaying even the third elder. As Qing Feng charged forth, he was swiftly met with tragedy, as 4 or 5 late-stage spirit transformation experts surged towards him. Observing this scene from the shadows, Haochen could only ruefully touch his nose and lightly wave his hand, causing several leaves to suddenly appear in his grasp. Go, he silently commanded, as the celestial energy within him transformed into several streams of dark force. With a sudden flourish of his hand, the leaves metamorphosed into slender, green beams of light. A faint sound, barely perceptible, resonated as the leaves momentarily halted midair before hurtling forth at an even swifter pace. Just as despair enveloped Qing Feng, these leaves breached the air with remarkable swiftness, devoid of any forewarning. A flash of green light swept by, leaving behind delicate wounds at the throats of each demon sect member involved in the encirclement. Yeah. With a fierce roar, Qing Feng, fueled by a determination to fight to the death, unleashed a powerful strike. The assailants, caught completely off guard and without any means of defense, found themselves decapitated by Qing Feng's blade, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. When the final adversary fell, severed at the neck, not only were the onlookers astounded, but Qing Feng himself wore an expression of bewilderment and confusion. What just transpired? Did they truly seek death, standing idle for their demise? Is such fortune truly bestowed upon me? Pondering this, Qing Feng suddenly bellowed, directing his blade towards a nearby demon sect expert who was still in a daze. This individual, caught unawares, had his head cleaved off in an instant, leaving behind a visage of utter bewilderment and death. Is this truly possible? Then I shall not hold back. Qing Feng, now filled with exuberance, roared as he plunged into the throng of demon sect members. However, the returning senses of the demon sect warriors would not allow Qing Feng to rampage unchallenged, and soon the air was filled with the clashing of blades, leaving Qing Feng battered and bruised. From his hidden vantage point, Haochen observed the unfolding chaos, his lips twitching as he continued to dispatch leaves into the fray. Despite Qing Feng's current prowess and the vast reservoir of strength within him, after several rounds of combat, his complexion paled and his internal energy was nearly depleted. Yet, Haochen's achievements were remarkable. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, over 30 demon sect experts, including one at the spirit transformation stage, had been silently eliminated. However, Haochen's consciousness remained fixated on the location of the third princess, and just as he intended to rush to her aid, a sudden figure dashed into the fog-laden forest. Instinctively, Haochen grasped Qing'er's waist, and together they vanished into the thicket. Above, the second elder sensed the disturbance. In the shadowy confines of Qinghuan Palace, formidable reinforcements lurked, prompting the second elder, Lian Weiqiang, to retreat from his entanglement with Nangong Feng. In an instant, a collision reverberated, followed by a swift maneuver that propelled him into the void, where he vanished, and the members of the demonic sect scattered in disarray. Observing Lien Weiqiang's escape, Nangong Feng refrained from pursuit, recognizing that they were both at the initial stage of fusion cultivation, and any confrontation would yield no fatal outcome. Furthermore, should there be hidden ambushes awaiting, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 784. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind, descending from the void. Nangong Feng took a moment to regulate his breath before cupping his hands in a gesture of gratitude towards the emptiness. I am unaware which esteemed predecessor has aided our group, but I, Nangong Feng, the steward of Qinghuan Palace, humbly request a chance to meet you, so that our sect may honor your name. After inquiring thrice with no response, he reluctantly ceased his calls. Steward, could it be that a venerable figure has indeed assisted us? Questioned Qing Feng, battered and weary, stepping forward with curiosity. It is evident, otherwise. How could you have vanquished so many formidable foes from the demonic sect, including one of significant prowess? Though the elder concealed himself adeptly, a faint aura betrayed his presence, which I was able to sense. To substantiate his claim, Nangong Feng drew forth the body of the third elder, revealing a gruesome sight. The group soon noticed a protruding wound on the elder's chest, marred by bloodstains. This direction seems amiss, Nangong Feng pondered, scrutinizing the corpse. The elder had clearly been attacked from behind. Thus, what lay behind him? As others leaned in for a closer look, gasps of shock echoed among them. A gaping wound, the size of a fist, marred the area where the heart resided, and the internal organs lay in ruin. Gather all useful items and ensure these bodies are buried. We must depart immediately. The demonic sect will not let this matter rest, Nangong Feng commanded, his gaze sweeping over the carriage of the third princess. His complexion paling as he noticed her absence, along with that of her guards. Qing Feng and Qing Yu, perceiving the steward's distress, directed their consciousness towards the carriage, their expressions mirroring his shock. At that moment, the wedding procession from Dongguan City arrived, and the young lord, Donggong Ping, stood silently, face ashen, grappling with the unsettling scene. Could a third party be involved in this assault? Haochen, sensing the dissipating aura, pursued it, trailing a figure emanating dual energies as it hastily departed the scene. The crowd remained transfixed on the battleground, oblivious to the unfolding events around them. Haochen continued his pursuit, opting not to capture the cloaked figure nor to use his consciousness, relying solely on instinctive tracking of the aura, ensuring that no trace of his power would alert the shadowy figure. As the figure cloaked in black bore the third princess upon his back, his speed was not particularly swift. Haochen and Qing trailed behind him, their vigilance heightened as various demonic beasts emerged to disrupt their pursuit. With utmost caution, Haochen attuned himself to the black-clad man's aura, pressing deeper into the forest. The environment grew increasingly eerie, a chilling atmosphere permeating the air, causing their pace to gradually slow as they observed their surroundings with care. Wait! Haochen suddenly grasped Qing, prompting her to turn with a look of confusion. You should return to the space of the jade pendant. It is far too perilous ahead. Before she could respond, he withdrew her into the pendant. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder crashing and lightning flashing as a storm approached. The mist in the woods thickened, and the further they ventured, the denser the underbrush became. Beneath the towering trees, low shrubs began to emerge, obscuring their vision and complicating their pursuit. Before them lay a valley shrouded in mist. And as Haochen halted, a frown creased his brow. He began to formulate a theory. The black-clad figure, possessing peak initial stage cultivation, had already penetrated deep into the valley, leaving no path of retreat. This place felt peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Haochen decided to follow him into the valley. 1,000 feet away, a cave suddenly appeared, and the aura of the black-clad man vanished within. Could he have taken refuge inside to escape the rain? Haochen approached the cave, noting that apart from a few dying old trees, there was nothing else in sight. The thunder roared and the lightning flickered. Inside the cave, however, was remarkably spacious, and Haochen stepped cautiously within. If the black-clad man chose this place for his demise, it was indeed a fitting location. Haochen hesitated to continue his pursuit, knowing that while soul-searching would yield no further information, he might uncover some clues. Just as he began to scrutinize his surroundings, 2 unexpected visitors appeared at the cave's entrance. Elder, let us enter to escape the rain, one of them urged, and they swiftly made their way inside. To his surprise, the second elder of the demonic sect, Lien Weiqiang, along with Ma Jianxing, had tracked him here as well. Haochen, hearing their voices, happened to catch sight of Lien Weiqiang and Ma Jianxing entering the cave. Given that the cave boasted numerous passages, Haochen deftly shifted his stance, intending to bypass them and launch a surprise attack on the black-clad figure to rescue the third princess. Suddenly, an astonished voice pierced the air. "Ah, a shape-shifting beast is evolving." The black-clad man, who had abducted the third princess, attempted to conceal himself but cried out in alarm. Upon hearing the black-clad man's exclamation, Haochen dashed deeper into the cave, arriving at the side of the black-clad figure. At that moment, he was profoundly struck by the sight before him. A shape-shifting beast within the vast cave, boasting two enormous, sharp fangs, its mouth spanning 6 widths, while its length was indeterminate. Most strikingly, its piercing red eyes seemed intent on staining the surrounding darkness with their blood-like hue. Unicorn demonic dragon. Haochen's heart jolted at the sight of the creature, memories flooding back to when he had encountered the lingering spirit of the unicorn demonic dragon during his battle with Qiuhai. The unicorn demon dragon is an extraordinary creature from the primordial era, coursing with a formidable ancestral bloodline. Consequently, its cultivation level is exceedingly terrifying and immensely powerful. Historical records indicate that the unicorn demon dragon can reach the pinnacle of the 5th level of transformation in the Qinyuan realm. However, in nearly a millennium, there has been no evidence of any being ascending alongside this beast. This underscores the astonishing innate talent of the unicorn demon dragon, which possesses a colossal physique that exudes an aura of intimidation. It is evident that this creature has reached adulthood as a shape-shifting beast, and it is astonishing to discover such a formidable creature lurking within the cave. Even more surprising is that this shape-shifting beast has been absorbing the boundless essence of the surrounding environment, evidently on the verge of a breakthrough. Seeking to transcend its current realm, could it be attempting to break through from the 3rd to the 4th level of transformation? Haochen felt a jolt of alarm, aware of the unicorn demon dragon's formidable strength. Faced with the remnant soul of a 2nd-level shape-shifting unicorn demon dragon, refined by Qiuhai, Haochen found it quite challenging. If the unicorn demon dragon were to break through to the 4th level of transformation, who within a radius of 10,000 miles would stand as its opponent? Even Lien Weiqiang and Ma Jianxing, who had entered the cave, heard the exclamations of the cloaked figure. They arrived just in time to stand beside Haochen and the cloaked figure, and upon witnessing the unicorn demon dragon before them, their hearts swelled with joy. It is the unicorn demon dragon. How wonderful! Observing the situation, it was evident that this was a critical moment for the beast's breakthrough. If we could slay it and obtain its inner core, my cultivation would surely ascend to new heights, Lien Weiqiang mused to himself. Chapter 785. The unicorn demon dragon. At that moment, a booming laughter echoed from a distance. "Ha ha, Elder 2, are you merely hiding in the shadows? Afraid to confront me?" 2 figures appeared at the cave entrance, one of whom called out loudly. Elder 2, Lien Weiqiang, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his presence would be detected. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of 2 similarly appearing elderly men clad in white. Lien Weiqiang recognized them both. One was the 5th elder of the elven clan, Lu Weijia, at the initial stage of integration, and the other was the 6th elder, Lu Weisheng, also at the initial stage of integration. These brothers had persistently followed Lien Weiqiang. The elven princess had been abducted not long ago, and with her whereabouts unknown. The elven clan suspected the involvement of the demon sect, thus trailing Elder 2 through the southern region. They had just arrived in Dongguan City when they heard that Lien Weiqiang was causing chaos once more, prompting their pursuit. The cloaked figure was equally astonished. Glancing back to see Haochen's silhouette, utterly surprised that someone had concealed themselves nearby without his knowledge. "Ha ha, had it not been for our coinciding paths, I might never have discovered you," Lu Weijia and Lu Weisheng said nonchalantly as they stepped into the cave, addressing the 4 individuals inside. At this moment, 6 figures had now gathered within the cave, while the massive eyelids of the unicorn demon dragon snapped shut. It had indeed sensed the presence of several uninvited guests. Yet it remained utterly still, focused intently on its breakthrough. At that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a colossal vortex that converged around it. The air seemed to be suffused with a stifling odor, and the cave instantaneously erupted in a riot of colors. Alarmed by this spectacle, those surrounding were taken aback. The actions of the horned demonic dragon clearly indicated an imminent breakthrough. Should it truly ascend to the fourth tier of transformation, who among them could possibly contend with it? Without a moment's hesitation, Lien Weiqiang unleashed a formidable strike, a blood shadow palm directed toward the horned demonic dragon with overwhelming force. He had resolved to take advantage of the dragon's moment of breakthrough to slay the beast. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the cave, and Lien Weiqiang's attack surged forth, aimed at the dragon's vulnerable spot. However, to the astonishment of all present, an invisible force repelled the blood shadow palm as it approached the horned demonic dragon. The strike was deflected, crashing into the adjacent stone wall with a thunderous boom. The wall exploded under the sheer force, sending shockwaves through the 6 observers, who were now on high alert, never expecting Lien Weiqiang's strike to have been rendered utterly ineffective. Witnessing this, Lu Weijie was momentarily stunned, prompting him to hastily employ his own formidable technique to thwart the dragon's advance. He swiftly produced a shimmering golden dragon spear and launched it at the horned demonic dragon. Almost immediately, a faint purple radiance emanated from the dragon. Intertwining with this powerful onslaught, the energy surged brilliantly, pulsating with intensity. With a deafening crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying power. The horned demonic dragon, struck by the impact, expelled a copious amount of blood, staining the ground a deep crimson. This provoked the dragon into a furious roar. The very earth trembled as it leaped toward the onlookers. The cloaked figure was startled, darting out of the cave, while the others hastily followed suit. As the horned demonic dragon's form broke free from the cave, the cloaked figure gripped his sword firmly, executing a swift strike. A bone-chilling scream erupted from the dragon's maw, as a long gash appeared upon its body, inflicting excruciating pain. In that split second, the cloaked figure had grievously wounded the dragon as it burst forth from the cave, causing it to plummet to the ground. Seizing the opportunity as the dragon fell, the cloaked figure lunged toward the nearly defeated creature. Witnessing this, Lien Weiqiang could not allow the cloaked figure to claim the dragon's inner core unchallenged. In the blink of an eye, a blood shadow palm surged toward the back of the cloaked figure. Sensing the ambush, the figure swiftly adopted a defensive stance. With a resounding impact, Lien Weiqiang's palm struck, but a mysterious radiance appeared behind the cloaked figure, momentarily thwarting the ferocious assault. Concurrently, Lu Weijie and Lu Weisheng raced forward, determined to reach the horned demonic dragon. With a swift motion, Greenway wielded the Jielong spear, while Greenway wielded the Xiangbao blade, both striking towards the head of the unicorn dragon. Boom! Yet again, it was met with a powerful swing of its tail, releasing a terrifying aura. Haochen, concealed behind, had long since discerned the presence of the cloaked figure, who had previously hidden the third princess away. He quietly unleashed the blood-poisoned spirit's doppelganger, 2 tendrils of it seeking to infiltrate the cloaked figure and Lien Weiqiang. One tendril transformed into a doppelganger, entering the cave to rescue the hostage, while the other sought the treasure of the unicorn dragon. As the blood-poisoned spirit transformed into a wisp of mist and drifted away, Haochen lunged toward the ailing unicorn dragon. Unexpectedly, Ma Jinxing, who had remained motionless by his side, suddenly appeared before Haochen, thwarting his advance. Meanwhile, Lien Weiqiang, who had been engaged with the cloaked figure, immediately rushed towards the vicinity of the unicorn dragon, attempting to restrain Greenway Jie and Greenway Xiong. In an instant, 6 formidable experts were embroiled in a chaotic battle. Amidst the turmoil, Haochen feigned a move, summoning the Levection sword, imbued with a disquieting power, to strike at Ma Jinxing. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Haochen, Ma Jinxing was taken aback, hastily evading the range of Haochen's attack. Who was it? Seizing the opportunity, the cloaked figure retreated to the hidden lair within the cave, only to discover the absence of the third princess, and in a frenzy, engaged Ma Jinxing in combat. He believed Ma Jinxing had been lurking in the shadows, not participating in the action, and must have been the one to rescue the hostage. At that moment, Lien Weiqiang, wielding the Wulong spear, struggled to hold off Greenway Jie and Greenway Xiong. Just as he saw Haochen about to close in on the unicorn dragon, he abruptly abandoned the two, unleashing a dark spear light aimed at thwarting Haochen's actions. Intense fluctuations erupted, radiating a brilliant glow, striking fear into Haochen's heart as he swiftly turned to counter with his sword, the Levection sword. Instantly, a swirl of sword light enveloped Haochen, sword chi bursting forth, creating an illusion of myriad sword shadows entwined around him. Everyone's spirits trembled as they beheld the fierce clash above. Greenway Jie and Greenway Xiong exchanged a glance and simultaneously launched their attacks towards Haochen. This sudden turn of events left Haochen besieged. Though he did not fear the combined might of the three formidable experts, he could not evade some physical injuries. At that very moment, a melodious voice resonated from afar. Chapter 786. The First Encounter with Qingxian. Be careful. A chilling sword, infused with an endless icy aura, came slicing through the air. Following closely, a graceful and stunning figure emerged from her concealed position. The beautiful visage was none other than Qingxian. Although Haochen had never met Qingxian in person, he had already gleaned her appearance through his consciousness. At this moment, the blood-poisoned spirit's doppelganger had already conveyed the events involving Qing'er and himself to Qingxian. Only then did Qingxian comprehend Haochen's actions, and she could not help but feel a surge of emotions. In truth, Qingxian harbored profound dissatisfaction with her marriage. Her feelings towards the young lord of the four Luan cities, belonging to Lingshan, were merely fraternal, devoid of any romantic inclination. Despite her numerous attempts to oppose the union, she was ultimately coerced into marrying the prince of Dongluan City, a union strictly for political purposes. Upon encountering Haochen, who had risked his life to save her, an inexplicable affection began to stir within her. Thus, witnessing Haochen in peril, she instinctively stepped forward to lend her aid. As Haochen caught sight of a delicate figure approaching, warmth blossomed in his heart, yet an overwhelming sense of worry soon eclipsed it. He possessed formidable strength, confident in his abilities to surpass anyone present. And with countless treasures at his disposal, he could fend off formidable foes with ease. However, Qingxuan's involvement in the fray complicated matters, given her current cultivation level. She was no match for any of the adversaries. If the standoff continued, she would undoubtedly become a liability. As anticipated, the black-clad figures and Ma Jinxing, upon noticing Qingxuan's arrival, rushed directly toward her. How could she possibly contend with the two? In a mere encounter, she was forced to retreat, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The black-clad men and Ma Jinxing showed no signs of mercy, revealing their ruthless intent as they lunged at Qingxian. In a moment of urgency, Haochen summoned the ice-fire flood dragon, which, in a flash, charged at the black-clad figures and Ma Jinxing. The unleashed force was terrifying, sweeping toward them with overwhelming power, prompting both adversaries to recoil in shock and caution. Meanwhile, Lian Weiqiang, Lu Weijie, and Lu Weisheng each unleashed their distinct might, akin to 1,000 rays of golden light, converging towards Haochen. Thunderous roars echoed as the trio combined their strength, obliterating everything in their vicinity. Rocks tumbled, and trees were reduced to splinters. At that moment, Haochen, while managing to withstand the attacks of the second elder Lian Weiqiang and Lu Weijie, could not fend off Lu Weisheng's assault. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his internal organs sustained considerable damage. Seeing this, Lu Weijie and Lu Weisheng felt a surge of elation, eager to continue casting their spells to eliminate Haochen. However, at that very instant, a deafening roar, one that seemed to tear the heavens asunder, reverberated through the air. The unicorn abyss dragon appeared to have gone mad, letting out a series of piercing cries that were deafeningly loud. An invisible force began to swirl around it, enveloping its entire being in an aura of profound mystery. It was alarming. The unicorn abyss dragon had undergone a breakthrough. No one had anticipated that the creature, on the brink of death, would surpass its limits and ascend to the fourth tier of transformation. The third-tier monarch had reached the fourth tier, achieving the status of an emperor. With another earth-shattering roar, the unicorn abyss dragon struggled to rise from the ground. It was as if it had gone berserk, its cries tearing through the air, and its pure elemental energy surged violently, shocking all present. In fear, the crowd hastily distanced themselves from the area of impact. However, with a fierce flick of its tail, the unicorn fiend dragon sent all of them flying. Haochen reacted swiftly, immediately employing a technique of teleportation to narrowly evade the dragon's terrifying strike, subsequently taking refuge beside Qingxian. Unfortunately, the rest of the group did not fare as well. Lian Weiqiang, Lu Weijie, and Lu Weixiong were struck by the dragon's tail and fell to the ground, appearing gravely injured. The power of the unicorn fiend dragon was indeed formidable, leaving everyone around in a state of shock, paralyzed with fear and hesitant to advance. In the midst of this crisis, Qingxian, who had already been knocked to the ground, found herself somewhat fortunate, having escaped the brunt of the dragon's oppressive force. Yet, as she felt the weight of the dragon's might pressing down on her like a mountain, her heart was shaken. She had never witnessed a beast capable of unleashing such ferocity. Even the esteemed chief of Qinghuan Palace, Nangong Feng, would likely be unable to match such prowess. Worry began to gnaw at her as she searched the chaotic scene for Haochen, yet his figure was nowhere to be found. She pondered his whereabouts. If he were near the unicorn fiend dragon when it went berserk again, he would surely face grave danger. Amid her growing concern, the individuals before her were met with the dragon's fierce assault. Before they could regain their footing, the unicorn fiend dragon, in a fit of rage, leapt towards them. Lu Weijia, Lu Weixiong, and Lian Weichong displayed expressions of fear. At this moment, the dragon was in a furious state, and if they did not fight back with all their might, it seemed unlikely that this perilous battle would come to an end. Moreover, if they did not eliminate the dragon and seize some advantage, their hearts would remain restless. Fortunately, the unicorn fiend dragon had sustained significant injuries during its recent ascension from the 3rd to the 4th tier of transformation, thanks to a united assault from the group. Yet, even so, confronting the dragon was no trivial matter. As they contemplated this, no one dared to step forward. After all, nobody wished to suffer the consequences. The terrifying might of the unicorn fiend dragon was something they had all witnessed firsthand, and they had all been deeply affected. To act recklessly at this moment would surely lead to dire outcomes. At that very moment, the unicorn fiend dragon would not allow them such thoughts. A colossal claw descended from the heavens, bearing down on the group with overwhelming force. The massive claw of the fiendish dragon crashed down, sending tremors throughout the ground. Haochen, who had been secretly guarding Qingxian, was compelled to reveal himself from the shadows, emerging before the group. They all summoned their strongest techniques to withstand the dragon's might. However, as Haochen was swept away by the terrifying power, he vanished from sight. In the face of such a dire situation, Qingxian, aware of her own powerlessness, slowly closed her eyes, a warm tear rolling down her cheek. Yet, at that critical moment, a formidable figure emerged from the void. Haochen, who had been hidden in the darkness, swiftly lifted Qingxuan's delicate form, evading the dragon's overwhelming force. Qingxian's entire being was enveloped in the embrace of a pair of strong, sturdy arms. Chapter 787, Chaotic Battle Without Order. Qingxian lay quietly in Haochen's arms, a tear finally rolling down to rest upon his chest. While an inexplicable sentiment began to rise within her heart, she was unsure of the cause, but at that moment, her mind was filled with profound reflections. Who would have thought that this unfamiliar man would save her life once again? Qingxian's gaze was fixed upon Haochen's resolute eyes. When her ethereal avatar had rescued her, she had been unable to discern his true visage. Now, nestled in the embrace of his true form, her heart was unwittingly stirred. This marked the first time in her adulthood that she had been held by a man, and so closely at that, gazing into his eyes. No, if this continued, she would surely be overwhelmed. She had to personally vanquish the uniquely horned evil dragon. Lian Weiqiang's expression darkened as he leaped into the fray, determined to fight to the death against the dragon. Witnessing this, the others unleashed their most potent attacks. The cloaked figures, seeing the situation, immediately joined in, intent on eliminating the uniquely horned evil dragon. They all understood that escape from the dragon's onslaught was nearly impossible. The only course left was a desperate struggle to the bitter end, hoping for an unexpected turn of events. With a fierce cry, Lian Weiqiang brandished his dragon spear, executing a move that shook the heavens as he charged toward the uniquely horned evil dragon. Following closely behind, the others too unleashed their mightiest strikes. A thunderous roar erupted from the dragon's gaping maw, emanating a formidable aura that swept across the battlefield. The overwhelming force seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path as several attacked simultaneously. Yet, at that moment, they were all caught in the dragon's power, suffering grievous injuries and tumbling several paces back. Blood trickled from the corner of Lian Weiqiang's mouth. His expression hardened with determination. Refusing to yield, he propelled himself back into the fray, charging towards the uniquely horned evil dragon. A swift blade of energy sliced through the air, striking the dragon and drawing forth a spurt of blood. At that instant, Ma Jinxing, wielding a treasured sword, soared to Lian Weiqiang's side to join in the battle against the dragon's ferocity. However, their efforts seemed futile. The dragon exhaled a misty breath of dragon essence that enveloped the two, forcing them to hesitate. Simultaneously, the dragon's right claw swept through the air with tremendous force, aimed directly at them. Boom! Lien Weiqiang and Ma Jinxing narrowly evaded the attack. But the dragon's claw struck the ground with such might that it created a pit several feet deep. It was astonishing that, even in its injured state, the dragon could unleash such power amidst the siege of its assailants. Lien Weiqiang seized the moment, hoping to catch the dragon off guard while its strength waned. But just then, the dragon's other claw lunged toward him in a surprise attack. The massive left claw exuded an aura of malevolence, resembling the scythe of death, hurtling toward him with alarming speed, leaving him little time to prepare. At that very moment, Lien Weiqiang, casting a glance at the adjacent Ma Jinxing, unexpectedly seized him and thrust him before himself. With a swift motion, a sharp claw plunged directly into Ma Jinxing's heart, subsequently flinging him onto the rocky entrance of the cave. Seizing the opportunity, Lien Weiqiang unleashed his firearm, driving it into the heart of the uniquely horned fiend dragon. A thunderous roar, filled with agony, erupted from the dragon, stunning all present. The uniquely horned fiend dragon, struck by Lien Weiqiang, seemed to go mad, abandoning its assault on the others in favor of retreating into the depths of the cave, gripped by fear. Witnessing this, Lien Weiqiang leaped forward, eager to pursue the dragon into its lair. However, in this moment of chaos, the bloodied Ma Jinxing, on the brink of death, turned to Lien Weiqiang and uttered a weak inquiry. "Forgive me, Brother Ma. Your survival is paramount for us all." Lien Weiqiang spoke with a commanding presence, but Ma Jinxing, with wide-open eyes, had not even the chance to close them before his spirit departed into the misty thicket. It was unthinkable that the elder brother he had devoted his life to would so ruthlessly abandon him. Lien Weiqiang gazed silently at his lifeless body before shifting his focus back to the cave. The uniquely horned fiend dragon, reeling from the unexpected assault, could no longer bear the internal injuries and retreated into the cave, ultimately collapsing within its nest, never to move again. The observers held their breath, only feeling relief once they confirmed the dragon would not rise again. Yet, what none of them anticipated was that, at this very moment, Haochen, cradling Qing Xian, leaped into the cave. Lien Weiqiang felt a surge of unease upon spotting Haochen. No one could fathom how he had evaded the dragon's ferocious assault earlier. And now he had chosen this moment to enter the cave, an act laden with intrigue. "Surely, you do not believe that, taking advantage of our weakened state, you can contend for the uniquely horned fiend dragon's core?" Lien Weiqiang's heart was tumultuous, tinged with resentment as he trailed Haochen into the cave. Green Weijia, Green Weisheng, and the cloaked figures were equally unwilling to yield, hastily following suit into the cave. Haochen, ignoring Lien Weiqiang's words, continued to embrace Qing Xian, walking toward the fallen dragon. Enraged by this disregard, Lien Weiqiang switched from gun to sword and charged at Haochen. His blade flashed with speed, striking several times toward Haochen. In the face of such aggression, Haochen remained unfazed. With a swift counter, he parried Lien Weiqiang's sharp sword with his own. In an instant, Lien Weiqiang's renowned sword shattered into several pieces, falling to the ground in disgrace. Damn it, this was his famed weapon, and the ease with which it was destroyed left him feeling utterly humiliated. Now, with only the hilt remaining in his grasp, he dared not make another move. Having never anticipated such a brutal confrontation, the prowess of Haochen is astonishing, effortlessly shattering his opponent's treasured sword in an instant. The figures cloaked in black beside him, namely Luigi and Luixiang, found themselves unsettled by this unforeseen turn of events. Gazing at the Levection's sword in Haochen's grasp, their eyes glazed over. Each secretly mused that such a magical artifact ought to belong to them. An insatiable desire arose simultaneously within their hearts. At this moment, Lien Weiqiang, with a sudden flash of inspiration, bellowed loudly, urging everyone to unite and besiege this individual, resolutely declaring that he must not succeed. This declaration resonated with the sentiments of the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad assailant could no longer contain himself and charged at Haochen. With a fierce cry, a black flying blade was launched from his hand, slicing through the air towards Haochen. Yet, Haochen was not one to be easily harmed. He merely shifted his body slightly, deftly evading the attack. However, he was unprepared for the simultaneous assault from Lien Weiqiang, Luigi, and Luixiang, who all converged upon him. The four formidable warriors unleashed their might, intent on eliminating Haochen. Chapter 788. Striving with all one's might, various magical artifacts whirled and gleamed, all aimed at Haochen. A tremendous surge of magical energy swept through the air as Haochen, undaunted amidst the chaos, calmly set down Qing Xian, allowing it to take shelter nearby. He then stood alone, awaiting the onslaught of attacks. In just a fleeting moment, he flicked his fingers, brandishing the Levexian's sword and charging into the fray. The figures of the combatants clashed violently within the cave. At this juncture, Haochen faced the united assault of the four masters with utmost seriousness. Aware that he could not afford to be careless, his cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the initial stage of the fusion realm, emanating an inexplicable aura of pressure. This overwhelming force radiated outward, enveloping the four adversaries and instilling a sense of trepidation among them. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lien Weiqiang wasted no time in executing the Blood Shadow Palm, opting for a sneak attack from behind Haochen. The Blood Shadow Palm, imbued with the essence of blood magic, descended upon Haochen with ferocity, yet Haochen would not yield. In a decisive motion, he countered without evading, boldly meeting Lien Weiqiang's assault head-on. The clash reverberated as waves of potent energy surged from between their palms. With a powerful maneuver, Haochen sent Lien Weiqiang hurtling several feet away, crashing against the rocky wall before settling to the ground. The violent aftershocks forced Lien Weiqiang to spit blood, rendering him unable to rise, yet he remained unyielding, casting a vengeful gaze at Haochen above. Even after defeating Lien Weiqiang, Haochen found himself under relentless pursuit from the other three masters of the fusion realm, leaving him in a precarious position. The trio continued their aggressive onslaught, with Luigi, who had previously sustained minimal injuries, now wielding a dagger with lethal intent. The tactics of the black-clad assailant were elusive and deceptive, shrouded in mystery, as if enveloped in ethereal mountain peaks, lost in an unknown realm. Haochen dared not be the slightest bit careless. What captured his attention even more was the enigmatic figure in black, who had been immersed in contemplation. Their prowess was extraordinary, shrouded in a dark aura that made it difficult for him to approach. He could not discern the technique they employed, which instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. The figure's faintly swirling dark essence continuously circled around, while the inexplicable strands of black seemed to pulse with a life of their own, akin to a blood toxin spirit. These elusive black wisps would incessantly entwine, revealing the presence of the Southern Celestial Assassin's Hall. After witnessing the methods employed by the figure in black, Lu Weijia was momentarily taken aback. The realization struck him that he was in the presence of someone from the Southern Celestial Assassin's Hall. A jolt ran through his heart. 3 years prior, the members of this hall had abruptly withdrawn from worldly affairs, vanishing from the Southern Domain as if they had ceased to exist. The Southern Domain lost all trace of the Southern Celestial Assassin's Hall, and yet, today, he found himself confronting one of their own once more. Though he did not comprehend the reasons behind their retreat, he understood that the Southern Celestial Assassin's Hall possessed the strength to contend among the top 10 sects of the Southern Domain. Simply put, this figure in black had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the integration realm, proving to be a formidable opponent. Within the hall, this individual could rival the hall master, Lu Hai, a millennium-old assassin of the Purple Jade level. Facing 3 adept practitioners of the integration realm alone, though he was not in mortal danger, the pressure was immense. The Sword of Slaughtering Immortals. A vast surge of power rushed forth, sweeping towards Haochen, who, in a moment of peril, summoned the Sword of Slaughtering Immortals. In an instant, dozens of brilliantly radiant sword energies appeared in the sky, their sharpness intertwining as they surged toward Lu Weijia. The overwhelming sword energies coiled around, causing Lu Weijia to be struck by Haochen's sudden attack, inflicting several inexplicable sword wounds and forcing him to retreat several dozen paces. Haochen, too, felt the sting of Lu Weijia's short sword, though the celestial silkworm armor he wore mitigated much of the damage. Shadow killing technique. Yet, before he could regain his composure, the figure in black swiftly charged towards him with a fierce strike. Boom. Startled, Haochen moved his hand, countering with a palm strike. A tremendous burst of magical energy erupted between them, shaking the earth and causing rocks to tumble from the walls. In the midst of this tumult, the figure in black struggled against Haochen's ferocious assault, appearing on the verge of defeat. However, at that moment, the figure gritted their teeth, flicking a finger with their left hand. Amidst the overwhelming waves of energy, a barely perceptible dark aura transformed into a torrent, hurtling towards Haochen. This sudden maneuver left Haochen astounded. What kind of cultivation was this figure practicing? The spell contained an undercurrent of sinister energy. Was the figure in black also a practitioner of demonic arts? Regardless, this individual's power was not to be underestimated. With a shift of his focus, Haochen immediately unleashed the sword of slaughtering immortals once more. In an instant, dozens of resplendent sword energies coiled in the sky, surging towards the figure in black. The exquisite sword energy seemed to dissolve the very essence of life, imbued with a faint aura of destruction that instilled fear. After a few breaths, the cloaked figure, mentally exhausted, was struck by the Haochen sword energy and collapsed entirely behind him. Similarly, Haochen was not unscathed. Having endured a relentless assault from 4 adversaries, his visage turned pale, and he found himself utterly fatigued. Yet, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. For the 4 before him were formidable opponents, demanding his unwavering focus. In the next instant, all 3 assailants simultaneously launched their attacks against Haochen, unleashing a breathtaking surge of spiritual power. Even the previously incapacitated Lien Weiqiang let out a roar, charging towards Haochen. The 4 formidable masters converged upon him. And in this dire moment, Haochen unleashed the divine power technique, bellowing as he released an overwhelming pressure. His cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of the fusion realm, and the immense force bore down upon the 4 adversaries, creating an oppressive atmosphere that left them gasping for breath. The ensuing battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. As Haochen surged forth like a deity of death, unstoppable in his momentum, soaring upwards with a commanding presence that sought to dominate the 4. A wave of righteous energy surged forth, clashing with the unparalleled might of his opponents, resulting in a tumultuous upheaval that shattered the very landscape. The cavern itself began to warp in the chaos, as the vast flow of magical energy surged. Despite their combined efforts to vanquish Haochen, the final strike only served to propel them backward. The 4 adversaries, their garments tattered and bodies battered, bore the marks of severe injuries, particularly Lien Weiqiang, whose body was in a state of utter disarray, rendered nearly immobile by the onslaught, as Haochen, too, was struck and sent sprawling several yards away. The cavern's spacious interior began to show signs of collapse. Gazing up at the tumbling rocks from above, anxiety washed over the assembled figures. The cloaked man took a deep breath, his face betraying his exhaustion. Observing Green Weijia, Green Weisheng, and Lien Weiqiang, it was evident that they had lost the will to fight. With rocks continually falling around them, their expressions turned to one of deep concern. Unable to focus on anything else, Lien Weiqiang, dragging his battered body, resolved to escape the cave and preserve his life. Seeing the dire situation, Green Weijia and Green Weisheng exchanged sorrowful glances before one of them leaped, following closely behind Lien Weiqiang as they both fled the cave. The cloaked figure cast a lingering gaze at Haochen, who was gasping for breath within the cave, before resolutely stepping back, ready to escape. Yet, as the rocks tumbled, even if he managed to flee in time, the relentless barrage of falling stones left him feeling trapped, as if the way ahead had been sealed off. Gritting his teeth, the cloaked man suddenly gathered his dark energy and, with a powerful punch, shattered the obstruction before him, making a hasty and precarious escape. In the cavern, only Haochen and Qingxian remained, gazing at the frail form of Qingxian beside him. A surge of concern welled up in Haochen's heart as he contemplated leading her to safety, yet a massive boulder suddenly fell ahead, completely obstructing their path. Stunned, Haochen could hardly believe that the route before them had been irrevocably sealed. Above, the relentless cascade of falling stones had ceased, rendering the cave a sealed chamber. What to do? Haochen surveyed the surroundings, engulfed in darkness, with no glimmer of light to guide them. Should they enter the demon suppression tower or retreat to the space within the jade pendant? As he wrestled with his predicament, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the cave. Qingxian held a moonlight stone, casting a radiant glow around them. The starlit glimmer danced upon Qingxian's face, her exquisite features resembling polished jade. Slowly, she approached Haochen, her movements weary, her voice heavy with fatigue. Do not be anxious, though this stone appears formidable. If we can restore just half of our magical power, breaking through it should be within our grasp, Qingxian gently suggested, her hand brushing against the stone before them. Half of our magical power. Haochen regarded her with a complex expression. The recent exertion had not significantly harmed him, and his thoughts shifted toward the body of the unicorn fiend dragon. Now a 4th-tier being, the dragon's inner core was of royal caliber. Although it held little use for him, it could be invaluable to the nearby beast. With a surge of excitement, Haochen approached the lifeless form of the unicorn fiend dragon. As he prepared to collect the dragon, to his astonishment, its head suddenly turned. Remarkably, the dragon was not dead. Startled, Haochen swiftly moved aside, only to be met with a sudden spray from the dragon's mouth. In a life-and-death moment, the dragon expelled a cloud of pale blue mist that enveloped Haochen completely. "Be careful," Qing Xian exclaimed, alarmed and intent on warning him. Yet, in such proximity to a fourth-tier beast's desperate retaliation, evasion was futile. The mist enveloped him entirely. This is the toxic gas released by the unicorn fiend dragon. The confined space began to fill with the pale blue vapor, and Qing Xian, catching a whiff of it, was struck with shock. She had never anticipated that the dragon would unleash such a substance in its final moments. The pale blue mist was intended to enhance the bond between two beasts, yet the peril lay in the fact that if a mate was not found within 3 hours, the afflicted would inevitably succumb to a gruesome fate. In the moment of astonishment, Qing Xian beheld that Haochen remained oblivious to the peril he faced. He seemed undeterred even after being assailed by the venomous unicorn fiend dragon. With an air of nonchalance, he approached, suddenly raising his hand to strike the creature on its crown, rendering it unconscious. He then summoned the essence of wood into his own body and produced a regeneration pill, placing it into the dragon's mouth. Employing his beast-taming techniques, he transformed it into a contracted beast and confined it within the demon suppression tower. But what was happening? Why did his body suddenly feel so feverish? He hastily invoked his mental techniques to meditate, seeking to expel the toxin. However, when he employed the Shaoyang method of absorption, he could not sense any traces of poison within him. What kind of toxin was this? No matter how he regulated his breath, the heat within him only intensified. Growing more unbearable, he attempted to enter the jade pendant space to detoxify, but the spirit, Ling Er, severed their connection, preventing him from accessing it. Ling Er did not wish for Haochen to bring this unsettling aura into the jade space. When he tried to connect with the demon suppression tower, he found it inexplicably non-responsive. The storage ring and the Qianquan furnace, however, remained quite effective. Suddenly, a realization struck Haochen. What was this poison? Why did it seem to repel all treasures of humanity? At that moment, he beheld Qing Xian's delicate and ethereal figure, a vision of unparalleled beauty. An overwhelming impulse surged within him, compelling him to recklessly approach her. In the confined space, where toxins permeated the air, Qing Xian was not faring much better. Startled, she quickly sat down to meditate, attempting to expel the poison. Fortunately, her affliction was not as severe as Haochen's. If she exerted herself, there might still be a chance for success. She swiftly channeled her spiritual power, and once in a meditative state, her internal energy began to swirl rapidly, trying to force out the toxin. Yet, to her dismay, despite her numerous attempts, the poison showed no inclination to be purged. As confusion filled her heart, urgency began to set in. She glanced at Haochen, who, after a brief interval, appeared even worse. His eyes were already reddened as he staggered towards her. In his poisoned state, he seemed devoid of rational thought, driven solely by an urge to find a woman, and he moved uncontrollably toward Qing Xian. Could it be that today she would be entwined with this man? Startled, Qing Xian hastily sat down again, trying to expel the poison. In a moment of half-hearted resistance, she inadvertently pushed Haochen aside. Yet, as her hand brushed against his skin, the potent masculine aura emanating from him triggered an eruption of toxins within her. Was she truly destined to share an intimate moment with him today? While she struggled to expel her own poison, a myriad of complex thoughts flooded her mind. Though her affliction was mild, if not addressed promptly, it could hinder her cultivation and possibly lead to lingering repercussions. Reflecting on her misfortunes, she realized that had it not been for Haochen's assistance, her life might very well have been at stake. In that moment, Qing Xian's heart was a tempest of uncertainty, intertwined with inexplicable emotions that lingered within her. She had never experienced such feelings for any man before. Perhaps it was indeed a fateful entanglement. Relaxing her body and mind, she ceased to resist Haochen's advances, and a sudden blush spread across her face. At that moment, Qing Xian found herself irresistibly enchanted. Chapter 790, Trapped in the Cave, Part 2. Within the collapsed cave, the most genuine aspects of humanity were unfolding. After escaping the cave, Lian Weichong and the man in black immediately sought refuge in separate locations. Both were gravely injured and utterly exhausted, especially Lian Weichong, who feared that Lu Weijie and Lu Weixiong would seize the opportunity to strike. They vanished from the cave without leaving a trace. Lu Weijie and Lu Weixiong, after probing their surroundings and finding no trace of Lian Weichong, chose not to pursue him further. 100 yards outside the cave, they found a secluded spot to recuperate and cultivate, all the while remaining vigilant to any happenings outside the cave. They felt a sense of regret, realizing that their fierce struggle had ultimately benefited another. Inside the cave, Spring's essence permeated the atmosphere. Qing Xian had no notion of how long she had been asleep. Upon awakening, she discovered that someone had dressed her. Haochen sat beside her, quietly observing. Awake? Haochen smiled gently upon seeing her open her eyes. Yes. For some reason, Qing Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she touched her flushed cheek, quickly lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Haochen's eyes. Haha. Haochen chuckled softly. Now that we are married, what is there to be embarrassed about? Qing Xian lowered her head even further, suddenly recalling something, and abruptly lifted her gaze to ask, Haochen, are you all right? Haochen shrugged and replied with a smile. Do I look like I'm in distress? After their shared cultivation, they had navigated through perilous circumstances. Qing Xian approached Haochen, circling around him to scrutinize him from every angle. You truly are unharmed, she exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Haochen shook his head with a smile. Even if he explained, Qing Xian would not fully comprehend. Qing Xian, you saved me just now. Without you, I would have perished. I understand you may find my words confusing, but just know that I am no ordinary person. Haochen reflected on this and spoke. Realizing he had also saved Qing Xian in a way, Qing Xian nodded, somewhat understanding, and prudently refrained from pressing further. She recalled the circumstances of her own rescue when she had been kidnapped, realizing that Haochen had tracked her and fought valiantly against 4 formidable foes without succumbing. Ah! Qing Xian suddenly exclaimed, my cultivation, my. At that moment, she recognized that upon awakening, her initial stage of Yuan Dan had remarkably progressed to the mid-stage of Yuan Ying. She had no recollection of when her Dan had transformed into an infant, only an acute awareness of the pain in her body and the tumult in her dantian before she had succumbed to slumber. This realization left her astonished and exhilarated. Upon observing Qingshuan's demeanor, Haochen was reminded of a scene that transpired on the ancient battlefield of the Huanhe River, where both Haoying and Zizhuan were similarly affected. While Qing Xian was still perplexed, Haochen had already regained his composure. This is the result of our dual cultivation, the effect of the merging of my bloodline with yours. You possess the Qinghuan bloodline, while I belong to the Xiaohao lineage. It is the only way to elucidate our connection. Noticing Qingshuan's confusion, Haochen took the time to clarify. What do you mean you are of the Xiaohao bloodline? Qing Xian was increasingly unsettled. The ancestral sage of the Qingyao clan had once prophesied that only a person of pure Xiaohao blood could unite with the Qingyao bloodline to unravel the constraints imposed upon the Qingyao family. This lineage had long been confined to this place, as the southern domain's small world originally belonged to the Qianyuan realm. It had been forcibly severed from the Qianyuan realm by powerful beings, yet bound by an array, forming a unique microcosm. This realm resembled an immense cage, containing the Qingyao and the elf races, which over time evolved into 2 distinct groups. Whenever a pure Qingyao or a pure elf appeared, they would mysteriously vanish, seemingly under the control of enigmatic forces. Members of both the Qingyao and elf races could only cultivate to the pinnacle of the fusion phase without experiencing tribulation. However, throughout the millennia, no one had successfully transcended the tribulation realm without facing the wrath of the lightning tribulation. Qing'er could escape this small world due to the dilution of her bloodline, while Xiaocui returned to the ancestral bloodline of the Qingyao, thus evading the constraints of this realm. This was the greatest secret of the Qingyao clan. However, many years prior, Xiaocui had inexplicably vanished. Haochen was in no rush to depart from this place, so he engaged in casual conversation with Qing Xian. Through their dialogue, he gleaned crucial information. The Qiu family also possessed a divine beast bloodline, but was not subject to the same restrictions. Did this imply that everything here was connected to the Tian and Killer Hall? Haochen was once again stirred by the revelations concerning Qiu Hai's soul search. The Tian and Killer Hall was, in fact, the Qiu family, which served as a clandestine force counterbalancing the development of the Qinghuan Palace. The Qiu family in the southern domain's small world were descendants of the divine beast, the Daikyu. Here, The Qingyao clan was a place where the upper realms Daikyu family secretly captured individuals of pure Qingyao bloodline for cultivation. The Great Qiu family aimed to nurture pure-blooded Qingyao, extracting their essence and refining it to invigorate the Qiu bloodline, gradually fostering individuals gifted with the Qingyao bloodline and divine abilities. Although both the Qiu family and the Qingyao clans belonged to the avian divine beast lineage, the Qiu family was perpetually overshadowed by the might of the Qingyao family. Lacking their brilliance, the ancestors of the Qiu family in the upper realm sought to realize their ambitions through bloodline enhancement and intermarriage. However, intermarriage merely served as a means for the Qiu family to surreptitiously abduct exceptional women from the Qingyao clan. The bloodline curse was also a scheme devised by the ancestors of the Qiu family in the upper realm. The so-called curse was likely merely a misinterpretation of an incomprehensible spell by the people. In reality, it was merely a type of binding spell employed by the powerful. The so-called bloodline curse, as the name implies, is a spell concealed within one's lineage. It can be transmitted through generations, inflicting torment upon descendants unless it is broken. Within this bloodline, the curse not only seals away the majority of the Azure Bird's innate abilities and powers, but also restricts procreation. However, the Azure Bird clan residing in this realm has been shielded by the Qianyuan Grand Array's barrier for a millennium, obstructing the normal functioning of a portion of the curse's magic. Thus, in the southern domain's small world, the Azure Bird clan is able to thrive and reproduce without hindrance. After a lengthy conversation, Haochen recounted his impressions of Qiu Haiki and the information he had acquired to Qingxian. Having taken her as his own, he felt compelled to share certain secrets with her. Moreover, with Xiao Cui and Qing'er present, after their meeting, could he still conceal anything from Qingxian? Haochen communicated telepathically, instructing Xiao Cui and Qing'er to await Qingxian's arrival in the second level of the demon suppression tower. As the toxins within his body dissipated, the space of the jade pendant and the tower returned to normal functionality. Haochen had gathered Xiao Cui and Qing'er together well in advance. Soon, I shall take you to meet two acquaintances, he said to Qingxian with an air of mystery. Isn't the cave entrance blocked? How shall we exit? Qingxian asked, not overly surprised at Haochen's proposal to introduce her to familiar faces, for she knew everyone from the Qinghuan Palace. Her concern lay in how to escape. Leave the exit to me. Those two acquaintances have been waiting for some time, Haochen urged. Relax and do not resist. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and Qingxian took a moment to open her eyes. Third princess. Upon seeing Qingxian, Qing'er exclaimed excitedly, knowing that Qingxian was now safe. Third sister? Although Xiao Cui recognized Qingshuan's identity, she hesitated to acknowledge it, for many years had passed since she was but a fledgling. Qingxian felt a deep familiarity with Qing'er, her childhood companion. Little sister? From Xiao Cui's address and the resonance of their bloodline, Qingxian surmised that this little girl must be connected to her. Miss, she is the little princess we have long sought. Our lost little sister. Qing'er pointed at Xiao Cui, speaking urgently to Qingxian. She then turned to Xiao Cui. This is your third sister, Princess Qingxian. Qingxian embraced Xiao Cui tightly. Little sister, I have finally found you. Big sister? Xiao Cui's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, she is your sister, the third princess of Qinghuan Palace, Qing'er assured her. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Cui's doubts vanished, her eyes reddening as she clung to Qingxian and began to weep. Sister. What followed was a tender scene of sisterly recognition. Haochen chose not to intrude upon their reunion and found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged. Having faced 4 adversaries alone the previous day, he had gained invaluable insights, particularly regarding the techniques for condensing celestial essence, which seemed to have sparked a newfound understanding within him. Seizing this opportune moment, it would be profoundly beneficial for him to contemplate and enhance his capabilities. Moreover, having rescued Princess Qingxian, there was little left here to evoke his attachment. Suddenly, Haochen materialized the demon suppression tower, necessitating a thorough strategizing of forthcoming events and arrangements. Extending his consciousness to explore the surroundings, he discerned that only Lu Weijia and Lu Weisheng were nearby, healing from their injuries at a distance of 1,000 feet. As for Lian Weiqiang and the cloaked figure, they had not ventured far and were instead concealing themselves within 1,000 feet in the shadows. They had successfully deceived the Lu brothers, but could not elude Haochen's perception. He had previously laid a trap, sending forth strands of blood-poisoned spirit into Lian Weiqiang and the cloaked figure's bodies to lie in wait. Haochen's avatars comprised one refined from Ouyang Lie's essence and another from blood poison spirit. The blood poison spirit was formed from a fragment of Haochen's primordial spirit, allowing this avatar to generate countless blood poison spirit manifestations. It could be considered one of Haochen's trump cards, capable of resolving matters with those of comparable realms using merely his avatars. The reason Haochen refrained from eliminating the four was his desire to extract more secrets from them. Observing their relentless entanglement, he found amusement in the situation. Since they were lying in wait outside, he would remain steadfast within the cave, curious to see who would outlast him. Thus, Haochen sat in solitary meditation within the cavern, reflecting and cultivating his understanding. Sisters Qingxian and Xiaocui had nearly finished reminiscing. Dear sister, after such a long separation, our reunion is a rare joy. Our parents are also very concerned about you. Why not stay in the Qinghuan Palace and accompany me? Qingxian implored, her heart heavy at the thought of parting with her sister. Sister. Xiaocui hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I wish to be with brother. Upon hearing this, Qingxian felt a sense of helplessness. She could see that her sister had developed profound feelings for Haochen, and persuading her to leave him would undoubtedly be a challenge. Yet, after finally recognizing her sister, the thought of losing her once more was unbearable. At that moment, Xiaocui blinked her eyes and spoke. Did you not say that you and brother have already established a bond? Since you are now his woman, why not simply go with him? The notion of leaving with Haochen caused Qingshuan's brow to furrow even tighter. While she acknowledged Haochen's lineage from the Xiaohao bloodline and recognized him as a formidable and responsible cultivator, the absurdity of eloping was something she could not condone. However, if her sister truly chose to accompany Haochen, she might never see her again, which was a prospect she could not bear. Furthermore, their parents were anxiously awaiting her return, a situation she simply could not tolerate. Thus, she resolved to follow her sister, seizing the opportunity to persuade Xiaocui to return to the Qinghuan Palace and meet their mother. After much deliberation, Qingxian finally nodded and jested, however, I cannot say whether your brother will consent to my presence. He will undoubtedly agree. Sister, you are so beautiful and are his woman. He would surely be overjoyed. Xiaocui exclaimed with glee. The prospect of her sister accompanying her filled Xiaocui with immense excitement, though she could not entirely suppress a flicker of worry and jealousy within her heart. Sister is so beautiful. What if, in the future, brother only favors her and forsakes me? Of course, such thoughts would never escape her lips. Regarding Qingshuan's decision, Hao Yin was not the least bit surprised. It was always intended for Qingxian to accompany him. Such enchanting sisters, cough. Any normal man would not let them slip away, would he? Although Hao Yin was not within the demon suppression tower, he was well aware of the events transpiring inside. Upon returning to the tower, Hao Yin recounted the situation of the four outside the cave to Xiaocui, Qingxian, and Qing'er. How dare they bully my revered aunt? Just a brief moment away, and I could have dealt with those ruffians. Humph! Xiaocui exclaimed, her eyes widening with indignation. Very well, you may eliminate them, but the leads to the Southern Assassins Guild and the Demon Sect's southern domain will be severed. The mark I left on them will become useless. Even those from the Qinghuan Palace seeking vengeance against the Assassins Guild and southern domain may find it hopeless. Hao Yin did not dissuade Xiaocui from seeking revenge. Instead, he revealed the underlying circumstances. All right then, I shall heed your advice. Upon hearing that Hao Yin had already made arrangements, Xiaocui had nothing more to say. Brother, did you not subdue the unicorn demon dragon? Why not inquire about the location of its treasure? However, just as she finished speaking, Xiaocui suddenly asked, let us go and ask. As she spoke, she took Hao Yin's hand. The blood toxin spirit's avatar had already discovered the treasure's location, and Hao Yin was indeed eager to retrieve it. However, the avatar found that the cave containing the treasure was ensconced in a barrier, which the unicorn demon dragon could not have set. Was it perhaps left by a predecessor? Although Hao Yin harbored some doubts about the treasure's location, he summoned Xiaocui, Qingxian, and Qing'er from the demon suppression tower. Xiaocui was willing to invest and promptly produced over a dozen moonlight stones, illuminating the cave. Following Hao Yin's guidance, the four delved deeper into the cave's branching paths while Xiaocui arranged the moonlight stones. When they arrived at the unicorn demon dragon's treasure site, the moment they touched the barrier, Hao Yin sensed a slight repulsion. With a gentle push, he passed through the barrier and entered. Xiaocui, Qing'er, and Qingxian effortlessly followed him into the barrier. Chapter 792. the ancient teleportation array. Upon traversing the barrier, Haochen discovered a sinkhole that had been artificially transformed into a vast stone chamber. The chamber's walls were embedded with numerous moonlight stones, casting a resplendent glow over the hall. There was no shortage of valuable items. After observing the stone chamber for a moment, a smile crept upon Haochen's lips as he ventured inside. Most striking was a large, smooth stone, measuring over 10 feet in circumference, emanating a gentle light, clearly the glow of luminous pearls. Though there were only 3 exquisite luminous pearls, should 4 powerful beings arrive, a fierce competition would inevitably ensue. They might even engage in a fierce battle over the coveted pearls. Unfortunately, these treasures held little allure for Haochen. He did not attempt to collect the exquisite luminous pearls, merely sweeping his consciousness over them. Xiao Cui and Qing'er, accustomed to such rare treasures, were already nonchalant about them. However, Qingxian stood there in a daze, never having encountered such an abundance of treasures in the outside world. To her astonishment, Qing'er and Xiao Cui were presently selecting and collecting the valuables. In Qingshuan's eyes, everything within the stone chamber was a rare gem, an elusive treasure, whereas Qing'er and Xiao Cui regarded it with indifference. Qingxian, why are you lost in thought? If you don't hurry, they'll pick all the good items clean. Haochen shouted at the dazed Qingxian at the cave's entrance. At that moment, Qingxian regained her senses and, spurred by Haochen's command, joined in the endeavor of gathering treasures. As she observed the spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits flourishing in the pit, a smile graced Qingshuan's lips. The presence of these medicinal plants, imbued with the essence of the Sin Dragon's bloodline, would significantly reduce her cultivation time, enabling her to ascend rapidly among her family's elite. Moreover, these herbs possessed remarkable efficacy in healing and replenishing vitality. Although the Sin Dragon's aura was faint, it was evident that these treasures were meticulously nurtured by the creature. With no hesitation, Qingxian collected every single item for herself. In swift motions, she stored all the spiritual herbs and elixirs into her storage ring and casually extracted several pieces of moonstone from the walls. As for the 3 luminous pearls, Qing'er and Xiao Cui each took one, while Qingxian hesitated to take the remaining pearl, glancing at Haochen, who encouraged her to claim it. Haochen himself did not acquire anything of great value. He merely scavenged a few dilapidated treasures behind the 2 girls. When he approached a massive flat stone, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. A teleportation array. Hearing Haochen's voice, Qingxian, Qing'er, and Xiao Cui halted their actions and leaped onto the smooth, gleaming stone. Previously, they had focused solely on collecting treasures and had overlooked the intricate patterns engraved upon the stone. Now, they discerned a 6-pointed star formation depicted in a concave recess on its surface. The array's patterns were twisted like tadpoles, exuding an ancient charm. Xiao Cui glanced at it, found it uninteresting, and jumped down to continue her treasure hunt, followed closely by Qing'er, who was equally preoccupied. Here, each of you take a storage bag and put those trifles you disdain into them, Haochen instructed, tossing 2 bags their way. Humph, you're nothing but a scavenger. Can't you leave a little behind to aid the less fortunate? Xiao Cui retorted, rolling her eyes as she accepted the storage bag. Haochen, accustomed to such remarks, simply chuckled and ignored her. At that moment, only Qingxian remained with Haochen, studying the teleportation array. The runes inscribed upon it were partially obscured, worn down by the body of the unicorn Sin Dragon. After examining it for a while, Haochen realized that this teleportation array differed from those he was familiar with, prompting him to delve into the information stored in his mind from the Xiaohao legacy. A spatial node could connect 2 distant locations, allowing one to traverse from one node to another through this intermediary point. Once, the Qianyuan realm was sealed for a millennium, with its spatial nodes inaccessible. However, not long ago, the seal was lifted, and these spatial nodes were subsequently opened. Haochen meticulously examined the teleportation array, contemplating its formation, only to discover that this array bore resemblance to one he had encountered amidst the stars beyond. The teleportation array on that desolate star was indeed a spatial node, and the distance between them was not particularly vast. True distant spatial nodes connect to the boundless void, reaching the 7th heaven and beyond. The teleportation array is a man-made conduit for transportation, whereas those spatial nodes are naturally formed by the laws of the universe. The distances traversed through spatial nodes do not deplete energy, for they are embodiments of the very laws themselves. The cosmic principles are vast and profound. Naturally occurring spatial nodes can bridge the farthest reaches of the cosmos. To fully comprehend these enigmatic laws may require a lifetime, and one might only grasp a mere fraction of their essence. In this ancient teleportation array, shrouded within a celestial pit, there lies an ethereal quality, leaving its destination uncertain. Haochen began to meticulously inspect the array, scrutinizing each inscribed rune. He then produced an array of engraving pins, inscription papers, and various patterns of teleportation array imprints. Methodically comparing them for study, Qingxian collected and organized each sheet, assisting Haochen in his research. 3 hours passed, and at last, Haochen completed the calculations for the teleportation array. He summoned Xiao Zui and Qing'er to assist in imprinting the original diagram, and the four of them busied themselves for quite a while before finishing the task. Inscribing the runes of the array is an intricate endeavor. Even the slightest error could lead to deviations in the teleportation process. Haochen devoted himself entirely to restoring each teleportation rune, and after meticulous efforts spanning over an hour, he succeeded in inscribing the array's runes. Is it functional? Upon witnessing Haochen restore the runes of the teleportation array, Xiao Zui was eager to test its viability. Is it functional? A trial will reveal the truth, Haochen replied confidently. Without hesitation, Xiao Zui retrieved 6 high-grade elemental stones from her storage bag and placed them into the 6 diamond-shaped recesses beside the array. Then, she formed a seal with her hands, channeling her magical essence into the core of the grand array to activate it. As her energy flowed into the array's core, the array illuminated brilliantly. 6 beams of light gradually emerged from the array's formation, enveloping the entire vicinity within a radius of several feet. As the teleportation array's functionality was restored, a soft blue halo began to rise. Oh, it truly is fixed. I knew my brother was the best, Xiao Zui exclaimed with a glimmer of delighted admiration in her eyes. However, before Xiao Zui could finish her words, Haochen suddenly leaped upwards, heading directly towards the teleportation array above. Chapter 793. The Qinghuan Palace. A spatial barrier obstructed their path. Generally, when a teleportation array is situated within a cave, there exists a passage connecting it to the outside world. During the construction of the teleportation array, this passage is typically sealed. The sealing of the spatial passage is synchronized with the teleportation array. When the array is activated, the spatial passage will automatically lift its seal. Conversely, when the array is deactivated, the spatial passage will be sealed once again. Should one choose to exit this place without utilizing the teleportation array, and instead forcibly breach the spatial passage, it would only be feasible if their strength exceeds that of the individual who constructed the teleportation array. The ancient builders of these arrays were unparalleled beings wielding formidable powers, thus no one below the level of an immortal could breach the spatial passage. Haochen, being the strongest in the Qianyuan realm, would merely be an ordinary practitioner even in the realm of the sixth heavens, and with his capabilities, he too could not dismantle the spatial passage of the teleportation array. Furthermore, even if he possessed the ability to do so, he would not dare to damage such a precious ancient facility. Although little Cui was eager to repair the ancient teleportation array, Haochen refrained from attempting to teleport and instead sealed it once more. Before departing, Haochen reinforced the seals at the entrance of the ancient teleportation array within the stone chamber and set up an illusionary killing array. The four of them returned to the cave, which had been blocked by a collapse, facing the obstructed entrance. Haochen estimated the distance to be roughly 10 zhang. Exiting the collapsed cave posed no challenge for him. He employed his spiritual awareness to explore the blocked entrance and devised a plan. If opening the entrance proved simple, the women from the Jade Pendant could assist, each moving a few stones to clear the way. Even the massive boulders obstructing the passage could be shattered into fragments by Haochen wielding the Lixian sword with his magical powers in mere moments. With his own thoughts in mind, after gathering the three women, Haochen's main body once again entered the demon-suppressing tower. The tower transformed into a speck of dust, carried by his blood-poisoned spirit clone, and wafted like a wisp of green smoke through the gaps in the collapsed rocks, escaping the cave. Having remained in the cave for over half a month, the two, LV Wei Jie and LV Wei Xiong, had long since departed, having abandoned all hope for the unicorn demon dragon's inner core. During this time, it is likely that those trapped within the cave had already refined the demon core. Moreover, as the two bore no grudge against those trapped, their conflict was solely for the sake of obtaining the unicorn demon dragon's core. Only the black-clad man and Lian Wei Chong remained hidden, nursing their wounds and training. They did not wish to breach the collapsed entrance from the outside to assist those trapped, yet they hoped that those inside would manage to break free. They fantasized that when the exhausted individuals finally managed to breach the collapsed entrance, it would be the perfect moment to capture them, avenging their resentment over the core and potentially obtaining the third princess. The black-clad man and Lian Wei Chong plotted eagerly, while Haochen stealthily departed the cave, unnoticed. Upon exiting, Haochen made his way directly to the Qingwan Palace. Haha, I'm out. Once beyond the view of the black-clad man and Lian Wei Chong, Haochen suddenly returned to his true form and took flight with the wings of wind. Along the way, he did not forget to inform the black-clad man and Lian Wei Chong that he had left the cave to prevent them from excavating the collapsed entrance. Upon hearing Haochen's shout, both men turned pale. Disheartened, Lian Wei Chong, frustrated by his thwarted plans, angrily departed from their hiding place. Alas, the black-clad figure, having failed in his endeavor, let out a resigned sigh. As Haochen approached the passage leading to the Qingwan Palace, he promptly retracted his wings of wind and descended to the ground. The thoroughfare to Ling Mountain remained bustling with travelers. Had one not witnessed the fierce battles that once transpired here, who would bother to examine the remnants and recall the skirmishes that took place? Haochen paused in the forest, surveying his surroundings before transforming into a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and embarking upon the lengthy passage. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the path came to an end. At the terminus stood a stone tablet over a zhang high, inscribed with the three grand characters, Qingwan Palace. The ascending path, about a zhang wide, led up 1,000 zhang high stone staircase, which was not overly steep. The steps were paved with blue stone, worn smooth by countless feet. Flanking the stone steps were trees adorned with lush green leaves, interspersed with a few maple trees. At this moment, the maple leaves had turned a fiery crimson, creating a striking contrast against the verdant foliage. Haochen stepped onto the ascending path, climbing the stairs and gradually leaving behind the vibrant scenery. Who approaches? As he neared the palace complex nestled in the mountainside, two figures suddenly emerged from the woods at a platform spanning 100 zhang. Clad in the attire of Qingwan Palace, these two early-stage nascent soul cultivators brandished their swords, standing before Haochen. I am Haochen, a disciple of the Qianyuan sect from the heavenly Yuan continent, here to pay my respects to the palace master of Qingwan Palace on urgent matters. I kindly request permission to enter. Haochen politely explained his situation to the two. Understood. The pair, noting Haochen's mid-stage nascent soul status, did not dare to be negligent. After a short incense time, one of them returned with a middle-aged cultivator of early-stage nascent soul. Fellow cultivator, the palace master requests your presence. The middle-aged cultivator said respectfully. Haochen followed him as they ascended the 100 zhang stone steps and traversed a smooth, flat plaza. Before his eyes stood the majestic Qingwan Palace, surrounded by ancient towering trees, casting a verdant shade. The red walls and yellow tiles gleamed with brilliance. A black and gold plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the words Qingwan Palace, exuding an air of solemnity coupled with supreme authority. Enter. Just as Haochen was admiring the grandeur of Qingwan Palace, a melodious and commanding female voice rang out. At the sound, he stepped forward into the palace. Before him, on a wide white jade throne adorned with thick mink fur, sat a woman of exquisite beauty, her face partially concealed by a delicate black veil, adding an ethereal quality to her visage. Regardless of her appearance, her graceful demeanor as she sat was enough to captivate any onlooker. Behind her stood two women dressed in elegant yellow gowns. On either side of the palace were four stout vermilion wooden pillars, standing tall and imposing, firmly supporting the ceiling above, creating a sense of spaciousness and grandeur. Several cultivators lined both sides, casting glances in Haochen's direction. To his surprise, he recognized a few familiar faces among them. It was during a fierce conflict between the inhabitants of the Qingwan Palace and the practitioners of the southern domain of the demon sect that he had encountered them. Nan Gongfeng, Qing Feng, and Qing Yu each bore a troubled expression. Disciple Haochen of the Qianyuan sect pays his respects to the esteemed master of Qingwan Palace. Upon discerning the situation, Haochen bowed to the lady seated above. No need for formalities. The other party waved her hand and stated, Steward, leave Qing Feng and Qing Yu here. I have matters of significance to discuss with this young gentleman. Chapter 794, Mother and Daughter Reunion. Please, follow me. At this moment, The Qingyuan fairy abruptly rose, directing her gaze towards Haochen. Earlier, as Haochen had slowly entered the palace, he had already communicated through sound to the woman upon the throne. From the aura emanating from the master of Qingyuan Palace, Haochen deduced that her cultivation surpassed that of Nan Gongfeng, estimating her to be at the mid-stage of the fusion realm. In the reception hall of Qingyuan Palace, the Qingyuan fairy gestured for them to speak. This place is quite discreet, and the individuals present are all kin. You mentioned earlier that you had a confidential matter to discuss. What is it? Once inside the reception area, the Qingyuan fairy set up a barrier with a wave of her hand. After they took their seats, she turned to Haochen and inquired. The 3 individuals I brought with me are eager to meet you. May I ask if it is convenient? Haochen looked earnestly at the Qingyuan fairy as he spoke. It is indeed convenient, replied the master of Qingyuan Palace, the Qingyuan fairy, with an air of indifference. Nan Gongfeng, Qingfeng, and Qingyu exchanged glances, uncertain of the intentions of the person before them. Haochen then rose once more, gesturing to establish another barrier. You 3 may come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingxian, Qing'er, and Xiaozue appeared sequentially in the reception hall. What? Qingxian Qing'e? The little girl was recognized by the Qingyuan fairy as a familiar, yet distant figure, while the other 2 were unknown to her. Mother! Cried the 3rd princess, Qingxian, as she rushed into the embrace of the Qingyuan fairy, weeping uncontrollably. Grandfather! Qing'er also leaped into the arms of Nan Gongfeng. Only Xiaozue, feeling lost, had no choice but to leap into Haotian's embrace, her head bowed in tears. Xiaozue, go forth and greet your mother, Haochen urged, guiding Xiaozue to the Qingyuan fairy. Before his words had fully settled in the room, everyone rose to their feet, their gazes fixed upon Xiaozue. You are Chueyo. The Qingyuan fairy recalled vividly the moment she gave birth to Xiaozue. Emerging from the flesh of an egg that had encased a fledgling, Xiaozue's birth was a closely guarded secret of Qingyuan Palace. The return to innocence of the Azure Bird symbolized hope for the Azure Bird clan. As the fledgling grew, its jade-like feathers evoked deep affection. Hence the Qingyuan fairy affectionately named the little girl Xiaozue. In an inexplicable twist of fate, upon encountering Xiaozue, Haochen had also named her after her appearance. My child. Upon hearing Haotian's words, a profound connection surged through the Qingyuan fairy, and she pulled Xiaozue, still in a daze, into her arms, weeping with abandon. Mother! At this moment, Xiaozue finally recognized that the figure before her was indeed her biological mother, the Qingyuan fairy. Qingxian, little sister. The 3 women wept together, their tears flowing profusely. After a considerable time, Xiaozue suddenly recalled her return to the Qingyuan Palace on Ling Mountain, only to find no trace of her father. Where's father? She exclaimed, lifting her gaze to her mother, the immortal Qingyuan, inquiring earnestly. Qingfeng, having overheard Xiaozue's question, glanced at her and recounted the circumstances surrounding their father, King Qingyu, who had yet to return, still searching for Xiaozue. No matter how far and wide the world may be, I shall find father. I swear it, Xiaozue declared, her heart resolute upon learning that her father had scoured the earth for her, yet remained untraceable. After the family's prolonged lamentation, the immortal Qingyuan finally posed a question. What has transpired that you 3 could reunite? Xiaozue recounted her adventurous escapade away from the southern domain's minor world, how she had lost her way after leaping over the rock ridge, and how she had been taken in by Haochen. They had relied upon one another, enduring numerous trials to reach this point. The immortal Qingyuan had already grasped the unfolding narrative. Qing'er also shared the details of her rescue and elaborated on the fierce battle that had recently ensued. Pray tell, what is Haochen's cultivation level? Nan Gongfeng began to harbor doubts regarding Haochen's abilities. Thank you. Upon hearing the full account, Qingfeng rose to express gratitude on behalf of the Qingyuan Palace towards Haochen. Simultaneously, his appreciation was heartfelt. Had it not been for Haochen's timely intervention, he would have perished at the hands of the southern domain's 3rd elder, Lu Wui. Haochen then spoke of the black-clad figures he had been tracking and the 2nd elder of the southern domain hall, Lian Weiqiang. The identity of the black-clad individuals was revealed to be assassins from the Tiannan Killer Hall, involved in a dual heist aimed at destabilizing the Qingyuan Palace's dominion in the southern domain's minor world. The most insidious among them was the Tiannan Killer Hall, an organization established for the benefit of the Qingyao clan, which had since spread its influence across various regions. From the soul-searching of the Hall Master, Qiu Hai, Haochen obtained fragments of information indicating that the thousands of Qingyuan disciples who had vanished over the millennia were the doing of the Qiu family. As Haochen recounted these revelations, the guests in the reception room began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Mother, you may not yet know this, but Haochen is the bearer of the Shao Hao bloodline. Qing Xian's declaration stunned everyone present. The prophecy spoken by the ancestors of the Qingyuan palace was indeed accurate. Only one possessing the Shao Hao bloodline could aid the Qingyao clan. It was only through the union of the Shao Hao bloodline with that of the Qingyuan clan that the curse upon the Qingyao bloodline could be broken. However, there was no suitable match within the Qingyuan palace for this individual. Xiao Chui was far too young. While the immortal Qingyuan wrestled with this dilemma, Qing Xian leaned closer to her mother and Xiao Chui, whispering in hushed tones. As emotions ran high, Qing Xian abruptly unleashed her mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. The immortal Qingyuan was left speechless, while Nangguang Feng, Qing Feng, and Qing Yu stood in astonishment. One could spend nearly a century cultivating from the initial stage of the nascent soul to its mid-stage. Yet it seemed trivial in comparison to the bond forged in a single night of marital intimacy. Nangguang Feng mused silently, though he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. I must emphasize that every word I utter here is a secret, including those concerning Xiao Chui. Until matters are resolved, I implore you to keep this information confidential. Upon witnessing Xiao Chui's return to her ancestral roots, Haochen spoke with great solemnity. He had yet to depart from the Qingyuan palace, where he, the Qingyuan fairy, and Chief Steward Nangong Feng were collaboratively devising a strategy. Utilizing a fragment of blood-poisoned spiritual essence, Haochen maintained a presence within the black-clad assassins of the Tiannan Killer Hall, which allowed him to detect their movements within Dongguan City. Consequently, Haochen, along with Nangong Feng and others, orchestrated a covert plan to lure the black-clad figures out of Dongguan City and into the misty forest for annihilation, ensuring that innocent lives within the city remained unharmed. The leader of the Tiannan Killer Hall, Qiu Hai, had been vanquished by Haochen within the Yunhai sect. Should they succeed in eliminating the black-clad assassins, the Tiannan Killer Hall would be rendered incapable of committing further transgressions, thereby alleviating the pressure on the Qingyuan palace. The subsequent strategy to unexpectedly eradicate the Tiannan Killer Hall after the elimination of the black-clad assassins was also an integral part of their plan. Chapter 795, Covert Maneuvering, Part 1. As the lanterns flickered to life, a shadowy figure stealthily infiltrated the city lord's mansion. Recently, the black-clad figures had suffered a setback. Not only did they fail to secure the third princess, who was subsequently rescued by another enigmatic individual, but they also sustained injuries during the fracas due to their greed for the demon core of the singular horned dragon. This humiliation compelled the black-clad figures to regain their lost honor. Since the leader of the Killer Hall, Qiu Hai, had secretly allied with the demonic sect, the vice leader, the purple jade assassin Xiu Kuan, had assumed effective control of the Killer Hall. In recent years, the Killer Hall had only undertaken assassination missions of lesser significance, categorized by ranks of gold, silver, bronze, and iron. The iron-ranked assassins were at the Yuandan realm, the bronze-ranked at the Yuaning realm, the silver-ranked at the Huashan realm, and the gold-ranked at the Funshan realm. Additionally, there were super assassins at the He-Tu realm and the Mou assassins at the Tribulation realm, culminating in the Zhuanyu assassins at the Great Ascension realm. Confident in the Killer Hall's formidable strength and the absence of discrepancies, Qiu Kuan authorized further operations, which yielded satisfactory results without any blunders. This success only emboldened him further, leading to an overestimation of their capabilities. The actions of the Tiannan Killer Hall had long surpassed the ancestral precepts. Focusing solely on the Qingyuan Palace and various factions within the Southern Domain, aspiring to dominate the Southern Domain world. In no time, the Killer Hall began to strike out indiscriminately, creating numerous enemies and causing a significant decline in their overall strength due to repeated failures. During their recent attempt to abduct the third princess of the Qingyuan Palace, Qiu Kuan returned in disgrace, only to find that new assassination orders had been issued. Upon seeing an assassination task targeting the gold-ranked mission of Dongguan City's lord, Donggong Yun-yi, Qiu Kuan's eyes lit up with opportunity. Eager to further diminish the Qingyuan Palace's influence and morale, the abduction of the third princess of the Qingyuan Palace was indeed orchestrated by the Purple Jade Assassin, Vice Leader Qiu Kuan. The ancestral tenets of the Tiannan Killer Hall dictated that individuals of the Qingmiao bloodline were to be utilized solely for the benefit of the Qiu family, thereby continuously weakening the Qingyuan Palace's burgeoning power. The Killer Hall had received word that the southern domain had dispatched an early-stage second elder of the combined realm to ambush the chief steward of the Qingyuan Palace, Nan Gongfeng, who was also at the early stage of the combined realm. The adversaries are formidable beings of the fusion realm, dispatching elite assassins. Not only is there no profit to be gained, but it also risks their very lives, potentially leading to the annihilation of their entire force. Consequently, Chilquin must take matters into his own hands. However, to his astonishment, after centuries of successful missions, this time he returns empty-handed. Furthermore, there lies the peril of exposing his identity and power. The Ziyu assassins are rare talents that emerge only once in a millennium. Chilquin himself has only recently ascended to the fusion realm, becoming a Ziyu assassin. With the Qinyuan Grand Array's barrier dismantled, many cultivators were able to ascend as the essence of the world flowed into the Qinyuan realm, which enabled Chilquin to finally reach the platform of the fusion realm. The enigmatic figure of the fourth force has remained a source of deep contemplation for Chilquin. To fulfill the mission of assassinating the Lord of Dongwuan City, Donggong Uni, Chilquin leads 4 silver-ranked assassins, 2 gold-ranked assassins, and several guardians to Dongwuan City to gather intelligence and confirm the timing and location of the assassination. Through a trace of blood poison from Chilquin, Haochen has long discerned his intentions. Thus, using this trace, he transforms into Haochen's likeness during his time in the misty jungle caves and discreetly infiltrates the Lord's mansion, waiting in the study located in the backyard of the council hall. Based on the intelligence he previously obtained, Chilquin feels confident that with his strength, eliminating a late-stage god transformation realm lord would be a trivial task. Therefore, he stealthily enters the Lord's mansion and soon discovers the whereabouts of Donggong Uni. At this moment, Donggong Uni is seated in the council hall, discussing important matters with trusted subordinates. Have there been any new leads on the whereabouts of the third princess? Lord Donggong Uni inquires. Reporting to the Lord, several god transformation cultivators have been dispatched to investigate the incident's location, but no new information has emerged yet, comes the reply. Upon hearing this, Chilquin silently observes and realizes that it is the elder of Donggong, with whom he has previously clashed to a standstill, and since then, they have had no further dealings. The individuals sent by Qingyuan Palace have engaged with those from the Nanyu Hall, resulting in casualties on both sides before they retreated. Recently, a group of mysterious individuals has appeared in the city, all possessing formidable strength, each at least at the Yuan Dan level. I suspect they may be from the Tiannan Assassins Hall. The presence of Tiannan assassins in Dongwuan City? Could they be planning another assassination? It seems the Tiannan Hall and the Nanyu Hall have also been in frequent contact. Within the council hall, Donggong Uni and his subordinates discuss these matters, most of whom Chilquin recognizes, each being at least at the god transformation level. Lord Donggong Uni is visibly troubled, the abduction of a princess within his jurisdiction, while Qingyuan Palace has remained silent, still places an undeniable burden of responsibility on Dongwuan City. The Lord's mansion has deployed numerous spies throughout the city, compiling information from various sources. Chilquin, however, finds little interest in this, and, after listening for a short while, stealthily retreats to the Lord's study, following Haochen's lead. Inside the study, Chilquin employs a concealment technique to mask his presence, hiding behind the door to eavesdrop on the proceedings within the council hall. After a prolonged wait of several hours, the members of the council began to depart. As the echoes of their footsteps faded, the city lord, Donggong Yui, made his way towards the study. Listening intently to the sound of Donggong Yui's approach, Chilquin's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he muttered, "On this day next year, it shall be your death anniversary." The door to the study was gently pushed open, and Donggong Yui entered with his brow furrowed, hands clasped behind his back. Upon entering, he casually closed the door, unaware that someone was concealed behind it. In that pivotal moment, as Donggong Yui shut the door, Chilquin's thoughts sparked, and his short sword was drawn, though he remained silent in his fury. Suddenly, Chilquin's power surged to the combined realm, releasing an ominous aura. Alarmed, Donggong Yui sensed 3 menacing presences closing in on him. Awakening to the imminent danger, he found himself under attack. A swift energy blade struck his legs, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Dark sword energies erupted above him, and even as a cultivator at the late stage of the split realm, he was rendered unconscious by the sudden ambush. Haochen executed the illusory finger technique, striking Donggong Yui's legs just before Chioquan's lethal blow could land. Simultaneously, the Demon Wo sword defended against Chioquan's fatal strike. The impact reverberated, forcing Haochen to retreat, as Chioquan seized the opportunity to advance, unleashing a fiery palm strike. In an instant, the two engaged. Haochen, multitasking, used the Demon Wo sword to fend off Chioquan's short sword while employing the illusory finger technique to protect Donggong Yui. After 3 breaths, once Donggong Yui regained consciousness, Haochen finally turned his full attention to countering Chioquan. Chapter 796, The Hidden Schemes, Part 2. Do you think the City Lord's mansion is devoid of guardians? Is this a place you can invade at will? Haochen scoffed. Bang! Before his words could fully escape his lips, Chioquan struck him with a powerful palm, sending him reeling. With his balance compromised, Haochen stumbled over the threshold of the study door, crashing to the ground. Let us see how long you can evade. Chioquan's relentless assault continued as he swiftly exited the study. In that fleeting moment on the ground, Haochen reverted to his original form, but Chioquan's sword energy swept towards him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Boom! Several fierce strikes followed, their overwhelming force obliterating the entire room in an instant. The sequence unfolded seamlessly. Haochen, gradually overwhelmed, was bloodied and dirted, retreating while engaged in combat. In the misty jungle cavern, having let his guard down, Chioquan seethed with rage upon realizing Donggong Yui had vanished from sight. This enigmatic figure continuously thwarts my plans. I cannot allow you to escape. In his fury, Chioquan pursued Haochen relentlessly. The 6 guardians sworn to Chioquan failed to intercept Haochen's flight. Not only did Chioquan vow to exact vengeance upon the mysterious individual, but he also sought to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the 3rd princess. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, forcefully illuminating the jungle, rendering it at times clear and at others shrouded in obscurity. Intermittent roars of beasts echoed from unknown depths, adding an air of enigma to the forest. Amidst the dense jungle, a young man, bloodied and tattered, moved swiftly, trampling the grass and snapping branches underfoot with reckless abandon. Yet, he paid no heed to the destruction, propelling himself forward with utmost speed. Shortly after his passage, 7 robust figures emerged, matching his pace without faltering. The figure in the lead was Haochen, who, though not at his utmost velocity, deliberately maintained a distance to lure his pursuers into a deadly trap. Having escaped from Dongwon City approximately half an hour prior, Haochen enticed his followers deeper into the jungle. At a certain moment, he abruptly halted, cautiously retreating to a towering ancient tree. He moved with utmost care, leaving no trace, and swiftly ascended using both hands and feet. The canopy above was a blind spot for those below. Even if they looked up occasionally, the dense foliage obscured their vision. Once atop the tree, Haochen concealed himself adeptly, while his pursuers trailed his scent. Damn it, this kid runs fast. My legs are starting to ache. And I haven't even caught a glimpse of him, one of them grumbled. It seems we won't be resting this night, another chimed in. Silence. Search carefully. You know the Deputy Hall Master's capabilities, a hoarse-voiced man at the back of the group coldly commanded. Though he had confidence in their formation, he feared casualties during the confrontation. Thus, despite being the fastest among them, he chose to linger at the rear. The 7 figures advanced swiftly through the inky darkness, unaware that this seemingly foolproof pursuit was beginning to shift. Hidden in the treetops, Haochen could now vaguely discern flickering shadows in the distance. He shifted his position to a more concealed area amidst the lush foliage, no longer facing this band alone, but collaborating with Nangong Feng, a mid-stage elder from Qinghuan Palace, to set a phantom kill trap for Chioquan. The Qinghuan Palace's Qinghuan Ferry had dispatched additional personnel to liaise with the Lord of the Forluan City, simultaneously mounting a midnight raid on Tiannan Hall, the nest established in the 4 cities. At this moment, Qing Feng, Qing Yu, and the 5 little demonesses, following Haochen's guidance, had already infiltrated the western part of Bailwan City to assault the stronghold of Tiannan's assassins. Before long, the 7 adversaries appeared within Haochen's line of sight. No longer needing to probe with his consciousness, their forms became distinctly visible, and he fixated intently on the last figure in the line. Through prior reconnaissance, he had discerned the subtle differences in Chioquan's aura, realizing that he had disguised himself once more upon entering the misty jungle. Haochen was indeed the target of this ambush. The 7 pursuers, moving with blinding speed, soon arrived at the base of the great tree where Haochen lay concealed. Haochen's gaze was firmly fixed on a figure clad in black at the rear of the group. The initial strike in an ambush against such formidable opponents was paramount. A failure would undoubtedly lead him into a siege by 7 adversaries. Haochen, either intentionally or inadvertently, had created a slight distance from the 6 individuals ahead. It appeared he hoped to use them as expendable pawns, allowing him to stealthily deliver a fatal blow to Haochen. Although this plan was undeniably sinister. Had the enemy pursued from behind while remaining oblivious, after a fierce struggle, Haochen's covert attack might have indeed succeeded. Haochen, with a cold smirk, discerned Haochen's intentions lurking behind. Originally, the hidden trump card at the back had inadvertently provided Haochen with the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack by maintaining a bit of distance from the others. Haochen aimed to gradually lure these individuals into his illusionary killing formation. Such is the nature of the world. Meticulous planning can create numerous advantages. Yet a minor miscalculation can thwart all schemes, transforming previously gained advantages into significant hindrances. Seizing the moment, Haochen propelled himself downward, selecting a remarkably strategic landing spot that was not far from Haochen. In descending, he aimed to minimize any sound he might produce. As he fell, approximately 2 yards from the ground, Haochen arrived at the chosen location. Without hesitation, Haochen swung the demon morning sword toward Haochen. The movement of the sword alerted Haochen, who instinctively looked up and raised his hand to counter the strike. In that instant, Haochen felt a pang of regret. He had intended to fall silently, but had forgotten that his sleeves would create a rustling sound. Fortunately, his opponent was Haochen, who at that moment was unarmed. Had the adversary been more powerful and still airborne, Haochen would have had no means to evade the impending strike. Haochen's hand thrust out, generating a pressure wave that caused Haochen's body to waver in midair, underscoring the immense force involved. Haochen, somewhat careless, failed to connect the sudden change to the pursuit of the mysterious figure, believing instead that a beast had launched an unexpected attack. Had he chosen to accelerate suddenly, he might have evaded Haochen's sword entirely. Chapter 797. Eliminating strong foes. The demon morning sword wielded by Haochen left almost no trace when used in the night. With a crack, the sword sliced into Haochen's palm, continuing its trajectory until it reached the elbow, unable to penetrate further. The outcome left Haochen momentarily stunned in midair. Based on his understanding of cultivators in the integration stage, he had expected a short blade to penetrate only as far as the wrist, yet it had cleaved all the way to the elbow. When had my strength increased so dramatically? Haochen pondered with a sense of bewilderment. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the dark forest. The 6 black-clad assassins, who had been sprinting ahead, simultaneously halted and turned to look back in shock. Upon a cursory glance, the 6 cloaked assassins were utterly astounded. The enigmatic figure, who was supposed to be ahead, had unexpectedly materialized behind their ranks. Moreover, the most formidable among them appeared gravely injured, seemingly rendered useless. Even if he survived, he would likely emerge as a one-armed man. The vice leader. The 6 assassins in the front momentarily hesitated, but soon 2 of them shouted and charged towards Haochen. At that moment, Haochen, witnessing Haochen's severe injury, contemplated the possibility of permanently entombing the 7 individuals in this place, thus saving the expenditure of spirit stones to activate the illusory kill array. He swiftly advanced towards the now howling and retreating Haochen, intent on finishing him off. In the blink of an eye, Haochen reached Haochen's side, but at that instant, the 2 cloaked assassins approached with an uncanny grace. They lunged at Haochen simultaneously. One unleashed a shadowy palm strike from the void, while the other conjured a fist of energy, targeting his chest. The energy emanating from the 2 assassins surged violently, and amidst the chaos, one of them bellowed a command. In response, Haochen executed a dazzling step, his form shifting fluidly as he harnessed the surrounding energy, transforming the space around him into a tempest of power. At this moment, his own energy flowed with unparalleled intensity, elevating his cultivation to the late stage of spirit division. Faced with the simultaneous assault of the 2 assassins, Haochen was compelled to respond with utmost seriousness. As one assassin's palm shadow descended from above, Haochen met it head-on with his enchanted sword, the Demon Sorrow. With a resounding clash, the energies of heaven and earth surged in tumultuous waves. The Demon Sorrow, like a furious black dragon, pierced through the palm shadow, causing the assassin to spew blood and collapse to the ground. Simultaneously, the magic hand of demon slaying that Haochen had summoned erupted forth. He relished the opportunity to utilize this hand to manifest spells of various attributes. In that instant, his left hand morphed into a thunderous magical hand, ready to confront the incoming fist of energy. When the two forces collided, a magnificent surge of energy erupted, fracturing the surrounding space and unleashing a tempest in all directions. Yet, the assassin's fist halted before Haochen's chest, ensnared by the thunderous net that had formed. A primal roar escaped his throat, a sound that was anything but human. However, he could utter only a single syllable before his voice was abruptly silenced. His throat had been pierced. The thunderous hand that Haochen wielded had merely utilized 4 fingers to create the net, while his ring finger unleashed a bolt of concentrated lightning. With 3 spirit entities within him, he could operate with singular focus on all 3 fronts. Do you comprehend? This is the true essence of a killer, Haochen declared scornfully. Blood, accompanied by the warm breath from the assassin's throat, erupted forth, and his eyes dulled to a lifeless gray. Just as Haochen's words faded, the assassin's eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity, followed by a fleeting, satisfied smile before vanishing. Haochen, having not slain Haochen in time, swiftly retreated, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. In that fleeting moment, Haochen had already distanced himself by 10 paces. Subsequently, he revealed a cruel smile to the others before turning and disappearing into the dense jungle. Welcome to experience the illusionary killing formation. A cold voice echoed from the depths of the forest where Haochen had vanished. At this moment, Haochen clutched his injured right arm with his left hand. Yet a torrent of blood continued to flow down his left arm. Seeing his subordinates come to his aid filled him with immense joy. However, a single phrase from Haochen sent a chill coursing through his heart. Haochen immediately activated the formation, which erupted into chaos. Suddenly, a series of massive wind blades shot forth like a torrential downpour. Despite the efforts of those within the formation to defend themselves, these wind blades were exceedingly formidable. And in the blink of an eye, 6 individuals were left grievously wounded by the onslaught. 3 were slain by the powerful attacks of the formation, leaving the remaining 3 too exhausted to continue the fight. Haochen, already severely injured, was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Yet, it was too late for him to evade the oncoming danger. In a narrow confrontation, it is the brave who prevail. Everyone charged together. At this juncture, Haochen beckoned Nangongfeng and 2 elders to join him in the fray. The 3 individuals, dazed by the formation, had long lost their courage to resist. Now consumed by panic, Haochen refrained from engaging, instead observing the enemy's futile attempts to navigate the formation. Under the relentless assault of the formidable warriors from the Qingyuan Palace, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the 3 adversaries were vanquished. With the formation in place, their primordial spirits could not escape. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen retrieved the fragment of the blood-poisoned spirit that had been lurking within Haochen. Thus, the battle against the formidable members of the Southern Killers Hall came to a close amidst the misty jungle. The leader of the Southern Killers Hall, Hai, had been slain by Haochen at the Yunhai sect. At this moment, the deputy leader Haochen and the elite assassins were lured into the illusionary killing formation and surrounded. Consequently, the Southern Domain's small world was devoid of the Killers Hall, and the various branches within the Qianyuan realm faded into obscurity. Haochen and his companions executed the formidable members of the Southern Killers Hall in secrecy within the misty jungle, with no one aware that the assassins had perished amidst the fog. When Haochen, Nangongfeng, and the 2 elders from the Qingyuan Palace returned to the palace, the mist surrounding it rose, while the Qingyuan Palace basked in the warmth of the sun. The sleepless Qingyuan fairy, accompanied by Qingxian, stood early before the palace to welcome the 4 upon their safe return. Seeing them return unscathed eased the anxiety that had gripped her heart. Upon entering the main hall, Nangongfeng recounted the details of the mission to the Qingyuan fairy. Just as he spoke, a cacophony of chattering voices from outside the hall interrupted their conversation. Xiao Chui arrived, accompanied by the 4 little demonesses, along with Qingfeng and Qingyu, weary from their journey. During their return, the blood-poisoned spirit had intercepted their group, while at the same time, Xiaohong received a telepathic message from Haochen, instructing them to eliminate the Southern Domain's hall upon entering the North Wan City. The blood-poisoned spirit had long been aware of the residence of the second elder, Lian Weichong. As the cultivators of the Qingyuan Palace besieged the southern domain hall, the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar seized the opportunity to infiltrate Lian Weichong's body, colluding from within and without to devour his consciousness. Elder Lian Weichong, overwhelmed by the assault of 5 young girls, found himself powerless against the blood-poisoned spirit, which took advantage of the moment to seize control over him. The sudden attack caught the members of the southern domain hall off guard. The formidable forces of the Qingyuan Palace swiftly dismantled the secret base of the southern domain hall, resulting in the demise of over 1,000 members of the demonic sect. Chapter 798. A special gift. Having eradicated the southern domain hall and vanquished the heavenly South Assassin's Hall, both Xiao Chui and Qing'er were relieved of a lingering concern. In seeking to resolve the bloodline curse of the Qingyao clan, Haochen pondered numerous solutions, yet none proved viable. He was left with no choice but to preserve some pure blood of the Xiaohao lineage. Although Haochen and Fairy Qingxian had long since intertwined their bloodlines through mutual cultivation, it was still premature to consider the birth of a second generation of blood. On this day, Haochen arranged to meet Fairy Qingwan in the small parlor of the Qingyuan Palace. Reluctantly, he extracted a few drops of the pure blood of the Xiaohao lineage, placing it into a jade vial and presenting it to Fairy Qingwan. This is the blood of the Xiaohao heritage, which I have sealed within this jade vial. Due to my connection with Qingxian, my bloodline also contains the essence of the Qingyao clan. I believe that the pure blood of the Xiaohao lineage may assist in breaking the curse afflicting the Qingyao bloodline. Haochen spoke as he handed her the vial. Thank you. Fairy Qingwan began, but her words faltered as she opened the vial. The golden red blood, exuding a violent aura, left her utterly astounded. The greatest hope for the Qingyao clan rested upon the union of their women with those of the Xiaohao bloodline, utilizing the blood of the second generation to refine and eradicate the curse. Haochen's generous offering of his pure blood to her was the most significant boon for the Qingyao clan. According to the proportions required for the second generation's blood, the Xiaohao lineage blood Haochen gifted could benefit over 10,000 individuals. As they conversed, Xiao Chui bounced into the small parlor of the Qingyuan Palace. Why does this ferocious aura resemble my brother's essence? Upon entering the parlor, Xiao Chui sensed something amiss. Fairy Qingwan quickly capped the vial, sealing it and storing it within her spatial ring. I want to compete with you for Brother Haochen's gifts, hee. Xiao Chui giggled as she observed her mother's protective demeanor, reminiscent of a guard against thieves. By the way, where's the gift you gave to Mother? You know I'm aware that Brother Haochen possesses fine treasures, Xiao Chui remarked knowingly. Did you not see? I already presented the gift to Mother. Haochen teased, seeking to playfully provoke Xiao Chui. Humph, that vial of blood. I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me for free. Who would covet your gift? Xiao Chui retorted, fully aware of Haochen's playful intentions. Here, Haochen said as he produced 2 bracelets, intending to hand them to Fairy Qingwan. Let me have them. Xiao Chui swiftly snatched the bracelets from Haochen's hands. She wished to examine their contents. If unsatisfied, she would return them for a better selection. Passable. I'll concede you have some thoughtfulness. Xiao Chui meticulously examined 2 storage rings, both containing identical treasures. Mother, please pay close attention and do not let her deceive you. Xiao Chui remarked, casually handing the 2 bangles to the celestial Lady Qingwan. The gifts included the eternal spirit liquid, the eternal stone stalactite milk, the Tianyuan fruit, the detoxifying and beautifying pill, and the transformation pill, each a rare and precious treasure that one could only hope to encounter. After inspecting the contents of the storage rings, the celestial lady remained silent, not for lack of desire to speak, but rather because she was at a loss for words. Why are there 2 sets? Could it be a mistake? She pondered internally. One set represented Xiao Chui's heartfelt intentions, while the other conveyed Qing Xian's sentiments, which I present on behalf of both. Brothers Qing Feng and Qing Yu, I have prepared additional gifts, Haochen interjected, offering clarification to the celestial lady. At this moment, Qing Xian arrived in the small parlor. Unable to remain in the Qingyuan Palace any longer, as she was the unwed daughter-in-law of the young lord of Dongguan City. For now, she had to withdraw for a time to balance the sentiments of the 4 cities under the Qingyuan Palace. Upon entering the South Domain's minor world, apart from 5 little girls, no one else was present. The Jade Pendant space had already formed its own realm, and with more individuals, it naturally became lively. Haochen gathered Xiao Chui and Qing Xian, along with 16 young members from the Qingyao clan selected by the Qinghuan Palace. The people of the Qinghuan Palace, following Xiao Chui and Qing Xian, were to embark on the trial in the fourfold heavenly awakening realm. Contingent upon their ability to refine Haochen's essence blood within the demon suppression tower to break the cursed bloodline. Otherwise, they would be doomed to remain within the confines of the demon suppression tower or return to the South Domain's minor world. Haochen had clandestinely established a teleportation array within the Qinghuan Palace, connected to the teleportation array of the Misty Forest Unicorn Evil Dragon Cave. Under Haochen's guidance, the celestial lady Qinghuan, Nen Gongfeng, Qingfeng, and Qingyu ventured forth to the Unicorn Evil Dragon Cave. United in purpose, the five of them cleared the collapsed entrance. With Haochen's direction, the celestial lady and her companions worked together to dismantle the layered barriers he had set, entering the grand stone chamber with the teleportation array. The ancient teleportation array has been repaired and is ready for use. However, its destination remains unknown and awaits exploration. I shall inform you once I discern its location, he explained, taking the opportunity to instruct them on how to operate, maintain, and care for the teleportation array. The four individuals each attempted to experience the sensation of teleporting from this location to the Qinghuan Palace. Haochen and Qingfeng, however, chose not to return via the teleportation array. Instead, upon exiting the cave, Haochen guided Qingfeng in setting a mirage array to conceal the cave. Haochen did not accompany Qingfeng back to the Qinghuan Palace, but instead deployed his wings of wind to leave the misty forest, subsequently summoning an interstellar spacecraft to head directly towards the gateway of the South Domain's minor world. Xiao Chui, Qinger, Qing Xian, come forth. Haochen called for Qinger, Xiao Chui, and Qing Xian to join him in exploring the scenic wonders of the South Domain's minor world. Naturally, he also summoned Yu Xiaolan, who had been engrossed in her studies aboard the spacecraft, to share in the experience of this small world. Yu Xiaolan listened intently to the four recounting their remarkable feats within the minor world, committing each tale to memory as material for her forthcoming chronicle of anecdotes. Despite decelerating the interstellar vessel, it took merely 2 days to arrive at the threshold of the Southern Domain's minor world. The journey to the city of Beiluan had consumed 3 months, yet the return took less than 2 days to reach the exit. At this moment, the exit of the minor world revealed itself, though it was shrouded by a formidable array, rendering those unfamiliar with its intricacies incapable of departure. The Southern Domain's minor world, being a realm of seals, permits easy entry but arduous exit. Xiao Chui managed to escape during a moment when the energy circulation node at the entrance was weak, inadvertently flying out due to her divine beast bloodline. The other members of the Qingyao clan dispatched to search for Xiao Chui were practitioners of a diluted bloodline. They too emerged from the minor world under the influence of the formidable Qinghuan fairy and the powerful Nangong Feng, who had torn open a rift with their spells. Haochen, standing at the entrance of the minor world, could discern the node connecting the exit to the outside realm. Owing to his profound cultivation, the prohibitions of the minor world were negligible for him. Nonetheless, Haochen refrained from arrogantly tearing apart the seal at the exit, choosing instead to wait for another moment of weakened energy circulation before departing the Southern Domain's minor world. Chapter 799. 1,000 miles of reinforcement. Upon leaving the Southern Domain's minor world, Haochen summoned Ziyu, Haoying, Shuang Er, Shan Er, Yi Xiaoyu, and others. The group sped towards Shihao City at an astonishing pace. 3 days later, at the edge of the Qingyun forest, several streaks of light rapidly approached from the distant horizon. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a gathering of practitioners advancing at remarkable speed. Indeed, it was Haochen and the ladies. In recent days, Ziyu had been keen to return home, prompting Haochen and the others to accompany her throughout the night. Exhausted from their flight, Ziyu and the others took refuge in the Zhun Mo Tower to rest, allowing Haochen to continue his journey alone. It was only due to Haochen's exceptional capabilities that he could persist while others would have succumbed to fatigue long ago. Finally, they arrived at their destination. A city loomed in the distance. Shihao City. Haochen's gaze sharpened. The once majestic Shihao City appeared far less imposing than he had remembered. Compared to the formidable Suayao City in the Qiyuan realm and the Night City in the Tianwu continent, it was indeed lacking. Yet, Shihao City remained a prominent city in the Tianyuan continent, bustling with daily comings and goings. After several years, Haochen returned to Shihao City. and the world around him seemed irrevocably changed. It was only then that he summoned Ziyu, Haoing, Shuang Shan Yi Xiaoyu, and Xiao Chui, who naturally brought along the other four young ladies. It was in Shihao City that Haochen had first met the sisters Leng Ziyin and Leng Ziyu. When departing for the Tianwu continent, he had left Haoing and Ziwan behind to accompany Ziyin, while he took Ziyu, Shuang and his sister Shan to leave the Tianyuan continent. Upon returning to the Tianyuan continent, he fortuitously encountered Haoing in Lanluo City. Now, in Shihao City, only Ziyin and Ziwan remained to rely on one another. As Haochen strolled along the streets of Shihao City, he observed the unchanged thoroughfares and the lively taverns. Every building remained as it was. Even the tavern sign had not altered. The former Ziyu pavilion had absorbed the surrounding shops, yet everything else remained largely the same. Sister, I have returned. Upon the arrival of Leng Ziyu at the entrance of Ziyu pavilion, she called out in a loud voice, Sister Ziju, Sister Zian, Xiaoya has returned. Knight Xiaoya echoed her call. The shout resonated through the air, prompting the inhabitants of Ziyu pavilion to abandon their tasks and rush out through the grand doors. Zian and Ziju, upon recognizing the familiar figures, instinctively rushed forward. Ziyu anticipated a heartfelt embrace among sisters at her return. However, to her surprise, both sisters leapt into the arms of Haochen in full view of everyone. Oh dear, what about the rest of us? Just a moment, please. Xiao Chui remarked unhappily at the sight. It seemed that Sister Qing Xian would have to stand back. Eventually, Zian and Ziju shyly extricated themselves from Haochen's embrace to greet the others. After spending some time in Shihai City, Haochen accompanied Zian and Ziju to handle the aftermath at Ziyu Pavilion. Reluctant to part from Haochen, the sisters entrusted the management of Ziyu Pavilion to friends and relatives of the Leng family. During this period, Haochen led the ladies back to Fengming Town and returned to Haoyuan Hall. Haoyuan Heng and Zhu Fengwu, along with Shan'er, Shuang'er, and the other ladies, entered the jade pendant space to pay their respects to their father, Hao Yunlong, and their grandfather, Hao Yinbei. Upon entering the jade pendant space, Zhu Fengwu was elated, losing herself in joy. When Zian and Ziju, accompanied by Li Hao, the head of Ziyun Pavilion, and their grandfather, Zi Xiaohan, along with numerous members of the Leng and Zi families, arrived in Fengming Town, Haochen was at home, cherishing moments with his family. News from Feiyu Pavilion, delivered by Yi Qianshan, reported a once-in-a-millennium beast tide erupting in the Tianwu continent, devastating many small towns and cities. Knight Xiaohan, Knight Xiaoya, and Yu Xiaolan were in a state of frantic concern upon hearing the news. After ensuring the safety of his family within the jade pendant space, Haochen activated the interstellar spacecraft and departed from Haoyuan Hall. As the spacecraft ascended from the square of Haoyuan Hall, the people realized the extraordinary foundation of Haoyuan Hall, as Haochen's grand departure was intended to intimidate those of nefarious intent. Through communications with Knight Lingxiao and Ancestor Xingxiao, the head of Tsanghua organized disciples of Qianyuan's sect to proceed to Tianwu continent for assistance. As 120 disciples of the Yuandan realm prepared to board the flying vessel, Haochen arrived at Qianyuan's sect, setting up the location for the teleportation array. After paying his respects to Master Leng Yushuang, Haochen adjusted the pre-arranged teleportation array before taking Leng Yushuang and the assisting disciples ahead. While crossing the Blue Yuan Sea from Tianyuan continent, they passed the Misty Isle where Haochen and Yuan Ziki had encountered unexpected adventures. Haochen reached out to Yuan Ziki, who at that moment had found herself at a dead end, seeking refuge on the island to pass the time. She reminisced about the past, reflecting on the fragments of days once cherished and now lost. Since the purge of the demonic sect in the Qianyuan realm began, Yuan Ziki had lived in constant fear, evading pursuers from the righteous sections. At that moment, she was hiding on this island, which spanned the Blue Yuan Strait. This place was once the site of the romance between Yuan Ziki and Hao Chun, a sanctuary of her memories. She no longer wished to hide, even in death. She desired to perish here. As Yuan Ziki sighed, she suddenly heard Hao Chen's voice and flew out from the misty island. Ah, is fate truly preordained? Hao Chen mused upon seeing Yuan Ziki waiting for him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yuan Ziki rushed into Hao Chen's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Upon entering the Tianwu continent, the sight of the ravaged ruins filled Hao Chen with melancholy. He did not allow his master, Leng Yushuang, and the disciples of Qianyuan's sect to disembark from the interstellar ship. Instead, he viewed them as a hidden force. Thus, he concealed the interstellar vessel and, together with Yi Shaohan, stealthily infiltrated the Dark Night City, making their way to the Cold Rain Pavilion. Upon their return, Yi Hanqing and Yi Xiaoyu did not hesitate to follow Haochen out of the Dark Night City. Disguised, Haochen quietly arrived at the hometown of Yu Xiaolan, Qiannan City. Qiannan City, known for its fertile land and remarkable individuals, is a place where numerous sects thrive, including many ancient families. The most prominent sect here is the Huanhe sect, one of the two major powers on the Tianwu continent, which has recently extended its ambitions into territories governed by the martial hall. The Yu family has been established in Qiannan City for over a millennium, with a powerful deity-level guardian. As the ruling family, the Yus aim to solidify their position. Without a martial king-level powerhouse, they risk losing their authority. In a side courtyard of the city lord's mansion, three men gathered, their expressions grim, seemingly deliberating on a pressing matter. One was the city lord, accompanied by two elders, the second elder, Yu Wuqia, at the mid-stage of martial venerable, and the grand elder, Yu Weiyun, at the late stage of martial venerable. This time, Qiannan City is facing an unprecedented beast tide, and despite our requests for assistance from the martial hall and Huanhe sect, we have yet to see any sign of help, the grand elder Yu Weiyun expressed with concern. Brother, scouts report that the beast tide is less than 1,000 miles from Qiannan City. Do you think Huanhe sect will send reinforcements to combat the tide? The second elder, Yu Wuqia, reported the situation regarding the impending beast tide. The middle-aged man, a martial saint at mid-stage, remained silent, listening intently. It seems unlikely that we will receive any external aid. The martial hall and Huanhe sect have communicated that this beast tide affects the entire Tianwu continent, and every region is overwhelmed. Without external assistance, we must rely on ourselves. This middle-aged man, Yu Wuyo, the city lord of Qiannan City and father of Yu Xiaolan, stated. Chapter 800. The mysterious beast tide. As the three men conversed, a sudden blaring of horns pierced the air. The beast tide. The beast tide is upon us. The bustling streets erupted in chaos as people screamed and scattered in every direction. Subsequently, the three men, who had been strategizing on how to defend against the beast tide, quickly exited the room. Gazing up at the sky over Qiannan City, they could clearly see several flying magical beasts soaring above. All cultivators, join me on the city walls to fend off the beast tide. In the latter stages of the martial sovereign, a middle-aged man exited the room and cried out. A chilling roar of a beast echoed, causing trees to crash to the ground amidst a whirlwind of dust, shattered branches, and fluttering leaves. It resembled a colossal wave surging forth with overwhelming force. With a resounding boom, accompanied by a cacophony of beastly roars, the earth trembled slightly. Upon sighting the walls of the human settlement, the beasts erupted into frenzied howls, each one charging madly towards Qiannan City. The terrifying roars rolled like thunder, causing the walls of Qiannan City to quiver, with dust cascading down. Witnessing the vast tide of beasts, Yu Wuyo, Yu Wuk, and Yu Weiyun were left aghast, their faces paling slightly. The sheer number of beasts suggested a catastrophic loss of life. So many feral creatures, countless lives will be lost, sighed Yu Wuyo with resignation. Periodically, the beasts would launch massive assaults on human fortifications. According to the estimates of human experts, this was due to the explosive proliferation of beast numbers. In any case, the beast tide was formidable, having obliterated numerous settlements, reducing them to mere memories. As the ruling family of Qiannan City, the Yu clan could not stand idly by in such perilous times. The powerful members promptly rushed forth from their homes, while those lurking in the shadows retreated to concealment. Outside, ordinary citizens hurriedly sought refuge within their abodes, while some cultivators ascended the city walls. Kill! Suddenly, the grand elder Yu Weiyun roared, and all cultivators joined in a chorus of furious shouts. This unified roar pierced the oppressive atmosphere of the beast tide, replacing it with an exhilarating surge of fervor. Gradually, the foremost of the beasts became discernible. The demonic bull, endowed with formidable horns and thick hide, was well suited for a charge, while the armored pangolins were capable of tunneling and wreaking havoc. Countless avian monstrosities soared above, glinting with sharp talons. Archers, get ready. Aim for the sky, commanded the second elder Yu Wuk, raising his sword aloft. The archers in the front ranks swiftly drew their powerful bows, training their sights on the enormous mutated birds above. Fire! With the second elder's command, a multitude of feathered arrows ascended into the air, striking down some of the unprepared avian beasts, which plummeted to the ground. Of course, some cultivators of lesser strength could scarcely hope to hit the mutated birds, let alone pierce them with their arrows. Following this volley, over 10,000 avian creatures rushed forth, their speed far surpassing that of the ground-dwelling beasts. First team, retreat. Second team, fire. Third team, prepare. The second elder Yuyang continuously rotated the three teams, launching successive barges at the aerial threats. However, the sheer number of mutated avians was overwhelming, and most of the defenders were merely martial masters. Many warriors found it challenging to even injure, let alone slay, the flying beasts. Haochen refrained from engaging directly, instead discreetly summoning Yu Xiaolan and Yi Xiaoya. He informed them of the beast tide besieging Qian'an City and instructed them to reach out to the city lord. Before long, the city lord, Yu Wuyo, accompanied by Yu Xiaolan and Yi Xiaoya, arrived at the place where Haochen stood. After the first wave of the beast tide, Haochen had already accompanied Lord Yu Wuyo to the council hall of the lord's mansion. Under the introduction of Yu Xiaolan, Haochen paid his respects to Yu Wuyo. Subsequently, Yu Xiaolan and Yi Xiaoya headed to the backyard to visit their mother. This unprecedented beast tide, which occurs once in a millennium, struck fiercely, leaving various sects and clans overwhelmed. Now, with no external aid for Qian'an City, and as you do not belong to Qian'an, there is no necessity for you to take risks here. Since Lanner has chosen to accompany you, I entrust her to your care, hoping you will treat her well. Take this opportunity to escape while the demon beasts have not yet encircled Qian'an City. Yu Wuyo spoke with concern, having noted that Haochen was merely at the realm of a martial master. Yi Xiaoya reassured her uncle, while Yu Xiaolan briefly recounted her marriage turmoil in Qian'an City and how she was rescued, now following a cultivator named Haochen. Yu Xiaolan made no mention of Haochen's cultivation level, nor did Yi Xiaoya disclose his identity to her uncle. Uncle, I find the occurrence of the beast tide rather suspicious. Generally, there are two possibilities. One is an overpopulation of demon beasts leading to a natural outbreak. The other is that a powerful entity has manipulated these creatures to achieve a certain goal. Haochen analyzed the cause of the beast tide. Just then, the second wave of the beast tide began its assault. Ready the reserve team. The elder, Yu Wuyun, displayed no panic, having anticipated such a scenario, and commanded the reserves to advance. The reserve team wielded magical long knives, either leaping to slash or protecting the archers. Soon, they were engaged in combat with the mutated avian beasts. Cries of anguish echoed as casualties began to mount. The sharp claws of the demon birds proved even harder and sharper than treasured blades. A man screamed as a vulture pierced through his abdomen, spilling his innards onto the ground. With a swift swoop, a black bat flew past, its wings slicing through the air like razor blades, decapitating a soldier in silence. Second young master, be careful, shouted a house attendant. Sixth brother, watch out for the beast on your left. Brothers called out to one another. At this moment, the formation on the city wall was no longer as orderly as it had been initially. Under the relentless assault of the mutated birds, chaos reigned. Some, in fear, retreated, while others fought valiantly, resulting in utter disarray atop the wall. Meanwhile, Haochen and Lord Yu Wuyo stood once more upon the city wall, witnessing the turmoil. The section of the wall they occupied was a scene of chaos, and the situation on the other three walls was equally grim. Most archers had been disrupted by the demon birds, rendering them ineffective and allowing the beasts on the ground to close in rapidly. Haochen observed, his expression as tranquil as still water. This beast tide is unlike any other. They seem to exhibit greater intelligence, Yu Wuyo remarked to Haochen. As they spoke, a vulture swooped down toward them, and Haochen effortlessly unleashed a spell. With a loud thud, the vulture, measuring over a yard in length, fell to the ground, its head punctured by a massive hole. As the moon hung endlessly in the sky, Yu Wuyo observed how Haochen effortlessly unleashed a strike of immense power, causing him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. With his cultivation level at the mid-stage of martial saint, it was inconceivable for him to casually slay this monstrous avian creature, yet the young man before him displayed a different reality. No, it was not merely intelligence, but the influence of a formidable force behind him. Haochen's expression grew grim as he spoke. What do you mean? Yu Wuyo began, but before he could finish, a deafening roar interrupted him. The horde of beasts had finally reached the base of the city wall and commenced their assault on Qian'an City. Chapter 801, Bearing the Burden Alone. At this moment, the beasts on the ground surged forward. With the foremost among them, the monstrous bull beast, showing no signs of slowing down, relentlessly battering the city wall with their horns. Each thunderous impact resonated like hundreds of bolts of divine thunder striking the wall, causing it to tremble. Some unsteady cultivators stumbled and fell to the ground. Prepare for battle. Yuyang bellowed, and tens of thousands of cultivators raised their magical artifacts in response, their shouts echoing across the land. Yet, beasts are ultimately beasts. Even if they could demolish the city wall, it would exact a tremendous toll on their strength. Once their stamina was depleted, how could they contend with humanity? Observing the frenzied assaults of the beasts against the wall, a mocking smile crept upon Haochen's lips. Just then, a 3-meter-long hippopotamus crocodile charged towards the city wall, entering Haochen's line of sight. The creature's tusks gleamed ominously, its body shimmering like that of a crocodile in dark hues. It's a hippopotamus crocodile. The expression of the second elder, Wuching, changed dramatically from afar. This beast, a hybrid of the hippopotamus and crocodile, although merely a first-stage transformation beast, possessed astonishing power. This particular hippopotamus crocodile was likely the leader among its kind. Haochen's countenance grew serious as he assessed the situation. A leader-class beast's strength could easily surpass that of an ordinary beast by a full tier. This meant that, while this hippopotamus crocodile might exude the aura of a first-stage transformation beast, it could potentially possess the strength of a second-stage transformation beast, coupled with its innate destructive capability. Even a martial saint at the pinnacle of the divine separation realm would hesitate to confront it directly. With a thunderous roar, the leader of the hippopotamus crocodiles accelerated from a kilometer away, its body slicing through the air like a shadow, reaching the city gates in the blink of an eye. The massive tusks of the creature crashed violently against the star-forged city gate. With a resounding boom, the gate quaked violently, and countless stones tumbled from its base. The two protruding tusks of the hippopotamus crocodile penetrated the star iron door. With a resounding thud, the leader of the hippopotamus crocodiles crashed its head against the star iron gate, which measured over a foot thick and 3 meters wide, instantly warping it into a concave shape. Father! At that moment, Yu Xiaolan and Yi Xiaoya arrived at Siyu Wuyou's side, with Yu Xiaolan anxiously exclaiming, "If this colossal beast breached Qiannan City, the ordinary cultivators would face certain annihilation." Yu Yao, alongside Xiaolan, surveyed the battlefield, and with urgency, she commanded, "Xiao Chui, you four descend and slay this great beast." Suddenly, the 5 little demonesses appeared by their side, prompting Haochen to issue swift instructions. Upon the palms of Haochen, a faint swirl of dark energy revolved. Suddenly, as the battle commenced, he retreated into the city gates, accompanied by the 4 spectral avians, Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, Xiao Qiu, and Shui Ying, who transformed into 4 little sorceresses and descended alongside him. Just as hesitation gripped the onlookers, a thunderous roar erupted. The star iron gate was forcefully propelled away. At that moment, Haochen charged towards the gate, swiftly intervening to halt its momentum. The hippopotamus crocodile, pressing against the star iron gate with overwhelming force, found its rear end wedged within the city walls. With a mighty heave, Haochen acted as a jack, single-handedly resisting the advance of the hippopotamus crocodile. Seizing the opportunity, the 4 little sorceresses soared past the gate, conjuring their magical artifacts from the void and striking the creature's body. Knight Xiaoya, Yu Xiaolan, and Yu Yaoyao, sensing a chance, joined in from the city walls, battering and hacking at the creature's hindquarters trapped outside. The hippopotamus crocodile cursed inwardly, lamenting the weight of the gate ahead and the audacity of the human cultivators behind, who took advantage of its predicament to assault its vulnerable rear. It vowed that when the opportunity arose, it would reciprocate the humiliation. The creature had intended to use the momentum from the Star Iron Gate to level Qiannan City, showcasing its might. With its head blocked in the front and relentless strikes from behind, the hippopotamus crocodile, infuriated, attempted to force its way through. However, Haochen suddenly darted forward, delivering a blow to the creature's head, momentarily stunning it. The 4 little sorceresses, wielding their blades mercilessly, severed the creature's head. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the little sorceresses, painting them in crimson and transforming them into fearsome harbingers of death. "Ah, ladies, cease your onslaught. The great oaf is vanquished. Do we leave its body as a gate?" Xiao Chui exclaimed, noticing that Yu Yaoyao, Knight Xiaoya, and Yu Xiaolan were still on the city wall, casting spells upon the hippopotamus crocodile's rear. At that moment, within the 4 gates of Qianan City, only the location where Haochen stood remained fortified against the encroaching beasts. The other 3 gates were in dire distress. "It is our turn now," Haochen stated calmly, with a sudden wave of his hand. Over 100 powerful Yuan Dan realm cultivators materialized at his side. "Master, I have temporarily taken the lead. Fellow disciples, this is the southern gate of Qianan City. Those at the Yuan Dan realm form teams of 40 and split into 3 groups to assist the eastern, western, and northern gates. Each team will be divided into 2 groups. The first group will engage in battle, returning within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The second group will alternate in combat, forbidding any prolonged engagements or conservation of energy. They must strike with full force. Those above the nascent soul realm are not to engage, but to observe the enemy and guard the 4 gates. Onward." With Haochen's command, 120 individuals surged towards the gates. "Master, this is Moon Wuya, the lord of Qianan City, and this is Cold Rain Frost, the esteemed elder of the Qianyuan sect from the Tianyuan continent." At this juncture, Haochen finally introduced Cold Rain Frost to Moon Wuya. Thank you. Moon Wuya felt a surge of confidence. Although the number of Qianyuan sect members was few, they were all formidable, capable of standing against 100 foes. "Xiao Chui, you and the others accompany the sisters to oversee the other 3 gates. Regardless of whether they are our people or those from Qianan City, any sign of negativity or cowardice will be met with merciless retribution. This is the resource for cultivation from Sandmen. Yu Xiaolan, Yi Xiaohan, and Yi Xiaoya. You 3 are responsible for overseeing the allocation of pills and spirit stones after each assault when the cultivators return." After giving his instructions to the 3 ladies and 5 little girls, Haochen accompanied his master and Yu Wuyo as they descended from the city walls, returning to the council hall of the city lord's mansion. "At this moment, I urgently need to establish a teleportation array. I wonder if there is a suitable location for its construction." Haochen promptly brought forth this crucial task. A teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuyo suddenly rose from his seat. Within Qianan City, there exists the ruins of an ancient teleportation array. However, it has been neglected for centuries and is no longer functional. Yes, follow me." With excitement, Yu Wuyo led Haochen and Lung Yushuang to a square in the southeast of Qianan City. Upon seeing the dilapidated ancient teleportation array, Haochen fell into a contemplative silence. After a thorough examination, he realized it held no practical value and could only sigh in dismay. Hearing Haochen's sigh, Yu Wuyo's heart sank once more. "Let us reconstruct a teleportation array at this location." After surveying the terrain, Haochen casually proposed. What? You mean to rebuild a teleportation array?" Yu Wuyo mistakenly thought Haochen had come merely to assess whether the ancient array could be repaired. Thus, he was somewhat astonished to hear Haochen's suggestion of constructing a new one. Haochen marked the ground where the rocks needed to be carved, instructing his master and Yu Wuyo to repair and polish it. Subsequently, he retrieved a pre-engraved teleportation array disc from his storage ring, inscribing the array symbols according to spatial positioning, regional alignment, and directional coordinates. After the passing of an incense stick's duration, Haochen completed the engraving of the teleportation array. Chapter 802, A Struggle Against the Tide, Part 1. Respected elders, please guard me while I return to Qianyuanzong to test the spatial passage. No sooner had he spoken than the teleportation array activated, and Haochen vanished from sight. After his departure, Yu Wuyo understood the significance of this teleportation array and proceeded with Lung Yushuang to further refine the surrounding environment, setting up barriers to secure the area. It was only at this moment that Yu Wuyo realized this son-in-law was no ordinary individual. We have arrived late. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized in the void. Xing Xiao. Ancestor. Yu Wuyo recognized Xing Xiao, and he was no stranger to Yi Ling Xiao. Where has that lad Haochen gone? Xing Xiao inquired, looking at Lung Yushuang. In response to Ancestor Xing Xiao's question, Lung Yushuang replied, after constructing the teleportation array, Haochen has created a spatial passageway back to Qianyuanzong. I suspected as much. The battle below is fierce, yet the 3 powerful presences I seek are nowhere to be found, only to discover you hiding here. 3 powerful presences? Yu Wuyo asked, puzzled. Haochen is the highest cultivator in our Qianyuan realm, and with the 2 of you, does that not make 3 powerful individuals? Yi Ling Xiao jested. What is his cultivation level? Yu Wuyo was somewhat bewildered. He is indeed a remarkable being, having reached the pinnacle of the late stage of ascension. And his martial prowess is that of a genuine martial emperor in the latter phase. Knight Lingxiao jested. Hiss. Not only was Yu Wuya taken aback, but even the esteemed Xing Xiao and Lung Yushuang were equally astonished. While the four were engaged in casual conversation, a flash of light from the teleportation array announced the arrival of Haochen. Greetings, Master Controller. Greetings, esteemed Xing Xiao. Haochen stepped forth from the teleportation array, promptly bowing to the two venerable figures. Have the adjustments been completed? Inquired Xing Xiao. Indeed, the individuals from the Tianyuan continent shall arrive shortly. As Haochen spoke, the teleportation array shimmered once again, and the first group of 10 appeared on the Tianwu continent. At that moment, the sect leader Tsang Gui seized the opportunity to inspect this location. Subsequently, Haochen reiterated the theoretical framework for constructing spatial passages and the principles behind the teleportation array to the others. Due to the vast distances, each teleportation necessitated the replacement of a yuan stone, specifically requiring high-grade yuan stones as energy sources. These two storage bags contain 10,000 high-grade yuan stones each. Please make use of them, Haochen remarked casually as he presented two storage rings to Tsang and Yu Wuya. Such grand generosity ignited excitement among the assembly. Yu Wuya promptly summoned personnel to oversee the security and operation of the teleportation array, naturally entrusting the responsibility to the members of the Yu clan. As Knight Lingxiao, Xing Xiao, Lung Yushuang, Tsang City Lord Yu Wuya, and Haochen ascended the city wall, the battle raged on. The 7th-level demonic beasts, akin to human cultivators in the late stage of Yuan Dan, rendered the vicinity perilous, yet the conflict showed no signs of abating. If one could not vanquish a beast alone, two would join forces against one, or a group would encircle a single demonic creature. The ferocity of the combat below resembled a scene from hell. Blood fell like rain, occasionally mingled with flesh and viscera. This was the struggle for survival, a battle for the existence of humanity. Should the onslaught of the demonic beasts remain unchecked, the city, with its millions of inhabitants, would face utter annihilation. Witnessing such a horrific scene could induce nausea, yet, until now, no cultivators above the Yuaning stage had intervened. It was only during the breach at the southern gate that Haochen and the four little demonesses took action, compelled by the need to ensure the safety within the city, ultimately slaying the transformed demonic beast. Demonic beasts possess formidable advantages in strength and physique compared to humans. Despite the higher cultivation levels of humanity, the beasts still hold the upper hand. Although the number of human cultivators has gradually increased, the strategies employed remained unchanged. When numbers were scarce, a squad of 20 would engage in battle. Now, with a greater force, 10 squads of 200 would rotate in combat, swiftly turning the tide in favor of humanity. As the adage states, the general embodies the courage of soldiers, and the soldiers reflect the might of their general. The moment the leaders of the demonic beasts fell, they abandoned their initial assault on the city. Most of the beasts lacked intelligence. They were merely powerful wild creatures. The awakened beasts, possessing intelligence, are indeed formidable. They embody wisdom comparable to that of humans, boast a physique far superior to ours, and enjoy a lifespan that stretches well beyond our own. Coupled with their innate mystical abilities, it can be asserted that a powerful beast endowed with intelligence is an entity that no cultivator wishes to confront. Naturally, some beasts are born with intelligence, and such creatures hold a prestigious status among their kin. They may either possess the bloodline of higher-tier beasts by nature or have acquired intelligence due to extraordinary circumstances. While these intelligent beasts may not be exceptionally powerful, other beasts seem instinctively compelled to protect them. Thus, none of the intelligent beasts can be underestimated, due to their rarity and immense value. It was inconceivable for these intelligent beasts to lead the initial assault when the siege began. The attacking beasts comprised those of lesser strength, yet remarkable breeding capabilities, devoid of intelligence. Such was the case with the beasts that commenced the siege. The first to charge towards the city were the most ordinary of their kind, creatures frequently encountered by cultivators in the mountains and the most hunted by them. When cultivators encounter these ordinary beasts in the mountains, they typically feel elated, for they can slay these creatures and obtain valuable materials from their bodies to exchange for cultivation resources. However, the situation has now changed, and these beasts appear exceedingly ferocious. When Yi Lingxiao, Xing Xiao, the ancestor of the moon, Elder Yu Wuyun, and Wuching entered the conference hall of the city lord's residence. They noticed the absence of Haochen. Yi Lingxiao extended his consciousness to scan both inside and outside the city, suddenly spotting a figure flying towards the gathering of beasts. Haochen had departed from Qianan City, employing the art of stealth to transform into a black ape, using the illusory lotus seed to emit a beastly aura, blending into the throng of beasts. Mere moments after he had halted, the beasts began to assemble, preparing for a second wave of assault on Qianan City. The reinforcements now gathering were predominantly 8th, 9th, and 10th tier beasts, with several shapeshifters of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages intermingled among them. An 8th tier beast is akin to a human martial zone in the early stage of the nascent soul. A 9th tier beast corresponds to a human martial zone in the mid-nascent soul stage, while a 10th tier beast equates to a human martial zone in the late nascent soul stage. The first stage shapeshifters are comparable to human martial venerables at the transformation stage, and second stage shapeshifters resemble human martial saints at the divine separation stage. Should any beast of 8th tier or above approach the city walls for close combat, a careless entry of an 8th tier beast into the city could result in catastrophic casualties. Upon receiving this intelligence, Haochen swiftly relayed a message to Yu Wuyun, who, following Haochen's advice, promptly organized the martial zone and nascent soul cultivators to launch a counterattack, aiming to intercept the higher tier beasts 1,000 feet from the city walls. Chapter 803, Turning the Tide, Part 2. Outside the southern gate of Qianan City, in a 10-mile-long pavilion amidst vast woodlands, a fierce battle raged between man and beast. Upon acquiring intelligence regarding Haochen, all nascent soul cultivators in Qianan City, including the ladies surrounding him, converged into the forest where the beasts were gathering. The battlefront extended over 100 miles, and just as the beasts had assembled, they were intercepted by humans within the forest before they could launch their attack. This disrupted the planned aerial and ground assaults, leaving the demon birds aimlessly circling in the air. The clashes between the nascent soul cultivators unleashed formidable magical powers, resulting in explosive energy that ignited fierce flames in various locations, creating tumultuous winds and waves. The intensity of the battle was astonishing. However, from the deeper recesses of the mountains, various beasts continued to surge forth, while organized human squads steadily emerged from Qianan City. The human cultivators showed no mercy in their coordinated attacks against the encircled beasts, while those that could not be surrounded were engaged in protracted skirmishes. Occasionally, powerful individuals stealthily infiltrated the fray to launch surprise attacks on high-tier beasts. Both sides were deploying high-level experts, escalating the ferocity of the conflict. Fortunately, the foresight of the stronger cultivators, along with the cooperation between martial artists and immortals, allowed them to complement each other's strengths and collectively withstand the beast tide, effectively eliminating the beast's ambitions to invade Qianan City at their inception. At this point, 8th, 9th, and 10th tier beasts had entered the fray, clashing with the human nascent soul experts, battling from the ground to the skies and back down again. As they wreaked havoc, the air was filled with thunderous roars, obliterating everything in their path. To the astonishment of the citizens of Qianan City, Yu Xiaolan, who had only recently stepped into the realm of cultivation, was fiercely battling a ferocious beast, showcasing extraordinary prowess that drew cheers from the onlookers. Meanwhile, the human experts were scattered across a 100-mile radius, observing the battle and offering protection, while those beside Haochen also stood guard against the onslaught of the beasts. At the rear of the beast horde stood a singular creature that had not joined the fray, a peak 4th-tier beast resembling a black ape, towering over 10 feet. Adorned with qilin-like scales and possessing limbs akin to a human's, but with only 4 toes, emanating a crimson flame. This creature appeared to be a hybrid offspring of a black ape and a qilin, radiating an aura reminiscent of divine beasts, coupled with a hint of qilin's oppressive might. Haochen swiftly perused the legacy of Xiaohao but found no records of this species, leaving him intrigued yet unfazed, having encountered many unfamiliar beings before. Observationally, the hybrid beast exhibited remarkable strength and talent. Curious, Haochen pondered a fitting name for it, suddenly invoking his spiritual eye technique to scrutinize its form, the physique of an ape and the scales of a qilin. He realized that this peak 4th-tier beast possessed power comparable to a human at the pinnacle of the tribulation transcending stage, alongside the prowess of a peak martial emperor. No wonder it dared to challenge human dignity. Qilin ape, that shall be its name, Haochen mused. recognizing the formidable nature of this creature as it stood like an aloof monarch behind the horde. You named it Qilin Ape? I find that quite appropriate, remarked Yi Ling Xiao, who had also taken notice of the beast and approached Haochen to strategize. The Qilin Ape is a ferocious beast born for battle, possessing immense strength and an extraordinarily robust physique. It seems you have observed it thoroughly and are aware of its weaknesses. This creature must be dealt with by you. You must exhibit the might of humanity, demonstrating to these arrogant demonic beasts that humans are the true masters of this land. Yi Ling Xiao generously conveyed this to Haochen. Very well, Haochen responded, his body shifting as he lunged toward the Qilin Ape. The battlefield was shrouded in dark clouds, eclipsing the sun, while a tempest of bloodshed unfolded all around. Utilizing the phantom lotus seed, Haochen transformed into the form of a black ape demon, exuding an extraordinary aura of beastly power as he darted across the battlefield with incredible speed, akin to a black ape on the hunt. In a fleeting moment, a dark flash swept through, causing numerous lower-tier demonic beasts to shatter under the pressure emanating from Haochen, who traversed the horde with astonishing swiftness. At this moment, Yi Ling Xiao had gathered the likes of Ancestor Xingxiao, Lung Yushuang, Yu Wuyo, and the Grand Elder Yu Wuyin around him. Should Haochen falter, they would launch a full-scale assault on the Qilin Ape, ensuring that, even if they could not retain it, they would at least incapacitate it, rendering it incapable of descending from the mountains to threaten humanity for a considerable time. Haochen positioned himself stealthily at the rear of the beast horde, drawing near to the Qilin Ape before launching a sudden attack aimed directly at its head. The Qilin Ape, initially stationed at the back to oversee the battle and command the demonic beasts to assault Xianan City for the subjugation of humanity, was utterly unprepared for someone to dare approach so audaciously, delivering a punch towards its skull. With a roar reminiscent of both ape and dragon, the Qilin Ape did not flinch or retreat. Its claws, sharp as an eagle's talons, swiped at the intruder, intent on obliterating this audacious human with a single blow. The claws missed their mark, creating a deep crater where they struck the ground instead. Human, you possess great audacity. I shall tear you apart. A strange and ferocious voice echoed within Haochen's mind. It appeared this creature could communicate with humans through mental prowess. Haochen mused inwardly. Without hesitation, he retorted, "You beast. I shall see how you intend to rend me asunder." Just as his words fell, the Qilin Ape charged toward him, cloaked in a tempest of fury and blood. Haochen let out a cold chuckle, his body moving with the agility of a spirit monkey, evading the assault. Dark energy enveloped him, obscuring the Qilin Ape's vision. His right hand, like a moon reaching through the clouds, aimed to grasp the beast's eye. Realizing that a human hand was approaching to gouge out its eye, the Qilin Ape lashed out with its left claw toward Haochen's abdomen, while its right claw struck viciously at his head. However, Haochen's move was a feint. In a critical moment, he shifted his body, delivering a devastating magical punch to the Qilin Ape's side, sending it crashing away with a thunderous roar. Kill. Seizing the moment, he pressed his advantage. As the Qilin Ape staggered back, he followed up with a powerful attack aimed at its vulnerable underbelly, where its armored scales were absent. The roar of the Qilin Ape echoed as it was struck in the groin by Haochen's blow. Although the attack did not obliterate it, the pain was excruciating. Haochen's ruthless methods incited the Qilin Ape's fury. Clutching its groin with both hands, it spun in circles and stomped its feet in agony. Yet, Haochen remained unfazed by its ancestral concerns. With a thunderous punch, he struck again, his fist sharp as a blade and his momentum unstoppable, mercilessly assaulting the beleaguered creature. The Qilin Ape was sent reeling, blood spewing from its mouth, eliciting shock and rage from the surrounding beasts engaged in battle. It was well known that the Qilin Ape was the strongest among their horde. If it was no match for this human, the implications for the others were dire. Chapter 804, Frenzied Combat, Part 1, Once more. In the life and death struggle, once an advantage was achieved, one must capitalize on it, relentlessly pummeling the opponent into submission before ceasing. Observing the Qilin Ape falter after a feigned attack, Haochen allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Repeated failures rendered the Qilin Ape furious, howling in anger as it perceived this human to be despicably cunning. Before it could unleash its other mystical abilities, this human, more ruthless than any beast and more unscrupulous than any rogue, relentlessly pursued it. You lack any sense of honor as a cultivator. This is an ambush, a treachery. Human, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall ensure your demise. The Qilin ape bellowed defiantly, possessing the dual bloodlines of the Qilin and the Black Demon Ape. Its strength was undeniably formidable. In battles of equal rank, even against the powerful of the Dragon Clan, it would rarely find itself at a disadvantage. Yet, its anger and frustration were palpable, for Haochen's sudden appearance and unyielding assaults had consistently left it reeling in defeat. With a deafening roar, the Qilin ape looked to the heavens and unleashed a primal scream, its enormous fists pounding against its chest like colossal hammers, radiating unmatched energy. In a swift leap, it launched itself at Haochen. What astonishing speed! Haochen thought, refusing to underestimate the threat. He executed the skyward step, swiftly sidestepping to the left. And just as the Qilin ape was about to collide with him, he thrust his right foot forward. Instantly, a tremendous force surged from beneath him, causing the ground to tremble ominously. Devil's explosive fist. In an instant, a dark energy erupted from within Haochen, coalescing into a formidable punch that met the Qilin ape's massive fist head-on. Boom! The two fists collided, and Haochen felt as though his arm might shatter from the impact, his senses numbed by the force. Simultaneously, his body was overwhelmed by the Qilin ape's immense strength, forcing him to stagger backward. Each step he took left a profound imprint in the ground, a testament to the terrifying power generated by the Qilin ape's chest-thumping display. The Qilin ape, astonished, gazed at Haochen, feeling a dull ache in its own fist, unable to fathom how a mere human could inflict such pain upon it. Come again. Haochen withdrew his body, finally coming to a halt, yet he sustained no significant injuries, thanks to the thunder body refinement. Even though his arm was numbed and immobile from the impact, it could recover entirely in a remarkably short span. The essence of the thunder body refinement lies not only in fortifying the practitioner's physical resilience and transcending the shackles of strength, but also in facilitating the rapid recovery from inflicted damage. Otherwise, it would not be aptly named the thunder body refinement. With Haochen's provocative words, the fury of the Qilin ape was reignited once more. With a thunderous roar, the Qilin ape swung its massive fist toward Haochen. This time, unlike the last, the punch from the Qilin ape bore a hint of the Tao of punch intent. Astonishingly, this beast had manifested a punch intent. This revelation left Haochen astounded. However, he refused to back down, channeling his full strength through the divine power technique, unleashing the might of a martial emperor. With newfound confidence, Haochen launched his demon explosive fist, even more potent than before. Die! He cried, as his fist collided with that of the Qilin ape once again. The outcome was unexpectedly different from the first encounter, where the Qilin ape had the upper hand. This time, however, Haochen emerged completely dominant. Crack! As their fists clashed, a distinct sound of fracture echoed, indicating injury, as bones were broken. The Qilin ape let out a pained roar, its eyes now filled with terror and hatred directed at Haochen. Just moments ago, Haochen's punch had shattered the bones in the Qilin ape's hand. With a furious bellow, the Qilin ape pounded its chest and charged at Haochen, its massive form leaping high as if a mountain were descending upon him. Haochen, executing the graceful staggering steps, effortlessly evaded the onslaught of the Qilin ape. Simultaneously, he unleashed his fists like two shooting stars, imbued with terrifying power, striking down upon the Qilin ape's fist. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones resonated once more. The Qilin ape howled in pain. This time, it truly comprehended the terror and might of Haochen. Once under the impression that humans were feeble, it was astonished to find such a formidable warrior among them. This siege had been a grave miscalculation. Fortunately, today it had discovered Haochen and vowed to eliminate him, allowing no room for his growth that could threaten their existence as beasts. From this day forth, I shall raise the city. Let your kind know that I am not to be trifled with. The Qilin ape bellowed in a fit of fury. Humph, dream on. Raise the city? Allow me to inform you. You shall eventually be enslaved by humanity. Haochen retorted coldly. You have some gall. Even in ancient times, no sage or emperor among humans dared utter such words. You must die today. The Qilin ape, incensed by these words, let out a roar that shook the earth, charging at Haochen like a tiger descending from the mountain. Kill! Haochen, weary of idle chatter, once again launched an assault on the Qilin ape. Both the Qilin ape and Haochen were cautious, employing their supreme powers to strike at one another. They were determined to avoid endangering those around them due to their fierce confrontation. With their formidable abilities, they could obliterate this realm entirely. Thus, Both Haochen and the Qilin ape exercised restraint, particularly Haochen, who was especially reluctant to annihilate everything in this place. They could only engage in a primal struggle, relying on their physical prowess. The Qilin ape, not foolish, understood that as a beast lacking the extensive spells of humanity, it needed to entangle its opponent in close combat to showcase its advantages. Although their fight appeared ordinary, each movement was imbued with the essence of the natural order. For a mere human, a seemingly simple punch from the Qilin ape could reduce them to mere mist. Conversely, without the protective scales, the Qilin ape would also fall victim to Haochen's blows, shattering into fragments. After all, as a creature of dual divine beast lineage, the Qilin ape possessed a trace of Qilin blood along with the blood of the black ape, making it exponentially stronger than any other ape-like beast previously encountered. Each punch it delivered could crush boulders, sending even the mightiest of beasts scurrying in fear. Each palm strike generated a gust powerful enough to annihilate lesser beasts. Particularly, the sonic waves emitted from the Qilin ape's roars could shatter mountains and resonate deeply within the soul. Although Unwilling and the others wished to assist in slaying the Qilin ape, they found themselves at a loss, merely observing from a distance, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Chapter 805, Frenzied Combat, Part 2. This fellow. His reflexes and combat skills are truly remarkable. Yi Lingxiao coldly observed the unfolding events, nodding in approval as he watched Haochen dominate the Qilin ape. How long had he been cultivating? Barely a decade, give or take. Cold Yushuang shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? You say Haochen has only trained for a little over 10 years? I thought he was an ageless ancient monster." Upon hearing Cold Yushuang's words, Unwilling expressed his incredulity. "Indeed, Haochen is my disciple. How could I not be aware?" Cold Yushuang boasted of Haochen's prodigious talent, subtly elevating her own standing. The terrifying prowess of Haochen was evident to all. While his battle with the Qilin ape seemed straightforward, each strike contained immense energy, rivaling the force of a cataclysmic explosion. Had any other fourth-tier shape-shifting beast taken the Qilin ape's place, they would have likely been annihilated by Haochen's onslaught. Yi Lingxiao also marveled at Haochen's exceptional talent, astonished by the rapidity of his cultivation. Beyond the gathering yuan phase, the qi refinement stage is divided into 12 tiers, culminating in a total of 45 stages across the foundational realms. Each tier is categorized into initial, mid, late, and peak phases. If one progresses a realm per year, it would require a staggering 45 years of cultivation. Yet, Haochen accomplished what would typically be deemed impossible in merely 12 years. At this moment, Haochen, merely 28 years of age, had attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. He entrusted the affairs here entirely to the two of you, and I have faith that there will be no issues. Shortly, I must accompany Elder Xingxiao to explore other locales. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Observing Haochen once more engage in combat with the Qilin ape, Yi Lingxiao addressed his companions, Unwilling and Lung Yushuang. "Very well. I shall manage the situation here and ensure that no beasts set foot in Qianan City." Unwilling replied with a nod. "Indeed," Yi Lingxiao affirmed, casting a profound glance at the battlefield before he and Elder Xingxiao turned to depart. The clash between Haochen and the Qilin ape was undoubtedly the most dazzling spectacle on the battlefield. Each strike from the man and the beast resonated like thunder, generating formidable shockwaves that sent surrounding warriors and creatures flying. In an instant, a 1,000-foot radius became a forbidden zone for both man and beast, as none dared to intrude upon their fierce duel. Both combatants unleashed their full might. Every blow wielded the potential to severely injure adversaries of equal rank. As the fierce battle raged, onlookers could scarcely discern the forms of the two, only perceiving luminous silhouettes colliding in a symphony of thunderous roars, shattering rocks and splitting the earth, leaving all spectators in awe. Fortunately, both combatants were mindful to avoid collateral damage to others, soaring rapidly into the air to prevent the aftershocks of their conflict from causing harm. After over 1,000 exchanges, both Haochen and the Qilin ape bore injuries of varying degrees. Notably, Haochen's shoulder and back were raked open by the Qilin ape's claws, stained with blood and flesh. Despite his body having achieved a state of perfect vitality, the ferocity of the skirmish compelled him to continually adapt his techniques. Harnessing the formidable restorative power of the Qingmu technique, he expelled foreign energies from his wounds while mending his battered form. The Qilin ape, too, was not unscathed. As it inflicted wounds upon Haochen, it suffered grievously as well, with Haochen seizing an opportunity to smash its vulnerable sides. In excruciating pain, the Qilin ape fought with all its might, swinging its fists in a desperate bid for vengeance against the shattered ribs. Blood poured from both combatants, and their physical prowess and reflexes diminished under the strain of battle. As the Qilin ape launched a frenzied counterattack, Haochen consumed a medicinal pill while activating the Qingmu technique to heal his injuries. While the beast lacked such elixirs for recovery, it possessed innate abilities to mend its wounds, albeit at a slower pace without the aid of potions. This disparity encapsulated the essence of the differences between man and beast. With a surge of crimson energy, the Qilin ape charged at Haochen like a bolt of lightning. Demonic explosive fist. In response to the Qilin ape's relentless assault, Haochen unleashed his own counteroffensive, demon slaughtering hand. Each strike, whether punch or palm, was a terrifying display of power, unleashing a tempest of light that obliterated everything in its path. Haochen's attacks shifted in attributes, embodying a lethal elegance. To solidify his martial prowess and refine his combat skills, Haochen refrained from employing the energy of an immortal cultivator. Utilizing solely the energy from the dark celestial core within the astral dantian, accompanied by the execution of various martial techniques, was all that was involved. The primordial essence within the astral dantian had, through Haoyen's relentless cultivation, transformed into distinct celestial bodies. In the heat of battle, Haoyen refrained from employing the energy of his 3 primordial spirits unless absolutely necessary. Haoyen and the Qilin ape, one man and one beast, fought with an unbridled ferocity that left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. The cultivators from the Tianyuan continent, in particular, were taken aback by Haoyen's desperate resolve. They were accustomed to either vanquishing the demonic beasts or retreating to Qian'an City to recuperate when faced with overwhelming odds, never engaging in a life-or-death struggle as Haoyen did. While he had urged them to adopt a more cautious approach, his own actions spoke volumes differently. At this moment, Haoyen appeared almost deranged. Little did they realize that the power Haoyen wielded was merely that of a single celestial body among the many within him. Boom. After a prolonged aerial skirmish, Haoyen finally seized an ephemeral opportunity. Roaring, he delivered a powerful punch beneath the left armpit of the Qilin ape, the only vulnerable spot unprotected by its armored hide. Alas, Haoyen too suffered grievously, as the Qilin ape retaliated fiercely, its claws shattering his sternum. The sight was utterly tragic, eliciting a pained scream from Haoyen as he was sent flying. Although both were gravely wounded, the Qilin ape refrained from pressing the advantage and instead turned to retreat into the forest to heal, having been thoroughly deceived by Haoyen's cunning tactics. The authenticity of Haoyen's anguished cries was now shrouded in doubt. Throughout their clash, the Qilin ape had sensed an undercurrent of treachery and death emanating from Haoyen. It deemed this human to be exceedingly vile, employing schemes and deceptions with alarming ease. The Qilin ape recognized that continuing the struggle would inevitably lead to its own demise at Haoyen's hands. You deceitful, mad, treacherous human. Today, we shall settle for a draw. We shall meet again. With that, the Qilin ape clumsily landed on the ground and attempted to flee the battlefield. Chapter 806, Subduing the Beast King Flee? You shall not escape. Haoyen, battered and bruised, was taken aback by the Qilin ape's intent to retreat. With a sudden flash, he appeared behind the Qilin ape, unleashing a surge of divine power that pressed down upon its back, simultaneously launching a punch aimed at its head. Human, you seek your own demise. The Qilin ape, witnessing Haoyen, who was also gravely injured, daring to pursue him, rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade the punch aimed at its skull. It tried to dislodge Haoyen from its back, but the latter clung fiercely to its neck. No matter how the Qilin ape struggled, it could not shake off Haoyen. The question of who will perish remains uncertain. If you wish to survive, then submit to me. Become my tamed beast. Seizing the moment, Haoyen struck the Qilin ape's head with 2 powerful punches, causing it to see stars and nearly lose consciousness. Roaring in fury, the Qilin ape finally grasped Haoyen's intentions. He sought to subdue it as a pet. This provoked a furious roar from him as he struggled wildly on the ground, attempting to shake off Haoyen. However, the only response he received was the terrifying force of Haoyen's fists. With relentless determination, Haoyen disregarded the Qilin ape's frantic writhing and delivered punch after punch to its head. Each strike was perfectly measured. They dazzled the Qilin ape without delivering a fatal blow. Haochen aimed to use this method to forcibly tame the Kirin ape, commanding all beasts to refrain from encroaching upon human territories. In the realm of cultivation, powerful practitioners often possess their own mounts or tame beasts to enhance their combat prowess. Initially, Haochen intended to slay the culprit responsible for attacking human settlements. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that killing the Kirin ape would merely give rise to another beast king, commanding all creatures. It would be far more advantageous to subdue this beast and instill fear in others. Moreover, the fact that a demonic beast could reach such a level of cultivation was no small feat. It would be a great loss to extinguish its life. Thus, Haochen contemplated keeping the Kirin ape as a tamed beast by his side. Not only would it bolster his strength, but it could also assist him in various endeavors. After all, fourth-tier peak demonic beasts were scarce, especially rare hybrid variants. The Kirin ape continued to struggle. The two engaged in a tumultuous dance from the ground to the sky and back again. No matter how it thrashed, it could not dislodge Haochen from its back. Each blow to its head caused the Kirin ape to see stars, as if its skull might split. This led to continuous roars of frustration, yet it remained powerless. Its struggles growing increasingly feeble until it finally collapsed to the ground. Haochen relentlessly pounded it until the Kirin ape foamed at the mouth. At which point he ceased his assault. "Will you submit?" Haochen inquired telepathically, weary from the exertion, as he sat atop the Kirin ape under the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Kill me if you must. To think I would become your tame beast is sheer folly." The Kirin ape retorted defiantly. "Let us make a deal. I do not require you to be my mount. I only ask that you accompany me for a millennium. During this time, you shall assist me, and I will provide you with cultivation resources and even help you find a lovely mate," Haochen proposed, continuing to tempt the Kirin ape. "My tamed beasts are formidable, not inferior to you. They have transformed into true human forms with my aid. Come forth, little dragon, little red, and chubby." Haochen suddenly summoned 4 demonic beasts to meet the Kirin ape. The appearance of the female giant demon ape, transformed into an endearingly plump figure, particularly caught the attention of the Kirin ape, its eyes gleaming with interest. "Have you made up your mind?" Haochen inquired, having noticed the Kirin ape's newfound fascination with the plump figure. "Really? All I need to do is serve as your attendant for a millennium? And you will provide me with cultivation resources and find me a lovely mate?" The Kirin ape's tone shifted dramatically upon seeing the plump figure. The conditions proposed by Haochen were not entirely unacceptable. For these long-lived beasts, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. Moreover, with the allure of beauty at stake, what joy would there be in refusing? The intelligence of the Qilin monkey rivals that of an ordinary adult. If humans struggle to resist the charms of beauty, how much more challenging would it be for a beast? Thus, after a moment's hesitation, it found itself swayed. "Of course, I honor my word. We can establish a contract." With beauty as a tantalizing incentive, the Qilin monkey became increasingly intrigued. For it, the desire to live outweighed the prospect of death. "Very well, I agree. However, we must formalize a contract. After a millennium, I must leave with the plump girl." Upon hearing this, the Qilin monkey ultimately relented. "Excellent. Let us now swear our pact before the heavens," Haochen exclaimed with excitement, dismounting from the Qilin monkey. In Xianan City, regardless of whether they had participated in the battle or not, the cultivators were astonished to witness Haochen's brutal triumph over the Qilin monkey. After a brief silence, 2 unusual beams of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping both Haochen and the Qilin monkey. This spectacle left the assembly of cultivators wide-eyed, particularly when they saw Haochen joyfully departing the main battlefield with the injured Qilin monkey in tow. The onlookers, both inside and outside the city, were left in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Their commander had been captured. How could they continue fighting? The beasts that were engaged in battle with humans were all of at least level 8. These semi-intelligent creatures, witnessing their leader's capture, scattered in disarray. Yet, the beasts were unaware that they too were victims. Their commander had been lured by a mysterious figure, seeking to conquer the world, only to be seduced by humans into becoming a 1,000-year servant, manipulated at their whim. "Pursue!" roared countless cultivators, fervently chasing the fleeing beasts. It is worth noting that each Yuan-ing level beast was a treasure trove. Their flesh was edible, their hides could be fashioned into garments and armor, while their teeth, shells, and bones could be crafted into magical artifacts. Indeed, each beast tied resulted in a bountiful harvest. The cultivators would not let this lucrative opportunity slip away. Thus, whether at the qi refining or foundation establishment stages, individuals were as exhilarated as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. The Yuandan and Yuaning cultivators pressed on relentlessly, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight. The battle finally came to a close. Qian'an City emerged victorious. Gazing upon the battered city and the multitude of fallen bodies, Yuya stood atop the city wall, suddenly raising his fist to the sky. "We have triumphed," echoed countless cultivators in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. The task of clearing the beast corpses consumed a full 3 days. These remnants were systematically collected by the Qian'an City Guard and temporarily stored within the city's warehouses. In the end, the tally of the deceased reached over 2,100, with injuries exceeding 10,000. The city lord's office was responsible for managing the compensation. Throughout the streets, the sound of weeping filled the air, as the entire city plunged into profound sorrow. Although the outcome was anticipated from the moment the beast tide erupted, the profound sorrow of losing loved ones manifested when the reality struck, leaving many unable to contain their grief. The post-war reconstruction proceeded in an orderly manner. As humanity had faced such calamities before, Qian'an City, with its centuries of experience, adeptly managed the compensation for bereaved families. Consequently, the reactions of the ordinary citizens were quite understandable. Numerous common individuals who had achieved military merits were generously rewarded, securing their livelihoods for a lifetime. Haochen gently closed his eyes. Although he had become accustomed to such tragedies, the emotional turmoil continued to disrupt his peace. When would humanity guarantee its absolute safety? Opening his eyes, he gazed at the heavens and murmured to himself. Chapter 807. Crisis looms. 7 days swiftly passed. Haochen suddenly received a message from his avatar in North Ring Island, indicating that the Qianji Pavilion was in peril due to the ongoing conflict. Thus, he bid farewell to his companions, family, disciples, and the Chilan Ape, parting ways with Yu Wuyo. During this farewell, Yu Xiaolan seized the opportunity to take her younger brother Yu Yaotian and several disciples of the Yu family with cultivation potential. Only then did Haochen quietly depart from Qian'an City. Mu Huinan was deeply concerned for her father, Mu Xingqian, and the safety of the Qianji Pavilion. Haochen too felt anxious for his avatar left behind at North Ring Island. Seeking solitude, he summoned his flying shuttle and sped towards North Ring Island. Upon arrival near the waters of North Ring Island, he beheld an eruption of sounds, the cacophony of explosions, cries of battle, and the clash of various magical artifacts resonated through the skies. Fortunately, although the fighting was fierce, both sides remained in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. With mutual offensives occurring, it seemed evident that determining a victor would not be a swift endeavor. Simultaneously, the light of the avatar, transformed from the blazing sun, swiftly emerged from North Ring Island to join Haochen. As their consciousness merged, Haochen's gaze shifted towards the distance. Within his awareness, he sensed numerous formidable members of the demonic sect surrounding North Ring Island. However, they had not engaged in the siege, instead remaining at a distance for protection and surveillance. Mu Huinan, leading her group away from North Ring Island and into the Lanluo secret realm, soon lost all trace. The Tianqing Merchant Alliance's plans concerning Mu Huinan could not be initiated. News circulated that since they could not abduct Mu Huinan to pressure the Qianji Pavilion, they prepared to mobilize the forces of the demonic sect to swallow the Qianji Pavilion directly. However, concurrent operations to eradicate the demonic sect were launched by the Tianyuan continent and the Tianwu continent, disrupting the Tianqing Merchant Alliance's schemes. The demonic sect once again vanished from sight, opting to move within the Qianyuan realm under the guise of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. Their long-standing plan to assimilate the Qianji Pavilion and establish a stronghold on North Ring Island had been in the making, especially as the Tianwu continent triggered the beast tide, providing the demonic sect a chance to exploit the absence of strong defenders in the maritime affairs. At this moment, it is the time to annex the Qianji Pavilion and dominate the seas. The demonic sect has clashed with the righteous sects on several occasions, and although they have faced defeat, they have still retained a portion of their members. Upon realizing the futility of their efforts, they instructed the majority of their adept practitioners to retreat from the mainland and infiltrate the North Ring Island, where they could operate freely under the protection of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. This is the remarkable wisdom of their leader, Tai Shi Xiao, like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. As long as there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. Despite the lack of communication and intelligence, the blazing avatar left by Haochen remains in sync with his spirit. Transforming into a late-stage essence elixir practitioner, Haochen conceals his aura and mingles with the North Ring Island, waiting for the opportune moment. From the aura observed by the protective law enforcers of the demonic sect, it is inferred that their ranks consist merely of a few nascent soul cultivators, not a particularly formidable assembly. Under such circumstances, the Qianji Pavilion should handle the situation without significant mishap. However, Haochen is somewhat perplexed. The demonic sect has long sought to annex the Qianji Pavilion. So why have no powerful beings at the divine separation or integration stages made an appearance? What, indeed, are the intentions of the demonic sect? Gradually, the practitioners of the Qianji Pavilion began to falter, fighting while retreating, as the forces of the demonic sect advanced rapidly, soon reaching within 10 miles of Yunhai City. At this juncture, a series of figures soared through the sky, directly landing before the practitioners of the Qianji Pavilion. The foremost among them, with profound eyes radiating fury and emanating the aura of a late-stage divine transformation, is none other than Hong Fei, the fourth elder of the Qianji Pavilion. Having just broken through to the divine transformation stage, he has encountered the forces of the demonic sect besieging Yunhai City upon emerging from his seclusion. The demonic sect has repeatedly assaulted our Qianji Pavilion. We can no longer retreat. Behind us lies our homeland, where our parents and families reside. Advance one step towards life. Retreat half a step towards death. We fight for the Qianji Pavilion. Seeing the morale of the Qianji Pavilion disciples waning, Elder Hong Fei called out fervently, "For the Qianji Pavilion, we shall fight." As soon as Elder Hong Fei's words fell, the retreating disciples, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, raised their voices in unison. Subsequently, waves of disciples took flight, launching themselves at the forces of the demonic sect. Those who trespass upon our Qianji Pavilion shall face no mercy. Each person wielded their blades and swords, radiating a dazzling brilliance that interwove in the void. In an instant, the entire North Ring Island erupted with thunderous roars, cries for bloodshed resonating throughout. One by one, disciples above the essence elixir stage followed Elder Hong Fei into battle against the demonic sect. Haochen observed this unfolding scene quietly, with no intention of intervening for the time being. His gaze shifted to Elder Hong Fei, as well as to the two young disciples, a boy and a girl, who stood behind him. At this moment, Elder Hong Fei had indeed attained the late-stage divine transformation, only a step away from reaching the divine separation stage. For the Qianji Pavilion to retain the several nascent soul and divine transformation practitioners of the demonic sect with their current capabilities was not an insurmountable task. What astonished Haochen was the presence of the two young disciples behind Hong Fei. Both appeared to be in their 20s. The first young man, Duan Hanyan, the junior sister of Mu Huinan, exuded a peculiar and lively aura at first glance. The second young man is Qin Yuhai, whom Haochen encountered at the Qianji Pavilion on Beihuan Island. Undoubtedly, he is an exceptionally formidable individual. Both of these young men have reached the initial stage of the Yuaning realm, and not just any initial stage, but the pinnacle of its early phase. It is noteworthy that they are barely in their 20s. With Haochen's prowess, he naturally went unnoticed by these two under the scrutiny of his divine sense. The Qianji Pavilion dares to resist and defy. Very well, I shall reduce this place to rubble today. As the fourth elder Hong Fei and his companions rushed to the forefront of the group, three figures clad in black met them. One young man in black sneered ominously at the trio. "Do you, members of the demon sect, dare to act so brazenly before the Qianji Pavilion?" Fourth elder Hong Fei retorted coldly. "Truly ignorant of your impending doom, still hoping for aid from your esteemed elders? At this moment, they must be too preoccupied to assist you," chuckled the leader of the demon sect. This statement startled fourth elder Hong Fei and the disciples. They understood that the elders referred to by the demon were undoubtedly the grand elder Gu Yunpeng, the third elder Mu Feng, and the seventh elder Hai Ro, among others. The implication was that they were about to face significant trouble. Haochen also pondered this and could not help but raise an eyebrow. There is no need to waste breath on these demon sect members. Activate the killing formation and ensure that none of them escape. The young junior sister Duan Hanyan declared fiercely, narrowing her eyes. It turned out that the Qianji Pavilion had long since laid a trap 10 miles from the city, gradually drawing the members of the demon sect into the killing formation. With the power of the formation and the cooperation of numerous strong individuals, it would not be particularly challenging to detain these demon sect members. Duan Hanyan's decisive approach to eliminating threats earned Haochen's silent admiration. Her strategy resonated well with his own inclinations. Chapter 808, United Against a Common Foe, Part 1. Haochen appreciated Duan Hanyan's resolute tactics. He initially intended to act swiftly to resolve the trouble here, and then seek to ascertain the whereabouts of the other elders, in case they encountered any difficulties that warranted timely assistance. However, just as Haochen prepared to intervene, a sudden ripple emanated from the void, Tenjong away from the demon sect members. Haochen's divine sense stirred, sensing a more formidable presence approaching. Clearly, a powerful individual was on their way. After today, the Qianji Pavilion shall cease to exist. A deep, resonant voice of an elder echoed from the void, and in an instant, the space erupted. As the elder's voice reverberated, a rift in space was violently torn open. The surrounding space shattered inch by inch, and a wave of searing heat suddenly descended. As the intense heat spread, a slender figure appeared out of thin air. With this individual's arrival, the entire space seemed to freeze, and all those from the Qianji Pavilion, including Fourth Elder Hong Fei, were instantly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of oppression. The Fourth Elder, Hong Fei, was taken aback, sensing an aura that seemed to be closely akin to that of the leader of the Thousand Machine Pavilion. Upon witnessing the emergence of that figure, Haochen's eyes narrowed sharply. Years ago, when Haochen was transported from the place of inheritance of the Xiao Hao in the Hunyuan realm to the verdant jungles of the Tianyuan continent, he encountered a figure in the void who sought to end his life, none other than the man in the black robe. The figure that pierced through the air was an elder clad in black, possessing a mid-stage divine sense realm. His face bore deep-set eyes that sparkled with brilliance, and upon seeing this silhouette, Haochen could not help but feel a profound astonishment. Haochen had previously inquired of several acquaintances about the individuals engaged in combat above the Qingshan jungle during his arrival. He later learned that it was his master, Lung Yushuang, and the ancestral figure of the Lu family, Lu Weibiao, who were locked in battle in the void above the jungle. However, the whereabouts of Lu Weibiao remained shrouded in mystery. Even when Haochen annihilated the Lu family, Lu Weibiao did not make an appearance. To his surprise, today on Beihuan Island, he would encounter Lu Weibiao, and in the company of members from the demon sect no less. It appeared that Lu Weibiao had long since colluded with the demon sect. A flicker of thought crossed Haochen's mind as he silently pondered. He had been curious as to why the demon sect had besieged the Thousand Machine Pavilion without a single divine sense realm demon practitioner appearing. Instead, only a handful of transformation and nascent soul realm demons, akin to striking a stone with an egg. At this moment, Haochen finally understood. Yet, the terrifying power of Lu Weibiao was undeniable. With Lu Weibiao leading 100 formidable members of the demon sect, flattening the Thousand Machine Pavilion would indeed be a trivial task. As soon as Lu Weibiao revealed himself, he surged forth, a colossal blood-red palm tearing through the air, shattering the space around it, and with overwhelming force, it struck towards Fourth Elder Hong Fei. Confronted with such might, Fourth Elder Hong Fei recognized that he was utterly incapable of withstanding it. Desperate, Fourth Elder Hong Fei gritted his teeth and unleashed a fiery brilliance from his sword. The space warped and distorted as a 100-foot-long fire dragon roared fiercely, lunging toward Lu Weibiao's blood-red palm. Activate the Grand Formation. At the same time, a bellow escaped his lips. Fourth Elder Hong Fei understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of the demon sect today. Activating the Grand Formation would mean a mutual demise with the intruders. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Fourth Elder Hong Fei's sword energy collided with Lu Weibiao's blood-red palm. Kill. Simultaneously, Qin Yuhai and Duan Hanyan, without a moment's hesitation, took the initiative. The disciples of the Thousand Machine Pavilion were already prepared, ready to activate the trapping formation, leveraging its power to engage the demon sect in a desperate struggle. However, before both sides could truly engage in combat, the confrontation between Fourth Elder Hong Fei and Lu Weibiao had already concluded. Under the might of the enormous palm, the sword energy was shattered. The shadow of the blood-red palm continued unabated, akin to taking a chestnut from the fire, and suddenly crashed against Fourth Elder Hong Fei's chest. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, as Fourth Elder Hong Fei was sent hurtling backward. Blood rained down from the heavens. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? The venerable ancestor of the Lu clan, Lu Weibiao, flickered into existence before the fourth elder, Hong Fei, dismissively uttering those words. You may as well perish. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a bloodthirsty palm strike aimed once more at the fourth elder, Hong Fei. Given Lu Weibiao's formidable prowess, there seemed to be no hope for survival for Hong Fei. However, in the next moment, Lu Weibiao's bloodthirsty palm met an incoming shadow of a hand with a fierce whoosh. The impact erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that permeated the surroundings, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Lu Weibiao stumbled backward as the sudden palm shadow dispersed his attack and directly struck his own hand. His palm became charred and blackened, flesh curling back, with faint arcs of electricity dancing and swirling around it. Before Lu Weibiao's anguished cry could fade, a youthful figure emerged from the dissipating smoke, entering his line of sight. Do you remember the Foundation cultivator from the Azure Cloud Forest? Haochen suddenly emanated a powerful aura. It is you? Facing this unexpected figure, Lu Weibiao was stricken with shock, recalling the scene from the void of the Azure Cloud Forest, and his heart became clear. Haochen had appeared before Hong Fei, intercepting Lu Weibiao's bloodthirsty palm. The clash between the two of them naturally affected the members of the demonic sect and the disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Under the impact of the shattered thunderous force, no one could continue the battle. The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished, particularly the numerous disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. They had initially resolved to fight to the death against the demonic sect, fully aware of their absolute disadvantage and inability to contend with the approaching enemies. Even the fourth elder, Hong Fei, could not withstand a single strike from the cloaked elder, showing no capacity for resistance. Their only hope lay in activating the trapping formation to stall their opponents. Yet, when the cloaked elder injured Elder Hong Fei with an unmatched display of power, despair took root in the hearts of the Thousand Mechanisms disciples. However, at that moment, the appearance of the young man in the green robe altered the ultimate outcome. Although they did not know who he was, he instilled a profound sense of confidence in everyone. It is him. At this juncture, Sister Lingzi and the two young women, Ai Hong and the others, were also amidst the fray, gazing at the emerging figure, their hearts stirring with ripples. They had previously been plundered by Haochen and had spent time with him in the inn. Their familiarity with his aura was unmistakable. Chapter 809, United Against the Common Foe, Part 2, Fourth Elder, take a moment to recuperate. I will handle this. Haochen retrieved a vial of elixirs from his storage ring and handed it to fourth elder Hong Fei. Accepting the elixirs, Hong Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, nodding slightly without uttering a word, and stepped aside to heal. After consuming several elixirs, Hong Fei focused entirely on his recovery, no longer casting a glance at the members of the demonic sect. Haochen then summoned 6 little demonesses, permitting only Shuer and Yu Yao to observe, forbidding their participation in the battle. You are Duan Hanyan, correct? Approach and safeguard the fourth elder, and you too. Lingzi and Ihome, come over as well. Haochen gestured for the 3 girls to come forward. Although Duan Hanyan was unaware of this young man's identity, it was evident that he had intervened to rescue the fourth elder, and without hesitation, she moved to his side. When Lingzi and Ihome heard Haochen call their names, they momentarily froze. Had he not forgotten about the 2 of them? In less than 3 breaths, they regained their composure and swiftly flew to Haochen's side. Please take good care of these 2 little girls for me. Haochen instructed Lingzi and Ihome. You claim there is no illicit relationship. Yet who knows what secrets lie among the 3 of you in the Huiyuan Inn? Little Chui observed Haochen's flirtations and emitted a sour scent. The fourth elder, Hong Fei, suddenly felt perplexed upon seeing everyone gathered before him. Are you here to assist in battle or to run a kindergarten? However, he recognized that since Haochen was managing this kindergarten, he was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he felt considerably more at ease regarding today's events. Lu Weibiao, perhaps it is more fitting to refer to you as the old demon of the Lu family. I never imagined you to be one of the demonic sect. Once the crowd was arranged, Haochen turned, his hand resting behind him, and spoke coolly to the ancestral figure of the Lu family, Lu Weibiao. You little brat, are you running a kindergarten? Lu Weibiao, the ancestral elder of the Lu family, remained unmoved. Haochen's antics not only amused Lu Weibiao, but also captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. What are you trying to accomplish? Bringing 6 children along? Running a kindergarten? How absurd. My fondness for running a kindergarten is none of your concern. Has your Lu family repeatedly provoked me simply because you believe you can? Your pitiful creatures have all fallen to my blade. Now only you, an old dog, remain. And you dare to conspire with the demonic sect to wreak havoc upon the world. As Haochen spoke, he stepped into the air, summoning the Mo Shang's sword into his hand. If you were wise, you would find a place to hide tightly, rather than sporadically jumping out to cause harm. That way, you might live a little longer. In the midst of his words, Haochen wielded the Mo Shang's sword, directing it toward Lu Weibiao, the dragon of darkness. Dark energy swiftly coalesced into a formidable dragon. The dragon's overwhelming aura surged forth, its boundless power sweeping across the realm. A chilling pressure instantaneously descended, suppressing the souls of all present. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant you your wish. Haochen bellowed as he swung his sword with ferocity. You little brat, I will never let you escape. Glaring at that majestic dark dragon, Lu Weibiao suddenly conceived a plan. This young man had slain numerous members of the Lu family on the Tianyuan continent, and facing such a mortal enemy, Lu Weibiao could not quell his hatred without eliminating him. Assessing the strengths of both sides, he noted that they had the 7th Elder and Zhang Xian, who was in the mid-stage of transformation. There were 6 elders, the black-robed Yu Xiao, at the peak of the transformation realm, and the 5 elders, including Jiang Hualong, who had just entered the separation realm. At this moment, within the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, only Haochen and the 4th Elder, Hong Fei, possessed formidable strength. However, Hong Fei had already suffered severe injuries. It was anticipated that once Haochen was lured away to engage in battle, the 3 elders would easily annihilate the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion. Thus, Lu Weibiao sought to entice his opponents into pursuing him away from the battleground. If I cannot kill you, then I shall venture to the Tianyuan continent and eliminate your family, one by one. The ancestral elder of the Lu family, Lu Weibiao, intentionally provoked his adversary's fury while retreating rapidly. He tore open a rift in space, and, with a swift motion of his slender form, dove into it as the spatial passage began to close. Lu Weibiao's figure gradually faded from view. You kill my family, and I shall extinguish your soul. Just as the last sliver of the rift was about to vanish, Haochen, filled with rage, summoned the demon Morning Sword and mercilessly pursued Lu Weibiao. With a crack, the sword light once again forced open the closing rift, emitting a sound akin to tearing silk, as a black sword radiance surged into the opening. Subsequently, a muffled groan echoed from the void, and Haochen's figure swiftly followed. You annihilate my entire family. I shall not grant you the opportunity. As Haochen's voice faded, the rift slowly closed. The figures of Haochen and the ancestral elder of the Lu family both vanished. Only the 3 black-clad figures of the demon sect and 100 disciples remained, alongside the severely injured 4th elder, Hong Fei. Humph, do you think you can survive this day? From the swirling black mist, the 5th elder of the demon sect, Jiang Hualong, in the early separation realm, spoke. That little brat has already escaped. The 4th elder, Hong Fei, is gravely wounded. The outcome remains unchanged. Today, no one can save you. The 7th elder of the demon sect, Zhang Xian, who was in the mid-transformation realm, arrogantly proclaimed. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive. Commanded the 6th elder, the black-robed Yu Xiao, at the peak of the transformation realm. Before Yu Xiao's words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward, his hands outstretched. Fingers curled like claws. From his palms, 2 suffocating strands of deathly energy rapidly coalesced, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Deathly energy. The 6th elder of the demon sect, Yu Xiao, waved his hands, and the 2 strands of ominous death energy formed into a deathly serpent that swept toward the disciples of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion. The disciples felt an overwhelming wave of coldness enveloping them, penetrating their very limbs. In an instant, they were overwhelmed, gasping for breath. Fight! We shall confront these demons, cried the disciples of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, brandishing their swords and charging at the members of the demon sect. Each face was etched with a spirited resolve. Devoid of fear, how foolishly they struggle against the might of the tree. The 5th elder of the demon sect, Jiang Hualong, shrouded in demonic energy and at the initial stage of the spirit separation realm, cast his gaze upon the 4th elder, Hong Fei, who was meditating in tranquility. Leave this 4th elder to me. I shall accompany him on his final journey. With a surge of overwhelming demonic power, Jiang Hualong advanced menacingly towards the fourth elder. Hongfei, Chapter 8:10. The little demoness unleashes her fury. Hey, what are you all making such a commotion about? Especially you, the one radiating demonic energy. You are exceedingly bothersome. Can you not see the hierarchy? Are you blind to the fact that we are in the midst of a lesson? 6 little demonesses were chattering away when their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the arrogant remarks of the demon sect members. Xiao Zui, indignant, wasted no time and confronted Jiang Hualong, unleashing a fiery palm strike. Sister Xiaohong, I can hardly breathe. What should I do? At that moment, the little white fox, Shuer, turned to Xiaohong for assistance. Before Shuer could finish her plea, the fiery bird, Xiaohong, darted forward and voraciously consumed the 2 death energies conjured by the 6th elder of the demon sect, Yu Shao. Ugh, what is that taste? It's so foul. Xiaohong complained after swallowing the death energy. Quickly, spit it out and return it. Xiaoqiu urged, observing Xiaohong's discomfort. With a sudden expulsion, Xiaohong released a jet of black-red flames that surged towards the 6th elder, Yu Shao. Following the black-red flames, the 6th elder, at the peak of the transformation realm, vanished without a trace. Today, no one can save you. The 7th elder, Zhang Xin, at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, stood in shock as he witnessed the swift demise of 2 formidable foes at the hands of mere children. Just then, a little girl in a white dress soared above Zhang Xin's head. I'll teach you to speak ill of my brother, cried the little demoness, Shuiying, as she gripped Zhang Xin by the neck. Silence enveloped the air. The presence of a kindergarten child? Was this truly the little demoness? As the onlookers marveled in disbelief, the void suddenly trembled violently. Following this, a series of explosive sounds resonated through the space. Golden light spilled forth, thunder roared, and runes shattered, saturating the realm with their brilliance. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed for miles, as raging energy surged like a tempestuous sea. A fierce dragon's roar reverberated through the skies. As the demon sword pierced through the rift in space, its power had waned considerably. At this moment, Haochen had already switched to the magical dragon spear, while the ancestral figure of the Lu family, Lu Weibiao, employed the 5-finger sword technique. In the rift of space, these two engaged in a fierce battle, showcasing their mastery of both martial and mystical arts. From time to time, the space was torn apart, and the ferocious intent to kill surged forth from the rifts in the fabric of reality, crashing onto the surface of the sea outside Beihuan Island, sending towering waves into the air. Young and impulsive, in the face of Hao Yan's fierce assault, a triumphant expression flashed across Lu Weibiao's face. He had successfully diverted Hao Yan from the main battlefield where the demon sect and the 1,000 Machines pavilion clashed violently. The aura of the Lu family ancestor abruptly surged, ascending to the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm before it ceased. Hiss! Hao Yan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Qianyuan realm was indeed a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Not long after the Qianyuan Great Formation was unraveled, many formidable beings emerged. After millennia of sealing, the floodgates had finally opened, allowing many ancient entities to unleash their pin-up power. Hao Yan couldn't help but reflect on this. The Lu family ancestor condensed a phantom sword aura, imbued with violent force, and shot forth like a beam of light. Where it passed, the air was cleaved in twain. Boom! The clash of sword energy and spear tip resulted in a violent explosion. Hao Yan let out a muffled groan, akin to colliding with a rapidly descending meteor. As he was violently rebounded, Demon Dragon Aoyu, Hao Yan shouted, utilizing the momentum to retreat and soar into the air, stepping lightly in midair. His aura erupted suddenly, with blood and energy surging in his arms, and his magical power escalated to a level comparable to that of the Lu family ancestor. The demon dragon spear erupted like a roaring dragon, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Hiss! A look of astonishment crossed the Lu family ancestor's face. He had not anticipated that Hao Yan's reaction in battle would be so swift, nor that his cultivation would be so closely matched to his own. This young man must have consumed a violent pill to forcibly elevate his cultivation. With a dismissive snort, he quickly gathered a sphere of azure light at his fingertips. Whoosh! In an instant, a streak of azure sword energy, imbued with the force of breaking the air, shot forth. Boom! The collision of the two forces erupted into a deafening blast, and the surrounding air rippled like a tidal wave. Hao Yan's gaze sharpened, and an outpouring of martial energy exploded forth, shattering the azure sword energy. With the obstruction removed, the demon dragon spear surged forward, aimed at the Liu family ancestor. The Liu family ancestor was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes as he swiftly raised his right palm, condensing azure light once more to form a circular barrier. Boom! The demon dragon spear and the blood fiend palm collided violently, producing a cataclysmic sound as a tempestuous wave of energy swept outward. Boom! The Liu family ancestor's expression changed momentarily, feeling as though an immense force bore down upon him, causing his body to sink as the space beneath him collapsed. And he found himself breaking through the void and plummeting downwards. Hiss! Observers gazed at the resounding void, gasping in disbelief and horror. As the Liu family ancestor fell, Haochen dove down after him. Humph! The Liu family ancestor snorted lightly, suddenly summoning his life-bound treasure, the soul sword, and fiercely slashing towards Haochen from the air. Seeing this, Haochen swiftly altered his spear technique, thrusting directly towards the descending sword energy. Clang! A clear sound rang out, and sparks flew as Haochen was once again shaken back. Hiss! People did not expect that, in the face of such an adversary, Haochen not only dared to take the initiative but also forced his opponent to deploy their life-bound treasure. The potential and strength displayed here are truly astonishing. Alas! Brother, have you had enough of playing? The few of us little Lolas have already dealt with those 3 bothersome individuals, yet you continue to dawdle endlessly. Find someone to spar with. It suffices after a while. I'm famished. Hurry up and dispose of this old dog, so we can have something to eat. How tedious. Upon seeing Haochen emerge from the rift in space, Xiao Zui impatiently shouted. The elder of the Liu family, who was engaged in combat with Haochen, was momentarily taken aback, casting a look of surprise at Haochen. Could it be that there are hidden reinforcements within the Qianji Pavilion? For the first time, Liu Weibiao's face exhibited signs of emotion, not due to Haochen's current prowess, but rather because of the strategies and potential of the Qianji Pavilion. He had initially thought that Haochen merely consumed a berserk pill to temporarily elevate his cultivation. Yet now he realized he had been mistaken. To scheme against others only to be outmaneuvered himself. Was that not a case of cleverness turning against itself? With this thought, a fierce killing intent flickered in the elder's eyes. Chapter 8:11. Splitting up to act. It is time to bring this to a close. Upon hearing Xiao Zui's words, Haochen was already aware that the little demoness had taken action. In a flash, while the Liu elder was lost in thought, Haochen vanished from his position. Reappearing close to the elder's side, the black glimmering demon dragon spear aimed like lightning at the elder's body. The onlookers witnessing the battle in the void were astonished. They had not detected when Haochen had disappeared or reappeared. The elder's pupils constricted as he stepped on the void, propelling himself backward with great speed, simultaneously swinging his life sword rapidly. Bang! The clash between Haochen's demon dragon spear and the elder's life sword resulted in a shower of sparks. The elder was struck by a tremendous force, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward. Haochen, in a moment of teleportation, struck down the fallen adversary with a fervor akin to a relentless storm. The elder of the Li family was sent flying like a ball, accurately struck by Haochen onto a massive sea reef. As the Liu elder was pulled from the void, Haochen suddenly descended, instantly subduing him and imprisoning him within the demon suppression tower. Haochen then flashed to the side of the 6 little demonesses. Quickly prepare us something to eat. I'm hungry. Let these 3 sisters join us for a meal. Upon seeing Haochen beside her, Xiao Zui eagerly exclaimed. Haochen was about to express that bringing the 3 women into the treasure space might be inappropriate. No discussion, follow the order. Xiao Zui glared fiercely, stating sternly. Very well. My little lady. With a wave of his hand, the 6 little demonesses along with Duan Hanyan, Lingzi, and Ai Hong vanished from sight, leaving the 4th elder Hong Fei in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide, glancing around to confirm this was not a dream. However, in the next moment, with another wave, Haochen summoned Mu Huinan and the others. You've returned from the secret realm. Where are the pavilion master and the grand elder? The 4th elder quickly inquired upon seeing Mu Huinan appear before him. Are you saying that my father and the grand elder also went to the secret realm? Mu Huinan asked in astonishment. Indeed, did you not know? They went to the secret realm to search for you. The 4th elder replied, astonished. Eradicate the roots. Leave not a trace. In these uncertain times of warfare, Haochen feared that Mu Huinan's appearance might draw the attention of the demonic sect. A moment's carelessness could lead to her abduction, leaving Qianji Gu in a state of trepidation. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Huinan charged ahead. Upon overhearing the conversation between Mu Huinan and the fourth elder, Haochen promptly inquired about the specific circumstances concerning Mu Xingchun and the Grand Elder. The forces of the demonic sect were divided into two paths, one led by the ancestral figure of the Lu family, Lu Weibiao, who advanced towards Yunhai City on North Ring Island to assault Qianjigu and eradicate its dominance over the region. The other contingent, commanded by Fu Tianxiang, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Commerce Alliance, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Divine Spirit Realm, set its sights on the Lan Luo Secret Realm. In the expedition to the Lan Luo Secret Realm, 12 individuals were dispatched by Qianjigu, yet only Mu Huinan failed to return. The Grand Elder, Gu Yunpeng, who had ventured to search for her, did not come back either. Meanwhile, Mu Xingchun grew increasingly concerned about the safety of his daughter, Mu Huinan, and worried that Grand Elder Gu Yunpeng was alone in his endeavors. In light of this, Mu Xingchun decided to organize affairs within Qianjigu and quietly entered the Lan Luo Secret Realm himself, seeking not only to find Mu Huinan and Gu Yunpeng, but also to uncover his own fortunes. Not only Gu Yunpeng and Mu Xingchun sought opportunities within the secret realm, powerful figures from various factions harbored similar intentions. However, the fortunes within the Lan Luo secret realm paled in comparison to those found in the misted forest of the Qi Yuan realm. Recently emerging from the Lan Luo secret realm, Haochen found himself inundated with pressing matters, leaving him little time for further exploration. As he contemplated this, his thoughts were interrupted by fourth elder Hong Fei's recounting, which revealed that many had entered the Lan Luo secret realm for adventure. While Haochen may have regarded such opportunities with indifference, for others, it was a chance not to be missed. Surely, under the arrangements of Mu Xingchun and others, Qianjigu would also dispatch a contingent to investigate. As Haochen pondered these matters, the women and members of Qianjigu had already vanquished the forces of the Heavenly Commerce Alliance. One by one, Mu Huinan and her companions returned to Haochen's side. After gathering the women, he exchanged greetings with fourth elder Hong Fei. I am departing to seek the sect master and others in the Lan Luo secret realm. The aftermath here is in your hands. With that, he wasted no time and vanished without a trace into the void. Upon Haochen's swift arrival at the Lan Luo secret realm, he discovered that the entrance had been artificially sealed. Those remaining outside the realm did not leave, but sought ways to reopen the passage and rescue those trapped within. However, months passed, and they found themselves powerless against the entrance's barrier. Their attempts to forcibly breach the entrance revealed that without the strength of a martial emperor, breaking the sealing formation was an arduous task. Within the icy and fiery realm where the dragon resided, Haochen had established a teleportation array and had crafted boundary-breaking talismans. He summoned Yu Xiaolan and Mu Huinan, retrieving 3 of the boundary-breaking talismans. As the 3 tested their sensitivity against the formations that remained in the secret realm, they sensed not a flicker of response. Mu Huinan discovered the lingering presence of her father, Mu Xingchun, and the Grand Elder, Gu Yunpeng, at the entrance of the secret realm. This led her to conclude that both men were also trapped within the confines of the mystical domain. Gazing despairingly at the entrance, her eyes blurred with tears, she was engulfed in a wave of anguish. Tormented by the self-reproach that her father and the Grand Elder had risked their own safety to venture into the realm in search of her. Do not fear. I am here. Uncle will be fine. Haochen consoled her as he witnessed her sorrowful cries. We should attempt to break through and exit the ice fire dragon space. Perhaps we can find a solution, Yu Xiaolan suddenly suggested to Haochen. Indeed, that appears to be our only option. Do we have a record of our exit coordinates? Haochen inquired of Yu Xiaolan regarding the matter. Yes, indeed. Let us enter the starship and ascertain our precise location, Yu Xiaolan urged as she led Haochen into the interstellar vessel. After the trio departed from the Blue Falls secret realm, Haochen summoned the starship, along with their family and companions, to explore the surrounding vistas. In the ice fire dragon's living space within the Blue Falls secret realm, 2 individuals sat within the buffering area of the body refinement cave. The entrance bore the essence of Shao Nan, and not far from the cave, the site of a fierce battle also retained traces of her presence, leading Gu Yunpeng to deduce that she was still alive. Alas, let us hope that is the case. I am sorry for the trouble this has caused you, Mu Xingchun replied with a tone of regret. This space is quite peculiar. The pressure experienced within is not proportional to that of exiting. Advancing incurs a pressure of 4-fold, while retreating results in 8-fold pressure. Abiding by the principle of moving forward without retreat, I ventured into this enigmatic space. Gu Yunpeng and Mu Xingchen were then engaged in a discussion analyzing the design of this realm. If I am not mistaken, this design method mirrors the construction of a body refinement space based on the divine techniques of the deities. The mechanisms here share a commonality with the stairway designs outside. It is a pity that the Qianji Pavilion has not been privileged to witness the divine techniques to create such intricate mechanisms. Chapter 812. Crossing realms. Upon entering the Stone Chambers Hall, they detected the essence you had left behind and subsequently stepped into the gravity setting. It became apparent that this was a compounded arrangement, where entry subjected one to a gravity increase of 4-fold, 8-fold, and 16-fold. Ultimately, entering this space would mean enduring a gravity of 128 times. Conversely, my entry was met with a gravity increase of 3-fold, 6-fold, and 12-fold. When I first entered this realm, I confronted a pressure of 6, amounting to 96 times gravity. I surmised that as the energy within the secret realm diminished, the oppressive gravitational force would similarly decrease. Mu Xingchen began to speculate on the spatial configuration of this area. At that moment, the two were unable to escape this gravitational space. Ahead lay an endless expanse of black jungle. Retreating from the space would impose an additional 96 times gravity, causing severe injuries to their bodies. Should they attempt to exit, the compounded gravity would escalate from 3-fold to 6-fold, ultimately subjecting them to 192 times gravity, a perilous predicament likely to result in incapacitation or death before reaching safety. The two individuals found themselves devoid of confidence to advance and powerless to retreat. Their only option was to cultivate here, striving to ascend to the realm of unity or to transcend tribulations in order to leave this place. At that moment, they were unaware that even if they managed to escape, it would lead to their demise. The followers of the demonic sect had already sealed the entrance and exit to the secret realm. The starship, carrying the group, soared towards the Tianyuan continent, traversing the verdant forests of Qingyun and crossing the rocky ridges of Dangshi as they followed the coordinates recorded by Yu Xiaolan, seeking the void passage to navigate the starship away from the Lanluo secret realm. Each little sorceress possessed a boundary-breaking talisman, soaring through the air in search of the secret realm's passage. Shuiying and Xiaohong formed a team, and they lived up to everyone's expectations, being the first to detect the lingering aura left behind when the starship departed from the Lanluo secret realm. Upon reaching the void, the boundary-breaking talismans in their hands began to shimmer with resonance. "Thank you." Mu Huinan embraced Shuiying, showering her with kisses. "Ah, help! Sister Xiaonan is going to eat me," Shuiying exclaimed, gasping for breath as Mu Huinan held her tightly, showering her with affection. Hearing Shuiying's cries, Mu Huinan finally smiled sweetly and released her. At that moment, her gaze shifted to Xiaohong, who, terrified, hid behind Haochen. When the group returned to the starship, Haochen suddenly retracted the vessel. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to test the teleportation capabilities of the boundary-breaking talisman. Crossing between realms was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. The terrifying spatial tearing force could easily lead to the demise of even the most formidable beings of the Great Ascension realm. Even if successful, activating the boundary-breaking talisman could severely deplete one's vitality. Infusing celestial essence into the talisman, Haochen felt a flash of brilliance before his eyes. When he reappeared, he found himself in a vast void. Unhurried, he suddenly manifested the wings of wind, stabilizing himself as he surveyed the surroundings. Everywhere he looked was lush greenery, radiating vibrant life, with an abundance of flora and fauna, resembling a secluded little world. Not far away lay a forest, exuding an eerie aura. Although there was no sun in the sky, a misty essence permeated the air, nourishing all of nature. Suddenly, a resounding roar shattered the tranquility, echoing throughout the land. Following the sharp cry, a majestic sky leopard emerged, stretching its wings, each spanning 3 zhang in length, its golden eyes fixating sharply upon Haochen. Startled, Haochen swiftly descended to the ground. The leopard's entire body glimmered with faint golden light, each feather on its wings sharp as blades, exuding an extraordinary aura. With that single roar piercing the heavens, it simultaneously disrupted the peace of the entire secret realm. The colossal sky leopard, measuring over 3 zhang, surged forth, its powerful wings stirring fierce gales that tore through the void beneath it. Witnessing the intrusion of humans into its territory, the sky leopard charged at Haochen. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the very fabric of space. With a decisive strike, an aura of ferocity emanated, embodying an indomitable spirit. Those of feeble courage would find themselves quaking in fear, their formidable abilities diminished, perhaps barely tapping into a fraction of their potential. Boom! Haochen concentrated his magical energy, unleashing a devastating punch infused with tremendous power, aimed squarely at the sky leopard. This single blow possessed the terrifying capability to shatter space itself, a feat even the most formidable of cultivators would hesitate to confront head-on. The sky leopard was violently jolted, its body rocked, unable to even retract its wings. As it was thrust backward, with each inch it retreated, the terrifying force annihilated the surrounding space. Roar! Shock flickered in the sky leopard's eyes, quickly giving way to a wrathful fury. With a fierce cry, it flapped its wings, halting its backward trajectory, emanating a chilling ferocity. With a swift contraction of its wings, it lunged towards Haochen with the ferocity of a meteorite. Sensing the imminent danger, Haochen dared not underestimate its assault, swiftly evading the attack. Boom! The spot where Haochen had just stood erupted in a maelstrom of dust and debris, reminiscent of a sandstorm sweeping outward. Ling Aoren, witnessing such overwhelming force from a distance, felt a shiver of fear. Should such an attack land upon him, he would surely be incapacitated for days. With a flick of his sleeve, Haochen conjured a whirlwind that swept away the lingering dust. As the haze cleared, Ling Aoren's eyes widened in shock, revealing a gaping crater several feet wide where Haochen had stood. Was this not an exaggeration? The sheer magnitude of power was astounding. Observing the chasm created by the sky leopard, a weight settled in his heart, and the pride born of his newfound strength swiftly dissipated. Indeed, there are always greater heights and more formidable beings beyond. Haochen's gaze bore into the sky leopard, his form a blur as he executed the moonlit wave, gliding effortlessly across the ground like a specter. Hundreds of phantasmal images darted back and forth, converging upon the sky leopard. Haochen did not entertain any tactical considerations. His singular intent was to engage in close-quarters combat, a fierce struggle where it was either life or death. Bang! In an instant, man and beast clashed in a brutal contest, exchanging blows with relentless ferocity. Their rapid movements blurred together, a spectacle too swift for the naked eye to comprehend. This was a battle beyond mere sight. As time elapsed, after an hour of intense combat, both parties finally separated, maintaining a wary gaze across the distance. The palpable tension lingered, undiminished by their temporary reprieve. The exchanges in battle became a rhythm. Haochen would land 3 powerful punches on the sky leopard, only to receive a retaliatory swipe or bite in return. A faint smile graced Haochen's lips, while the sky leopard's strength was formidable. Its speed had yet to reach an insurmountable threshold, merely exhibiting enhanced leaping ability. As long as he avoided its claws, he could outlast the beast. Chapter 813. Fortuitous events unfold. Whoosh! The sky leopard once again lunged at Haochen with remarkable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Swish! At this moment, Haochen unexpectedly broke from his usual demeanor and lunged towards the flying leopard. However, rather than engaging in combat, he abruptly slid toward the creature's abdomen. With a swift thought, the Qinghun dagger aimed for the leopard's underbelly. The flying leopard instinctively curled up, evading the dagger's strike. Whoosh! Although it dodged the Qinghun dagger, the leopard's tail lashed out fiercely at Haochen. Reacting quickly, Haochen dropped to the ground, executing a roll to avoid the lethal blow. Rising swiftly, he resolved to cease his playful antics with the leopard, for locating the talents of the Qianji Pavilion was of paramount importance. Channeling his magical energy, he transformed his demonic slaughtering hand into a delicate wisp resembling a white cloud, which soared towards the flying leopard. The white cloud hand. Haochen's previously calm gaze ignited with a fierce brilliance, and the massive handprint suddenly unleashed an astonishing force. Boom! The handprint roared like thunder, erupting with a tempestuous wave of energy directed at the leopard. Smack! The leopard's limbs weakened, and its entire body sunk significantly. Haochen sought to leverage the power of the white cloud hand through the flying leopard. Yet the explosive impact of the handprint risked leaving the creature without a burial place should he concentrate it further. Thud! With a single palm, Haochen sent the leopard crashing into the pit it had previously excavated. In the fierce battles among the powerful, cataclysmic sounds rarely echoed, particularly in close combat. The pain inflicted was deeply felt. Only the fighters themselves understood the terrifying force of their blows. Howl! As the flying leopard tumbled into its own pit. It looked up at Haochen in fear, roaring in desperation. Without hesitation, Haochen confined it, employing a taming technique to subdue the creature. With this flying leopard under his command, the search for Mu Xingqian and Gu Yunpeng within the secret realm would be significantly expedited. At this juncture, Haochen summoned the others. This is my newly acquired pet. The flying leopard, let it guide us, and we shall save some time, he stated nonchalantly. Hiss! The onlookers were taken aback by the leopard's imposing size. I say, flying leopard, cease your show of might and transform into a little kitten for me to behold, urged Yuchihua, the feathered tiger beside Xiaozi, as it approached and gently patted the leopard's head. Upon seeing the feathered tiger, the flying leopard appeared as if it had encountered a Prince Charming. Instantly smitten and affectionately engaging with the tiger. It turned out that the flying leopard was a female beast. As the two creatures conversed, the flying leopard suddenly shrank into a miniature kitten, leaping into the feathered tiger's embrace for affection. Hey, you two, will you ever be done? Can we finish our important business before retreating to indulge in your romance? Xiao Cui exclaimed, clearly exasperated. It seemed that this world might soon witness the emergence of a new species, the flying leopard tiger, or perhaps the feathered tiger leopard. Never mind. Xiao Cui found herself entangled in thoughts concerning the potential name for their offspring. Suddenly, sensing a presence to the southwest, Haochen's consciousness detected the auras of Mu Xingqian and Gu Yunpeng. He instructed the ice fire dragon, Xiaolong, to lead the way, accompanied by the flying leopard and the feathered tiger as they ventured forth. The trio of beasts and a ship hastened towards the southwestern realm of the secret territory, the former abode of the ice and fire dragon. In accordance with the specifications of interstellar vessels, Master Li Wenguang, a renowned craftsman residing within the Jade Pendant space, had commenced the construction of a starship as per Hao Yan's directives. Leading a cohort of skilled artisans from the crafting workshop, he forged a vessel that surpassed the performance of conventional interstellar ships. At this moment, the group aboard the starship marveled at its splendid adornments. Among them were the esteemed ancestor Haochen Bei, Master Lung Yushuang, Zizhuan's grandfather Zixiaohan, Li Hao from Ziyun Pavilion, as well as grandfather Haoyun Long, father Haoyuan Heng, and various young ladies. These individuals accompanied Master Li Wenguang, familiarizing themselves with the intricacies of the Liyun artifacts and their operational methods. Not to be overlooked, the 7 little demonesses had expanded their ranks, now including Hao Yue Air. The ice and fire dragon had also gained 3 charming companions, Tian Air, Weiyao Tian, and Yu Feixing. Due to their pregnancies, Do Air, Hao Ying, Zizhuan, Zian, Ziyu, Wang Shui, and others found their mobility restricted, with Zhu Fengwu ensuring they did not exert themselves. Fearing for their delicate conditions, Chu Qian and Gu Yun had also begun to exhibit signs of pregnancy. In contrast, Yi Xiaohan and Yu Xiaolan displayed no such reactions, as both possessed profound Yin constitutions, requiring a period of tranquil recuperation. Although Yi Mei and Yu Wan felt disheartened, they had no choice but to accept their reality. The joyous occasions brought delight to Zhu Fengwu, who flitted between the women, sharing in their happiness, focusing her joy on the burgeoning lives within them. The 3 magical beasts flew swiftly, while the starship maintained a steady pace in their wake. The 7 little demonesses, along with 4 dashing young men, were engaged in their tasks. Each of the 10 claimed a Liyun artifact, continuously activating its powers, leaving Yi Xiaoyu occupied and flustered. Yao Tian. That is merely a little bird. Why are you using mid-grade elemental stones to strike it? Yueyao, pause for a moment. You only need to use low-grade elemental stones. Is it really worth employing mid-grade stones on a mere vulture? Snow Air, focus on your target before activating the artifact. You keep missing. Here, let me show you how it's done. The others watched the little demonesses and charming young men revel in their play, their hands itching to join in the fun. Yet no one yielded their turn, leaving them to observe with delight. Yi Mei and Yu Wan, however, shared the Liyun artifacts with their children, enjoying their time to the fullest. The 3 magical beasts, unbound by the constraints of spatial barriers, allowed the starship to traverse fearlessly, under the watchful eyes of all. The large Liyun artifact at the forefront of the starship was activated. The elemental stones unleashed a formidable surge of speed, instantly breaching the barriers within the secret territory, enabling the starship to sail forth unimpeded. Soon, They arrived at the domain of the ice and fire dragon. After validating the efficacy of the boundary-breaking talisman and conducting a test flight of the starship, Haochen was filled with elation. Without hesitation, he retrieved several bottles of millennia-old stone bamboo spirit milk, bestowing them upon Master Li Wenguang and the artisans of the workshop. Upon reaching the habitat of the ice and fire dragon, Haochen retracted the starship, encouraging everyone to explore and undergo trials in this newfound space. At that moment, the 7 little demonesses and the 4 young men formed their teams, embarking on their adventure through the secret realm. The little witch accompanied Yuyao, and Schwerer in their trials, while the little dragon accompanied Tianer, Yu Feishing, and Yu Yaotian. Haochen and Yi Mei, as well as Yuan, felt at ease knowing that with powerful beasts like Xiao Chui and Xiao Long by their sides, their safety was assured. The group followed Haochen into a cave designated for gravity trials. Within the stone chamber's grand hall, their consciousness could merge with the gravity buffering space. It was through their conversation that Mu Xingchen and Gu Yunpeng learned of the predicament their father and the Grand Elder faced, trapped in the buffering space, which alleviated Mu Huinen's worries. After Haochen elaborated on the gravity array's functions, he leisurely stepped into the buffering space to escort Mu Xingchen and Gu Yunpeng out. Chapter 814, Unexpected Developments, Part 1. Haochen and the others did not rush to leave the stone chamber. Since this was a space for physical training trials, they intended to make the most of it. As everyone engaged in their physical training, Haochen, Mu Huinan, Mu Xingchen, and Gu Yunpeng gathered together. Mu Huinan recounted the events that transpired on Beihuan Island, with Haochen providing supplementary details. It was then that Mu Xingchen and Gu Yunpeng realized that being trapped in the buffering space had inadvertently turned into a fortunate circumstance. Although they could not escape the gravity buffering space, they had evaded the slaughter occurring within the secret realm. It was likely that the various factions trapped inside had been decimated by the demonic sect. The space where the ice-fire Jiao dragon resided was a hidden and secure area within the secret realm. If they could decipher this gravity array and establish a gravity space within their sect, it would yield remarkable results. Unfortunately, Mu Xingchen sighed at the thought. What a pity. Upon returning to the sect, you could establish a gravity space array based on the gravity space rules, Haochen replied dismissively. Alas, without the divine power technique as a reference, any gravity space constructed would be rather inelegant, Gu Yunpeng interjected. How fortuitous. I happen to possess a manual of the divine power technique, Haochen said with a smile. You mean to say you have a manual of the divine power technique? Mu Xingchen and Gu Yunpeng exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Take a look and see if this is the manual. With that, Haochen produced a scroll detailing the divine power technique and handed it to Mu Xingchen and Gu Yunpeng. Upon receiving the scroll, the two ceased their conversation with Haochen. He continued, this divine power technique was obtained by me at the Huinhe ancient battlefield. See if it corresponds to the manual you seek. He also possessed a metallic artifact imbued with memory attributes, acquired from a being named Hun Guzong Lei during an adventure. This individual had only managed to uncover the ability to store memories within the unknown metal. Haochen had possessed this memory-bearing metallic tome for some time. Yet he too had not fully unraveled its mysteries. Indeed, this divine power technique manual is profound and extensive, Mu Xingchen murmured. After examining the divine power technique for a while, the two men engaged Haochen in a discussion about the gravity settings in the stone chamber, exploring the mysteries and principles of applying the divine power technique. Subsequently, Zi Xiaohan, Lung Yu Shuang, Hao Tianbei Li Hao, and others joined the ranks of those studying the Divine Power Sutra. The group diligently replicated a complete version of the sutra for their research. Seizing this opportunity, Haochen once again retrieved the memory attribute metallic tome, generously allowing everyone to peruse its contents. Yet, no one could fathom its profound secrets. Instead, it merely broadened their horizons. Beyond mere mortals, the world is vast and full of wonders. As the group practiced within the gravitational space, the atmosphere was anything but dull. The camaraderie was lively. And when hunger struck, the demon suppression tower housed an abundance of provisions. When thirst arose, spiritual wines and teas were in ample supply. During this time, Haochen ventured into the iron tree forest, where he felled several black iron trees, rare materials for refining artifacts in the Qianyuan realm, treasures of great value for the Qianji pavilion. After rescuing the trapped Mu Xingchen and Gu Yunpeng, Haochen dispatched his blood-poisoned spirit doppelganger along with the unicorn fiend dragon to seek out the whereabouts of the cultivators lost in the Lan Luo secret realm. At this moment, Haochen exited the stone chamber of the gravitational space, sitting alone at the cave's entrance. He analyzed the feedback images and information from his doppelganger and the tamed unicorn fiend dragon, gaining a comprehensive understanding of this maritime secret realm. The Lan Luo secret realm was far more enigmatic than any he had previously encountered. Haochen had entered numerous secret realms, each brimming with vitality and opportunities, imbued with boundless treasures of heaven and earth. Yet, regardless of how extraordinary these realms were, they remained but fragments of a larger world, akin to a fractured microcosm. In stark contrast, the Lan Luo secret realm possessed a sense of completeness in its grand principles, warranting its designation as a world in its own right. It felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. This maritime secret was indeed wondrous. Of course, this was merely his initial impression upon returning to the secret realm. Upon deeper contemplation, he could still sense that this realm, while remarkable, was not entirely on par with the true vastness of the greater world. It had not yet fully evolved into a state of perfection, having been sealed by a powerful entity, thus transforming into a semblance of a secret realm. Haochen felt this resonance, akin to the space within his jade pendant. In a moment of enlightenment regarding the Tao of heaven, the vivid imagery relayed by his doppelganger flooded his consciousness, revealing the violent winds that swept through the space occupied by the doppelganger and the unicorn fiend dragon. Awakening from his epiphany, Haochen extended his consciousness, narrowing his gaze towards the void. The space where his blood-poisoned spirit doppelganger resided was engulfed in raging storms, an eerie silence pervading the area for thousands of miles, resembling a desolate wasteland. Haochen promptly communicated with everyone, summoning them to regroup at the cave's entrance. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the little demoness, the charming youth, and all others undergoing trials in that space arrived at the cave's mouth. Haochen succinctly recounted the events transpiring within the Lan Luo secret realm. I suspect it may be the work of remnants from the demonic sect still lingering within the realm. However, as soon as he spoke, a tremor coursed through Haochen, and his expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he summoned those below the level of his doppelganger into the starship and star cruiser within the jade pendant space, and instructed Yi Xiaohan, Yu Xiaolan, Xiao Chui, and others to prepare for battle. At this moment, only a handful of formidable beings beyond the spirit separation realm remained by Haoyen's side. Haoyen himself transformed into a cultivator of the transformation god realm. In an instant, a powerful aura surged from all directions, enveloping the space where ice and fire dragons dwelled. The terrifying presence sent shivers down the spines of the gathered individuals, and without a sound, over 100 figures had emerged around them. Each silhouette exuded the aura of demonic cultivators, all clad in black robes that concealed their forms, save for their mesmerizing, intimidating eyes. Each of these individuals was immensely powerful, having achieved at least the transformation god stage or beyond. The three leaders among them emanated an even more formidable and vast aura, hovering in the air while distorting the very fabric of space, clearly having reached the integration stage. The demon sect. Among the trio stood an elder whom Haoyen recognized as Fu Tianxiang. In the ancient Battle Alliance's miniature world, Haoyen had endured life and death trials alongside Fu Tianxiang and others while trapped beneath the earth. Later, in Qinya City at the Qinya Hall, Haoyen encountered Fu Tianxiang again, who appeared as the third elder of the Qinya Hall. As he surveyed the surroundings, the assembly of over 100 demonic cultivators astonished Haoyen. However, he couldn't help but wonder, where had that spine-chilling aura vanished to? Those present here must either obey the divine sect or perish, Fu Tianxiang declared, casting a threatening gaze at Haoyen and the others. You seem quite confident in your ability to capture us, Haoyen retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Fu Tianxiang. Submit to the divine sect willingly, or I shan't hesitate to make you suffer in ways you will never forget, Fu Tianxiang replied ominously. Since returning from the ancient Battle Alliance's miniature world, Fu Tianxiang had indeed enjoyed some fortune, having advanced to the late integration stage. At this moment, he regarded the spirit separation realm cultivators before him with disdain. With mere individuals like you, it seems insufficient, Haoyen scoffed, unimpressed by the ostentatious demeanor of the demon sect. Such a reckless boy, how audacious, a black-robed cultivator at the late transformation god stage coldly admonished. Who shall perish remains to be seen. Perhaps it will be you who dies soon. Haochen replied, laced with mockery. He understood that confronting the demon sect would inevitably lead to a life-and-death struggle. Given his current cultivation level, he felt no fear facing Fu Tianxiang and his cohorts. The other two spirit separation realm experts beside Fu Tianxiang felt a surge of murderous intent at Haochen's words. This boy still holds value. The demon emperor seeks to devour him alive. Fu Tianxiang, however, remained unfazed, knowing that capturing Haochen today would be a significant achievement. Arrogant lad, allow me, Jingye, to measure your worth, a black-robed elder remarked, his expression darkening as he stepped forward. As he locked eyes with Haochen, the murderous intent waned slightly. Yet his demeanor remained chillingly frigid. Come forth and meet your demise. With a flick of his long-sleeved azure robe, Haochen unleashed two sword-like fingers aimed directly at Jingye's eyes, seemingly provoking him intentionally. I shall render you unable to live or die. Jingye seethed, his icy words spilling forth as a terrifying aura erupted from him, compressing the space and shattering the earth beneath. Before his words could fully resonate, Jingye's figure had already materialized in front of Haochen like a wraith. The oppressive aura of late-stage separation surged forth as he extended a hand, distorting the void, delivering a palm strike directly towards Haochen. Boom. This strike was not merely formidable. It was enveloped in dense demonic energy, seeking to suppress Haochen entirely. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jingye seemed to sense an anomaly. The overwhelming force of his palm was inexplicably thwarted, unable to approach Haochen. Conversely, the young man radiated an intangible might that swept outward, sending shivers through Jingye's very soul. Something is amiss. This boy has concealed his true power. Jingye immediately recognized the discrepancy, but beneath his palm, the young man's figure had vanished in an instant. How he escaped eluded Jingye entirely, and the speed of his evasion was undetectable. By the time Jingye realized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. In the instant Jingye's expression changed drastically, before he could react, a colossal fist struck his chest. Demonic explosive fist. Haochen executed the technique. His fist devoid of any dark aura yet accompanied by a brilliant white lightning-infused shadow. Bang! As white light flashed, Jingye plummeted to the ground like a scorched pig, not even uttering a single cry of despair. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, he perished without a moment's notice. This punch, an evolution of the demonic explosive fist, stemmed from Haochen's enlightenment of the lightning principle, allowing him to seamlessly integrate and transform his techniques into various forms of attack. With an unwavering intent to annihilate those of the demonic sect, Haochen showed no mercy. What appeared to be a simple technique was, in truth, horrifyingly lethal. Jingye, a mere late-stage separation practitioner, paled in comparison to the martial emperors and those of the Great Ascendant's realm. How could he possibly stand against Haochen? The multitude of powerful figures from the demonic sect were utterly unprepared for such an outcome. A late-stage practitioner had been obliterated in a single blow. Why you are actually a practitioner of the integration realm? The most astonished among them was Fu Tianxiang. From the aura emanating from Haochen, he deduced the young man's identity. This was Chun Hao, with whom he had shared trials and tribulations in the ancient War Alliance's small world. Who would have imagined that within that realm, Chun Hao was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, yet now had ascended to the integration realm. His companion, a late-stage separation practitioner, had been annihilated in an instant, proving that Chun Hao's cultivation had surpassed the integration realm. Fu Tianxiang was acutely aware that his own strength was not much superior to that of the recently slain Jingye. Integration realm, my power is beyond your comprehension. Haochen gazed at Fu Tianxiang, his eyes exuding a chilling aura, the intent to kill surging forth unabashedly. You are not at the combined realm. Could it be that you possess the cultivation of the tribulation stage? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Fu Tianxiang confronted Chun Hao, swiftly retreating under the pressure of the murderous intent emanating from him. Fu Tianxiang was profoundly shocked. The tribulation stage was a level he yearned for yet could not attain. Congratulations, you are correct. Haochen replied with a faint smile, stepping forward directly towards Fu Tianxiang, intending to subdue and confine him, while also inquiring about the circumstances regarding the demonic sect. Haochen had no intention of killing Fu Tianxiang, as they had shared life and death experiences within the realm of the ancient battle alliance. My Lord Blood Emperor, please act swiftly. This fellow has reached the tribulation stage. We are unable to contend with him. Suddenly, Fu Tianxiang looked up at the sky, his voice tinged with fear, and without hesitation began to call for help. Hearing Fu Tianxiang's desperate cries, Haochen paused, a chill of uncertainty washing over him. It appeared there were indeed formidable forces of the demonic sect concealed in this place. For someone whom Fu Tianxiang referred to as Lord indicated that the identity of the newcomer was undoubtedly extraordinary within the demonic sect. A group of inept fools. It is fortunate I have come in person, otherwise, you would surely face failure again. A detached voice resonated through the air. Following this, blood-colored demonic energy surged violently. As if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. A colossal figure stepped forth, hovering in the void. With the emergence of this giant, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Invisibly, the energies of the world began to converge towards this immense figure. Moreover, an eerie, intangible force began to seep into the atmosphere, seemingly capable of devouring and extracting one's vital essence and spirit. Is it him? As the shadow in the void appeared, Haochen's gaze abruptly quivered, a sense of dread flooding him anew. The chilling aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this individual. It was a terrifying presence that could disrupt the energies of the universe, instilling fear in all who encountered it. Haochen's celestial energy surged within him, forming a protective barrier around his body. He lifted his gaze towards the figure in the sky, his heart quaking in response. A towering figure, 7 zhang high, appeared before everyone, its true form uncertain, whether it was corporeal or an illusion. Blood-red, demonic energy swirled around this gigantic body, presenting it as a demonic sovereign. Its eyes like twin beams of crimson light, surveying those below, reminiscent of a blood deity descending to the mortal realm. The surrounding energies of the heavens and earth grew chaotic upon its arrival, gravitating toward this imposing figure. Though immense, it stood effortlessly in the void. Its outlines somewhat blurred, yet exuding an aura that invoked trepidation. Chapter 816. The Reappearance of the Demon Emperor, My Lord Blood Demon. This individual possesses the consciousness of a tribulation stage expert. I beseech Lord Blood Emperor to take action. Upon witnessing the emergence of the colossal figure in the void, Fu Tianxiang's eyes glimmered with delight as he pointed at Haochen, flattering the being above. He bore no resentment for being labeled a fool, as if the grand figure's assertion was a matter of course. At this moment, all the figures draped in black bowed their heads in reverence. Even the colossal silhouette suspended in midair dared not glance in their direction. This imposing figure paid no heed to Fu Tianxiang, but instead gazed down upon Haochen. Indeed, he had reached the tribulation realm at such a tender age, a level of cultivation that inspired envy. However, all of this was destined to conclude. Come with me, for you have your own destiny. The Blood Demon Emperor spoke nonchalantly. What if I choose not to accompany you? Haochen retorted, locking eyes with the massive demon figure enveloped in crimson malevolence, a slight chill emanating from the curve of its lips. There is some power and potential, yet still too feeble. Follow me. Why persist in your obstinacy? The enormous figure's voice resonated, accompanied by the swirling crimson aura. Its sound waves were not overwhelming. Yet to Haochen's ears, they struck like thunder, especially those immense eyes, from which a peculiar blood-red ripple spread, reverberating through the void and encroaching upon Haochen. At that moment, while others remained unaffected, Haochen found himself in peril. The voice seemed capable of disorienting him, while the blood-red gaze appeared to exude a form of enchantment that could shatter one's sanity. In that instant, Haochen activated the Soul Rebirth Pearl to counter the influence of the blood-red gaze. With a whoosh, a vast soul force entered his consciousness, untouched by the Blood Demon Emperor's voice or gaze. At this moment, the Blood Demon Emperor, suspended in midair, revealed a hint of perplexity in his crimson eyes. Let us compare the might of our spiritual awareness. Haochen suddenly summoned the Soul Rebirth Pearl, unleashing waves of hazy spiritual energy from his forehead. A torrent of domineering and fierce spiritual aura clashed directly with the sound waves unleashed by the Blood Demon Emperor. Boom. The energies emitted by both parties erupted violently. Dare to lay a hand on my husband? You seek death. Try to provoke my master, and see what happens. As a mighty silhouette surged forth, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air. A colossal starship charged directly towards the imposing figure wreathed in blood-red malevolence. The starship, as it sped forth, the expression in the Blood Demon Emperor's eyes shifted dramatically. Dare to harm my brother? Huh? Are you tired of living? Concurrently, another silhouette emerged. The starship surged forward, and the shipborne cloud rift artifact instantaneously unleashed its furious might. Retreat. Quickly. In but an instant, the Blood Demon Emperor, shrouded in blood-red aura, issued a series of urgent commands, instructing the demon sect's followers to withdraw immediately. The Blood Demon Emperor did not believe that those wielding starships were practitioners of the Qianyuan realm. In his perception, only the formidable beings from higher planes possessed such powerful artifacts. However, it was too late. Those who had initially believed victory was assured felt a pang of fear when Haochen unexpectedly dispatched the late-stage Soul Division practitioner, Jingyi, with a single strike. Yet, with the emergence of the Blood Demon Emperor, confidence surged anew among the demon sect members, convinced that Haochen and his companions were trapped. Little did they anticipate that Haochen would conjure not one, but two vessels seemingly from thin air. Boom. Before these demon sect elites could react, they were swiftly obliterated by the onslaught of the Cloud Rift artifact. Even Fu Tianxiang, at this moment, found himself unable to escape this place. Just as despair enveloped him, a figure suddenly dashed past his side, whisking him away from danger. Simultaneously, a binding force descended upon him, rendering him powerless to resist. Akin to an ant bowing in submission. In this instant, Fu Tianxiang realized how formidable this individual, who had changed his name to Chun Hao, truly was. The power unleashed by the starship's onboard Rift Cloud artifact was beyond human capability to withstand. Boom. The terrifying destructive energy surged violently, threatening to rend the very heavens as the ground below was mercilessly ravaged. The forces of the demon sect reduced to ashes in an instant. These practitioners of the demon sect stood no chance against the energy emitted by the Rift Cloud artifact, especially considering it was filled with medium-grade spirit stones. After annihilating the demon sect's forces, the starship, closely following the flagship, surged towards the Blood Demon Emperor. In an instant, a wave of terror swept forth, and onlookers could distinctly see the two vessels conjuring a howling tempest that engulfed the surroundings. High above, the Blood Demon Emperor unleashed a torrent of crimson demonic energy, manifesting his spectral form as if the true Blood Demon had emerged. Remarkably, the Blood Demon Emperor single-handedly withstood the assault of the two ships, a testament to his terrifying strength. Boom. The Blood Demon Emperor conjured a formidable demonic hammer, imbued with an overwhelming crimson aura, and hurled it towards the starship. However, he had miscalculated, as the hammer was met with a barrage of Rift Cloud artifacts from the little demoness aboard the starship. Boom. In midair, the Blood Demon Emperor, enveloped in his massive crimson energy, was shrouded in a swirling cloud of blood, his furious blood-red eyes glaring with wrath. As the Blood Demon Emperor appeared, Haochen had already alerted everyone to prepare for battle, transmitting a tactical plan. The starship would target the Blood Demon Emperor, while the flagship would eliminate the remaining demon sect fighters. Thus, according to the prearranged strategy, the flagship lunged forward without hesitation. The little demonesses and handsome youths were eager to experience the thrill of combat, firing relentlessly to their heart's content. Nowhere to flee. High above, as the Blood Demon Emperor issued a retreat command, he too quickly began to withdraw. Yet, Yi Shaohan aboard the starship shouted fiercely, prompting the vessel to pursue relentlessly. Chase. The crew aboard the flagship, unwilling to be outdone, activated their ship and vanished into the sky like lightning. This battle came swiftly and ended even more swiftly. In mere moments, over 100 demon sect practitioners at the transformation stage were obliterated, save for Fu Tianxiang, who had been rescued by Haochen. Even those beside Haochen had no opportunity to intervene. Hao Tianbei, Mu Xingchen, Gu Yunpeng, Zi Shaohan, Li Hao, and Leng Yushuang stood beside Haochen, observing the spectacle with an air of nonchalance. They watched for only a brief moment before the scene faded into silence. At this moment, Fu Tianxiang, bound by Haochen's restraints, gazed upon the unfolding spectacle with eyes filled with dread and despair. Though restrained, he could see the events transpiring before him with utmost clarity. Such an outcome was beyond his wildest imagination. This fellow had been restrained. Should we first strip him of his cultivation? Mu Xingchen inquired as he approached Haoyan. There is no need to revoke his powers just yet. I still find him somewhat useful, Haoyan replied, giving the bound Fu Tianxiang a kick without any courtesy. It seemed that several of Fu Tianxiang's ribs might have been broken under Haoyan's assault. Unable to voice his agony due to the restrictions, Despair glistened in his eyes, hinting at unshed tears. Is this truly the formidable force you've gathered from the demonic sect? Haochen scoffed disdainfully. Just then, two streaks of light soared in, revealing the interstellar ship and starship that had just been in pursuit, landing swiftly on the ground. What transpired? The crowd inquired in unison. The Blood Demon Emperor possesses formidable strength, Yi Xiaohan succinctly stated, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, revealing little else. Haoyen's heart quivered at Yi Xiaohan's words. After enduring the onslaught from two ships equipped with the cloud-splitting treasure, he still managed to escape. Little Cui huffed indignantly. The fact that the combined might of the two ships failed to claim the Blood Demon Emperor's life attests to his prowess. Haochen pondered deeply. It seems the demonic sect has invested heavily to dominate the Blue False secret realm. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a starship, the interstellar vessel would have faced dire consequences. We shall conduct a thorough inspection of the secret realm, eliminate the Blood Demon Emperor, and reconvene thereafter, Haochen instructed the group. With Fu Tianxiang secured, Haochen and the Elder moved with those aboard the starship, while the others ascended into the interstellar vessel. The two ships, one leading and the other following, provided mutual support as they began to patrol the secret realm, seeking the Blood Demon Emperor and any human victims in distress. Guided by the directions provided by Fu Tianxiang. Chapter 817. A Difficult Rescue, Part 1. Haochen learned from the captive Fu Tianxiang that the powerful beings trapped within the secret realm were imprisoned in the Mist Valley. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, the Mist Valley was bordered by sheer cliffs and enveloped in mist. Although merely a valley, it spanned hundreds of miles in area. After several hours of flight, Haochen and his companions arrived at the valley's edge. To avoid alarming their adversaries, Haochen had prudently concealed his companions and the two ships early on, leaving only the controlled Fu Tianxiang to accompany him. Following the route provided by Fu Tianxiang, Haochen located the site where the hostages were being held within the Mist Valley. Subsequently, the two agile figures chose a less guarded cliffside to leap down into the valley, their forms vanishing from sight. Immersed in the white mist, Haochen could hear the distant roars of demonic beasts echoing throughout the valley. They descended for a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick before finally reaching the ground. Upon surveying the surroundings at the valley's bottom, Haochen discovered that the mist was considerably less dense there. Although the valley floor was somewhat dim, both Haochen and Fu Tianxiang quickly adapted to the light conditions, their cultivation levels above the spirit division allowing them to see clearly. The valley is notably damp, a consequence of the perpetual mist that lingers throughout the year. Within this secluded expanse, a plethora of flora thrives. Cloaked in the dense shadows of twilight, Fu Tianxiang stealthily traverses the terrain alongside Haochen, unexpectedly encountering no members of the demonic sect along their journey. Both Fu Tianxiang and Haochen maintain a low profile, endeavoring to conceal their presence. When they do cross paths with patrolling members of the sect, they swiftly retreat into the shadows. After an indeterminate duration of stealthy movement, Fu Tianxiang finally leads Haochen to the slope of a small ravine, utilizing the thick underbrush for cover. They quietly observe the circumstances within the valley without employing any spells or powers. Before them lies a vast expanse, ensnared by numerous barriers established by the demonic sect, closely guarding the practitioners confined within. Inside these barriers are hundreds of renowned cultivators from the Qianyuan realm, once exalted figures now reduced to a pitiful state. Each individual bears wounds and tattered garments, stripped of their former glory. To ensure safety, Haochen subsequently confines Fu Tianxiang within the demon suppression tower and ventures alone towards the barriers encircling the valley. As Haochen approaches the vicinity of the barrier, a sudden commotion erupts. A middle-aged man, his face marred by injuries, is engaged in hushed conversation with an elderly figure of advanced cultivation. It remains unclear what information the elder has received, but he suddenly rises in agitation. Exercising caution, Haochen halts his advance and conceals himself in the shadows, intending to ascertain the situation. At the heart of the valley, the hundreds of individuals ensnared by the barriers tremble with indignation, voicing their protests to the members of the demonic sect. In response, to preclude any attempts at escape from the imprisoned cultivators, the sect's formidable members suppress their powers. Not only are the female cultivators entirely isolated, but male practitioners are also periodically extracted for seclusion, with the female demons extracting the essence of the young and vigorous male cultivators. Consequently, The number of those remaining within the barriers continues to dwindle. Today, the sect dispatched over 100 powerful individuals to hunt those trapped within the secret realm. Only the Blood Demon Emperor returned, injured and unaware of the circumstances that transpired. A guard of the demonic sect converses with a cloaked figure nearby. Hush, I have heard that the Blood Demon Emperor is recuperating. He possesses a method of devouring that allows him to directly absorb the cultivation of practitioners to restore his powers. Moreover, he can refine a type of blood shadow pill from their essence. The cloaked figure lowers his voice, discussing clandestine matters with the guard. Eager to recover from his wounds and enhance his powers, the Blood Demon Emperor, having returned to this location, extracts several high-ranking cultivators from the crowd to absorb their abilities and refine their blood into blood shadow pills. The blood shadow pill is concocted from human essence, the spirit of beasts, and the essence of the blood shadow herb. This herb, characterized by its 6 leaves, possesses miraculous properties capable of resurrecting the deceased. The blood shadow herb thrives in an extraordinarily peculiar environment, requiring both extreme cold and a saturation of blood, thus rendering it exceedingly rare due to such stringent conditions. The Blood Demon Emperor, upon absorbing the techniques of the human body, further refines the essence of human blood into pills. The blood shadow pill is imbued with pure energy, which the blood demon can either consume as a medicinal elixir or wield as a magical artifact. However, the blood shadow pills made from ordinary individuals can only serve as medicinal elixirs. While they may not function as artifacts, they are nonetheless extraordinarily precious. A middle-aged man, bearing wounds upon his face, inadvertently overheard 2 demonic cultivators engaged in conversation, revealing secretive matters. He promptly reported these clandestine revelations to an elder within the group. Esteemed friends, the demonic sect does not regard us as human beings. Over the past few days, I am certain you have come to this realization. Today, the demonic sect has dispatched over 100 strong practitioners to continue their hunt for members of our righteous sect. Only the blood demon has sustained injuries and retreated, now absorbing the techniques of the powerful to replenish his magical energy and refine blood shadow pills. If this continues, our fate is sealed. Rather than endure such a grim existence, we would be better off using our remaining strength to confront these beasts head-on. Upon finishing his declaration, the elder did not heed the thoughts of others and charged toward the demonic guards with a fierce roar. His words resonated with wisdom. And with the elder leading the charge, the ancestral figure of the Li family from Qianya City, Li Liangyu, along with Guoming from Qianyuan sect, responded in kind. Following them was a troubled woman from the Huhua sect, a cultivator of the transformation stage. After a moment's hesitation, the others, discontent with their current plight of existence, rallied behind the elder and surged forward. In an instant, chaos erupted within the confines of the valley's barrier. In the blink of an eye, the guards of the demonic sect clashed violently with the imprisoned members of the righteous sect. The latter, having cast aside their fear of death, unleashed their full combat potential, surging forth like an unstoppable tide, driving the demonic cultivators into retreat and threatening the stability of the barrier. You useless wretches! A furious voice echoed as the Blood Demon Emperor, hidden amidst the blood mist, waved his sleeve. Instantly, blood clouds billowed forth, unleashing a tempest of sanguine winds and rains, forcefully repelling the onslaught. After the barrier shattered, several weaker cultivators, who were slow to react, found themselves engulfed by the blood clouds, reduced to mere pools of tainted blood. Their remains obliterated. Having executed this, the Blood Demon Emperor refrained from further action, choosing instead to remain concealed within the blood mist, absorbing magical energy and refining blood shadow pills. A dozen demonic cultivators then descended upon the valley, initiating a campaign of oppression and humiliation against the trapped practitioners. Amidst the turmoil, Haochen quietly infiltrated the throng, his expression grave as he approached the imprisoned souls. Chapter 818, A Difficult Rescue, Part 2. As Haochen mingled with the crowd, he recognized the elder as Yi Han, the third grandfather of Yi Shaoan. At this moment, Haochen had no time for recognition. He swiftly maneuvered through the gathering, employing his magical prowess to dismantle the restrictions binding the captives. Die! The instant Yi Han felt the shackles of his body shatter, blood covered him, his eyes wide with fury, hair standing on end as he let out a thunderous roar. With a resounding clap, a fierce gust of wind, infused with vengeful energy, struck one of the demonic beings. A mournful cry echoed as the formidable sorcerer of the dark cult was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments by Yi Han. He could hardly fathom that Yi Han would shatter the restraints. After vanquishing his foe, Yi Han was visibly drained, bending over as he coughed violently. Droplets of crimson splattering forth, exacerbating his injuries. Yet, the members of the dark cult displayed an audacity unbefitting of their perilous situation. Even after Yi Han had slain one of their own, others swiftly filled the void, denying him a moment's respite as they relentlessly pressed their assault. Fortunately, the elders of the Li family and Guoming, witnessing Yi Han's plight, rushed to lend their full support, temporarily repelling the encircling foes. "Elder Yi, are you unscathed?" Guoming inquired with genuine concern as he approached Yi Han. Yi Han shook his head, assuring him, "I am fine." However, inwardly he sighed, realizing that even against a throng of minions, the battle was proving exceedingly arduous. Should the two crimson-robed watchers intervene, let alone the blood demon emperor himself, escape seemed an implausible dream. With no avenue for retreat, death loomed on all sides. He resolved to take as many with him as possible. Suddenly, he became aware that the restraining spell on his body had been lifted. Has the seal on my power been broken? With renewed vigor, Yi Han surged forth, unleashing his final reserves of strength against the dark cultists, re-engaging in fierce combat with their powerful ranks. At that moment, Haochen finally summoned assistance from the ancestors of the Shun and Li families, calling forth Mu Xingchen to aid Yi Han in the martial hall. He instructed Guoming of Qianyuan's sect to collaborate with Gu Yunpeng, while his master, Lung Yushuang, emerged to ally with the grotesque woman from the Huina sect. Haochen unleashed a cadre of divine transformation and spirit separation experts to confront the dark cultists. Having orchestrated a strategic withdrawal from the valley, Haochen quietly summoned interstellar vessels to secure the entrances and exits of the Misty Valley, instructing the crews to await the arrival of the Blood Demon Emperor and to disregard all others. He concentrated the Cloud Splitter artifact, loading it with superior primordial stones. The western peaks were guarded by the Ice Fire Flood Dragon alongside the Misty Swamp Dragon, while the eastern mountains were patrolled by the Qilin Ape and the hefty Black Magic Ape. Haochen meticulously laid a trap to ensnare the Blood Demon Emperor. Leading Yi Xiaoya, Yu Xiaolan, Yi Xiaohan, and Dai Lin, along with the Qianyuan sect members, back to the battlefield in the valley. He activated the memory function of the Demon Suppression Tower, allowing those within to remain informed about the circumstances of their besieged sect members. After rescuing the hostages trapped there, the individuals Haochen had brought prepared to tend to the wounded and manage the aftermath. The blood-poisoned spirit clone transformed into a wisp of crimson mist, infiltrating the bodies of the powerful beings it had consumed. While following the Blood Demon Emperor's devouring technique, it penetrated the Emperor's very being. Concurrently, a portion of the blood poison seeped into the Blood Demon Emperor's blood shadow pill as it was refined. Within the valley, the brutal clash endured for quite some time, with vibrant lives extinguishing one after another, the scent of blood growing increasingly pungent. After days of relentless fighting, this valley had accumulated a considerable amount of malevolent energy. Now, with the addition of these souls, the powerful essence was sufficient to awaken the God Tower. Lamented an elder garbed in crimson robes. "Do not fret, Elder Helion," comforted one of the blood-robed elders beside him. "Once the Blood Emperor regains his power, further slaughter will not be delayed." Elder Helion acknowledged the wisdom in this statement, yet he expressed an unwillingness to squander time. As he spoke, he advanced a couple of steps, raising his withered right hand abruptly. Suddenly, a peculiar blood mist erupted, and from his outstretched finger, a swirling blood orb materialized. With a flick of his finger, the blood orb shot forth at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the ferocious combatant, Elder Li Liangyu of the Li family. Observing Hulyan's actions, Elder Qiguan was not one to lag behind, launching a blood arrow towards the hideous woman of the Huinha sect. Despite Elder Li Liangyu and the Huinha sect's ugly woman sensing the movements of the two blood-robed elders, the velocity of the blood orb and arrow was so swift that they could not mount an effective defense. They both screamed in unison, their pupils constricting sharply as they beheld the blood orb piercing Elder Li Liangyu's brow, while the blood arrow struck the woman's chest. With a gasp, Elder Li clutched his forehead and collapsed. "Li Liangyu," cried Elder Shun in anguish, rushing to embrace him. Unfortunately, the fatal blow had already sealed his fate. Choking. Simultaneously, Yi Han lunged towards the hideous woman, tightly holding her in his arms. The arrow had created a gaping wound in her chest, blood gushing forth as she clung to life. "Sister, are you all right?" Yihan inquired, his eyes reddened, his arms trembling violently. Deep within, he knew the woman was beyond saving. The ugly woman lay weakly in Yihan's embrace, mustering a faint smile. "Brother Han, I cannot hold on much longer. Do not grieve for me. I have long wished for an end, especially since Yuer's disappearance and Dailin's unknown fate. To die in your arms brings me joy." She spoke haltingly. "Sister, in this life, I have wronged you. If there is a next life, I would be willing to toil endlessly to repay my debts to you," Yihan declared, his body trembling as tears streamed down his face. Yet, the ugly woman could no longer respond, managing only a slight smile before sighing and closing her eyes. "Ah!" Yihan held her tightly, letting out a howl towards the heavens. "What are you howling about, old man?" A sudden voice broke through, as Haochen appeared beside Yihan. "I." Yihan halted abruptly, recognizing the familiar voice. In a moment of urgency, he thrust the ugly woman into Haochen's arms. "Ha, you little rascal, if Chioping cannot be saved, don't even think." Before he could finish his sentence, he charged towards Elder Qiguan. In a swift motion, Haochen extracted a pill and placed it into Chioping's mouth, infusing her chest with a surge of wood essence. "Yeshaohan, attend to this woman's wounds immediately, otherwise your esteemed ancestor will not show me mercy." With that, Haochen transported Chioping into the demon suppression tower. "Mother?" It was revealed that the figure was indeed Master, and the three grandfathers, Yexiao Yu and Dailin, were astonished by the unfolding events. Dailin had learned from her master, Chioping, that Chioping had once been scorned by a man from the martial hall, leading her to leave and join the Huanist sect. Intrigued, she pondered the identity of that man, never dreaming that the one who had caused Chioping such heartache was none other than Yexiaohan before her. It seemed this secret, while not entirely concealed from the upper echelons of the martial hall, had been meticulously guarded to preserve the dignity of its elders. In this moment of life and death, Yexiaohan's genuine emotions had inadvertently revealed the hidden truth. The nature of the love and conflict between Yexiaohan and Chioping in their youth remained a mystery, likely filled with twists and turns. Dailin sighed internally, casting her gaze towards Yexiaohan and the blood-robed elder, Qiguan, before hastily returning to her master's side. Yexiao Yu and Yexiao Yu had no time for contemplation. Upon seeing Chioping's figure, Yexiao Yu felt a tightening in her heart, a long-lost familiarity swelling within her. Yexiao Yu, observing the sorrowful weeping of the three grandfathers, surmised that Chioping shared an extraordinary bond with him. The four, Yexiaohan, Yuexiaolan, Yexiao Yu, and Yexiao Yu, received Chioping, immediately springing into action. The beloved woman of their ancestor was far from ordinary. The women worked diligently, applying Tianyuan fruit, rebirth pills, and the necessary ointments. Chapter 819. The Blood Emperor's Avatar. The two blood-robed elders exhibited overwhelming strength, with a mere blood bead and a blood arrow. They claimed the lives of two formidable beings. Their terrifying power was beyond description. With the sudden loss of two strong warriors, the morale of their opponents plummeted, causing the cult members to retreat under relentless pressure. As Haochen contemplated strategies for individually eliminating the blood-robed elders, his brow furrowed in concentration. Just then, his attention snapped to Helian Laozu, who raised his right palm, forming a spinning blood bead aimed directly at Yexiaohan's back. Haochen cursed inwardly, but found himself powerless, compelled to rush forth and rescue Yexiaohan. Simultaneously, Yexiaohan spotted Qiguan Laozu, whose fingertips coalesced a blood arrow. Fueled by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Chioping, he lunged forward, unaware of the impending ambush from behind by Helian Laozu. As the blood bead hurtled towards him, a figure flashed past, and a gust of palm wind sent Yexiaohan flying. "Who dares to ambush Yexiaohan?" came the abrupt exclamation. Boom! The blood bead collided with the blood arrow, resulting in a forceful impact that sent both Helian Laozu and Qiguan Laozu staggering back several paces. Unbeknownst to the two adversaries, the backlash from their unleashed magical forces inflicted grievous internal injuries, causing them to spew forth crimson blood. This vividly illustrated the immense power of their magical prowess. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, two pointed blades of energy hurtled toward them. From the outset, Haochen displayed no mercy, contemplating how to eliminate them. He seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to vanquish the two blood demons. Alas, It was indeed their misfortune to cross paths with such a formidable being as Haochen. The two blood demons, in a fierce clash of power, found themselves at a disadvantage against a practitioner of the greatest sentient realm. As the might of Haochen's congealing finger technique proved insurmountable, their foreheads, much like that of the Leaf family's ancestral figure, were penetrated, and the strongest of the demonic cultists fell to Haochen's single, decisive strike. The hundreds of onlookers in the valley erupted in fervent agitation, their bloodlust palpable. Haochen suddenly summoned forth numerous tamed beasts, now taking on human forms, which surged forth in a relentless assault against the forces of the demonic cult. Simultaneously, with a swift motion, Haochen brandished the demon sorrow sword, charging toward the Blood Emperor's doppelganger, who seized the moment to retaliate. In a critical moment of cultivation, the Blood Emperor was suddenly assailed by a murderous intent. Upon recognizing Haochen, he was taken aback. The abrupt cessation of his meditation exacerbated his injuries, resulting in a sharp pain in his consciousness, compelling him to expel a mouthful of blood. Ignoring the blood staining his lips, he ascended into the air, transforming into a towering blood-colored figure. The Blood Emperor, sensing the presence of the one who had slain both his original self and another doppelganger, was consumed with rage. "It is you," he bellowed, his fury igniting like wildfire. In that instant, he flipped his palm, revealing a blood shadow pearl the size of an infant's fist. A recent creation from the essence of powerful blood he had refined. This pearl contained formidable energy, capable of both enhancing his own strength and serving as a magical artifact. Haochen possessed 3 blood shadow pearls, one intercepted from the demonic cult treasury at Qingqian Mountain, another obtained during his first venture into the secret realm when he vanquished the Blood Emperor's original form, and the last acquired from the cave of the Winged Demon Emperor within the Yunhai sect. However, the pearls in Haochen's possession were not mere trinkets formed from ordinary blood. They were treasures of the celestial realm. The energy contained within these 3 blood shadow pearls was distilled from the essence of celestial beings. At this moment, the Blood Emperor's doppelganger disregarded any sense of loss and, in a flash, unleashed the blood shadow pearl toward Haochen, unleashing a torrent of violent bloodlight energy that soared into the heavens. Haochen was well aware of the formidable power of the blood shadow pearl. As he simultaneously struck down the avatar of the Blood Emperor of Guangxu with his sword, he swiftly established a barrier of celestial essence that enveloped his entire being. Boom. Almost at the moment the barrier was formed, Haochen's demon sword clashed with the blood shadow pearl launched by the avatar. However, the demon sword pierced through the blood shadow pearl, retaining its fierce momentum, and the blade's shadow instantly struck the top of the Blood Emperor's avatar's head. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated, sending ripples through the air and tearing a gaping wound from the shoulders of the Blood Emperor's avatar. The height of the avatar suddenly decreased by a foot. At this moment, Haochen was not faring much better. When the blood shadow pearl was cleaved in two by the demon's sword, its power also split into two, still surging forth to collide against the barrier Haochen had erected. Although the energy was divided, the instantaneous explosion produced by the 2 blood shadow pearls unleashed a terrifying force that obliterated the barrier of celestial essence. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Haochen was hurled several dozen feet away, landing in a deep pit created by the blast. "Humph, you dare to challenge me. If it weren't for my Guangxu Blood Emperor's main body exhausting its energy upon breaking the seal, could a mere ant like you truly destroy me?" sneered the Blood Emperor's avatar, looking down at Haochen, who lay motionless in the pit. "Ah, so you are the avatar of the Guangxu Demon Emperor. I should now refer to you as the Blood Emperor's avatar. I thought I had captured you completely," Haochen remarked in astonishment, gazing at the avatar. "How is this possible?" The Blood Emperor's avatar, witnessing Haochen crawl out of the pit, felt the anger on his face dissipate entirely, replaced by utter shock that was difficult to fathom. The Blood Shadow Pearl, one of the most powerful treasures of the Blood Emperor's avatar, had seemingly had little effect on Haochen. This realization further underscored the extraordinary level of Haochen's strength. However, Haochen furrowed his brow even tighter, for his full-powered strike had not inflicted any harm on the Blood Emperor's avatar. The crimson figure merely shrank slightly, its hue remaining largely unchanged. Despite all his meticulous planning, he realized he had underestimated the Blood Emperor's avatar. Even when attacking alongside a blood-toxic spirit, he had not easily claimed the life of the Blood Emperor's avatar. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would become for him, Haochen thought. yet his hands did not cease their movements. In midair, the demon sword unleashed a relentless barrage of sword chi, sword intent, and sword domain, raining down upon the crimson figure of the Blood Emperor's avatar. In the 820th chapter, The Blood Emperor's Avatar, Part 2, under Haochen's relentless assault, the Blood Emperor's avatar sustained further injuries. Having barely escaped the wounds inflicted by the shipborne Luyun treasure, the avatar was just returning to this place when it began to absorb the blood of cultivators to restore its body, only to be met with chaos. Before the blood shadow pill could be fully refined, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. The avatar of the Blood Emperor, Guanxiu, found himself unable to replenish his energy and, in desperation, had no choice but to cast away the painstakingly refined Blood Shadow Pearl. Within the Blood Shadow Pearl resided pure mana, while the Blood Shadow Pill was meant to refine the essence of a cultivator's blood. However, the Blood Shadow Pearl thrown by Guanxiu's avatar did not yield the anticipated results, filling him with a profound sense of regret. He had never imagined that he would be compelled to utilize the Blood Shadow Pearl, a treasured artifact. The amalgamation of new grievances and old resentments intensified his hatred. If Haochen had merely turned and fled, it would have been acceptable. Under such circumstances, Guanxiu would not pursue him, seizing the opportunity to heal and restore his energy. Yet, Haochen not only refrained from escaping, but also seemed to have Guanxiu's avatar in a precarious position, continually pressing the attack. Thus, Haochen clung tenaciously, endeavoring to wear down Guanxiu's avatar. While Guanxiu attempted to mend his bodily injuries, he also had to contend with Haochen's relentless pursuit. His anxiety mounted as Haochen began to escalate his attacks with increasing audacity. The issue lay in Haochen's formidable hidden strengths, his techniques such as the overturning palm, demon slaughtering hand, and demon exploding fist relentlessly bombarded Guanxiu's avatar. Moreover, a blood-poisoned spirit entity had infiltrated Guanxiu's consciousness, incessantly devouring his divine sense. This could not continue. He had no assurance of defeating Guanxiu's avatar under such circumstances. As Haochen engaged in this relentless struggle, he attentively monitored the fluctuations in Guanxiu's aura. Upon sensing the avatar's energy beginning to surge uncontrollably, he recognized the impending danger. Senior Yihan, organize a retreat to the south immediately. I will hold him off for now and attempt to eliminate this foe. Haochen shouted urgently to Yihan. How can you possibly kill the blood demon? Hurry and join us in retreat. Yihan exclaimed, flying to Haochen's side, attempting to pull him away. None shall escape. Guanxiu's avatar declared as he unleashed a tremendous aura. Suddenly, he conjured two massive arms, resulting in a total of 4 arms reminiscent of coagulated blood, which he brandished toward the crowd engaged in battle. With a swift motion, Haochen manifested several overturning palms directed at Guanxiu's bloodied hands. In the blink of an eye, the first palm collided with one of Guanxiu's blood hands. Boom. The crimson light dissipated as Haochen's strike managed to halt one of the blood hands. But alas, the remaining 3 blood hands seized 3 individuals clad in blood robes and thrust them into Guanxiu's mouth. Infuriated by Haochen's relentless assaults, Guanxiu's avatar succumbed to a frenzied rage. In a desperate bid to restore his mana, he abandoned the idea of devouring the power of noble cultivators and instead targeted the formidable blood demons. One by one, the blood demons were consumed, and Guanxiu's power surged dramatically. Roar! At this moment, the avatar of the Blood Emperor of Guanxiu has soared to an impressive height of over 10 zhang, its crimson figure becoming even more vivid. In the next instant, it plummeted back to 7 zhang, accompanied by swirling dark energies, and the avatar let out a piercing wail. The blood-poisoned spirit avatar of Haochen engaged in a fierce struggle within the consciousness of the Guanxiu Demon Emperor's avatar, devouring each other's spiritual essence. Although the blood-poisoned spirit avatar has reached the realm of the Spirit Emperor, it still falls short when compared to the centuries of accumulation embodied by the Blood Emperor of Guanxiu. I can hold him off. At least I can ensure your escape. You all must retreat. Granduncle, you must leave this place now. Haochen was confident in restraining the Blood Emperor of Guanxiu to minimize the slaughter. Upon witnessing the results of Haochen's strike, Lung Yushuang understood his intent. While Haochen may not be able to defeat the enemy, he could certainly entangle him. If they remained, Haochen would be distracted protecting them. Withdraw. Although reluctant, Lung Yushuang urged the others. No, I must stay and assist Haochen. Yet, Yihan stubbornly clung to Haochen's side. refusing to budge. Do not complicate matters here. We must leave. Lung Yushuang's tone turned commanding, revealing her anger. Yihan was taken aback, clearly not expecting the typically composed Lung Yushuang to express such fury. I will not leave. Just as Yihan attempted to cast a spell to attack the Blood Emperor of Guanxu, Haochen firmly grasped his hand. Your attack will have no effect on him. You must flee. Haochen conveyed through a mental message. Follow my instructions. Yihan, Lung Yushuang, and the rescued cultivators began their retreat. Seeing them depart, Haochen transformed into an arrow, invoking the wings of wind spell to soar into the sky. In an instant, he concentrated the flames of Dan into the illusory raging palm. Annihilation of heaven and earth. Haochen leaped high, transforming into a fiery entity, crashing down upon the avatar of the Blood Emperor of Guanxu. The Blood Emperor of Guanxu's avatar had no choice but to temporarily abandon those who fled. The spell cast by Haochen posed a significant threat to the Blood Emperor's avatar. Blood filled the sky. The crimson figure of the Blood Emperor of Guanxu seemed to boil, gathering powerful blood energy as it surged toward Haochen. From a distance, it appeared as a tempestuous wave of crimson clouds, bearing immense pressure as it crashed toward Haochen. Boom! The massive crimson wave collided with the raging palm, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The violent blast caused the avatar of the Guanxu Demon Emperor to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen's blood-poisoned spirit avatar ruthlessly devoured a significant portion of the Blood Emperor of Guanxu's spiritual essence. Then, in a moment of unity, it transformed into wisps of spirit matter, returning to Haochen's side and entering the demon suppression tower to heal. Haochen's main body was also struck back over 100 zhang by the Blood Emperor's Crimson Wave spell. Under the dual assault of Haochen's main body and avatar, the crimson figure of the Blood Emperor of Guanxu suddenly shrank to less than 5 zhang. This time, the blood essence scattered by Haochen's strike was tainted with blood poison. The splattered blood, upon hitting the ground, emitted a hissing sound as it corroded the earth. At this moment, Haochen appeared disheveled and tattered. Although he had not suffered any severe injuries, his body bore numerous gruesome wounds. How audacious of you to rely on consuming the blood of your fellow practitioners to restore your magical prowess. With everyone fled, I wonder what you shall use to contend with me. Haochen mocked, observing the furious visage of the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar. In the next instant, the enraged avatar of the Guanxu Blood Emperor summoned a formidable spell with its 4 arms. Yet, Haochen abruptly retracted his wings of wind and descended vertically into the depths of the forest. Within the thicket, he darted back and forth, setting ablaze the underbrush. The flames swiftly spread, engulfing the area in mere breaths. Where's the target of my spells? The Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar shouted in exasperation, unable to locate its enemy amidst the chaos. Haochen cunningly used the fire to confuse and taunt the Guanxu Blood Emperor, who, in a fit of rage, wasted magical energy to unleash spells indiscriminately into the flames. The avatar swore to reduce the loathsome human to ash, hoping to assuage its seething resentment. Having expended a considerable amount of magical energy, the avatar diminished in size, now merely a 3-zhang crimson silhouette. As the magic waned and the form shrank, the flames extinguished. Yet the man remained elusive. Chapter 821. Eradicating the roots. As the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar panted heavily, a ghostly figure emerged behind it. I'm right here, you fool, Haochen declared. The avatar spun around, confronting a ragged, smoke-stained beggar whose aura was feeble. I will kill you. The Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar howled in a rage. I'm leaving. If you can't defeat me, what has to stop me from fleeing? With that, Haochen turned and fled. Think you can escape? It's too late, declared the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar, unwilling to let Haochen slip away. In a frantic chase, whenever the avatar drew near, Haochen would counter with spells. When all else failed, he would dive into the forest to evade the onslaught. Haochen was forcing the avatar to expend its vital blood, drawing from past encounters with the blood demon. He knew that depleting its essence was the only way to ensure its annihilation. Hasn't it been a whole incense stick's worth of time? Where are they? Murmured Xiaotsue. Indeed, the flowers have wilted while we wait, Yue added in frustration. Don't speak so carelessly. Your brother-in-law is likely luring that person to submit willingly, exclaimed Yuan, standing beside her sister. Hee. You sisters seem to share an identical sentiment. Xian remarked with a subtle smile from the side. Let us see how I handle you. Yuan said, leaving Yua's side to chase after Xian playfully. Everyone, silence. The master approaches, reminded the little phoenix, Xiaohong. Take your positions, prepare. Xiao Zui commanded, assuming the role of leader among the little sorceress and handsome youth. As Haochen sprinted through the forest, the 3 tall avatar of the Guanxu Blood Emperor relentlessly pursued him above. Activate the starship. Target, the blood demon in the void ahead. 5,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang, 1,000 zhang fire. Xiao Zui's round, glistening eyes widened in astonishment. With her command, the various cloud-splitting artifacts launched in unison. As Haochen calculated the distance, the moment he entered the range, he suddenly stepped into the demon suppression tower. The blood avatar of the Blood Emperor of Guanxu, exerting itself to pursue Haochen, suddenly found its aura halting at its feet. Hee, little brat, not fleeing anymore. The avatar mocked sinisterly, noticing Haochen's pause. Little did it know, this was merely a wisp of Haochen's divine consciousness left behind. The blood avatar of the Blood Emperor hovered in the air, towering at 3 zhang. A formidable figure compared to an ordinary person. In a flash, the vast distance of 1,000 zhang was traversed by the speed of the starship. Not good. The powerful force surged forth, and the blood avatar suddenly spotted the starship rushing towards it like a wild stallion. The energy emitted by the magical artifact was beyond its capacity to contend with. In a moment of desperation, the blood avatar retrieved a blood shadow divine pearl, pulsating with immense energy, and unhesitatingly swallowed it. This treasure was identical to the blood shadow divine pearl cherished by Haochen. Consuming the blood shadow divine pearl was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold stronger than ingesting the violent pill. In an instant, the blood avatar of the Blood Emperor swelled in size. As the energy from the Liyun magical artifact struck the blood figure, the avatar's form had already reached a height of 100 zhang. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene, as the illusory blood figure of the blood avatar, though obliterated, echoed with its booming voice. I shall annihilate you all in this world. At this moment, the avatar, reduced to a mere 10 feet tall, roared, its voice resonating through the secret realm. While fleeing towards the northern valley, the blood avatar of the Blood Emperor did not forget to threaten Haochen and his companions. Having failed to slay the blood avatar with a single blow, it leapt from its concealed position in pursuit. The blood avatar, which had just been chasing Haochen, now found itself being pursued. Stop, stop! Shall we engage in another battle? Haochen shouted from behind as he pursued. Boom! The blood avatar, unable to spare a moment to converse with Haochen, turned back and unleashed a blood shadow palm. Just as you chased me into hiding. Now that I chase you to the ends of the earth, I shall capture you. Haochen continued to chatter incessantly from behind. In a hurried escape, he swallowed several blood shadow pills, depleting his stamina significantly, forcing him to replenish his energy. The blood avatar responded with a barrage of blood shadow palms. Thud! As they gradually approached the northern exit of the valley, Haochen's exhaustion became evident, and he stumbled into the void. Wait for me. He weakly called out to the blood avatar as he fell. Just as he reached the mountain's mouth, the blood avatar suddenly felt a pang of trepidation and abruptly halted its flight. Could there be an ambush here as well? It mused anxiously. It was too late. The starship was already fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of the blood avatar. Boom! The blood avatar suddenly waved its hand, attempting to summon a magical artifact for defense. The blood poison concealed within the blood shadow pills erupted violently, causing the blood avatar to writhe in agony. It emitted a heart-wrenching scream. A droplet of blood spun and twirled, seeking to escape, but was abruptly ensnared by a net of lightning. Haochen collected the blood droplet, sealing it away and casting it into the demon suppression tower for confinement. He would later slowly absorb the energy contained within the droplet, gradually extinguishing the remnant soul of the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar. From the moment Haochen entered the valley until the annihilation of the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar, a full hour had elapsed to vanquish this blood sovereign. His consciousness swept through the valley, discovering only a scattering of remnants from the demon cult. However, Haochen felt no interest. After exerting such effort, he had gained nothing, for all treasures had been thoroughly despoiled by the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar. Had he not ultimately obtained a single blood droplet, he would have suffered a significant loss. The consumption of 2 ships would likely amount to 100,000 stones. When those trapped within the secret realm learned of the Blood Emperor's demise, they swiftly returned to the valley, seeking the remaining cultists. Driven by a thirst for vengeance and the need to release their pent-up frustrations. Upon reassembling, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Due to their entrapment, they had been unable to exit in a timely manner. Once the passageway to the secret realm was sealed, the internal spatial environment underwent a transformation, rendering the teleportation talismans ineffective. Even if external teleportation arrays existed, they could not receive any signals. Witnessing the closure of the initial passage into the secret realm, the crowd began to frantically assault the barrier. Haochen did not intervene. Instead, he stood aside, observing the sealing barrier of the entrance. The spatial chaos within the secret realm had intensified with the closure of the entryway. Through observation, Haochen concluded that not only was the entrance to the secret realm sealed, but it had also been artificially reinforced with a barrier. The sealing barrier within the passage was akin to the Qianyuan Grand Formations barrier. Those outside the secret realm, no matter how powerful, were rendered powerless. Only by dismantling the internal sealing barrier could the cultivators outside hope to reopen the secret realm's entrance. The demon cultists were cunning, taking advantage of the Qianyuan realm's strong to infiltrate the secret realm. They had deliberately sealed the entrance and exit from within, thereby controlling the secret realm. Chapter 822. Breaking the Seal, Part 1. To break the seal, Haochen analyzed the sealed entrance of the secret realm to unveil the barrier of the passage. Dismantling the seal entailed dismantling a formation, which could be accomplished through two methods. The first involved precisely channeling vital energy into the formation according to a specific protocol, using this energy to dismantle the formation from within. The second method required brute force to directly destroy the formation from the outside. The first approach necessitated an acute understanding and discernment of the formation, as well as clarity regarding the fluctuations and flow of vital energy within it. The second method required either a cultivation level high enough to shatter the formation in a single strike or relentless bombardment of the formation to deplete its energy over time. From the analysis of the sealed vital energy, Haochen determined that this was a seal set by the avatar of the Guanxu Blood Emperor. Everyone, hold on for a moment and listen, he urged. Through my analysis of the sealing technique, I have deduced that these seals bear the aura and magical essence of blood magic. Therefore, I conclude that they were established by the avatar of the Guanxu Blood Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor was merely one opportunity away from ascending to the status of Blood Sovereign, his power rivaling that of the Blood Sovereign's arcane might. Such reckless assaults by the crowd held no significance. After analyzing the sealing formation, Haochen addressed those who were bombarding the array. Do you possess any viable solutions? Inquired Mu Xingchen. This is a complex sealing barrier that requires meticulous unraveling. I have observed that its strength has intensified since our arrival. This is due to the barrier absorbing the magical energy we emitted, thereby augmenting its potency. My proposition is to gather individuals well-versed in formations to collectively utilize their consciousness to dismantle the seal. Following Haochen's directives, Mu Xingchen, Gu Yunpeng, Yi Han, Mu Huinan, Yi Shaoan, and others knowledgeable in formations commenced their efforts to dismantle the array. They designated Xiaolong, Xiao Chui, and the ancestral figure of the Hao family as guardians for the seal's resolution. Should all else fail, they would resort to utilizing a starship to forcibly breach the void and escape the Lanluo secret realm. However, without dismantling the sealing barrier established by the avatar of the Blood Sovereign, they could not obliterate his existence entirely. For within the barrier lay the essence and consciousness of the Blood Sovereign's avatar. This essence was the very blood of the Blood Sovereign's avatar, embedded as the foundation of the seal. Just like the winged demon emperor, the Blood Sovereign's avatar possessed immortal blood. As long as a single drop remained, resurrection was inevitable. This elucidated the rationale for sealing the blood demon rather than annihilating him. Under Haochen's guidance, the group commenced the intricate task of unraveling the sealing formation. Like the others, Haochen gradually infused his consciousness into the barrier, delicately communicating with the seal to facilitate its dismantling. Directing his consciousness through the barrier was akin to unlocking a door. It demanded utmost caution, for a single misstep could undo all their efforts. As time elapsed, the seemingly tranquil group faced immense trials. The barrier conjured by the Blood Sovereign was merely a low-level challenge for Haochen at his current cultivation, yet for the others, it proved exceedingly daunting, with success far from guaranteed. First, the communication of elemental energy required substantial mastery, followed by the vastness of one's consciousness. Manipulating elemental energy hinged critically on the control exerted by consciousness. Insufficient consciousness could easily lead to a catastrophic surge of power, resulting in chaotic elemental disturbances, a terrifying prospect indeed. Haochen's cultivation, even beneath the pinnacle of the Qianyuan realm, was exceptional. In his estimation, his current strength had attained that of an immortal. In recent years, he had concentrated his training on honing his consciousness, investing considerable effort to master its powers. Now, his consciousness had reached a level comparable to that of celestial beings, allowing him to perceive that controlling his celestial essence had become considerably more manageable. It was not that Haochen was reluctant to ascend. Rather, he bore many unresolved concerns. With a boundary-breaking talisman in hand, ascending to the celestial realm was merely a matter of course. This time, dismantling the sealing barrier set by the Blood Sovereign's avatar truly marked the moment of testing their accomplishments. 3 hours later, apart from Mu Xingqian and Yi Han, the others had withdrawn from the ranks of those attempting to unravel the seal. Breaking the seal demanded an immense amount of divine consciousness, supplemented by elemental energy. The previous notions were undoubtedly simplistic. The barrier seal laid by the avatar of the Guanxu Qiu Demon Emperor was beyond mere imagination. Had it not been for the erasure of the Guanxu Qiu Demon Emperor's avatar, along with the concealed divine consciousness and the blood that resided within, the endeavor might have ended in failure. At this moment, a hint of gravity settled upon Haochen's brow. The energy within him was depleting at an alarming rate, and his divine consciousness was also steadily dwindling. The process of breaking the seal required a meticulous chain of actions. There were no shortcuts. Each step had to be executed flawlessly, connecting every joint without fail. A 100% accuracy rate was imperative for the complete dissolution of the seal. Time trickled by. After a day, Mu Xingqian and Yi Han also withdrew their divine consciousness. Although the seal had shown signs of loosening under the assault of the collective divine consciousness, any misstep could lead to total failure, necessitating a fresh start. A minor error could result in the backlash of the seal's divine consciousness, causing injuries ranging from superficial wounds to severe damage that might leave one incapacitated. At this juncture, Haochen's consciousness had already penetrated the sealing barrier established by the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar. It was a virtual space of 9 zhang in size, containing 9 seals. However, the power of these seals was not arranged uniformly. Rather, they spun chaotically in disarray. Only by aligning the 9 seals to correspond with 8 cardinal directions and a central point, ensuring an orderly operation, could the pathway to the secret realm be opened. The entire sealing formation resembled a tumultuous cloud, a chaotic amalgamation of various attributes. Haochen, employing his divine consciousness, temporarily constructed 9 small barrier spaces within the larger space. He balanced the energy within each space, ensuring that it was neither too strong nor too weak, while suppressing the thread of divine consciousness at the center. This was an enormous challenge for Haochen's divine consciousness. Carefully controlling his power, he gradually fine-tuned the energy of each small space. 3 days later, Haochen retracted the divine consciousness and essence at the central point. He placed a strand of his own divine consciousness and a drop of his essence in the center to substitute for that of the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar. Only after this substitution did Haochen activate the formation by withdrawing the interval of divine consciousness. The 8 energy sources began to revolve around the foundation constructed by his divine consciousness and essence. Gradually, the formation came to life, its power intertwining seamlessly until it completely enveloped the entire array. Soon, the first seal within the passage was breached. In the subsequent hours, Haochen tirelessly worked day and night to decipher the sealing barrier, while simultaneously attuning himself to the remnants of divine consciousness left by the Guanxu Blood Emperor's avatar. Growing familiar with the techniques of the sealing barrier, for a moment, the exit of the secret realm fell into an extraordinary silence. Only Haochen sat cross-legged on the ground, his countenance serene, exuding an unusual radiance, resembling a divine statue, exuding an air of solemnity. In a fleeting moment, as he immersed himself in the seal barrier and the myriad transformations occurring, he suddenly sensed an alteration within himself. Opening his tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashed within, his pupils emanating a brilliance akin to precious jade, radiating divine illumination. He surveyed his surroundings and beheld a faint layer of white light, emanating from an unknown source, enveloping his entire being. Subsequently, That layer of white light rippled like water, manifesting countless hues beyond its bounds, rendering Haochen momentarily dazzled and slightly lightheaded. After a few breaths, the white light gradually dissipated, and inexplicably, Haochen's consciousness ascended, now rivaling the strength of an earth immortal. At this juncture, Haochen realized his consciousness had returned to the exit of the secret realm. As the brilliance enveloped Haochen's form, the onlookers at the exit of the secret realm were startled, gazing in astonishment at the extraordinary scene. After a brief assessment of the crowd, Haochen silently rose, exhaling deeply. The sky had approached dusk, the twilight gradually cloaking the earth. A diamond-like star twinkled upon the deep blue expanse. Unbeknownst to them, Haochen and his companions had lingered at the exit of the secret realm for a full 21 days. Haochen had thoroughly collected the Blood Emperor's avatar, leaving behind 9 drops of immortal bloodline and 9 consciousnesses within the seal barrier. This experience imparted a vital lesson to Haochen. One should not place all eggs in a single basket. The Blood Emperor not only stored the immortal bloodline in multiple locations, but also refined many avatars, and his actions served as a poignant reminder. The seal barrier has been broken. We can now depart, Haochen announced loudly, surveying the expectant gazes of the crowd. No sooner had he spoken than he instructed the blood-poisoned spirit avatar to enter the passage first and assess the spatial transmission situation. In the blink of an eye, feedback arrived. Everything was normal, and they could exit. Except for Yi Han, Mu Xingqian, Gu Yunpeng, and Guoming, all others trapped within the secret realm had successfully departed. Outside the secret realm, the crowd erupted in jubilation, tears of joy mingling as they embraced, creating a sensation as if they had emerged from another world. Haochen summoned the starship, and with Guoming, Yi Han, Mu Xingqian, and Gu Yunpeng, they entered the passage. At the exit, Mu Xingqian and Gu Yunpeng, alongside Yi Han and Guoming, respectively set up sealing barriers. As they departed the secret realm, the starship paused, and Haochen waved his hand, establishing a barrier outside the realm. For now, I shall send you 2 back to the Qianji Pavilion, Haochen said to Mu Xingqian and Gu Yunpeng. Haochen, I must trouble you this time. Please bring back the disciples of our sect as well, Guoming remarked. Very well, Haochen responded nonchalantly to Guoming's words. Committed to rescuing those in need and gathering the disciples of Qianyuan's sect, the interstellar spaceship transformed into a beam of light and swiftly vanished from view. At the Qianji Pavilion on North Ring Island, Haochen made a brief stop before heading directly to the Tianyuan continent. Passing through Lanhua City, he instructed Guoming to escort the disciples of Qianyuan's sect, who were trapped, away from the spaceship. Haochen was eager to return to Yuqing. For Yi Qianshan had sent word that Hao Feng from the Hao family was missing and his whereabouts unknown. Initially, he intended to go to Yuqing to retrieve his younger cousin Hao Feng and select a few more members from the Hao family before returning to the 4th layer of the awakening Yuan realm at the Demon Sealing City to cultivate. Unexpectedly, one crisis had not yet settled when another arose. Who had the audacity to abduct a member of the Hao family? Hearing of Hao Feng's disappearance, Hao Tianbei was consumed with anxiety, as he had nurtured Hao Feng to be the next leader of the Hao family. At 17, Hao Feng had matured into a fine young man, resembling Haochen in stature, and was indeed a charming figure. Haochen had seen Hao Feng a few times a decade ago at the Hao family estate. At this moment, he was filled with regret, pondering that if he had returned to Dongxing town and taken the time to visit Yuqing, this incident could have been averted. Upon arriving in Yuqing, instead of immediately returning to the Hao family, he stealthily infiltrated the prince's manor. The night was as cool as water. Clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, Haochen moved like a weasel through the shadows. He intended to explore the prince's manor, and following the route etched in his memory, he soon found himself outside the study of Prince Gongsun Kuangya. The prince of the Yuhua Empire, Gongsun Kuangya, was a half-brother to the current emperor. Years ago, he had audaciously hired the elder Ouyang Lai from the demon sect as his guardian master, indicating that Gongsun Kuangya was no ordinary man. Originally, after returning from the ancient battlefield of Huanhe, Haochen planned to search for clues linking the prince's manor to the demon sect. However, fate did not favor him. The teleportation array had transported him to the Qingyun forest, and with his then current strength, he could not traverse the Dangsha mountain range to return to Yuqing. Yet, he could not shake the thought of Gongsun Kuangya from his mind. Analyzing the situation, Haochen concluded that there must be some illicit dealings between Gongsun Kuangya and Ouyang Lai. Thus, upon receiving the transmission from Yi Qianshan, he immediately thought of Gongsun Kuangye. The matter of Hao Feng's disappearance might indeed be connected to Gongsun Kuangye of Haozhou. The study was filled with bookshelves, and even from outside, one could sense the fragrant aroma emanating from the volumes. Gongsun Kuangye, a martial sage at the mid-stage, sat in one corner of the guest tea table. Beside him, apart from a pale-faced middle-aged man resembling Gongsun Kuangye, was the familiar figure of Yan Tianba, the leader of the Blood God sect, who was at the mid-stage of the separation realm. Haochen's suspicions were confirmed. Gongsun Kuangye was indeed colluding with the members of the demon sect. Before arriving here, I had instructed my men to imprison the young scion of the Hao family and the beautiful woman entrusted by the fourth prince in the dungeon. Yan Tianba spoke to Gongsun Kuangye and the pale man. Haochen remained outside the study, noting that these individuals had been conversing for quite some time. At this moment, Haochen, hiding outside the study, was startled to overhear them discussing Hao Feng. Master Yan, you truly lack compassion, chuckled the middle-aged man, whose features bore a resemblance to the wild visage of Gongsun Kuangye. How could you confine such a beauty to a foul-smelling dungeon? Once I ascend to the throne, I shall ensure she enjoys a luxurious bath for 7 days and nights before I indulge in this exquisite masterpiece. Haochen glared at the middle-aged man with a fierce gaze, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. This man was none other than the fourth prince, Gongsun Outyen, whom Haochen had already deemed a lifeless entity devoid of thought. I care not how beautiful the girl may be or what you intend to do with her. All I require is for you, my lord, to remember our agreement, spoke Yan Tianba, the master of the Divine Blood sect, in a solemn tone. Of course, Gongsun Kuangye nodded emphatically. I shall not forget our pact. As long as you assist me in eliminating the National Guardian Master and help suppress dissent, allowing the fourth prince to ascend the throne, I swear that the entire territory of Yuqing shall belong to your Divine Blood sect. Excellent. Yan Tianba retrieved a piece of parchment from his bosom. Then let us sign and seal the agreement, my lord. I do not believe this is a prudent idea. We are in a precarious situation. Should this parchment fall into the wrong hands, it could unleash an unprecedented calamity. Gongsun Kuangye hesitated, casting a wary glance at the parchment. Speaking in a tone laden with caution. Chapter 824, Rescuing from the Dungeon, Part 1. Haochen, witnessing this exchange, was struck with astonishment. Yan Tianba, the master of the Divine Blood sect, was a formidable figure at the mid-stage of spirit division. The 14th prince of the previous dynasty, Tai Shixiao, had joined the demonic sect and risen to become its leader, causing the sect to flourish unabashedly, revealing its true nature and inciting the wrath of the Western Feng Empire. Decades ago, the Gongsun clan, under the pretext of exterminating the Blood Shadow sect, which was a blight upon the world, raised the banner of rebellion, overthrowing the Western Feng Empire and establishing the unified illusory Moon Empire. Since then, the empire has been embroiled in continuous conflict with the remnants of the Western Feng Empire and the forces of the demonic sect. Despite Gongsun Kuangye, the emperor of the illusory Moon dynasty, having driven the remnants of the Western Feng Empire and its demonic forces into exile overseas, the imperial family, steeped in the legacy of the Western Feng Empire, along with the Blood Shadow sect, remained the most perilous adversaries. It appeared that the fourth prince, Gongsun Outyen, and Gongsun Kuangye were consumed by their thirst for power, leading them to form an alliance with the archenemy of the empire, the Blood Shadow sect. Gongsun Kuangye, having failed to ascend the throne, harbored deep-seated resentment. Gongsun Kuangye was no fool. He had long recognized the ambitions of this half-brother. After establishing the capital in illusory Moon City, under the pretext of safeguarding the vital northern stronghold of Yuqing, he bestowed upon Gongsun Kuangye the title of King of Haozhou, effectively ousting him from the power center of the illusory Moon dynasty. Over the years, Gongsun Kuangye employed marriage alliances, coercion, and inducements to seize control of Haozhou and dominate the northern region. He continually sought to gather cultivators, fostering friendships with various sects and families such as the Illusory Moon sect and Huayang sect, while secretly colluding with the Divine Blood sect, Blood Shadow sect, and Qianshang sect, extending his influence into the northwest and northeast territories. The expansion of power has also nurtured the wild ambitions of Prince Gongsun of Haozhou. He seeks to utilize the fourth prince to overthrow Gongsun Kuangye and then rise against the rebellious fourth prince to seize power for himself. The king of Haozhou. I have never placed faith in mere verbal agreements, he declared. You now face two options. First, sign this contract, and my men and I shall assist you in eliminating the guardian mage, allowing the fourth prince to ascend the throne. Or, I could command my men to return to our secret stronghold, leaving you to confront the royal family and the guardian mage supporting Gong's son, Kuang Yun alone. Oh, and let us not forget the Yunhai sect you have just offended, among perhaps other adversaries. Who can say? Yen Tianba shrugged, a cold smirk dancing on his lips. We have a third option, roared Gong's son Kuang Yun, feeling the sting of such humiliation for the first time as he rose to his feet. That is to leave you in Yu City while I command the forces of the demon sect. Yet, they clearly underestimated Yen Tianba's mental fortitude. He looked up with a sneer, his gaze directed at the king of Haozhou, radiating contempt despite his inferior position. You may certainly try, he replied, his voice frigid, suddenly emanating the aura of a late-stage spirit transformation. The overwhelming pressure caused the king of Haozhou to shrink back into the sofa like a frightened quail. Yen Tianba's lips curled into a cruel smile. When your hidden guards make their move, I could effortlessly sever your head from your body. Gong's son Kuang Yun's chest heaved as he inhaled deeply and said, Lord Yen, as you wish, I shall sign the agreement. With a weary hand, Gong's son Kuang Yun inscribed his name on the parchment, rubbing his temples in fatigue. Yen Tianba scrutinized the contract with satisfaction, flicking the parchment lightly. The agreement is established. Should you desire, I could even offer assistance beyond the terms of this contract, such as capturing several princes and imprisoning them in the dungeons of the Divine Blood sect. A pang of anxiety gripped Gong's son Kuang Yun as he scrutinized Yen Tianba's expression. Thankfully, he was no fool. He replied coolly, no need for that. Just ensure you fulfill the terms of the agreement. What a pity. Yen Tianba shrugged. I am not always so benevolent. He patted Gong's son Kuang Yun on the shoulder, pocketing the contract, and rose to depart. The clandestine meeting between Gong's son Kuang Yun, Yen Tianba, and the fourth prince drew to a close. Though the atmosphere had been fraught with tension, they had nonetheless reached a mutual objective. This bodes ill for the common folk of the northern three domains, numbering in the millions. Without fully grasping the specifics, Haochen was not in haste to eliminate these individuals. He quietly exited the prince's residence. Using a communication talisman, he contacted Yi Qianshan to gather intel on the location of the Divine Blood sect. As midnight approached, and based on the precise information provided by Yi Qianshan of the Flying Feather Pavilion, he learned that the Divine Blood sect resided in the Floating Cloud Valley, 3,000 miles southeast of Yu City. After the span of an incense stick, Haochen arrived at Floating Cloud Valley. This was a perilous and miraculous stronghold, nestled among countless undulating mountains, deep within a forested valley. There were no pavilions or lofty palaces upon the mountain of the stronghold. What lay before them were mere caverns. Yet beneath these caverns existed an astonishing subterranean realm. Within this underground world, all the pavilions and towers typically found in a sect were present in their entirety. Although it did not possess the ethereal beauty of a celestial paradise, it nonetheless exuded a grand and magnificent aura. Haochen had always possessed an exceptional memory, capable of retaining information after merely a single glance. He had memorized the layout of the Divine Blood sect, recalling every position with remarkable clarity, particularly regarding the dungeons. He had etched in his mind the number of guards, their strength, and the timing of their shifts, fearing that even the slightest oversight could result in failure to rescue. After considerable effort, Haochen arrived near the dungeons. At that moment, he concealed himself within a small grove, observing the heavily guarded dungeon not far away, his brow furrowing in contemplation. A direct assault to rescue someone was implausible. For important prisoners, any mishap within the dungeon would trigger a destructive mechanism, obliterating the entire structure and incinerating everything within. Gazing at the four magical cultivators stationed at the dungeon's entrance, Haochen mused that while overcoming these practitioners was not particularly challenging, alarming them would complicate the rescue mission enormously. Should any unforeseen incident arise within the dungeon, it would pose a significant dilemma. Thus, he resolved to strike unexpectedly and seize them within the demon suppression tower, ensuring that no lives were lost and no alerts were raised. As he observed the patrolling cultivators depart from the dungeon, Haochen swiftly emerged like a flash of lightning. The four magical cultivators, caught unawares, were swiftly incapacitated and confined within the demon suppression tower. This method was chosen to avoid drawing attention, thereby enhancing the safety of his endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Haochen gradually pushed open the iron door of the dungeon and stepped inside. As the iron door closed behind him, darkness enveloped the space. He proceeded along the winding passage that descended deeper into the dungeon. It's your turn now. If you lose again, all expenses tomorrow night will fall upon you. Huh, I shall not lose. You better prepare your spirit stones. As they delved further, a cacophony of voices reached their ears. It was evident without further thought that the guards within the dungeon were engaged in gambling, a common occurrence in many places. Haochen then held his breath and continued onward. At that moment, several gates within the passage were ajar. He dared not utilize his spiritual sense to investigate, opting instead to peer cautiously with his eyes. Ahead lay a stone chamber, bustling with excitement around a table where individuals were shouting joyously. In front of the stone chamber, 3 narrow, dimly lit passages branched out to the left and right. Along both sides of these passages stood heavy iron doors, isolating everything within. Damn it. Today has been utterly disastrous. I've lost 7 times in a row. It's infuriating. Since the old wretch had been imprisoned in cell number 2, his relentless wailing had cursed Haochen's luck. A late-stage magical cultivator vented his frustration aloud. Who can be blamed? It is simply your misfortune to have encountered the ominous star of doom. The others, counting their precious spirit stones, were all beaming with delight. Chapter 825. The Prisoner's Rescue, Part 2. Lu Feng, despite your considerable losses in spirit stones tonight, you must still arrange for tomorrow's expenses. You cannot act dishonorably. At that moment, a mid-stage condensation mage chuckled. Zhang Yu, do you truly think I am that kind of person? Lu Feng, a late-stage condensation mage, retorted, visibly enraged. As he observed the spirit stones in the possession of others, stones he had lost himself, his fury intensified. He stormed towards prison cell No. 1 on the left side of the stone chamber's hall, opposite to cell number 2. With a heavy iron door before him, he began to pound and kick it furiously. It is all your fault. You have caused me to lose so many spirit stones. Speak up, you old wretch. Lu Feng cursed vehemently. He then turned to cell No. 2, unleashing another flurry of punches and kicks. And you old scoundrel, are just as guilty. Back and forth he went, relentlessly attacking both cell No. 1 and cell number 2, consumed by rage. Is he out of his mind? Seeing this spectacle, Haochen remarked. It is quite astonishing that he blames the prisoners for his own misfortune in gambling. Enough already. Is it really worth such a fuss over a few spirit stones? Another chimed in. Indeed. Last time, when it was my turn to deliver meals to this guy, I was also harassed, resulting in a loss of more than 10 spirit stones, yet I did not behave in such a disgraceful manner. It is merely a handful of spirit stones. If it comes to that, starting tomorrow, no one should deliver meals to cells number 1 and 2. Let those 2 old geezers starve. The late-stage condensation mage Lu Feng spat angrily. After venting his frustrations with a few more kicks to the iron doors of the 2 cells, he finally departed. You, young man, are courting trouble. If the master finds out, he will surely flay you alive, the mid-stage condensation mage Zhang Yu cautioned. Hearing this, Lu Feng, still fuming over his lost spirit stones, nodded and cast a curious glance at the others. You are all seasoned individuals. Does anyone know the background of the old man in cell number 1? Why has the master not executed him, instead choosing to imprison him in the dungeons? Lu Feng inquired. I have heard that the old man in cell number 1 has been confined for quite some time, at least 7 or 8 years. As for the circumstances of cell number 2, I am not certain, but I have heard that both of these old men are significant figures, remarked a novice condensation mage. What nonsense is that? You think you know the old man in cell number 1 better than I do? Zhang Yu scoffed. As all eyes turned toward him, Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction and continued. Let me tell you, the old man in cell number 1 has an extraordinary background. He has been imprisoned here for no less than a decade and a half. It appears that Zhang Yu has become quite the veteran of the dungeon, for he possesses an astonishing familiarity with its intricacies. What, over a decade? Surely, you must be intoxicated to make such claims. Who do you think you are? Parading here with such bravado? A decade, you say? Did the master himself impart this knowledge to you? You rascals, I've told you, yet you refuse to believe me. Spinning tales about me. Disbelieve it all you want. I have not uttered a falsehood, Zhang Yu exclaimed, his anger palpable. The exchange among these individuals piqued Haochen's curiosity. Initially, he contemplated lingering to hear more of their argument, but time was of the essence, prompting him to dash forward. He swiftly incapacitated the group, leaving only Zhang Yu, who was privy to the information, standing. Where are the recently imprisoned man and woman? Haochen demanded, emanating an overwhelming aura as he approached Zhang Yu. The man is in cell 3 down the front corridor, and the woman is in cell 7 on the right, Zhang Yu replied, gesturing towards the opposite wall where a series of keys hung. Hurry, rescue them. Do not forcibly open the cell doors. We must avoid triggering any alarm systems. With a sudden wave of his hand, Haochen released Hao Tianbei and the others, instructing them to assist in the rescue. Is it true what you just said? The old man in cell 1 has indeed been imprisoned for decades? If you wish to live, divulge everything you know. Otherwise, I shall snap your neck right now. Haochen said, his curiosity ignited. Who could this man be, imprisoned for such a lengthy period? Please, spare me. I will speak. Zhang Yu implored, his voice trembling. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, this fellow has been serving in the dungeon for over a decade. It was when he first arrived that he delivered meals to the inmate in cell 1, only to be seized by a bony hand clutching his wrist, demanding to know the year and month. I was terrified, nearly wetting myself, and hastily recited the specific year before fleeing in panic. So, it has indeed been over a decade, the inmate in cell 1 murmured to himself. Zhang Yu faintly heard the solitary voice from within, followed by a chilling, maniacal laughter that resonated hauntingly. This incident haunted Zhang Yu for an entire year. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could still hear that eerie, dreadful laughter. The faint echoes of that sinister mirth lingered in his ears, as if that pale, emaciated hand hovered above him. It was precisely this reason that the event remained indelibly etched in Zhang Yu's memory. Even after many years, the recollection sent shivers down his spine, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. As for the elder in cell 2, he had only been imprisoned for a brief period, and Zhang Yu was unaware of the specifics. However, this man harbored a deep-seated animosity towards dwarfs, frequently cursing them within the confines of his cell. Which key opened cells 1 and 2? Haochen inquired, growing increasingly intrigued as he dragged Zhang Yu toward the key repository, his tone icy. Master, the keys for cells 1 and 2 are not in our possession, Zhang Yu responded. Zhang Yu trembled as he spoke. Where is it? Haochen inquired sternly. I do not know, but every word I spoke was the truth, without a hint of falsehood. I implore you, noble sir, spare my life, Zhang Yu stammered. How could Haochen possibly let this wretch go? He swiftly struck Zhang Yu unconscious, stripped him of his garments, donning them for future use. Before imprisoning Zhang Yu within the demon suppression tower, Haochen then hastened to the 3rd cell in the passage ahead, only to find that the person supporting Yuan was not Hao Feng, but Liao Wu. What transpired? Haochen asked. Alas, it is a long story. Hao Feng and I left the Hao residence for a leisure outing. Hao Feng, in his playful spirit, wished to experience the life of a servant and proposed that we swap attire. Thus, I assumed the role of the young master while he became my guard. While at the tavern, I was ambushed and brought here. Upon arrival, they inquired if I was the young master of the Hao family. Knowing they intended to capture Hao Feng as a hostage, I claimed to be the young master, Hao Feng, Liao Wu explained with a look of helplessness. Seeing that it was not Hao Feng, Haochen comforted Liao Wu before returning to the stone hall, heading straight for the left passage, to cells 1 and 2. The doors of these cells bore a stark difference from the others, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppressive gravity, as if beyond the iron gates lay an entirely separate, unknown realm. Is anyone there? Taking a deep breath, Haochen called into cell 1. Who are you? After a lengthy silence, a hoarse voice emerged from within. The tone carried an air of resignation, as if the words had traversed the heavy iron door, enveloping the speaker in an aura of despair. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is who you are. Why have the Blood God sect confined you here for over a decade? Haochen asked gravely. As the elder in cell 1 remained silent for an extended time, Haochen's curiosity became uncontrollable. What exactly are you? He inquired again, his intrigue deepening. Little one, once you have achieved your goal of rescue, you must leave promptly. As for my identity, you likely would not believe it, and should they discover it, it would bring about your demise, the elder rasped. Who are they? Haochen asked, taken aback. They are the true rulers of this world. The elder's voice, laced with a hint of helplessness, echoed in the chamber. Afterward, no matter how Haochen pressed for answers, the occupant of cell 1 fell silent, igniting his frustration. Though he contemplated breaking down the iron door, concern for unforeseen consequences held him back, leaving him in a state of indecision. Chapter 826, Escape from the Abyss. Haochen had no choice but to vacate the vicinity of cells 1 and 2. intending to investigate cell 7 on the right, to see if the occupant was the familiar Shimin Shui. Upon reaching that cell and opening the door, he was once again met with the heart-wrenching, helpless gaze of a woman, shaking him to his core. The moment Shimin Shui beheld Haochen, she too was taken aback. This cannot be real. Shimin Shui beheld the person she had longed for day and night, suddenly appearing before her, and felt as though this were merely a dream. I truly am Haochen. I have caused you suffering. Haochen had no time for lengthy conversation with Shimin Shui. To the stone chamber hall. At this moment, all cells were opened except for cells 1 and 2, and people gradually gathered in the stone chamber hall. With only 2 cells remaining closed and time running short, I shall now gather you all into my treasure space. I trust you will not resist. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Haochen found himself alone in the stone chamber hall. He swiftly moved to the first cell, where the elder was imprisoned, as well as the cell of the elder who had been scolded. To hell with this, Haochen muttered, gripping the killing immortal sword tightly. He had expected the exceptionally sharp and reliable Guiyang to easily slice through the iron door of the first cell. However, to his astonishment, upon contact, sparks erupted, and a metallic clamor echoed throughout the dungeon. Haochen's brows furrowed deeply, astonished. The occurrence of such a bizarre phenomenon could only indicate one possibility. The door was forged from divine iron. Otherwise, the killing immortal sword would not have returned empty-handed. Have you lost your mind? Forcing this door open will surely alert Yin Tianba of the divine blood sect. Heed my advice and make haste to leave. Came the hoarse voice of the elder from the first cell. Rest assured, senior, I will devise a way to rescue you, Haochen asserted resolutely. Though the elder within the cell felt a twinge of doubt, he could not entirely dismiss the subtle confidence in that voice, which inspired him with immense encouragement and hope. The elder, once plunged into despair, now glimpsed a ray of dawn. Please, senior, step away from the cell door. Haochen suddenly summoned the blood-poisoned spirit avatar, and the demon suppression tower transformed into a speck of dust, carried within by the avatar into the first cell. Upon Haochen's sudden appearance within the first cell, he was met with the elder's astonished gaze. He then replicated the process and entered the second cell to rescue another imprisoned elder. You are the last to be rescued. Do not resist, for I shall take you into my treasure, Haochen declared as he pushed open the iron door of the cell. By this time, the moon hung low in the western sky. Cautiously, he crept along, concealing his presence, and was nearing the valley's entrance, where escape from the demon lair seemed imminent. Yet, unexpectedly, a group of 12 strong individuals surged towards the valley's exit. Realizing his cover had been compromised, Haochen understood that pondering such matters was futile. His priority was to break through. The guards at the valley's entrance, taken aback by the sudden arrival of powerful figures, stood bewildered and awaited their commands. At this moment, Haochen abruptly shifted to the blue network demon technique, standing motionless like the valley guards. The 12 strong individuals swiftly took control of the valley's defenses. You 7, come with me, commanded a demon cultivator at the spirit division level, pointing at Haochen and a few others beside him. Haochen, uncertain of the reasons behind this, nonetheless followed the initial stage spirit division demon cultivator, departing from the valley entrance. As 6 practitioners of the divine splitting realm stepped forth from the valley, the protective formation of the divine blood sect immediately activated. What a day it must be, with such auspiciousness. Haochen felt an inexplicable sense of elation, choosing not to inquire about the reasons behind it, and soared alongside these individuals. Given Haochen's prowess, vanquishing a practitioner of the divine splitting realm would be as effortless as squashing an ant. However, he was quite curious about the destination of this fervent group of demonic cultivators. The sky gradually brightened as they flew for several hours, still surrounded by towering mountains. Having been inexplicably summoned away from the divine blood sect without knowledge of their destination, Haochen's curiosity only deepened. He slowed his flight to wait for the last of the mid-level demonic cultivators. Ah, brother, I must take a moment to rest. I can barely keep up, Haochen gasped, addressing a mid-level demonic cultivator trailing behind him. I'm weary as well. Even Elder Sunan is flying at an alarming pace. Perhaps something has occurred at the Yuan Stone Mine? The mid-level cultivator complained. How could I possibly match Elder Sunan's speed? Haochen sighed in resignation. Every time, it is our team that accompanies Elder Sunan on these urgent missions, the mid-level cultivator remarked. Haochen had heard of the Divine Blood Sect's action team, a specialized organization akin to the Blood Shadow Guards or the Shadow Guards. tasked with safeguarding the entrance of the floating cloud valley, led by Elder Sunan of the Divine Blood Sect. Elder Sunan was a disciple of sect leader Yin Tianba and was known to be cunning and treacherous. Whenever sect leader Yin Tianba ventured forth, the action team would be dispatched for protection. Following the battle with the Yunhai sect, Elder Sunan seized the opportunity to advance to the divine splitting realm and departed ahead of the Yunhai sect, finally breaking through a century-long stagnation to reach the initial stage of the divine splitting realm. The Yuan stone mine in the southern ridge was under attack, with the specifics remaining unclear, prompting an urgent call for reinforcements. While in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation, Elder Sunan received a transmission from Yin Tianba. Without hesitation, Elder Sunan emerged from his retreat, hastening to the action team's base at the entrance of Floating Cloud Valley. In light of the urgency, Elder Sunan had no time to select personnel from the action team, so he promptly designated 6 individuals of mid-level demonic cultivation stationed at the valley's entrance to accompany him on this mission. This was a long-standing habit of Elder Sunan, ensuring that the Divine Blood Sect's response to emergencies was swift, with him and his action team arriving at the scene in record time. The Yuan Stone Mine of the Divine Blood Sect is located in the Beilong Valley of Lingnan. The peaks resemble a beached dragon, with the Yuan Stone Mine nestled within the valley, hence its moniker, Beilong Yuan Stone Mine. Beilong Valley is a veritable paradise, replete with towering ancient trees and abundant vitality. However, the area is fraught with danger, as it is beset by ferocious beasts. This territory belongs to the wild scion of the Haochen royal family, who has established a base for mining yuan stones here. As various sects covet this treasure-laden land, conflicts over resources are frequent. Thus, the Haochen royal family secretly entered into an agreement with the Blood God sect to protect the mineral resources. The yield of yuan stones is shared on a 40-60 basis, with the Divine Blood sect covertly overseeing the perimeter of the Yuan Stone Mine, undertaking patrol duties for its protection. Before the involvement of the Blood God sect, the Yuanshe mine in the Beilong Valley had witnessed countless skirmishes, both large and small. To safeguard the mine, the Haozhou royal mansion suffered significant losses each time, leading to a sorrowful state. It was only after the Blood God sect assumed responsibility for the protection of the mine that peace was restored to the area. The Haozhou royal mansion dispatched 2 mid-stage Yuandan cultivators to oversee the security and daily affairs of the mine. Additionally, they assigned 120 cultivators of foundational level and above, divided into 3 small teams, to manage supervision, internal security, and special operations. The extracted Yuanshe stones were transported back to the Haozhou royal mansion every 3 days. Yuanshe stones are essential resources for cultivators and strategic materials indispensable for array formations and material transactions. The agreement signed by Prince Gongsun Kuangye of the Haozhou royal mansion included a revenue-sharing clause regarding the Yuanshe mine. To ensure the mine's safety, the Blood God sect dispatched a protective team of 120 late-stage demon cultivators. The strength of the Blood God sect's personnel stationed at the mine was generally superior to that of the Haozhou royal mansion's contingent, with 3 leading commanders being late-stage demon cultivators. The Yuanshe mine is typically of paramount importance to every faction, making it a focal point for defense. Previously, the number and strength of the guards deployed here were not substantial, primarily aimed at preventing beast incursions into the mines and fending off minor factions. However, the situation at the Yuanshe mine had recently become precarious, with frequent attacks occurring. The assailants were all cultivators of Yuandan level or higher, comprising a band of desperate individuals. Chapter 827. A Sudden Change in the Mine Area. Part 1. A thunderous explosion resonated, and a blinding white light burst forth from the woods, as a colossal shockwave flattened a 100-foot expanse of forest. "This is bad. Hurry for rescue," shouted Ancestor Sunan. "Quickly, go for assistance. Now." Upon hearing the explosion, Haochen and the nearby demon cultivators immediately sprang into action. Chaos erupted in the mine area as Prince Gongsun Aocang led dozens of individuals out of the mine, racing toward the forest where the explosion had occurred. Just halfway there, a ragged, bloodied Yuandan late-stage cultivator leapt out from the explosion site. "What the hell are you doing out here?" The late-stage Yuandan cultivator bellowed at the reinforcements emerging from the mine. "We're here to assist you." Prince Gongsun Aocang replied eagerly. "You're only making things worse," Xiang Putian exclaimed, swatting away a nearby foundational cultivator with a wave of his hand. Frustrated, Xiang Putian found it difficult to contain his anger towards the foolish Prince Gongsun Outsong. The others looked on in confusion at their leader, feeling indignant at the turn of events, as their good intentions seemed to have gone awry. Prince Gongsun Outsong was left momentarily speechless, his anger stifled. Return. Everyone, hurry back. At the moment the mine was attacked by a dozen masked assailants. The internal security leader of the Haozhou royal mansion, Xiang Tianze, was accompanying Prince Gongsun Outsong on an inspection of the Yuanshe mine with several others. Under the strategic planning of Xiang Puja, the Xiang family had successfully infiltrated the Haozhou region, with Xiang Puja ascending to the position of internal security leader, becoming a cornerstone of the Haozhou royal mansion. Recently, the production of yuan stones has gradually declined. To ascertain the cause, Prince Gongsun Kuangye of Haozhou ordered the commander of the royal guards, Xiang Puz, to accompany the fifth prince, Gongsun Outsong, to investigate. After a fierce battle lasting the duration of an incense stick, the guards of the divine blood sect finally appeared in the mining area. The secret chamber had been opened. Someone shouted loudly. Startled by the sudden outcry, Xiang Puz realized that the masked assailant had succeeded. Upon hearing the signal and seeing reinforcements arrive, the masked figure let out a shrill whistle and swiftly retreated from the mining area. Xiang Puz, determined not to relent, immediately led a dozen men in pursuit. The masked individual fought while retreating, leading them into the depths of the forest. The moment Xiang Puz and his companions stepped into the woods, the scene transformed abruptly, as they were lured into a formation. With a thunderous explosion, all but Xiang Puz perished. Someone had employed the clustered explosive spirit talismans invented by Haochen within the formation, creating a clustered spirit talisman illusion array. When humans and beasts intruded into the array, the clustered talismans would detonate in an instant. Although Xiang Puz managed to shield himself with his yuan force just in time, preserving his life, he sustained severe internal injuries. Rising to his feet without a moment to assess his wounds, he hurriedly ran back, but it was too late. Upon seeing dozens of reinforcements emerge from the mining area, Xiang Puz realized that within the mine, aside from a few incapacitated overseers, the guards were nearly all gone. Just as Xiang Puz and his men were about to return to the mining area, the guards of the divine blood sect converged with them. Suddenly, dozens of individuals leapt from the valley, armed with clustered talismans and thunderclap projectiles, indiscriminately hurling them towards Xiang Puz's group. Countless clustered talismans whistled through the air as they were hurled at them, prompting frantic evasive maneuvers. Boom. After a series of explosions, all but a few cultivators at the Yuan Dan level fell to the ground, incapacitated. The assailants wielding the clustered talismans were miners who had been seized by the Haozhou royal household and the divine blood sect. While the fifth Prince Gongsun Outsong and his guards rushed out to assist Xiang Puz, the internal guards overseeing the miners were dealt with by Haofeng and Xiuping, who had brought the miners under control. Haofeng and Liao Wu, having ventured from the Hao residence for leisure, were captured at the Yuqing Tavern and subsequently sent directly to mine yuan stones. On that day, Haofeng donned the attire of a Hao household guard, concealing his late-stage foundation-building cultivation, and masqueraded as a novice guard. Unnoticed amidst the throng, he was escorted by the Haozhou royal household to the mining area. The overseers of the mine, seeing merely a novice guard, did not inquire about Haofeng's presence and promptly ushered him into the mining cave. The vast valley, flanked by towering peaks of the Bi-Long mountain, revealed a cavern resembling the gaping maw of a crocodile. How majestic! Haofeng marveled inwardly as he was guided to the entrance of the cave by a mine overseer. Before he could fully express his awe, he was urged to enter the cave and proceed within. The cavern was dim and cool, encapsulating the essence of Haofeng's initial experience upon entering the mine. The subterranean tunnels twisted and turned, resembling an underground realm. As Haofeng followed the overseer, he ventured deeper into the abyss. Each vein of, or housed countless stone chambers, each occupied by an individual laboriously wielding a pickaxe to extract minerals. The passage, stretching endlessly, revealed an overwhelming number of these chambers. So many people? Haofeng marveled. The overseer, brimming with pride, elaborated, among those mining here, only a small fraction consists of newcomers like yourself. The vast majority have dedicated decades, or even centuries, to this toil. Unless you possess formidable strength, remarkable courage, or influential connections, your fate is sealed here. Reliant solely on your own hands to unearth the essence stones necessary for survival. With that, The overseer guided Hao Feng to a spacious stone chamber and handed him a token. You shall mine here. The tools are located in the corner. Your daily responsibility is to extract 10 essence stones. You may submit them daily or monthly. Simply deliver them to me. Any surplus will be collected by others. But feel free to keep any excess you manage to procure. Once the overseer finished his instructions, he departed from the chamber. The practitioners forced into mining. Apart from the essence stones they surrendered, kept any surplus for themselves. However, during the moment of his abduction, Hao Feng had discreetly concealed a storage ring within his body. For a mere servant to possess a storage bag was already remarkable. Who would notice if someone disguised as a servant, like Hao Feng, wore a storage ring? As Hao Feng pondered his situation, a young man emerged from a nearby tunnel, glancing back at the overseer's retreating figure with disdain. Brother, are you new here? The young man inquired, directing his gaze towards Hao Feng. Yes, I just arrived. Hao Feng nodded in affirmation. I too was once brought here to mine. It is truly grueling work. The young man's face contorted with resentment. But I heard from the overseer that mining isn't too bad. As long as I produce 10 essence stones daily, I can keep any surplus, Hao Feng questioned. Huh. The young man spat vehemently. Brother, I see you are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. I have reached the early stage of the essence core after over a decade of laboring in this wretched place. At my current level, the essence stones I extract barely balance my expenses. Just take a look inside, and you'll understand. The ore is not easily mined. Given your cultivation, managing to extract 5 essence stones daily would be a feat. After a day here. You would owe the mine 5 stones. From this point forward, unless you reach the late stage of the essence core, you will remain trapped here, unable to escape the debts owed to the mine. Before he could finish, the young man stormed back into the depths of the mine, seething with anger. Little did he realize that Hao Feng's cultivation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the late stage of the essence core. With the breath-concealing technique left by Haochen and an abundance of medicinal pills for cultivation, Hao Feng was indeed a prodigy akin to Haochen, adept in both martial and magical arts. Hao Feng felt a chill in his heart upon hearing the words of that man. He quickly stepped into the mine, grasped the pickaxe that stood beside him, and summoned all his strength to strike fiercely against the cave wall. Clang! Sparks flew as his hands went numb from the impact. And only tiny fragments of rock, no larger than a fingernail, fell from the wall. A sense of dread washed over Hao Feng. Clang! He struck the wall again with great force, yet once more, only minuscule stones tumbled down. Chapter 828. A Sudden Change in the Mining Area, Part 2. In the dark, damp depths of the mine, Hao Feng toiled like a slave, forced to extract elemental stones for the royal house of Haozhou. Over the years, many cultivators had been killed or imprisoned to death in the mining area. Yet new cultivators were always brought in to fill the void. The cultivators, reduced to mere miners, suffered relentless oppression and humiliation under the watchful eye of the Haozhou royal overseers, yet none ever dared to resist. Even as they feigned docility, obediently following the ruler's commands and working diligently, they remained unable to escape their fated exploitation. The grueling labor shattered their spirits, and the oppressive atmosphere extinguished their wrath, leaving them to live in a numbed existence, ultimately succumbing to physical decay and dying in the toxic, abandoned tunnels. Hao Feng's arrival brought forth a wave of astonishment, and more importantly, joy. In the stillness of night, during their rest periods, the miners would gather at Hao Feng's excavation site, yearning to listen to the happenings of the outside world. The barrier of the Qianyuan Great Formation had been breached, allowing cultivators to absorb the essence of the world. Following the purge of the demonic sect from the Qianyuan realm, only a few small factions remained, lurking in the northern 3 regions of the Tianyuan continent. The battle against the Cloud Sea sect had annihilated the winged demon emperor, extinguishing the hopes of the demonic sect's resurgence. The news Hao Feng brought ignited a spark of hope within the hearts of the miners. These individuals, forcibly separated from their sects and families, had lost their homes, their loved ones, and their freedom. Trapped in the dark abyss, they had long since lost their souls, resembling mere walking corpses. Hao Feng's presence revived this lifeless group, stirring memories of their loved ones and their homeland. When Hao Feng revealed the aura of a peak Yuan Dan realm cultivator, the young miners realized they had underestimated him. Through conversation, Hao Feng learned that this young man was Qiu Ping of the Cloud Sea sect, a friend of Haochen. Qiu Ping, in turn, discovered Hao Feng's lineage. Realizing he was Haochen's cousin, the young master of the Hao family. Now, These miners placed their hopes in the hands of Haochen and Xiaoping, yearning for Haochen to rescue them and guide them back to their homeland. Haochen secretly communicated the escape plan to each miner. This news was like a life-giving elixir, invigorating the miners' spirits, filling them with newfound energy. They felt as though they had been reborn, radiating boundless strength. The miners began to slacken their efforts, and the yield of elemental stones plummeted, drawing the attention of the Haozhou royal house and the Divine Blood sect. The preparations for the escape plan have long been completed. They merely await the spark that will ignite the event, and everyone is patiently biding their time. Suddenly, a tumult erupts. An ambush has struck the mineral mine. The overseer in charge issues a warning. Each time the mine is attacked, the overseer raises the alarm. To avoid the perilous clash of both sides, the workers dutifully conceal themselves within the caverns. For every assault, the mine's guardians narrowly prevail, leaving no opportunity for the miners to flee. Occasionally, a desperate attempt at escape occurs, but those who are caught are swiftly returned, executed, and displayed as a grim warning. 2 overseer guards remained oblivious to the changes in Haochen and his companions, mechanically continuing their watch. The external battle had its own sentinels. Their duty was merely to oversee the interior. The chaos outside, a tempest of violence, did not concern them. When the time for rotation arrived, one of the internal guards hastily departed, soon to be replaced by another. Thus, a solitary internal guard remained with the workers. At last, the moment they had awaited had arrived. Xiaoping and Haochen exchanged glances, engaging in a brief yet effective wordless communication, and resolved to take action. The remaining internal guard, clutching his sword, eyed the increasingly hostile miners with growing trepidation. "Stop! I command you to halt!" The internal guard shouted, anxiously glancing toward the entrance. Fear gripped him. He positioned the sword defensively across his chest, hoping for reinforcements to arrive. Yet Xiaoping, like a flash of lightning, surged before the guard, ensnaring his neck with iron chains. The unfortunate guard barely comprehended the sudden movement before his throat was constricted. He dropped his sword, his hands clawing at the chains around his neck. Breath became a struggle, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. His heart raced within him, pulsating furiously. His mind felt as though it were swelling, blood rushing to his head. It seemed that even the slightest touch might cause his skull to shatter. Gradually, his consciousness drifted away, and his body lost control, limbs growing limp. "Conceal the body," Haochen commanded urgently to those nearby. 2 miners in the midst of their foundation phase swiftly approached, lifting the lifeless form and discarding it into a nearby abandoned mine shaft. Just then, another internal guard entered to take his post, only to be seized by Haochen, who lifted him effortlessly. With a mighty roar, he hurled the struggling guard against the stone wall. The guard's body collided heavily with the wall, blood oozing from his nostrils, mouth, eyes, and ears. The swift execution of 2 internal guards by Haochen and Xiaoping invigorated the spirits of the miners. They began to rally around Haochen and Xiaoping, uniting as a formidable force. Stepping forward, Haochen addressed the gathered crowd with fervor. "Brothers, we have all been brought here against our will, compelled to toil in these mines for far too long. We have endured lives devoid of dignity and freedom, living in the most abject conditions. We are cultivators among the finest of humanity, deserving of a better existence, striving to transcend limits and achieve ascension. They have no power to bind us. Today, we fight for our lives and our freedom. Reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us and seek vengeance upon our adversaries." Such profound words were uttered as Xiaoping rallied everyone, his voice resonating with fervor. It was eloquent, indeed, a paragon of oratory. Xiaoping then praised Haochen, who smiled with satisfaction. "Young master, please lead us out of the mining area," implored a member of the Hao family, who recognized Haochen. You are Hao Haobo?" Haochen inquired, gazing at the young man from the Hao clan. "Indeed, I am Haobo. A few years ago, while delivering goods to Shihi town, we were ambushed midway. A group of us from the Hao family was sent here to toil in the mines," Haobo lamented to the young master. At this moment, several other captives from the Hao family stepped forth from the crowd to join Haochen. "Our ancestors dispatched many to search for you, yet there has been no news. In our quest to find you, our family has suffered great losses in both lives and resources," Haochen said heavily. "Please, young master, issue your command." Another voice cried out, "We vow to follow you to the death. Rest assured, I shall lead everyone to safety, and I will not abandon a single soul here." I promise you, vowed Haochen passionately. A chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd. Chapter 829, The Sudden Change in the Mining Area, Part 3. At that moment, the guards stationed outside the cave detected an anomaly within the mine, prompting them to rush inside. The miners, having endured enough humiliation, were inflamed with rage upon seeing the guards invade their sanctuary. They charged forward, their eyes bloodshot, clashing fiercely with the intruding guards. Observing a few frenzied early-stage Yuan Dan miners entangled with the captain of the mining area's guards, Qiu Ping felt a surge of inspiration. He turned and clasped Hao Feng's shoulder, urging him towards a small building constructed against the mountainside. This was the office of the internal guard captain. Upon entering the building, the two separated to search for the armory. They struck gold. In a chamber approximately 10 feet high and 10 feet square, a towering pile of yuan stones was stored alongside a wealth of gold and silver. Shelves lining the walls displayed a variety of magical artifacts, as well as thunder bombs and cluster spirit talismans. Judging by the quality of the artifacts, some belonged to the miners, while others were supplies reserved by the internal guards. It appeared that over the years, the mining area's internal guard captain, Yi Xiangnan, had embezzled a considerable amount of yuan stones. The storage bags they carried were acquired from slain internal guards within the mine. These were standard-issue items from the Haozhou royal manor, each with a mere 3-foot capacity. Even when filled, they contained but a fraction of the treasure before them. Hao Feng casually took a storage box filled with thunder bombs from the shelf, while Qiu Ping tucked a box of cluster spirit talismans under his arm. Beyond that, Qiu Ping could only sigh in dismay. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from outside. The two rushed out to witness a fierce battle at the cave entrance, where several bodies lay smoldering, not yet reduced to ashes. Gongsun Jianan, the overseer of the mining area, was enraged to see all the miners emerging from the cave. Unleash the fury of the mountains, he bellowed, standing atop the steward's tower. He wielded the true flames, sending several miners who had fled the mine flying. With the steward's assistance, the pressure on the inner guards significantly diminished, allowing them to gradually regain the upper hand. Another wave of flames surged forth, incinerating miners who were unable to evade in time. Kill! Charge forward! The steward, Gongsun Jianan, bellowed. The inner guards swiftly rose from the ground and surged towards the mine entrance, forcing the miners to retreat into the depths of the mine. Damn it! Hao Feng cursed, suddenly appearing atop the inner guard leader's tower, hurling a thunderous bomb towards the steward's tower. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Gongsun Jianan, caught off guard by Hao Feng's sudden attack, was thrown off balance. With Gongsun Jianan incapacitated, the enraged miners swiftly dispatched the inner guards stationed at the mine entrance, flooding out of the mine once more. Bastard! Gongsun Jianan, rising from the steward's tower, attempted to raise his hand to strike at the miners rushing out of the mine. Boom! Seizing the opportunity while Gongsun Jianan was momentarily stunned by the explosion, Hao Feng leaped across the steward's tower and delivered a powerful palm strike. The strike was perfectly timed. Gongsun Jianan's true flames had yet to be unleashed when they were forcibly redirected back at him. The two forces of palm energy collided before Gongsun Jianan, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the very flames he had summoned. With Gongsun Jianan dealt with, Hao Feng looted his possessions and all that belonged to the steward's tower. He then rejoined Qiu Ping and the others, distributing the thunderous bombs and gathering spirit talismans. Selecting over 30 miners at the late-stage foundation establishment level to share the explosives, Hao Feng promptly provided everyone with all available magical treasures for temporary refinement and use. Simultaneously, he gathered the 7 cultivators at the Yuan Dan level to devise strategies for combat. Subsequently, Hao Feng and the 7 Yuan Dan cultivators led the miners in cleansing the inner guards of the Haozhou royal residence, seizing control of the mining area. Directing the miners, Hao Feng orchestrated a surprise bombardment against the 5th Prince Gongsun Outsong, Xiang Pu's, and the members of the Divine Blood sect. After the bombardment, only 5 Yuan Dan experts remained from the Haozhou royal residence and the Divine Blood sect. If they were to be overwhelmed and eliminated, the battle could be concluded. Everyone, fall back. Hao Feng commanded the cultivators who had thrown the explosives. Those at the Foundation establishment level would only be a liability in such intense combat. Boom. Before Hao Feng's words had fully left his lips, 5th Prince Gongsun Outsong raised his hand, conjuring a blood-red fireball. As a cultivator at the early Yuaning stage, Despite his lack of practical experience, his strength far surpassed that of late-stage Yuan Dan practitioners. The individual before him had ruined the Haozhou royal residences, or mine. And after being mocked by Xiang Pu's, how could the fifth prince not be enraged? In this moment, he yearned to crush and consume the person before him. In his fury, he revealed his true strength and unleashed a lethal strike. A surge of alarm gripped Haochen. A sense of impending danger washed over him. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly evading the flames that grazed past him, the intense heat nearly scorching his skin. Alarmed, Haochen recalled that his body had been tempered by flames. The flames of such intensity posed little threat to him. Yet, before the fire unleashed by the fifth prince, Gongsun Ao Tsang, his body remained as fragile as parchment. Without affording Haochen a moment of astonishment, Gongsun Ao Tsang conjured another fireball. Flame palm. In swift succession, he unleashed a palm strike. Just as Haochen narrowly evaded the fireball, he found himself struck by the fiery hand, the crimson flames instantly engulfing him. Ah! Haochen cried out in agony. The temperature of this fire soared to twice that of the flames he had previously endured during body tempering. The instant the flames made contact, his skin was seared, and as the scent of his own flesh wafted through the air, he dared not hesitate. He rapidly circulated his meridians, striving to mend his body and refine his flesh. To think your physique is so formidable, capable of resisting my flame palm, Gongsun Ao Tsang commended, though Haochen had no time to express his gratitude. He hurriedly endeavored to repair his body, yet was still unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the flames, which voraciously consumed his flesh with each passing moment. Humph! No matter how strong your corporeal form, today you shall perish, Gongsun Ao Tsang declared, gesturing once more to unleash another flame palm, encircling Haochen. I will see you dead, he hissed through clenched teeth, incessantly casting flame palms that spewed forth flames, mercilessly scorching Haochen. Ah! Haochen screamed, collapsing to the ground. The unrelenting flames intensified their assault. What to do? What to do? Haochen frantically pondered. His body had yet to be refined sufficiently to withstand the fiery onslaught. Look out! Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a voice called out from nearby. Haobo, having retreated not far from him, offered his assistance. Gongsun Ao Tsang, consumed by rage and his torment of Haochen, had entirely disregarded his surroundings. Suddenly sensing a threat, two energy spheres crackling with arcs of lightning surged toward him like a tempest. Boom! Gongsun Ao Tsang barely had time to react before the two energy spheres detonated, sending him careening back like a kite severed from its string. Haobo's ambush was merely two cluster thunderbolts. In the instant of their explosion, Gongsun Ao Tsang managed to raise a wall of flames before him, barely shielding himself from the onslaught of the cluster thunderbolts. Nonetheless, he sustained significant injuries. The fifth prince's abdomen was nearly torn asunder, a gaping wound revealing glimpses of his entrails. Crimson blood streamed from his body, almost entirely staining him red. Damn it! Gongsun Ao Tsang cursed through gritted teeth, slowly rising from the ground. At that moment, his fury twisted his visage into an even more grotesque mask. As he glared at Haobo, this insignificant creature, akin to an ant, had dared to injure him. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? As he approached, Haobo was paralyzed by fear, feeling as diminutive as a child before Gongsun Ao Tsang. He could not withstand even a single blow, lest he be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 830. A critical juncture, Haobo retrieved a cluster thunderbolt talisman from his pocket and hurled it towards the fifth prince, Gongsun Ao Tsang. Unfazed, the fifth prince merely waved his hand, unleashing a fiery palm. The thunderous explosion of the talisman and the fiery palm resonated in the air. Haobo gaped in astonishment at the fifth prince, staggering backward in disbelief. At that moment, the menacing Haochen extracted a thunder bomb from his storage ring, raising it to strike at the fifth prince. Without glancing back, Gongsun Ao Tsang retaliated with another fiery palm, sending Haochen flying through the air. With a thud, Haochen crashed to the ground, spitting out blood. He persisted in his relentless refining of the flames within him, and after this period of tempering, he had finally developed a modicum of resistance to such flames. As the fifth prince drew nearer, Haobo steadied himself, licking his parched lips, and suddenly unsheathed his sword. You fat fool. Come on. Don't think I fear you. Watch as I shred you to pieces. Haobo thought to himself that, given his strength, he had no hope of escaping the fifth prince. He would rather fight valiantly before his demise. hoping to snatch away a piece of flesh to alleviate the pressure on others. The fifth prince slowly raised his palm, furious flames dancing above it. These two brats had provoked him for far too long, and his patience had reached its breaking point. Gazing at the blood-red flames flickering in the fifth prince's hand, Haobo could not help but swallow hard. Yet, he did not flee. He stood his ground, tense and prepared to confront death. With a thrust of his palm, the fifth prince unleashed a torrent of flames. Haobo swiftly attempted to evade, but it was too late. The flames engulfed his legs, instantly reducing them to ashes. Haobo lay on the ground, wailing in agony as he beheld the fifth prince's menacing visage, a chill seeping into his heart. Next, it would be his entire body reduced to cinders. With a cold sneer, the fifth prince lifted his hand once more, ready to turn Haobo to ash. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged from behind. Gongsun Aotsong spun around sharply, redirecting the flame intended for Haobo towards Haofeng. Boom! A thunderbomb exploded before him. The fifth prince glared furiously at Haofeng, who had launched surprise attacks against him more than once. Damn you! Your time has come, Gongsun Aotsong roared, charging towards Haofeng with a raised fist. In a fit of rage, he closed the distance to Haofeng in an instant, sensing a chill at his forehead. Haofeng instinctively crouched down. The fifth prince's fist sailed through the air above Haofeng's head, crashing through a half-buried tree stump behind him with a single blow. Haofeng rolled on the ground, springing up and retreating a few steps to widen the gap between them. Scoundrel! The fifth prince bellowed in fury, raising his palm to unleash a fiery blast that swiftly consumed Haofeng. Feeling the searing pain coursing through his body, Haofeng hurriedly circulated his energy to resist and refine the flames. The injuries he previously sustained had only healed slightly. After all, he was merely a peak practitioner of the Yuan dance stage, and when faced with a formidable opponent at the initial stage of Yuaning, Haofeng lacked the strength to contend. However, after enduring the refinement from the fiery palm, his body had developed a modicum of resistance to such flames. Bastard! Why won't you perish? Roared the fifth prince Gongsun Aotsong, as he leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick that sent Haofeng flying. Under the relentless flames, Haofeng's body struggled desperately, only to be struck by Gongsun Aotsong's kick, which tore a gaping wound across his back, allowing the ferocious flames to surge into his body like a torrent breaching a dam. The pain elicited anguished cries from Haofeng, who hastily summoned his Yuan force to encase the flames within him, drawing them toward his meridians. While burning his flesh was bearable and not fatal, the incineration of his internal organs would spell his demise. As the flames entered his meridians, the intense heat seared through the protective Yuan force, inflicting agony far more excruciating than the burning of his flesh. Haofeng's teeth chattered incessantly as he trembled from the torment, yet he refused to relent. At that moment, any lapse in his resolve could lead to instant incineration. Refine. I must refine. Haofeng roared within himself, fervently attempting to temper the flames coursing through his body. His dantian and meridians expanded rapidly, bringing forth unprecedented pain as the Yuan force within him rapidly depleted, while the flames surrounding him were hastily absorbed into his dantian for refinement. At that very moment, the venerable Su Nan, accompanied by 6 powerful Yuan Dan practitioners, descended upon the entrance of the Turtle Dragon Valley with remarkable speed. Even before their arrival, they unleashed an overwhelming pressure that surged toward the crowd at the valley's mouth. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the leader of the Blood God sect went mad and launched a fierce counterattack against the Yuan Dan practitioners among the miners. "It's over," cried Qiu Ping in astonishment, as the faces of the 1,000 miners turned ashen with despair. Suddenly, as Haofeng's body grew more resilient, he unexpectedly broke through the constraints of the Yuan dance stage. A dark cloud of figures surged forth like a bolt of lightning, scattering Su Nan's formidable energy pressure as it rushed toward Haofeng. Not good. Su Nan realized someone was undergoing tribulation and hurriedly attempted to halt his advance. But it was too late. The reinforcements of the Blood God sect had already entered the area where Haofeng was transcending, and the heavenly tribulation struck down in an instant. Silver serpents danced wildly as the tribulation thunder surged forth, and the 5th Prince Gongsun Aotsong, standing beside Haofeng, was the first to experience the divine thunder feast, utterly ravaged by its might. Haochen had sensed Haofeng's aura the moment the ominous clouds began to swirl. He swiftly summoned his doppelganger and the little demoness to infiltrate the mining area, gathering riches while remaining poised to protect the tribulation bearer. The assembly of over 1,000 individuals at the tribulation site was beyond what Haochen could withstand. Without decisive action, they would all perish beneath the wrath of the heavenly thunder. At the critical juncture, Haochen instantly teleported to Haofeng's side, whisking him away into the demon suppression tower. Employing a technique akin to stealing the sky and changing the day, he concealed his own aura, allowing him to pass unnoticed. With the tribulation bearer's aura no longer present, the thunderbolts targeted the strongest presence, and Su Nan, caught off guard, stumbled as he was struck by a bolt. Moments later, an even greater thunderbolt descended, obliterating him, the unwitting substitute for the tribulation bearer, within the tempest of lightning. Meanwhile, Haochen sequentially gathered the bewildered Xioping, the legless Haobo, and over 1,000 minor cultivators into the demon suppression tower. The incessant rumble of thunder echoed in the air as silver serpents voraciously consumed the life force within the tribulation realm. Xiang Pius and several other formidable cultivators at the Yuan Dan level had long since perished. At the moment when the venerable Su Nan was on the brink of death, and the fifth prince Gongsun Ao Zong was in a life-threatening situation, Haochen seized the opportunity to ensnare both of them within the confines of the demon suppression tower. Simultaneously, Haochen waved his hand to establish a formation barrier at the location before summoning Haofeng from the tower. Upon Haofeng's arrival in the demon suppression tower, Haochen conveyed a message to the ladies and the ancestor Haoyan Bei, instructing them to prepare tribulation materials for Haofeng. At this juncture, Haofeng stood within the barrier, fully armed. As Haofeng faced the tribulation, Haochen had already entered the demon suppression tower. Focus on your tribulation. I am by your side, safeguarding you. Haochen's divine sense resonated in Haofeng's ear. It was then that Haofeng realized his cousin Haochen had not only rescued him, but also saved everyone who shared their fate. With Haochen's protective presence and the timely provision of heavenly treasures, alongside his fully armed defenses, although the heavenly tribulation was formidable, Haofeng managed to endure, albeit losing consciousness in the process. The unexpected ferocity of this heavenly tribulation was overwhelming. While he naturally absorbed some of the bestowed vital energy, he was powerless against the excess pure vital energy that dissipated around him. Thus, Haochen had no choice but to collect this pure bestowed vital energy into the Qianquan furnace for temporary storage. Chapter 831, Success and Fulfillment. Brother, I have discovered a secret passage. At that moment, Xiao Cui hurriedly rushed in from the mining area. Haochen accompanied Xiao Cui to the small building of the internal guard commander, and under her guidance, he arrived at Commander Yi Xiangnan's study. Upon inspecting with his divine sense, he uncovered the hidden treasure chamber. Unceremoniously, he collected the items from the chamber into the jade pendant space, which had previously been visited by both Haofeng and Xioping. He left behind the correspondence and jade slips exchanged between Yi Xiangnan and Xiang Pius, deeming it unnecessary to obliterate these valuable records on behalf of the Xiang family. After departing from the treasure chamber and entering the study, he saw Xiao Cui pushing a bookshelf, revealing the entrance to the secret passage. Haochen refrained from entering the hidden passage. Instead, he sent a message to the scattered individuals nearby, urging them to assemble swiftly at this location. This passage was a trap. When thieves were cornered, they would frantically seek refuge within, only to be ensnared by layers of restrictions, ultimately leading to their demise. Haochen's analysis was astute, as his spirit clone was currently within, gathering essence stones. This place was not devoid of treasures. The cunning internal guard commander Yi Xiangnan, who was indeed the cousin of Xiang Pius, the chief internal guard of the Haozhou royal residence, bore the true name Xiang Punan. The Xiang Pius known to Haochen from the Danyun market was the second young master of the Xiang family in the western regions. The Xiang family had prospered for centuries in the western regions and was a powerful clan of cultivators. Unwilling to remain in obscurity, the Xiang family had conspired with demonic sects to establish an independent kingdom in Yunzhou. Xiang Punan was strategically placed at the Yuanshe mine by Xiang Pius, serving as the captain of the guards, with the ulterior motive of amassing wealth for the Xiang family, which had already extended its influence into Haozhou. Every element here was orchestrated by the duo of Xiang Pius and Xiang Punan, who understood the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. Initially, Xiang Pius intended to seize the riches of this place and transfer Yi Xiangnan away. However, both met their demise here, inadvertently benefiting Haochen. as the mysterious disappearance of Hao Feng allowed the Hao family to prosper immensely. Furthermore, the presence of over 1,000 foundational practitioners represented a formidable force. After the avatar departed from the hidden cave, Haochen retracted the avatar and rejoined Xiao Chui and the others. Seizing the opportunity while the fifth Prince Gongsun Aozong lay unconscious, Haochen employed magic to erase the memories of the battle involving Gongsun Aozong and Hao Feng, leaving them concealed in the treasure chamber of the internal guard captain, Yi Xiangnan. Haochen then discreetly departed from the Lingnan Long Valley, returning to the Hao family in Yuqing without a trace. Under the auspices of the venerable ancestor Haochen Bei, Hao Yunlong, accompanied by numerous descendants, paid homage to the ancestors of the Xiaohao family. At this juncture, Haochen fulfilled his promise to Hao Yunlong, returning to the Hao family with great fanfare. Having experienced the tribulations of the Lingnan Yuanshi mine and witnessed Haochen's formidable strength, Hao Feng relinquished his aspirations of inheriting the position of family head, desiring instead to become a powerful figure akin to Haochen. Haobo, who sacrificed his legs to save Hao Feng, earned Haochen's profound admiration for his selfless bravery. Under Haochen's guidance, Yuan and Yi Mei performed a limb regeneration spell for Haobo. After witnessing the miraculous effects of the regeneration, Haochen Bei, Hao Feng, and the women present became even more resolute in their pursuit of immortality. Aside from Hao Feng, Hao Yuan Kuei had no other offspring, and upon Haochen's suggestion, Haobo was designated as the heir to the position of family head. Yi Qinshan, accompanied by Yuan Hui and Feng Mei, arrived at the Hao family, followed by Yuan Wentian, Yuan Wenwan, and Xiang Ling, who also visited successively. They stayed briefly in the Yuqing clan. When Yuan and Yu Yao returned from Yuehun Valley with Hao Yu, Yi Mei also arrived back at the Hao family with members of the Yi family. The Liang avatar, laden with valuables and several fragmented souls, headed to Dongxing town to secretly undertake a special mission. Only then did Haochen procure the interstellar spaceship and quietly depart from the Hao family. At this moment, the Wangfu of Haozhou was intensifying its attacks against the Xiang family, while the Divine Blood sect was pursuing the masked individuals from the Lingnan Yuanshi mine. The three factions, the Wangfu of Haozhou, the Divine Blood sect, and the Xiang family, were all in search of the fleeing miners and practitioners, as only their testimonies could unveil the specifics of the situation. After being rescued, the fifth Prince Gongsun Aozong could only recall aiding the internal guard captain Xiang Pu's and delivering a powerful strike to him. Haochen meticulously edited the fifth prince's memories, connecting the moment Xiang Pu Tian struck the foundational practitioner and the instant he lost consciousness. Gongsun Aozong only remembered that Xiang Pu's, who came to his aid, was inexplicably ambushed and subsequently fell unconscious. The interstellar spaceship departed Haozhou, flying directly to Yunzhou before returning to Haozhou, heading straight for Qingqian Mountain. As Haochen wished for those aboard the spaceship to behold the beauty of their homeland's landscapes, crossing the Danstone Ridge, traversing the Qingyun jungle, and soaring over Shihai City and Fengming Town, one embarks from Lanluo City to the Tianwu continent. The Qianyuan Great Array, the abode of the Master Controller. Knight Ling Xiao and Xiaoya's parents, along with Xiaolan's parents and others, were already aware of Hao Yan's arrival and had long awaited him before the Master Controller's cave. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Master Controller's cave, Hao Yan had already stowed away the interstellar spaceship and, along with Knight Xiaoya, Knight Xiaoyu, Knight Xiaohan, Moon Xiaolan, and Moon Yaodian, descended to the ground to pay respects to their elders. Hao Yan entered the maritime secret realm of Lanluo, rescuing those trapped within and vanquishing the avatar of the Guanxu Demon Emperor, thereby shattering the secret realm's passage and obliterating the demon's presence. The tale of his exploits had already reached Knight Lingxiao's ears. Simultaneously, Haochen recounted in detail his journey to the southern domain's small world, where he exterminated the Tian-Nan Killer Hall and dismantled the southern domain branch of the demonic cult. As night fell, Fengbei town, situated 1,000 miles northwest of Liqing, bustled with life. Stalls had been set up, and the inns and taverns were ablaze with light. As mealtime approached, the taverns echoed with lively chatter, mirroring the vibrancy of Liqing. A multitude of wandering cultivators, mercenaries, and caravans flooded into the city, causing the inns and taverns to flourish, with patrons filling every seat. Wherever there is a martial world, tales abound. Recently, it was rumored that the Liqing fortress engaged in a fierce battle with a group of unidentified individuals. resulting in significant casualties on both sides. Initially, the mysterious assailants held the upper hand, but soon, another group of unknown origin appeared. The two factions clashed violently, leading to the near annihilation of the first group, after which they vanished without a trace. Even the individuals from Leeching Fortress could not ascertain the identities of the two factions of black-clad figures. Have you heard? The people of Leeching Fortress are currently pursuing a traitor from their ranks, who has proven to be quite elusive. Time and again, he has managed to escape, turning the tables on his pursuers with lethal precision. Alas, the winds of change are stirring in Leeching, and it seems that great events are on the horizon. Unbeknownst to the crowd, two individuals of modest cultivation sat by the window on the second floor. Their tattered attire and late-stage foundational realm indicated their lowly status. Hearing the discussions in the hall, they exchanged silent thoughts through their consciousness. At that moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons, leaving no empty tables available. A group of black-clad individuals entered the hall and forcefully occupied a dining table. The remaining members of the group scanned the surroundings, their gazes finally settling on the window-side table, where a few seats were still unoccupied. Chapter 832, Growth in Adversity, Part 1. This table is ours. You too, be gone. One of the black-clad men declared sharply as he approached the table. The two cultivators, heads bowed as they ate their meal, seemed oblivious to the confrontation. Hey, I'm talking to you. Scram, this table belongs to us. Another black-clad man banged on the table impatiently. Us, chuckled one of the lowly cultivators. How amusing. Since when did Leeching give rise to such uncouth ruffians? The practitioner, bowing his head to eat, let out a sigh, seemingly speaking to himself. Although his voice was soft, it reached the ears of the cloaked figures nearby. Instantly, several of them were filled with fury. How audacious! Dare you repeat that? One of the black-clad men exclaimed, abruptly striking the shoulder of the insolent practitioner. This blow, infused with hidden strength, would incapacitate an ordinary person for at least half a month, even if their shoulder blade remained intact. Having heard the disrespectful remarks, the black-clad figures intended to teach this audacious individual a severe lesson. However, to their astonishment, the strike felt as though it had landed upon unyielding stone. A rebound force surged forth, and with a crack, the face of the assailant turned pale. His form sent hurtling backward like a deflated balloon, colliding with several of his companions, who tumbled as if they were rolling marbles, wailing in pain as they discovered dislocated wrists. Chaos erupted in the hall. What is happening? An elder in black stood up, alarmed. That brat has injured our man. Where is he? Another cloaked figure, filled with rage, pointed towards the side, only to suddenly freeze in astonishment. For he had just realized that the two individuals who had been seated there had vanished without a trace. This is utterly bizarre. They were just here, and in an instant, gone. What is going on? The group of black-clad figures exchanged bewildered glances, recalling that the man had been at the table only moments ago, yet had seemingly disappeared into thin air. In broad daylight, could it be they had encountered a ghost? Or was that man perhaps an extraordinary powerhouse? Enough, enough. Let us resume our meal and refrain from causing further trouble. The elder in black waved his hand, urging everyone to hasten their dining, dismissing the incident from his mind. Shortly after, another cloaked figure ascended from below, whispering something into the elder's ear. All is set. The fish has taken the bait. We shall proceed at once. The elder rose, leading all the black-clad figures out of the tavern. In a dilapidated inn within the slums of Leeching, surrounded by earthen walls enclosing an area of less than 100 feet, numerous narrow stalls were cramped together. The comings and goings were exceedingly diverse, a cacophony of voices from all walks of life. In an inconspicuous straw hut to the west, a 15-year-old boy sat quietly on the ground, his upper body bare and wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Dim light fell upon the youth, revealing an otherwise ordinary face that nonetheless radiated determination. His arms were muscular and robust, but the bandages were thoroughly soaked, indicating serious injury. This was Li Feng, a disciple of the Li family. The youth, having arrived from the Li family fortress in Foam Bay Town, appeared somewhat disheveled, his complexion pale, lips cracked, and exhibiting an air of exhaustion. The room was permeated with the scent of medicinal herbs. Li Feng sat still, resembling a statue as he cultivated to heal his wounds. Suddenly, sensing something, he halted his practice, slightly opening his eyes to reveal a faint, bittersweet smile upon his face. At long last, after an extended period of evasion, The relentless pursuers had returned to haunt him once more, grasping the sword at his side and shouldering the bow and arrows that hung upon the wall. He resolutely chose to depart. The inn he selected was nestled within the impoverished district, frequented by a disarray of individuals. He had presumed that his adversaries would not locate him so swiftly. Fortunately, his upbringing as a hunter had instilled in him a vigilant disposition. The room he chose was strategically located near the inn's perimeter wall. Once he successfully breached it, the labyrinthine slums would teem with a throng of people, making his escape a feasible endeavor. Crouching low and moving with grace, Li Feng hastened towards the wall, his steps quick yet composed. However, the sound of footsteps behind him grew increasingly frantic. "There he is!" someone shout. He heard, prompting him to quicken his pace. "Where do you think you're going?" A gust of wind howled as a figure clad in black lunged forward, akin to a great bird taking flight, striking at Li Feng's back with a blade. Without turning, Li Feng swiftly pivoted to the right, narrowly evading the lethal strike. In a fluid motion, he spun around, his sword cutting through the air with ferocity, his vitality surging like a tempest, the glint of his blade flashing like a silver ribbon. A resounding crash echoed as the assailant attempted to block the strike, only to be sent sprawling several paces away, both man and weapon struck by the force of Li Feng's blow. Seizing the momentum, he propelled himself forward, vaulting over the wall. "Damn it, pursue him! Do not let him escape!" came the frantic shouts behind him. The sudden clash had startled those near the inn. Yet such scenes of violence were not unfamiliar to many, and after a moment of chaos, they returned to their routines with surprising calm. Li Feng gasped for breath, his body straining under the exertion. The wounds he had only recently begun to heal now reopened, blood seeping through the bandages. And he felt his strength ebbing away like sand slipping through an hourglass. Ahead lay a deep alleyway. Beyond it, a bustling marketplace awaited, where thousands gathered at this hour. If he could infiltrate the crowd under the cover of night, escape from his pursuers would be within his grasp. This route had long been mapped out in his mind, the result of years spent in the perilous wilderness as a hunter, playing deadly games of hide and seek with monsters alongside his forebears, honing his unparalleled skills in evasion. Despite the growing weakness that gripped his body, Li Feng pressed on without faltering, plunging into the alley. The shouts of his pursuers echoed in the distance, and he mentally calculated his distance, 60 paces to go. Just beyond the alley lay the thrumming heart of the market, where he could easily blend into the crowd and alter his appearance in an instant. 30 paces, 10 paces. The mouth of the alley was now almost within reach, the bustling throng of the marketplace visible in the distance. Escape was mere moments away. Yet, inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloped him, sending a chill through his very being, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Abruptly halting, he assumed a defensive stance, bracing for the unknown threat that loomed ahead. A somber voice echoed through the alley. "Heh, it appears that you, a most audacious and rebellious wretch, have detected my presence." A figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the alley, obstructing Li Feng's path. It was the enigmatic elder cloaked in black from the tavern. "What I cultivate is not a devil's art," Li Feng asserted, correcting him word by word. "Even the clan's instructors have confirmed this. Must you continue to quibble? Truly, you have resigned yourself to degradation." The black-clad elder regarded the unremarkable youth before him with a predatory gaze, akin to a cat toying with its prey. To be honest, he was somewhat astonished by this seemingly talentless boy. Having been in the clan for merely 6 or 7 months, he was a mere side branch of the Li family, a small hunter. Yet, in the past month and a half, he had managed to evade capture on numerous occasions by individuals whose strength far surpassed his own by several folds. Although all of this was merely a conspiracy, the survival instincts that Li Feng displayed during his harrowing escapes left everyone astounded. Months prior, upon returning to the clan from the trial grounds, Li Feng had made remarkable strides in his cultivation. He had transformed from an insignificant figure at the 9th level of Qi refinement to rapidly approaching the pinnacle of completion in Qi refinement. The elder in charge of imparting teachings, Elder Li Wanshan, had exerted every effort to acquire Li Feng's unique method. Yet the boy steadfastly refused to acknowledge having obtained any extraordinary technique. Under the intense scrutiny of Elder Li Yongda, the 7th elder, Li Feng eventually admitted that prior to joining the clan, he had discovered a body refinement manual inscribed on the crumbling walls of an ancient cave in the southern mountains of his village. He subsequently transcribed it from memory and presented it to Elder Li Yongda. However, Both elder Li Yongde and the steward of the teaching hall, Li Wanshan, found themselves at a standstill, unable to derive any progress from the manual, leading them to suspect that Li Feng was merely humoring them and had indeed acquired a cherished secret art. Consequently, they conspired to accuse Li Feng of practicing forbidden magic and apprehended him. In the shadows, they subjected him to brutal interrogations, demanding the revelation of the secret technique, nearly driving him to the brink of death. It was later revealed that should Li Feng persist in his silence, they intended to summon someone skilled in soul-searching techniques to extract the information from him. Such a process was known to leave its victims either dead or in a state of madness. It was under these dire circumstances that Li Feng managed to escape from the Li family fortress. Upon his escape, Elder Li Yongde and Steward Li Wanshan labeled him a thief who had absconded with the clan's treasured techniques. Though all of this was merely a fabrication, the extraordinary will to survive that Li Feng demonstrated during the pursuit left an indelible mark on all who bore witness. Over the course of the past month and a half, he had astonishingly evaded capture by those whose prowess dwarfed his own. Chapter 833, Growth in Adversity, Part 2. Months ago, upon returning from the trial grounds to the clan, Li Feng's progress in cultivation had surged dramatically. He had ascended from a mere 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner to rapidly approaching the culmination of Qi refinement. The steward of the teaching hall, Li Wanshan, had employed every stratagem to obtain Li Feng's techniques, but alas, the boy remained resolute in his denial of possessing any extraordinary methods. Under the relentless questioning of Elder Li Yongde, Li Feng ultimately confessed to discovering a body refinement manual in a dilapidated cave in the southern mountains of his village before joining the clan. He then transcribed it from memory and submitted it to Elder Li Yongde. The 7th elder, Li Yongde, and the deacon of the transmission hall, Li Wanshan, diligently practiced the body refinement technique bestowed by Li Feng, yet their efforts bore no fruit. They concluded that Li Feng was merely toying with them and must have acquired a forbidden inheritance. Consequently, they conspired to falsely accuse Li Feng of practicing dark magic and captured him. In the shadows, they subjected him to brutal torture, demanding to know the secrets of the inheritance, nearly driving him to the brink of death. Eventually, they plotted to employ a soul-searching technique, threatening Li Feng with a fate of madness or death should he refuse to divulge the information. Realizing the dire consequences of being subjected to such a technique, Li Feng fled from the Li family fortress. Upon his escape, Li Yongde and Li Wanshan further slandered Li Feng, claiming he not only practiced dark magic, but also seized the family's sacred inheritance during his flight. Though their accusations were mere fabrications, the sheer will to survive that Li Feng exhibited while being pursued astonished all who witnessed it. Over the past half-month, he had managed to evade capture on multiple occasions, outmaneuvering pursuers whose strength far surpassed his own. Defamation, Li Feng shouted in outrage. Li Wanshan, would you dare to slander a wretched creature like me? Though you are cunning, your time is up. I anticipated your choice, and our men are already lying in wait nearby. Surrender, Li Feng, or else heed the command from my senior brother. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Li Yongde proclaimed with smug satisfaction. No sooner had he spoken than several figures clad in black, armed with swords and daggers, emerged from the rooftops and walls of the alley, effectively surrounding Li Feng. Li Wanshan. Li Feng spat through gritted teeth, a deep-seated hatred flickering in his previously calm eyes. One day, my sister will return and exact vengeance upon you, making you pay for your transgressions. His resolve was unwavering. Your sister, Li Runin? Huh. Li Yongde laughed heartily. Li Runin has long fallen in the secret realm. Do you still hope for her to come to your rescue? Li Feng remained silent, clearly preparing for a final struggle. His chest, soaked in blood, heaved violently, as if a fiery rage surged within him, pulsating with tremendous force. An eerie rhythm resonated through the air, visibly causing the dust around him to swirl in powerful eddies. His exposed skin took on a ghastly crimson hue, resembling a specter that harvested lives in the depths of night. Even Li Yongde felt a twinge of threat in that moment. Indeed, what wicked magic is this to produce such an effect? Li Yongde said greedily as the pursuing soldiers from the inner guard of the Li family, led by Li Wanyu, arrived to completely block his escape. At that very moment, Li Feng reached the pinnacle of his preparation, his aura surging as he ascended to the early stage of foundation establishment. With a sudden thrust of his feet against the ground, the azure stones beneath him shattered, sending shards flying and unleashing a whirlwind. The earth trembled as Li Feng's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear before the seventh elder, Li Yongda, with a swift downward strike of his sword. Such astonishing speed. This was pure power derived from his extraordinary abilities. No one anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Li Feng would target the most formidable opponent among them, the seventh elder Li Yongda. Lie down. A surge of indignation, fueled by disdain, engulfed Li Yongda as he swung his longsword, deftly deflecting the blow. Boom. A burst of sparks erupted like the brightest fireworks against the dark night. The explosive sound reverberated through the narrow alley, leaving the onlookers stunned, their faces pale as if struck by thunder. Li Feng paused momentarily, wounds reopening and blood splattering. Yet he did not retreat an inch. In contrast, the mighty seventh elder Li Yongda found himself pushed back repeatedly, his treasured sword dragging along the ground, creating a cascade of sparks. You! Li Yongda exclaimed in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that a cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. Without uttering a word, Li Feng's sword glimmered with chilling light as he struck again. Boom! The clash of blade against blade echoed as Li Yongda was forced to retreat. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his face a mask of astonishment, nearly unable to believe his eyes. Meanwhile, the bandages that once bound Li Feng's wounds had long since torn apart, revealing his skin marred with countless gashes. Some wounds even exposed fragments of bone, rendering it unfathomable how he could endure such grievous injuries. What are you standing there for? There is no need for decorum when dealing with such a person. Let us all attack together, roared Li Wanyu, the steward of the inner guard hall, as he drew his sword and leaped into the air, dashing towards Li Feng with lightning speed. Li Feng seemed oblivious, his back turned to Li Wanyu and the others, utterly unguarded. Yet his sword remained a blur, striking down upon the long sword of Li Yongda, who was struggling to lift his weapon. In a narrow encounter, the brave triumph. If he could force Li Yongda back by another 7 steps, he would reach the bustling market beyond. Die! Li Wanshan, the steward of the transmission hall, whose strength was second only to Li Yongda, surged forward with incredible speed, closing the distance behind Li Feng in mere flashes. His sword light flickered like lightning, aiming a merciless thrust towards Li Feng's lower back, showing no mercy. At that moment, it seemed Li Feng had no chance to turn and defend himself, as if he was resolved to take the blow with his severely wounded body. Just as peril loomed, in that critical instant, clang, a shower of sparks cascaded, leaving Li Wanyu aghast as he staggered backward. An ethereal figure appeared behind Li Feng, the blade's brilliance akin to a sky filled with cold stars, sending Li Wanyu tumbling back with a single strike. A figure clad in a green robe and black scarf stood like an insurmountable wall, shielding Li Feng from the winds and the moonlight. In his grasp was a sword, the blue charm, emanating a radiant azure glow, with a swiftness that eluded the eye. He struck, sending the sword of the inner guard, Li Wanyu, flying. The blade's energy surged forth, propelling the pursuing black-clad figures backward in an instant. Let us go. The green-robed man supported the exhausted Li Feng, leaping into the air and hastening toward the outside. At the alley's mouth, a middle-aged man in black was rendered numb by the inexplicable power unleashed by Li Feng, unable to offer any resistance. However, he bore no intention to intervene, a peculiar smile gracing his face. As the masked figure and Li Feng prepared to leap from the alley, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Bang! They suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, tumbling back to the ground in a somewhat disheveled manner. This unexpected young man was none other than Li Jianbei, the eldest son of the second elder, Li Wanfeng, of the Li family stronghold. A formidable early Yuanying realm warrior, Li Jianbei commanded respect, and neither the seventh elder, Li Yongda, nor the inner guard, Li Wanyu, dared to underestimate him. With a slight nod, Li Jianbei's gaze fell upon Li Feng and the green-robed figure supporting him. Yield and surrender. With me here, your escape is futile, he declared with a smile, his arrogance unquestioned. Even Li Feng, who had clung to hope, felt a shadow of despair creep into his eyes. If escape is impossible, then let us fight to the death. The green-robed figure brandished his sword defiantly, his spirit soaring. Friend, why go to such lengths? Is it worth sacrificing your life for a mere disciple of the demonic sect? Li Jianbei scoffed dismissively. Indeed, it is worth it. For he is my brother, the green-robed figure revealed, discarding the black scarf. To everyone's astonishment, she was a tall woman, her hair as dark as ink, her skin as flawless as jade, possessing a beauty both enchanting and refined. Li Runin, who had been wrongfully trapped in a secret realm. The disheveled figure in the tavern was, in fact, the guise of Haochen. He had intended to depart the Qianyuan realm for the demon-locked city in the fourth heaven, but found himself entangled in Li Runin's plight. Haochen had vowed to avenge her, seeking the one responsible for her misfortune. In the prison of the Divine Blood Sect, the elder rescued from cell number 2 was none other than Li Qingtian, the lord of the Li family stronghold. Through their conversation, Haochen learned that Li Qingtian had been captured by the fourth elder of the demonic sect, Xiu Hai, and was temporarily confined within the Divine Blood Sect's prison. Once the affairs with the Cloud Sea sect were resolved, he planned to return to the Tianwu continent and confront Xiu Hai at the Li family stronghold. Haochen also discovered the reason behind Li Qingtian's incessant invective against the Short One, a reference to the second elder, Li Wanfeng, who had secretly colluded with the demonic sect to disrupt the Li family stronghold. After years of wandering, Li Qingtian had returned quietly to find the faction of the second elder had grown dangerously powerful. Resolving the chaotic situation within the Li family fortress is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. After much contemplation, just as action seemed imminent, Li Qingsong's movements were discovered by spies placed by the second elder, Li Wanfeng. With the assistance of the brothers Li Wanyu, the steward of the inner guard hall, and Li Wanshan, the steward of the transmission hall, Li Qingsong found himself caught off guard. The fourth elder of the demon sect, Xiu Haibing, seized him without bloodshed, confining the fortress lord, Li Qingsong. Eager to attend to business at the Yunhai sect in the Tianyuan continent, Xiu Haibing had no choice but to keep the hostage close at hand. Haochen also intended to visit the Li family fortress to investigate the framing of Li Runin and engaged in conversation with Li Qingsong. Summoning Li Runin to pay her respects to the fortress lord, Haochen quietly journeyed to Li Runin's hometown, Fongbei Town, located 1,000 miles northwest of Liqing. There, he obtained a trace of the aura belonging to Li Feng, Li Runin's brother, and prepared to head towards the Li family fortress. The fortress lay within the influence of Fongbei Town, while Li Runin's home was situated in an estate 100 miles outside the fortress. To familiarize himself with the customs and culture of Fongbei Town, Haochen deliberately chose a tavern and dined at a window-side table on the second floor. While sipping his drink and gazing at the nocturnal scenery outside, he listened for various intriguing tales while extending his spiritual awareness over the town. When figures clad in black appeared, Li Runin suddenly recognized individuals from the Li family fortress. Her telepathic message caught Haochen's attention, prompting him to intensify his search. He soon discovered the whereabouts of Li Feng, but when Li Runin wished to rescue her brother immediately, Haochen restrained her. Their hesitation in intervening stemmed from Haochen's desire to witness Li Feng's ultimate limits, considering it a trial of life and death. Only through enduring hardship can one venture further. After leaving the tavern, Haochen and Li Runin made their way to the large carriage shop bearing Li Feng's aura. They concealed themselves in the void, attentively observing Li Feng's every move. At a critical moment, when Li Runin attempted to save her brother, Haochen refrained from revealing himself, having sensed another powerful presence lurking nearby. Without a teleportation talisman, how will you escape from this secret realm? One of the black-clad figures questioned upon seeing Li Runin. How do you know that I lack a teleportation talisman? Li Runin retorted angrily. The black-clad man fell silent. I understand now. You are the one who has been pursuing me, the eldest young master, Li Jianbei. Why? Li Runin demanded furiously. Anything I cannot possess, others shall not dare to covet. The eldest young master, Li Jianbei, declared harshly. In that moment, Li Runin realized why Li Jianbei had pursued her within the secret realm. Her enchanting beauty had long captivated his soul. Despite his multiple advances, Li Runin had consistently rejected him, as she held no affection for this self-important and cunning individual. In the secret realm, Li Jianbei cornered her into a cave, seeking to take advantage of the situation. However, he fell victim to the Zuasian San. And as Li Runin fled, she inadvertently tore away his storage bag. At that moment, Li Jianbei was desperate to prevent this scandal from reaching the Li family fortress. With a swift motion, a glimmering cold light erupted from the sheath, splitting the sword energy into two, aimed at Li Runin and Li Feng. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. Even before the sound of its passage through the air had fully materialized, it had already reached the two. Be careful. Li Runin stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the injured Li Feng. Phantom Wall. with a tremor of her azure charmed sword. It blossomed like a blooming blue flower, forming a wall of illusions. This artifact was custom crafted for her by Master Li Wenguang at the Haochen space refinery. Yet, with a resounding crash, the wall of illusions from the azure charm sword, not fully blossomed, was struck by the incoming sword shadow, causing it to tremble precariously. Li Runen's face turned pale as she was forced to retreat, suddenly collapsing to the ground. What terrifying power! Li Jianbei also staggered back a few steps, astonished within. Elders Li Yongda and Li Wanyun stood gaping, witnessing the fierce clash between Li Runen and Li Jianbei. Be cautious. Elder Li Yongda exchanged a knowing glance with the hall steward Li Wanyun, both understanding the need to strike at Li Runen. As knives and swords surged forward, the two attacked from either side, seizing the moment when Li Runen's forward momentum waned and her strength had not yet coalesced. Their faces twisted with malice. They lunged toward Li Runen and Li Feng. However, at the very instant of their strike, both were taken aback by a sudden blur before their eyes. An astonishing figure appeared before them, broad-shouldered, blocking the blades in their hands. The artifacts they wielded crashed against this figure almost simultaneously. Yet the familiar sensation of blades piercing flesh was absent. Instead, they were met with a numbing shock to their wrists. It felt as though they had struck not flesh, but an impenetrable wall. A backlash surged forth, and both Elder Li Yongda and Hall Steward Li Wanyun let out cries of alarm as they were sent sprawling backwards. No one anticipated such a turn of events, leaving everyone in shock. Elder Li Yongda stumbled to regain his footing, eyes wide with recognition. He recognized the sudden appearance of this figure as the one who had spoken earlier at the tavern. This mysterious individual had injured a member of the Li family and then vanished without a trace, only to reappear here once more. Sir, the Li family is in pursuit of traitors. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly, lest you fall into error, Elder Li Yongda threatened ominously. As he spoke, he gestured, and dozens of disciples in blue robes silently surrounded the area. The newcomer did not turn around. Instead, he slowly crouched down, placing his palms upon Li Runen and Li Feng. A profound energy gradually flowed into their bodies. This posture indicated a complete disregard for the onlookers surrounding them. You dare meddle in the affairs of the Li family? You are truly courting disaster, the hall steward Li Wanyun declared with a fierce determination. At that moment, he suddenly gestured, seizing the opportunity while the mysterious figure tended to the injuries of the two. A multitude of individuals surged forth, leaping into the air in unison, brandishing their swords with precision. A dozen gleaming blades plunged towards the mysterious figure's back. This time, the long swords did not rebound but rather sank deep into the stranger's flesh. A trickle of crimson blood flowed from the wounds, dropping to the ground below. You brought this upon yourself, thought the inner guard steward, Li Wanyun, momentarily taken aback yet elated. However, just then, a sudden cry pierced the air. Brother, beware of treachery, exclaimed Elder Li Yongda, his voice filled with urgency. Li Wanyun, momentarily stunned, had yet to grasp the situation when an overwhelming force erupted from the mysterious figure's silhouette. In an instant, it felt as though colossal hammers were crashing against him, sending him hurtling backward like a polo ball struck by a mallet. Blood gushed from Li Wanyu's mouth as sheer terror etched itself upon his face. Chapter 835, Aiding the Weak, Part 2, with a resounding thud. Li Wanyun collided with the wall, feeling as though his spine had shattered. He slumped to the ground, almost collapsing, and when he glanced at the long sword in his hand, he was left speechless. It had been reduced to mere hilt. As the others looked up, they beheld the mysterious figure still crouched in the distance. A profound energy continuously flowing into Li Runen and Li Feng, gradually stabilizing their injuries and restoring their strength. It appeared as if the figure had sustained no injury at all. Not a single wound marred its back, and even the tattered robe remained unblemished. Why was this so? Just moments before, multiple blades had clearly penetrated the figure's body. Li Wanyu's gaze fell to the ground behind the mysterious figure, where a pool of molten iron still emitted wisps of steam. A chill swept through him, as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon him. The swords had been melted. The instant they neared the mysterious figure, they had succumbed to an unparalleled heat, disintegrating before his very eyes. The molten iron on the ground was the result of the sword's obliteration, not blood at all. How terrifying! What kind of formidable realm must one possess to wield flames hot enough to instantaneously melt steel? The mysterious figure had an astounding mastery over fire, so subtle that none had perceived its existence, nor felt the slightest warmth. Li Wanyu felt as though he had just escaped the clutches of death. With such a terrifying power at the stranger's disposal, had he desired bloodshed, the entire assembly would likely have been reduced to mere wisps of smoke. Who are you? Li Wanyu's voice trembled with an unmistakable fear. The enigmatic figure offered no response. The Li family estate is in pursuit of traitors. I advise you not to meddle. Elder Li Yongda cautioned, stepping forward, his expression now grave. At this moment, it was clear to everyone that the mysterious individual was an extraordinarily formidable master, not to be underestimated. Aside from using the reputation of the Li family fortress to intimidate others, what else do you have? The mysterious figure slowly rose to his feet, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Elder Li Yongda stood frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. How intriguing. Truly intriguing. I never expected to encounter a master of your caliber in this humble Fonbei town. From a distance, the silent young master Li Jianbei, arms crossed and a leisurely smile gracing his lips, approached the mysterious figure. I believe it would be quite an interesting endeavor to slay a master such as yourself. Before his words had fully escaped, young master Li Jianbei suddenly struck. Whoosh! A brilliant and dazzling flash of sword light sliced through the air. This was the very technique young master Li Jianbei had just employed to severely injure both Li Runin and Li Feng. Though killing you may lack excitement, your demise is inevitable. The mysterious figure chuckled coldly, facing the menacing sword light, merely waving a hand as if swatting away a fly. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed, and the thunderous, brilliant sword light was effortlessly deflected by the mysterious figure. The sharp, piercing sound of the rebounding sword energy filled the air, returning to hover ominously above young master Li Jianbei. The shimmering sword continued to tremble and wail in protest. Who are you? Feeling the terrifying residual force from the sword, young master Li Jianbei's voice turned grave. I am the one destined to take your life. The mysterious figure suddenly lifted his head, his piercing gaze akin to lightning cleaving through the dark void. Before anyone could discern the mysterious figure's features, they noticed Li Runin's presence had vanished from the ground. Oh, this is bad. A jolt of unprecedented danger enveloped young master Li Jianbei. He instinctively retreated, the sword hovering above him spinning wildly, conjuring a protective shield of sword energy around his form. Bang! A flash of blue light erupted, and young master Li Jianbei's sword emitted another mournful cry. The rapidly rotating sword abruptly halted, then transformed into a streak of cold radiance that was deflected away. Crack! The sword energy enveloping young master Li Jianbei suddenly dissipated. At this moment, Li Runin's figure reappeared directly in front of him, and everything fell into a hushed stillness. From motion to stillness. The transition occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone perplexed as to what had transpired, except for young master Li Jianbei, who understood exactly what had happened. You. Young master Li Jianbei gazed down in disbelief, discovering that, unbeknownst to him, Li Runin's blue charm sword had pierced through his chest. Blood began to seep from the wound, trickling outward. A chilling frost spread around the injury, an icy sensation swiftly enveloping his entire being. He could hardly believe that Li Runin's sword was devouring his life force. With a single strike, he had been defeated. Li Runin said nothing, turning to walk towards the mysterious figure and Li Feng. She certainly could not disclose to Li Jianbei that she had already attained the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. She would never reveal that, even mid-nascent soul practitioners, let alone those in the late stages, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the lethal strikes of the phantom sword technique. As for the eldest son, Li Jianbei, who ruthlessly harmed fellow cultivators of the same clan, Li Runin harbored no goodwill towards him. Take your doubts and descend into hell. Since being rescued by Haochen, she had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Among various clues and hints, Li Runin pondered upon the masked assailant who had pursued her. From the figure and the manner of spellcasting, it was evident that this treacherous individual was none other than Li Jianbei, the eldest son of the second elder of the Li family fortress. Only he would be familiar with Li Runin's movements within the secret realm. Following Haochen, Li Runin had mastered the art of concealing her presence and altering her appearance, becoming well-versed in the phantom sword technique. She had also honed the skill of using weakness to lure her enemies, a tactic that Haochen had excelled in. During her fierce confrontation with Li Jianbei, she deliberately feigned weakness. It was inconceivable that a mid-dan practitioner like Li Jianbei would falter. His body swayed, and he began to lose his balance, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the words of Li Feng, who, in his eyes, was as insignificant as an ant. Just moments ago, sister will not die. She will return to avenge me. As Li Jianbei struggled to remain standing, an unprecedented fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to gradually kneel to the ground. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was kneeling before Li Runin. Sister Yu. All the disciples of the Li family fortress around them were utterly astonished. It felt as if they were dreaming. They could hardly believe that Li Runin, who had been trapped in the secret realm, had actually escaped. The prodigy of the Li family had returned. With a single strike, she had annihilated the mid-nascent soul Li Jianbei. Was this the return of a sovereign? Chapter 836, True Feelings in Adversity, Part 1. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Elder Li Yongda and the attendant Li Wanyu were already trembling, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. Li Runin had once been an esteemed idol within the Li family fortress, yet now she stood as their most formidable foe. Against her enemies, Li Runin had never shown mercy or compassion. Elder Li Yongda and attendant Li Wanyu, along with others, were paralyzed with fear, unsure who among them knelt first. Many who participated in the hunt for Li Feng collapsed in trepidation. Even the arrogant elder Li Yongda and attendant Li Wanyu resembled prisoners awaiting judgment. Begone. I spare you today. Return and inform Li Wanshan of the transmission hall to cleanse his neck and await my arrival, Li Feng declared dismissively, not even glancing at them, waving his hand impatiently. Now rejuvenated, Li Feng displayed an air of magnanimity. We were coerced. Please forgive us. We wish to follow you. One of the young men from the Li family fortress, with a quick glance, immediately sensed the shifting winds of fortune. It is evident to all that the terrifying power exhibited by Li Runin, alongside the supreme magic of the mysterious figure, would render even the second elder powerless upon their return to the Li family fortress. Get out. Li Runin suddenly waved her hand, and an overwhelming force surged forth, sending 7th elder Li Yongda and the inner guards, including steward Li Wanyu, tumbling away like rolling gourds. Tell the second elder that I have prepared a time limit for him, Li Runin roared. Struggling to rise, the 7th elder's face alternated between red and pale. His teeth clenched in resentment as he turned to leave, resembling a hurried, lost dog. At that moment, only Haochen, Li Runin, and Li Feng remained in the alley. Up until now, Li Feng found it hard to believe that his sister would appear here. It was only then that Li Runin introduced Haochen to Li Feng. Thank you for saving my life. I, Li Feng, shall never forget this, Li Feng declared, bowing deeply. You are quite remarkable. I have high hopes for you. Haochen said, raising his hand to support Li Feng. We must hurry back to the outer manor. My parents must be worried. Moreover, my 2 friends, who aided my escape from the Li family fortress, may have been imprisoned in the cultivator's cell by the inner guards. If we delay, they could be in peril. Li Feng exclaimed urgently. Very well. Let us head to the outer manor, Haochen responded. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly drew Li Feng into the demon suppression tower and communicated with Hao Feng to heal Li Feng's injuries. Subsequently, Haochen and Li Runin made their way towards the outer manor of the Li family fortress. I, Li Zilin, demand to see someone. Do I need the 7th elder's consent? Li Zilin declared, her exquisite face clouded with frost, exuding an air of unreasonable authority. The 2 disciples guarding the door of the inner guard's prison displayed looks of distress. Everyone knew this striking young lady was not to be trifled with, not only due to her numerous admirers, but also because she was the young mistress of the Li family fortress, the current Li family fortress. Especially due to this young lady's prodigious cultivation talent, formidable power, and fiery temper, was a formidable place. Get out of my way, Li Zilin exclaimed, clutching a food box as she strode boldly toward the prison. Oh, isn't this the young mistress? What has stirred such anger in you? A mocking voice emerged from within the cell, followed by the appearance of a young man clad in a white long robe. His pale face, devoid of facial hair, bore an unsettling gaze and a somewhat unhealthy demeanor, accompanied by a smirk as he approached Li Zilin. Senior brother Tengfei. The 2 gatekeeping disciples hurriedly bowed, clearly in awe of him. Tengfei, exuding arrogance, merely snorted coldly, not even glancing at the 2 disciples. His gaze swept over Zilin, and a flicker of covetousness flashed in his eyes before he carefully concealed it. Tengfei, the maternal cousin of the inner guard steward Li Wanyu, wielded significant power within the inner guard, overseeing the cultivator's cell, and he always held himself in high regard. Was the young mistress intending to visit and assist the traitor Li Feng in his escape, along with Li Yun and Li Yu? This simply won't do. My brother-in-law has already made it clear that no one is permitted to enter for a visit. Teng Fei chuckled deliberately, awaiting Li Zilin to plead with him. To see the exalted and enchanting fairy submit to him would surely be a delightful experience, Teng Fei thought with great anticipation. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, striking Teng Fei with such force that he spun around like a top, disoriented. Stars danced before his eyes, and a distinct handprint appeared on his previously pale face. Teng Fei was utterly bewildered. You, a despicable cur, dare to act like a wolf in front of me. If you wish to avoid death, then scurry away, lest I unleash my wrath and take your wretched life. Li Zilin exclaimed, her face frosted with disdain. Li Zilin, you dare to strike me? It was only at this moment that Teng Fei managed to utter a complete sentence, his indignation boiling over as he glared at Li Zilin. Leave, or you will regret it profoundly. With a swift motion, Li Zilin unsheathed her sword, its cold gleam reflecting her lethal intent. Teng Fei's complexion shifted rapidly, alternating between hues of green and red. Li Zilin, possessing extraordinary talent, was now one of the most skilled among the younger generation of the Li family. Teng Fei stood no chance. If a confrontation ensued, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. With this realization, Teng Fei found himself devoid of any courage to intervene. Seeing Teng Fei's subservient demeanor, Li Zilin sheathed her sword with a forceful motion. Teng Fei could only watch helplessly as she glided past him, resembling an arrogant swan. Upon entering the prison cell, a musty, damp odor assaulted her senses, and the dim light instilled an involuntary sense of dread. Li Zilin frowned as she followed the rough, dark stone corridor, turning several corners before the light grew even dimmer within the cell. Finally reaching the innermost part, Li Zilin peered through the dark ironwood bars and beheld Li Yun and Li Yu, who were imprisoned within. Li Wanshan, the steward of the transmission hall, had falsely accused Li Feng of practicing demonic arts. After Li Feng's capture, Li Wanshan subjected him to relentless torture, demanding the secrets of his cultivation, leaving Li Feng battered and on the brink of death. Upon learning of Li Feng's plight, Li Zilin was consumed with urgency, desperately seeking a way to rescue him. She enlisted the help of her childhood companions, Li Yun and Li Yu, and together they covertly planned a jailbreak. Had it not been for Li Yun and Li Yu, who bravely held back the pursuers at a critical moment, Li Feng might have fallen into the clutches of his captors, and Li Zilin would have been apprehended as well, all of them reduced to prisoners. Li Yun and Li Yu were confined in the damp, dark cell, their bodies marred with bloodstains, clearly having endured significant torment. Junior Sister Zilin, what brings you here? Li Yu asked, his lips cracked, complexion sallow, and his expression weary. Li Yun, too, was gravely injured, lying unconscious. How could they dare to inflict such cruelty upon you? This is unforgivable, Li Zilin exclaimed, horrified to see the still fresh blood on Li Yu and Li Yun, evidence of their recent suffering. Suddenly filled with urgency and anger, she swiftly drew her longsword, severing the iron chains binding the two. Li Zilin examined their injuries and, relieved to find no internal damage, promptly retrieved some external medicine from her storage bag, applying it to their wounds. I never imagined that in this lifetime I would receive the privilege of having my sister-in-law personally tend to my injuries, Li Yu quipped, mustering his spirits with a teasing tone, almost rendered senseless by the attack. But rest assured, I will ensure your escape. The elders have yet to reach a conclusion regarding this matter. I will not let that wretched Teng Fei escape justice for his cruelty towards you. Li Zilin interjected with a sharp rap to Li Yu's head. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Sister Zilin, please do not act recklessly. We must not provide Li Wan Yu with any leverage to ensnare you as well, urged Li Yun, who had regained consciousness and was leaning against the cold stone wall. Zilin did not respond to him directly, but instead assessed Li Yun with a keen gaze. I did not expect you, who usually acquiesces, to step forward and assist my brother Li Feng in such a perilous moment. Henceforth, you shall be considered a friend of Zilin, she declared. Li Yun flashed a smile, albeit one tinged with uncertainty. To be candid, he had hesitated at the onset of aiding Li Feng. Chapter 837, True Feelings in Adversity, Part 2, The Outer Fushan Manor, nestled in the mountains, served as a crucial waypoint for the Li family as they ventured into the wilderness for trials and hunts. 17-year-old Li Runin was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also a rare genius, a prodigy that had not emerged from the Li family in a century. Having reached the Yuandan realm at such a tender age, she became a living legend within the family. Her extraordinary talent soon attracted the attention of the higher echelons of the Li family, particularly the Grand Elder, who decided to summon her from the outer Fushan Manor for focused cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Elder introduced Li Runin to his niece, Li Ziling. The Li family boasted a noble bloodline, once a pride of the Tianwu continent and among the mightiest clans. With the lineage of the Dragon clan and their support, the Li family in its prime could sweep across the Tianwu continent with unparalleled prowess. To nurture the prodigious Li Runin, the Li family devoted substantial cultivation resources toward her development. Li Runin's brilliance was mirrored in her younger brother, Li Feng, who was also a prodigy in his own right. Entering the Qi refinement stage at 7, reaching the 5th level by 9, and attaining the 9th level by 13. He remained discreet about his abilities while living at the outer Fushan Manor. From a young age, Li Feng understood the importance of discretion and humility, a talent known only to Li Ziling. Having frequently accompanied her senior sister Li Runin on visits to the outer Fushan Manor for family gatherings and leisure, Li Ziling became acquainted with Li Feng and his companion, Li Yun, at a young age. Ziling recognized that Li Feng surpassed even Li Runin in terms of talent, deeming him one of the rarest prodigies the Li family had seen in a millennium. During the family's annual competition, Li Runin refrained from allowing Li Feng to participate, aware that those who stand out often face dire consequences, thus shielding her brother from the turmoil of the outside world. 2 years prior, during the year-end competition, Li Yun showcased exceptional prowess and was subsequently recruited into the Li family stronghold, becoming a member of the Liying Hall, a place dedicated to the cultivation of talent within the Li family. Li Yun, an introverted individual with a disdain for social interactions, faced considerable bullying upon his arrival at Li family fort. He was a close companion of Li Feng and hailed from the outskirts of Li family's mountain estate, alongside Li Ruanan. Observing the high-handed behavior of the clan's offspring, Li Ruanan felt a strong aversion and often stood up for Li Yun. With the assistance of Li Ruanan and Li Zilin, he secured a position as a guard in the cultivator's prison, allowing him to rest and find solace outside of rigorous training. The cultivator's prison within the Li family was largely underutilized, and those assigned menial tasks there enjoyed a leisurely existence compared to their counterparts burdened with relentless labor. While others toiled exhaustively, the disciples working in the prison had ample opportunity to cultivate. Grateful for the kindness shown to him, Li Yun, upon learning that Li Feng had been wrongfully accused by the 7th Elder, sought every means to assist his friend. Ultimately, he conspired with Li Yu and Li Zilin to orchestrate Li Feng's rescue. Despite his own capture and the torment he endured, his spirit became resolute rather than wavering. In the face of adversity, he remained steadfast to the essence of a cultivator, finding tranquility within that surpassed his physical suffering. He had unwittingly overheard a clandestine conversation between the steward Li Wanyu and the eldest son Li Jianbei regarding their ambitions to seize Li Feng's cultivation techniques and their awareness of Li Ruanan's perilous situation in the secret realm. He understood that Li Ruanan would not emerge alive from the ordeal. He kept this secret close to his heart, even from Li Yu, Li Feng, and Li Zilin, yet he firmly believed that his senior sister would not meet her demise. Li Yun took great pride in his actions, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing Li Zilin declare, "From now on, you are my friends," he felt that all his efforts had been rewarded in the most gratifying way. This acknowledgement momentarily overshadowed his physical pain. With Li Zilin's assistance, both Li Yu and Li Yun finally enjoyed a hearty meal, replenishing their strength and elevating their spirits. Zilin, given the current circumstances with the 2nd Elder's faction gaining power, it's best you refrain from visiting us to avoid being ensnared by unscrupulous individuals, Li Yun remarked with a grimace. Do you have any news about Li Feng? Is he safe? Li Yu inquired, suppressing his discomfort as he looked towards Li Zilin. Currently, there are no updates, but I personally arranged the route for Li Feng's escape, so there should be no issues. Rest assured, Li Zilin assured them confidently. Indeed, the route you devised should be secure. Who would have thought? I recall our first encounter when I looked down upon Li Feng and you reprimanded me. Little did I know that one day, I would find myself imprisoned for the sake of that little hunter. Damn it, I have never endured such suffering in my life. If we ever meet again, I shall insist that your Li Feng compensates me accordingly. Li Yu, with a serious demeanor, addressed Li Ziling, exclaiming, and me. That scoundrel Teng Fei has marred my face with his whip. I shall have you enlist your brother Li Feng to restore my once charming visage. At this moment, Li Yun wore a pained expression, earnestly adding his lament. Uffed, Li Ziling couldn't help but chuckle at the exaggerated antics of the two. Why do I sense a hint of pride in your words? She teased. Rest assured, the suffering you both endure will be repaid to that vile dog Teng Fei 1,000-fold. With this, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. I know you are merely trying to cheer me up with your banter. Fear not. I am fully aware and shall act with prudence. Li Ziling sighed. Li Yun and Li Yu exchanged glances, sharing a silent smile of resignation. Who in the Li family fortress was unaware that the eldest daughter, Li Ziling, was not only unparalleled in beauty but also possessed a fiery temperament? Once she had set her mind on something, not even the strongest oxen could sway her. It would indeed be peculiar if she were to act with restraint. While they conversed, the sound of footsteps approached. Teng Fei, responsible for managing the prison cells for cultivators, stood bewildered outside before finally mustering the courage to enter. Li Ziling, how dare you release these two traitors and sever the iron chains? Are you staging a prison break? What if they escape? Will you take responsibility? Teng Fei, astonished and furious at the sight of Li Yu and Li Yun freed from their confinement, scolded Li Ziling. The smile that had adorned Li Ziling's beautiful face vanished in an instant, as if the warmth of spring had been abruptly replaced by the chill of winter. Just in time, her gaze fixed upon Teng Fei, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Wow, what are you doing? Teng Fei suddenly sensed a foreboding. You will soon find out. Before he could react, Li Ziling darted forward, delivering a powerful strike towards him. Teng Fei swiftly raised his arm to block, but to his astonishment, her arm transformed into something deceptively delicate. With a resounding thud, Li Ziling's arm coiled around Teng Fei's, striking him squarely in the chest with lightning speed. Ah! Teng Fei gasped, blood spewing from his mouth as he felt his body seize up. Don't be reckless. What are you trying to accomplish? Panic flooded his senses as he struggled to channel his energy. With a cold laugh, Li Ziling deftly picked up the severed iron chain from the ground, waving it with a flick of her wrist. The chain coiled around Teng Fei like a black serpent, binding him and hoisting him onto the nearby torture rack. How dare you employ torture against a member of the Li family? Now, you shall experience the sting of the Li family's whip. Without further ado, Li Ziling retrieved a whip, dipping it in salt water and then stirring it in pepper extract. With a furious crack, she lashed out at Teng Fei, her wrath unleashed. Ah, you wretched woman, how dare you strike me? Teng Fei shrieked, as if he were being slaughtered like a pig. Those who dare to insult the Li family are nothing but lowly wretches. I invite you to insult me. Li Ziling, with undeniable fervor, wielded the whip with such force that it left Teng Fei battered and bloodied. Ah, it hurts terribly. Please, stop. I promise I won't do it again, my dear aunt. Spare me. Teng Fei, unable to endure any longer, cried out in desperation. Consider this a lesson for your audacity in bullying a member of the Li family. Li Ziling, the fiery little pepper, showed no mercy in her actions. His cries of agony echoed through the confines of the cell. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and a group of over a dozen individuals surged in. Li Ziling, enough? A voice imbued with authority boomed. At the sound of this familiar voice, Li Ziling scoffed, discarding the whip and turning around. Amidst a throng of black-clad figures stood a middle-aged man in a green robe, Li Wanyu, the steward of the inner guard hall. The surrounding dark figures lowered their heads in silence, casting furtive glances at Li Ziling. Steward Li Wanyu, you arrived just in time. Your vicious hound dares to inflict punishment upon a member of the Li family within this cell. What audacity! How have you trained this beast? Li Ziling coldly interrogated, pointing at the nearly lifeless Teng Fei. I have only witnessed you severely injuring Teng Fei. I have seen no evidence of his punishment against the Li family. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave this cell, Li Wanyu replied icily. Explanation? While my father is away, your inner guard has turned the Li fortress into a chaotic mess, and you still dare to demand an explanation? If it were not for your instigation, how would Teng Fei have the gall to punish a member of the Li family? Others may fear you and remain silent, but I, Li Ziling, will not be intimidated by a self-satisfied petty tyrant. Today, I shall administer justice, and even if it means slaying this hound, what can you do to me? Li Ziling asserted boldly, unyielding in her stance. You ignorant wretch, Li Wanyu's eyes widened in fury, the temperature in the air of the cell plummeting with his chilling glare. The Li fortress had not seen its lord return for 3 years. The second elder, Li Wanfeng, the seventh elder, Li Yongda, the steward of the inner guard hall, Li Wanyu, and the steward of the transmission hall, Li Wanshan, conspired together, framing the young lord, Li Wenyuan, and secretly colluding with the demonic sect to usurp power, placing the feeble second brother, Li Wenchang, in the position of young lord. Once they attained control over the Li fortress under the guise of Li Wenchang, they unleashed a massacre to eliminate dissenters. Their intention was to wait for the opportune moment to assassinate the indiscriminate Li Wenchang, thus restoring order. Li Wanyu was acutely aware that he, along with his 2 brothers, had colluded with the forces of the demonic sect to capture the fortress lord, Li Qingcang. He knew he must endure for a while longer until the 4th elder of the sect, Qiu Hai, returned from the Tianyuan continent, and his elder brother, Li Wanfeng, successfully became the fortress lord. Women like Li Zilin would be easily dealt with in due time. To my astonishment, today, in the presence of so many onlookers, this woman dared to confront me so boldly. How long has it been since I last faced such insolence? In that fleeting moment, Li Wanyu, the steward of the inner guard hall, nearly lost control of his emotions. However, gradually, the glimmer of coldness in his eyes, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, began to fade. You have no authority to interfere in the matters of the inner guard hall, Li Zilin. I shall grant you one final opportunity to depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Li Wanyu, such arrogance. I would like to see how you intend to be ungracious towards Liner, a voice, imbued with undeniable authority, echoed from outside the cell. A palpable shiver ran through the crowd. Another prominent figure had arrived. Li Wanyu frowned slightly. Even without turning, he knew who had come. Those who dared to address him in such a manner were few in the Li family fortress, and among them, only one person referred to Li Zilin as Liner. Oh, it is none other than Steward Li Qixing of the Law Enforcement Hall, gracing us with his presence. What an imposing demeanor you possess, Li Wanyu remarked with a slow, sardonic smile. My tone pales in comparison to that of Brother Wanyu. Liner merely sought to visit an old friend, yet you would forcibly detain her. I fear that in a few days, I too, as a steward of the Law Enforcement Hall, may find myself wrongfully accused and imprisoned, accompanied by dozens of formidable cultivators. Steward Li Qixing stepped into the confines of the cultivator's cell. If it were merely a visit to a friend, there would be no issue. However, she has harmed someone from the inner guard hall, and as a steward of the inner guard, I must intervene, Li Wanyu replied coolly. Even a fool could sense the palpable tension between these 2 powerful figures. The long-standing discord between Steward Li Qixing of the Law Enforcement Hall and Steward Li Wanyu of the inner guard hall was well known among many. The underlying cause of their rivalry was fundamentally rooted in their respective interests, with the fortress lord absent and the influence of the Grand Elder waning. The power struggle had jeopardized the position of the young lord, Li Wenyuan. Li Qixing belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder and, being a cousin, naturally favored Li Zilin and her associates. After the rise of the second elder, Li Wanfeng, Li Wanyu, unaware of his own naivety, attempted to ally with Li Qixing to seize power, but was consistently rebuffed. Those who walk different paths do not conspire together, was Li Qixing's response to the members of the second elder's faction. Upon hearing Li Qixing's retort, Li Wanyu erupted in fury. In recent days, the 2 had engaged in numerous covert skirmishes. Although Li Wanyu held a slight advantage in influence within the Li family fortress, Li Qixing still possessed considerable charisma and cohesion. The ongoing confrontation between them had rendered the atmosphere within the fortress exceedingly tense. Bah! If it were me, I would have long since taken that vile dog's life. He spat. Before Li Qixing could utter a word, a young man standing beside him unabashedly mocked. The steward of the internal guard hall, Li Wanyu, furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent. He recognized the young man as Li Wenguang, the 3rd young master of the Li family fortress and the elder brother of Li Zilin. This individual was notoriously boorish and impetuous, a stark contrast to the astute and calculating eldest master, Li Wenyuan. Li Wenguang was known for his bluntness and audacity, daring to speak his mind without reservation. He undertook actions that others would shy away from, possessing remarkable talent and formidable strength, unafraid of confrontation. Once entangled with such a person, it was akin to being ensnared by an unyielding piece of gum, impossible to shake off. Reasoning with such a character was utterly futile. Thus, Li Wanyu suppressed his rising ire and refrained from engaging in further discourse. From Li Wanyu's perspective, given his current status, it would be beneath him to engage in a verbal spar with such a brute, as it would diminish his own standing. Nevertheless, the incident concerning Li Zilin presented him with an opportunity. He resolved to seize it and pursue the matter relentlessly, even if it escalated to the Elder Council. Punishing Li Zilin would effectively undermine the authority of the steward, Li Qixing, and serve to illuminate to the inhabitants of the Li family fortress who truly held sway.